Chapter 1. Surrey, Little Whinging, Number 4, Privet Drive. A modest private vehicle proceeded at a leisurely pace. It came to a halt in front of a quaint two-story house. The car door swung open as a middle-aged man attempted to disembark from the driver's seat, however, due to his corpulent frame and a sense of urgency. He inadvertently tumbled onto the ground. Ignoring the dust that now clung to him, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed to the passenger's side, flinging the door open. "My dearest Petunia, allow me to behold our child. Look, the chubby little lad in your arms must surely be my own." At her husband's words, Petunia shot him an incredulous glare. "What did you just say?" Vernon was taken aback, mentally berating himself for his momentary lapse in coherence, driven by overexcitement. He quickly attempted to clarify. "My dear Petunia, what I meant was, look at our hefty little one. He undoubtedly inherits the—" "Oh no, I meant the exceptional lineage of the Dursley family." "Well, just look at those eyes, so vivid and expressive. I have a strong feeling he will grow up to be a great entrepreneur." Petunia, with an air of annoyance, handed the child over to her husband, retorting, "Our baby is barely 2 days old, and you are already plotting his future? I heard that a circus has recently opened downtown, with delightful clowns, acrobatics, animals, and magic shows. Perhaps we could take the child to see it tomorrow." Upon hearing his wife's suggestion, Vernon appeared somewhat displeased. "I think it will be best to avoid such outings. Acrobatics, performances, circuses, clowns, these are mere tricks designed to amuse the wealthy and distract the lower classes. If our little Dudley develops an affinity for such frivolities, it would be a source of great distress for me." Petunia furrowed her brow and remarked, "Vernon, are you still fretting over that bizarre letter that appeared at our home?" Vernon's rotund body quivered with frustration. "I have told you countless times, that letter was not bizarre. It was a prank orchestrated by a thief who broke into our home. What sane person could pen such illogical statements? Besides, you witnessed the content of that letter, and do those 8 sentences resemble anything a rational person would say? A being capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord is soon to emerge. It is highly probable that this child will be born into a family that has confronted the Dark Lord thrice. The date of birth will be the last day of July. He shall be regarded by the Dark Lord as a formidable rival. The child of prophecy possesses extraordinary powers unknown to the Dark Lord. The two shall inevitably meet, and one shall perish at the hands of the other. They cannot coexist. In this new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord shall both meet their demise within the jaws of ancient monsters." Petunia interjected with a frown, "Vernon, the recipient of that letter, is my sister Lily. Perhaps she was trying to convey something to us." Vernon waved his hand, cutting off his wife's remark. "Enough, Petunia. You promised me not to mention your 2 arrogant relatives in our lives again. They have shown us no kindness." Petunia opened her mouth, intending to argue further, but upon seeing her husband's stern expression, she sighed, tidied the baby items in the car, and followed her husband back home. Along the way, she continued to argue that one should not impose life goals on a child so young, but rather allow the child's preferences to guide their future. The 2 adults debated back and forth, oblivious to the unusually bright and lively eyes of the infant nestled in the blanket in their hands. Have I truly been reborn?" Glancing around at the objects that towered over him, he lifted his hand, observing his small fingers. Dudley had no choice but to accept the reality before him. He had indeed been reincarnated, listening to the authentic English accents surrounding him. He understood that he was in London. Judging by the car's interior and the environment, it appeared to be the late 1970s or early 1980s. Alas, Dudley sighed, memories from his past life flickering through his mind like a mirage. He was born in the Far East, excelling academically in his youth, skipping grades, and being recommended by his school to the prestigious Harvard Genius Program in the magical metropolis. During his studies, he developed a keen interest in the biological sciences. He secured funding to attend the University of Cambridge in the UK, pursuing a degree in biological research. From undergraduate to graduate studies, and finally to obtaining his doctorate, he had just turned 26 a day before he published his doctoral thesis. After moving abroad, in order to better integrate into the social circles of his supervisor's research group, he adopted an English name, Dudley. Yet, On the eve of his graduation from Cambridge, he awoke to find himself reborn. There was no car crash, no poisoning, no foul play. As a distinguished researcher in the field of biology, he was held in high esteem by others. However, the undeniable truth was that he had been reborn. But perhaps this was not a misfortune. In his previous life, he had been solely focused on his studies, rapidly advancing in the field of biology, which left him little time to nurture personal relationships, resulting in a scarcity of friends. Even when faced with the affections of admirers, he remained aloof. After all, from the perspective of human evolution, studying how cells reproduce or how insects metamorphose into flying beings was far more fascinating than accompanying a girl on a shopping trip. Possessing extraordinary intelligence is a blessing, yet it does not exempt one from the limitations of biological instincts. Having been born just 2 or 3 days prior, the infant stage of a mammal necessitates ample sleep to promote physical growth. During these 2 days, Dudley spent most of his time eating and sleeping, with only a small portion of his waking hours devoted to observing his surroundings and gathering clues. Now that he had been transported to London in 1980, equipped with knowledge far ahead of the 21st century and a macro vision of future economic development, if he so desired, he could leverage these advantages, and perhaps in 20 years, London and the world would witness the emergence of a new father of fruits, Dudley Jobs. A man propelling the forefront of technological advancement would undoubtedly be remembered through the ages. However, Dudley had no intention of pursuing such a path, whether in academia or the business realm. Reaching the pinnacle of human achievement would yield little satisfaction. Life is finite, and investing excessive energy into certain pursuits inevitably leads to the neglect of many others. The family of a certain Jobs serves as a poignant example. Thus, Dudley, once an elite in biological research, resolved to set aside his studies in genetics, heredity, and paleobiology. It is said that the greatest sages often remain hidden among the masses in a world of billions. There are no shortages of brilliant minds. Time spent in a tranquil state of thought passes swiftly. In a state of drowsiness, Dudley felt himself being lifted, and his gaze fell upon his mother, Petunia Dudley. Her expression radiated warmth as she cradled him gently, swaying him back and forth. Yet Dudley's eyes widened in disbelief at the edge of his vision. Near the glass window, the streetlights, which had been aglow, suddenly detached themselves from their lampshades. No, to be precise, the orange-hued light sources flew out from within the lampshades, converging in the same direction. Dudley thought he must be hallucinating. The second lamp, the third lamp, began to exhibit the same peculiar phenomenon, enough to confirm that this fantastical scene was indeed real. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. 10 minutes earlier, at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, London, 2 figures stood on the asphalt road, facing the 2-story house where Dudley currently resided. A woman clad in black, wearing a hat, cradled an infant in her arms, her face etched with concern. "Professor Dumbledore, are you certain you wish to entrust this baby, Harry, to the Dursleys? After my observations, along with those of the Ministry of Magic staff, it does not seem like a wise choice, especially considering Vernon Dursley, who is a staunch realist and an avowed atheist, subscribing to all manner of muggle theories." Dumbledore shook his head, interrupting the woman's words. "Professor McGonagall, this is the best place for the child. The dark alleys throughout Britain are rife with remnants of dark wizards. Even the fidelity charm placed by the child's parents has been shattered by the Death Eaters. This so-called absolute confidentiality spell is only broken when a traitor emerges from within." Professor McGonagall was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that dark wizards still linger among us?" Dumbledore did not respond directly. He stepped forward, cradling the swaddled Harry as he approached the 2-story house. "This child, having survived the killing curse of Avada Kedavra, will undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. Apart from her mother, Lily Potter, who sacrificed herself to forge the blood bond to safeguard this child through lineage and love, I have also reinforced this layer of protection. At present, Harry must be distanced from the realm of the Philosopher's Stone, and the one who can steadfastly maintain this layer of protection is his mother's sister, Petunia Dursley. Oh no, it should be Petunia Evans." At this moment, Dumbledore had arrived at the door of the 2-story cottage. glancing at the Dursley label affixed to the door. Professor McGonagall, appearing unable to contain herself any longer, spoke up. Professor Dumbledore, there are two children who fit the prophecy. One is Harry Potter, and the other is Neville Longbottom. Both are born in late July. Why does the pure-blood wizard specifically choose Harry's family? Dumbledore paused, hand raised to knock, his voice slightly hoarse. The child of the Longbottom family is a descendant of pure-blood wizards, while Harry and he share a similar background. Both can be referred to as half-blood. With that, Dumbledore ceased his dialogue, gently rapping on the door before vanishing alongside Professor McGonagall. The knocking ceased. Dudley, cradled in his mother's arms, approached the door and opened it to reveal a baby swaddled in blankets, atop which lay a letter. From Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. Dudley's eyes widened in disbelief, for the lightning scar on the child's forehead was strikingly conspicuous, coupled with the contents of the letter. He was indeed Harry Potter. This was a world of magic. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and the infant's mind could hardly bear the intensity of such cognitive activity. As drowsiness overcame him, Dudley reluctantly succumbed to slumber. When he awoke once more, it was to the cacophony of raised voices. The speaker was none other than his father, Vernon Dursley, a rotund man clad in a standard suit, who banged his hand heavily on the dining table. Petunia, look at your relatives. I told you not to maintain contact with your disreputable sister. She could have secured a stable job, and I could have even helped elevate her husband. Yet here she is, discussing magic, fairies, and dragons with us. I earn a living through hard work, yet they manage to earn more from selling a potion than I do in business. Petunia, this is nothing but a daydream without diligent effort. How can one enjoy the fruits of material life? Petunia's expression darkened, and she couldn't help but chide her husband. Vernon, do keep your comments to a minimum. Keep my comments to a minimum? My goodness, Petunia. Look at your sister and her husband after having a child. They neglect their parental duties, instead weaving tales of magic and dark wizards who have slain him. I suspect they have simply gone on a vacation. Vernon felt utterly disheartened. He was the most successful businessman of the Dursley clan, yet now he was burdened with the responsibility of caring for a child abandoned by his wife's sister. Though legally obligated, could one not consider the emotional toll of raising another child? After all, this was not his own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Dudley, nestled in his pram, felt his previously dormant mind stirring to life. In his past existence as a PhD in biology, he had delved into genetic research, tracing the lineage from cells to tissues, organs, circulatory systems, and the anatomy of humans or living organisms. Now, a living embodiment of a great wizard lay beside him, rekindling the long-suppressed desire for research. Gazing at the infant with the lightning scar, his interest intensified. His gaze swept across the scene. The very thought of having a wizard so close ignited a spark of excitement within Dudley. Throughout his studies in biology, he had learned extensively about the evolutionary processes of Earth's myriad life forms. For instance, humans, gorillas, pigs, and corn could all be traced back to their ancestral roots genetically. All belonged to the same species, while the ancestors of birds were reptiles. After millennia of evolution and species selection, the familiar world of the 21st century had emerged. In terms of biological research, achieving substantial academic results necessitated significant time investment. Countless evidentiary supports and iterative validations required extensive time to accomplish step by step sometimes. If one strayed off course, decades of effort could vanish into thin air. However, the current situation was different. Although his former self had been engrossed in research, immersed in the oceans of knowledge of genetics, genomics, and paleobiology, this did not mean he was entirely severed from the outside world. Dudley had long been aware of the Harry Potter films, however. When it came to magical themes, he had preferred to observe cellular proliferation. She turned over, burying her head once more in the blanket. Harry, with considerable effort, pulled her out of the covers, exclaiming, "Wake up, Angelia. We need to hurry back." Finally managing to open her eyes, Angelia blinked in confusion. "What? Where are we rushing to?" She tousled her beautiful, light golden hair, which had become a tangled mess atop her head during her slumber. "Back to the cottage on the rock," Harry said, pinching her cheek in exasperation. Do you remember? Hagrid, the cake? In the heavy black cloak. As memories began to return, Angelia finally roused herself completely. Oh, I remember now. She quickly got out of bed, readying herself and Harry. Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa said we should get up. So let us go greet them. All right, Harry sighed softly, nervously clenching his hands. Angelia led him downstairs to the living room, where Lucius and Narcissa were seated on the sofa, sipping tea and reading the newspaper. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, Angelia exclaimed as she rushed over to embrace Narcissa. I've missed you both so much. This is my friend, Harry Potter. She gestured apologetically. I'm sorry we didn't say hello when we arrived last night. It was just too late. Narcissa looked at Harry with mild surprise before turning her attention back to Angelia, her face glowing with warmth as she pinched Angelia's cheek. You don't need to say hello when you come home. You can return whenever you wish. Lucius, however, raised his gaze and scrutinized Harry for a few moments. Harry offered a polite smile. Good morning, sir, madam. You may call me Harry. I apologize for intruding last night. Lucius returned his attention to the newspaper. His voice low and measured. No need to worry, Mr. Potter. Draco often speaks of you. Harry felt a bit awkward, smiling shyly. Narcissa smiled gently. It's all right, Harry. Please sit down and stay for breakfast. Before Harry could respond, a platinum blonde head suddenly popped out from the staircase, exclaiming in surprise, Harry, Angelia. All four turned to look at the stairs. Draco, clad in pajamas, leaned over the banister, his disheveled platinum hair tousled, one hand rubbing his eyes in evident sleepiness. When did you arrive? Lucius cleared his throat in disapproval. Draco, go back and get dressed properly. Draco, always obedient to his father's wishes, promptly winked at Angelia and Harry before turning to retreat to his room. Narcissa gently grasped Angelia's hand, asking, What would you like to eat, darling? I can prepare some snacks for you to take along. Lucius also set down his newspaper to look at her. When I was in Switzerland on business, I brought back a beautiful blue diamond necklace for you. It's in your room's drawer, but don't forget to take it with you. Angelia playfully winked. Thank you, Uncle Lucius. You're so kind to me. You were truly the most handsome and clever wizard in the world. A faint smile crept onto Lucius's face as he lightly tapped Angelia's head with the rolled-up newspaper. You have quite the tongue. Watching their interactions, Harry felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Like him, Angelia had never known her parents. She didn't even know who they were and had no relatives. He only knew she lived with an elderly man who wasn't related to her by blood. And the Malfoys, who were particularly close to her, had given her much warmth and affection. As Harry pondered this, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Draco had leaped onto him. Harry, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me? Draco exclaimed excitedly. Angelia, why didn't you wake me? Angelia, nestled beside Narcissa, rolled her eyes dramatically. You would have woken up anyway. What difference does it make whether it was sooner or later? Draco was momentarily rendered speechless, but clearly accustomed to such situations. He immediately turned to Harry for support. Harry, look at her. As usual, Harry sided with Angelia. I think what Angelia said makes sense. Draco pouted, turning away and ignoring them. After some playful banter, as dawn broke, Angelia stood and addressed, Uncle Lucius and Narcissa, we have other matters to attend to. We must return now. So early. Narcissa gently urged, stay a little longer. Let us have breakfast together. Yes, stay a little longer, Draco insisted, wrapping an arm around Harry's neck. I just got to see you. Angelia offered an apologetic smile. Harry has plans today. I need to take him back. We can come by another day. Plans? Who are you meeting? A mix of shock and dismay crossed Draco's face, as if he felt betrayed. You're not taking me along. It's someone from Hogwarts, here to see Harry, Angelia replied, winking at Draco. Understanding dawned on Draco, and his expression transformed into a forced, gentlemanly smile. Well then, I hope you have fun. Harry regarded him curiously. Narcissa reluctantly reached out to embrace Angelia. Please come back in a few days to stay for a while. Of course, Angelia replied obediently. After a few more pleasantries, she and Harry disapparated back to the rock. Hagrid, looking anxious, rushed out of the cottage just as they appeared. Thank goodness. Where have you two been? I was worried you'd been taken. Harry smiled subtly. It was just too cold here last night, so Angelia took me to stay at a friend's house. Hagrid didn't seem suspicious. As long as you're all right. Are you ready? We need to leave now. He glanced at Angelia, hesitating slightly. Angelia kindly interjected, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. Hagrid smiled gratefully. Where do you live? I can give you a ride. I am fine. You all should go ahead and not delay your important matters, Angelia replied with a sweet smile. Time was indeed getting late, so Hagrid didn't press further, apologizing with a smile. He climbed onto his motorcycle and turned to Harry, gruffly saying, "Come on, hop on, Harry." Harry looked at Angelia, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he wanted to say something more. Angelia smiled reassuringly. "Go on." She waved goodbye. Harry pursed his lips and sat on the motorcycle. The motorcycle roared to life with a deafening noise, a cloud of black exhaust billowing behind it as it soared into the sky. For a moment, Harry's scream seemed to overshadow the roar of the motorcycle. Once the motorcycle had faded into the distance, Angelia operated back to Grindelwald's old mansion, uncertain whether Gellert had awakened or had never slept. He was seated in the living room waiting for her. "You've returned," Gellert remarked, tapping his cane lightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "That you're quite punctual." Angelia approached him in surprise. "Old Dark Lord, why are you still awake?" "I need to speak with you," Gellert replied, casually turning the emerald ring on his finger. "What did you call me?" Angelia shivered slightly, then settled beside him with a sweet smile. "Grandfather Gellert." Gellert snorted lightly. "Albus wrote, saying he wants you to attend Hogwarts. P.S. allowing me to go to school." Angelia's expression darkened, a mocking smile playing at her lips. "Is he not concerned I might become the Dark Lord?" Gellert sighed. "For all these years, you've harbored hatred towards him. If it weren't for him, would I have been confined here since birth, under constant scrutiny and limitation? I suspect his intention in sending you to school is merely to keep you under his watchful eye." Angelia suddenly stood, coldly regarding Gellert. "Some things need not be said. You've repeated them enough over the years. But you ought to know, I will not let this go." Gellert gazed at her for a prolonged moment before exhaling a soft sigh. Finally relenting, "I sincerely hope your plan meets with success." Angelia raised her chin haughtily, her tone resolute. Naturally, a faint smile graced Gellert's lips. He was acutely aware of her remarkable potential, having nurtured her growth himself. And he wished for her to accomplish her ambitions without hindrance. After a brief contemplation, Gellert removed the emerald ring from his finger. "This ring I bestow upon you." He lowered his gaze to the emerald gemstone, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "Make good use of it." For a fleeting instant, Angelia was taken aback, but she accepted the ring with utmost reverence, assuring him, "I shall restore its brilliance." Gellert raised his gaze to fixate on her, his eyes inscrutable, his tone becoming grave. "The path ahead is yours to choose. It leads toward a shadowy future, and I hope you persist without regret." Angelia flashed a radiant smile. "From the moment he confined me here, my fate was sealed on this path. Moreover, to my eyes, the future holds resplendent promise. If the rules are dictated by me, then whether they shine or remain dim lies entirely within my grasp. I hope for your success." Gellert felt a mix of solace and trepidation. Angelia seemed to sense his thoughts and replied nonchalantly, "I shall not bring harm to him." Gellert's worries dissipated, and he softly murmured, "Thank you." Angelia turned her gaze toward the window, where the distant clouds and azure sky unfolded before her. It was the vast expanse where she would unleash her prowess, a freedom she had dreamt of in her youth, but could never attain. Upon returning to her room, Will awaited her atop the pile of books she had stacked in the corner. As she entered, Will let out a couple of low chirps and gracefully landed on her shoulder, nuzzling against her cheek. "Has the letter been delivered?" Angelia inquired softly, running her fingers through his sleek feathers. Will chirped affirmatively, gently pecking at her delicate fingers. "It from the Hermione family." Angelia looked at Will in surprise. Will shook his feathers and called out with certainty. Angelia possessed the rare ability to communicate with certain animals, a precious gift among wizards, further enhanced by her capacity to delve into their thoughts. She had sensed something amiss upon receiving the Malfoy family's proposal for an alliance the previous day. The Malfoy family maintained a close relationship with her, though few were privy to this connection. They would not recklessly send her an ornate proposal letter, nor would they present her with a ring so plain as to be inconspicuous. Influenced by Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa, Angelia preferred the opulent and extravagant, rendering such a simple band beneath her notice. Those familiar with her tastes understood her preferences well. Thus, the letter was riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, she could not fathom why the Hermione family would send her such a missive. Angelia furrowed her brow in contemplation but, after much deliberation, decided to set the matter aside. The Hermione family, as Gellert's former trusted aides, would hardly wish her harm. Regardless, she had arranged for him to visit today. at which point all her uncertainties would be resolved. In the sitting room, Gellert sat on the sofa, deep in thought, when the flames in the fireplace suddenly shifted color, revealing an elegant figure stepping forth from the green flames. "Mr. Grindelwald, is Miss Royale present?" Lucius Malfoy inclined slightly, performing a nobleman's bow. Gellert sensed something was amiss. Lucius Malfoy never appeared here, and given Angelia's close ties with the Malfoy family, it was peculiar for him to address her as Miss Royale. Gellert nodded subtly, responding coldly. "She is. Tina, summon Angelia," Gellert commanded in a frosty tone before rising, grasping his cane, and preparing to retire to his quarters. Such a blatant oversight was not something Angelia would overlook. She could manage her own affairs without his interference. However, Lucius appeared reluctant to allow him to depart, urgently interjecting as he observed Gellert's movements. "Wait a moment, Mr. Grindelwald. What is it?" Gellert turned back, his voice laced with impatience. Lucius hesitated, then quietly asked, "Is this a convenient place to speak?" Before Gellert could respond, a melodious voice echoed from the staircase. "It is certainly not convenient. This place is under constant surveillance." Angelia's gaze swept over Lucius, who regarded her with unfamiliarity. "Miss Royale, greetings. I am Lucius Malfoy." He offered a shallow bow, prompting Angelia to click her tongue in disapproval. Is this the extent of the Malfoy family's etiquette? She scrutinized his gesture disdainfully. "Thank you for demonstrating a most inadequate greeting." Lucius offered an awkward smile. "Miss Royale, I have come to discuss the matter of the alliance." Angelia elegantly seated herself on the sofa. Casting a measured glance at him, "I am aware of your identity, yet I am uncertain of your purpose in this place." Lucius was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Gellert. Angelia astutely noted his gaze and casually twirled the emerald ring on her finger. "I believe it would suffice for you to discuss certain matters with me. Don't you think?" Lucius's gaze fell upon her hand, his eyes widening in shock. "You?" Angelia, somewhat impatiently, turned to Gellert, who was discreetly attempting to retreat to his room. "What do you think, Grandfather Gellert?" Gellert instantly turned back, revealing an impeccable expression of affectionate warmth. "Of course, my dear Angelia." Lucius stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Ahem. Angelia cleared her throat, casting him a disdainful glance. Lucius promptly closed his mouth. Angelia drew her wand, waved it around, then lowered it, speaking leisurely. "Very well, you may proceed, Hermann." Hermann glanced back and forth between Gellert and Angelia, hesitating to speak. Gellert was the first to break the silence. "You would do well to heed her." Gellert maintained a gentle smile. "The purist party only obeys the commands of the master of the sacred artifact, do they not?" Upon hearing the mention of the sacred artifact, Hermann's demeanor shifted, and he bowed respectfully to Angelia. "Leader, speak. What brings you here?" Angelia took a delicate sip from her teacup, her voice calm. "Hermann, Rogier has orchestrated a prison break. Members of the Purist Party will set fire to Nurmengard in 3 days to rescue the leader and Mr. Grindelwald. I ask that both of you cooperate. Do not engage in futile sacrifices." Angelia spoke with unwavering composure. "I will be taking over the Purist Party henceforth. Inform Rogier that the operation in 3 days is cancelled. And bring all members of the Purist Party here tomorrow morning. Just select those who are loyal. Additionally, compile a list of members for me." Hermann took note of her directives, after confirming that Angelia had no further instructions. Hermann promptly departed through the fireplace. These matters were neither trivial nor overly complex. He needed to return swiftly to address them. Moreover, with the change in leadership of the Purist Party, he would need to notify the other members. The members of the Purist Party had always been fiercely loyal to Gellert, and subduing them would not be an easy task. Angelia had mentally prepared herself for this challenge. Hermann, being the most amiable of the Purist Party members, had made this encounter relatively smooth. Had it been someone else, the situation might not have unfolded so seamlessly. Today was merely the beginning. The gathering of the Purist Party members tomorrow would be the true test. And even with Gellert present, she might not command their allegiance. Furthermore, to fully consolidate her control over the Purist Party, she must rely entirely on her own strength, without leaning on Gellert if sensing her thoughts. Gellert, who had been standing behind her, suddenly spoke. "You will handle tomorrow's matters on your own. I shall not make an appearance." His voice seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, causing the chaotic thoughts swirling in Angelia's mind to quieten instantaneously. "Thank you." Angelia turned back to Gellert, offering him a sweet smile. Early the next morning, she rose from her bed, Today marked the day of her initial meeting with the members of the Pure Blood Party. She selected an opulent black gown from her wardrobe and meticulously inspected her wand. Should any obstinate individuals arise, she would not hesitate to employ a few piercing curses, standing before the mirror to confirm her attire was appropriate. Angelia gracefully descended the staircase into the dining room, where Gellert was already enjoying his breakfast. "Good morning, old wizard," she said, elegantly pulling out a chair to sit beside him. "How did you sleep last night?" "Not particularly well," Gellert replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "It seems that after breakfast, I shall need to return to slumber." Their eyes met, and Angelia couldn't help but smile faintly. "Thank you. Then I shall refrain from disturbing your rest." Gellert's smile deepened. "I am most grateful." Breakfast soon concluded, and Gellert, grasping his cane, returned to his chamber, while Angelia took a cup of red tea and settled on the sofa, reading as she awaited the arrival of the Pure Blood Party members. Before long, the flames in the fireplace flickered, and a stranger appeared in the living room. His complexion was pale, exuding an air of stern authority, each of his movements embodying the precision of nobility. "Good day. May I inquire if Mr. Gellert resides here?" His voice matched his appearance in its gravitas. Angelia set down her tea and regarded him calmly. "Royal de oh, you know me." Royal's expression bore no trace of surprise, leading Angelia to suspect he was deliberately testing her recognition. "Grandfather Gellert's capable assistant." Angelia replied with a faint smile. "That a pleasure to meet you." "You flatter me." Royal paused momentarily, maintaining his serious demeanor. "I have heard from Hermann that you have acquired the sacred ring and become the new leader of the Pure Blood Party." Angelia raised an eyebrow and gestured for the teapot, pouring him a cup. "Perhaps we can discuss this matter further once everyone has arrived." Royal obediently took a seat. Angelia sipped her tea, discreetly assessing him through the motion. It appeared that Royal was not as formidable as she had initially assumed. Soon, several individuals emerged from the fireplace, most choosing to stand behind Royal, save for a strikingly beautiful woman who gracefully seated herself on a nearby sofa beside Angelia. "Doe, I say." Her voice was as enchanting as her appearance, each syllable rising gently, enticing one to listen further. She glanced at Royal, continuing, "Royal, after all these years, why do you still wear such a stern expression?" Royal seemed at a loss against the woman before him, letting out a resigned sigh as he uttered her name. "Lena." Lena covered her mouth with a coy smile, then turned her attention to Angelia. "Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Lena Dubois, currently the only woman in the Pure Blood Party." Royal cast a glance her way, accompanying it with another resigned sigh. "I am Winder Royal," he said politely to Angelia, his gaze lowered. "For the time being, I serve as the deputy leader of the Pure Blood Party." "Indeed, for the time being," Lena playfully winked at Angelia. "I have long wished to supplant him, yet alas, I have not succeeded." Angelia's lips curved into a subtle smile. "It seems Mr. Royal must maintain a perpetual sense of crisis." Royal bestowed Lena a wry smile. Angelia shifted her gaze to the 2 rows of individuals standing behind Royal. "Now, let us commence with self-introductions." In an orderly fashion, they stepped forward one by one, succinctly introducing their names and responsibilities, which Angelia attentively committed to memory. Once all introductions concluded, Angelia spoke again. "The purpose of gathering you here today is twofold. Firstly, to become acquainted, and secondly, to assign you forthcoming tasks." The Pure Blood Party once stood at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. Yet due to some glaring reasons over the past years, Mr. Grindelwald was unable to issue directives to the party, resulting in its prolonged obscurity. However, now that I have assumed leadership, I am determined to rejuvenate the Pure Blood Party. I hope each of you will collaborate with me to restore the party's former glory and elevate it back to the zenith of the wizarding world." Angelia's voice was soft yet resolute, imbued with a compelling charm that stirred the hearts of every Pure Blood Party member present. Return to the pinnacle was a shared dream among them all. Once, they had followed the esteemed Mr. Grindelwald, basking in unparalleled glory, only for that glory to be extinguished during a dark hour. Mr. Grindelwald was shamefully imprisoned in Nurmengard, and the members of the Pure Blood Party, like hunted rats, had to conceal their brilliance. Living cautiously within the wizarding realm, the once resplendent ideals lay buried deep within their hearts, concealed from view. Yet, who among them did not harbor a flickering flame within, after a fall from grace? How could one willingly bury themselves in the mire? Finally, the Pure Blood Party welcomed a new leader, who proclaimed her intent to lead them back to greatness. Regardless of the circumstances, they were willing to follow her. For the dreams that had been cut short years ago, for the glory long suppressed, and for the persistent fire that burned within their hearts, our leader, we pledge our unwavering loyalty. Led by Royale and Lena. The members of the Pureblood Party knelt in unison, swearing their oath to, "I shall not betray your trust." The endeavor to reclaim the Pureblood Party unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Angelia guided the members to the dining room, now serving as a temporary conference room, where they held the first meeting of the Pureblood Party. Seated at the head of the long table, Angelia clasped her hands together, gradually beginning to speak. "Today marks my first official meeting since assuming leadership of the Pureblood Party that I would like to briefly outline our 3 long-term objectives. First, to dethrone Dumbledore. Second, to establish a new order within the wizarding world. Third, to eradicate all unstable elements. Next, I shall assign you some short-term tasks to lay the groundwork for our return." Royale, Angelia's gaze fell upon him. Seated beside her, "Find a suitable estate within the British wizarding community to serve as our command center for the Pureblood Party's future activities. In the coming years, I will be attending Hogwarts. Thus, the focus of the party's activities will shift to Britain." Angelia scanned the faces of each member. They all listened attentively, heads bowed, exhibiting no signs of doubt or discontent. Satisfied, she returned her gaze. Royale acknowledged the task assigned to him, and Angelia's attention shifted to Lena. "Lena, I recall that you have never publicly identified yourself as a member of the Pureblood Party?" "Indeed, esteemed leader," Lena replied, her playful demeanor replaced by a respectful tone as she lowered her gaze. Angelia smiled slightly. "I remember your magical prowess is quite commendable. You should be capable of teaching the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." "Correct?" Lena exhibited no signs of uncertainty, responding earnestly, "Yes, I shall heed your command, esteemed leader." "Very well. Go apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor." Angelia raised an eyebrow. "I believe Hogwarts is currently seeking a professor for that subject. Before you apply, perhaps you could reach out to Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. I will write to him in advance to offer you some assistance." Lena respectfully accepted her assigned task. Next came a series of trivial matters concerning assets and management, which Angela meticulously delegated, with each responsible party receiving their directives. Before long, noon had arrived. Just as Angela announced the conclusion of the meeting, Gellert appeared at the top of the second-floor staircase, leaning on his cane. "I asked the meeting over." Gellert's gaze swept across each familiar face, yet his spirit was no longer as it once was. The members of the Dark Arts faction stood with their heads bowed behind Angela, who keenly noticed that Rogier's hands, concealed beneath his robe, were tightly clenched and trembling slightly. Indeed, it was lunchtime, so why not have everyone stay for a meal together? A gentle smile graced Angela's lips as she said, "Unfortunately, I have a lunch appointment with a friend, so I must trouble you, Grandpa Gellert, to entertain everyone." Lena, taken aback, quickly glanced at Angela, only to meet her playful gaze. Startled, Lena instinctively averted her eyes but caught sight of Angela winking at her. Angela did not wish to create an overly rigid atmosphere between herself and the members. Having absolute authority when she needed their obedience sufficed, and their interactions could be more relaxed and enjoyable in private. The other members of the Dark Arts faction, clearly lacking Lena's boldness, felt their emotions stirring. The sight of their former leader, whom they had followed for many years, evoked a myriad of feelings within each of them. Although they longed for an opportunity to speak with their previous leader, the current head of the faction was Angela, and they could not overstep their bounds. Fortunately, it seemed that their leader did not mind their interaction with the former one. Gellert tapped his cane lightly, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Then shall I take your subordinates out for a meal?" "That would be much appreciated, Grandpa Gellert," Angela replied, winking at him. The members remained standing with their hands at their sides, evidently waiting for her instructions. Angela turned to face the members, who were struggling to suppress their emotions, and softly said, "I will be stepping out for a while, as guests of Grandpa Gellert. I believe you can enjoy a good conversation with him. Do not worry. There is a concealed anti-eavesdropping magical array set up in this room, and no conversation will be leaked." Angela flashed a slight smile. "So, I wish you all a delightful time. I must take my leave now." With that, she turned and walked toward the fireplace. "Yes, leader," the members responded in unison, bowing their heads in respect. With a sprinkle of flue powder into the fireplace, a burst of green flames engulfed Angela's figure. Emerging gracefully from the fireplace in Malfoy manner, Angela was still clad in a luxurious black gown, its slightly trailing hem causing her some inconvenience. Unable to return to Newmontgard just yet, she decided to change out of her dress at Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa were not home, and Draco, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, lit up at the sight of her, complaining softly, "Oh, Angela, you finally made it." He tossed aside the potions textbook he had been holding. My godfather has been tutoring me in potions these past few days, and my father won't let me go out. I'm about to go stir crazy. Draco pouted, his delicate face adorned with a pitiful expression. He was always like this. To outsiders, he appeared as a proud peacock, speaking with an air of superiority, but in front of Harry and her, he would turn into a bundle of affection, casting aside any semblance of the Malfoy heir's grandeur. Angela settled beside him, gently ruffling his silky hair. "Did I not come to see you?" Draco, who treasured his beautiful pale golden hair above all else, would have fiercely retaliated against anyone else who dared to treat his hair so. But he had grown accustomed to Angela's playful torment since childhood. He could never quite best her in their younger days. "Are you here to see me, or did you escape from home?" Draco mused, casting a glance at her gown with a hint of reproach. "Dressed so splendidly, it's clear you didn't come just to see me." His little face scrunched up, his lips forming a slight frown as he hung his head in discontent. "Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa aren't home. Let's go out and have some fun." Angela swiftly changed the subject. "Let us go find Harry." Draco's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again when they landed on the potions book he had discarded. "Father told me to memorize this chapter. He'll quiz me when he returns." Draco reluctantly pushed the book further away, clearly unwilling to continue reading. "No worries. If Uncle Lucius asks, just tell him you were with me." Angela firmly pulled him from the sofa. "I'll cover for you." A look of excitement swiftly crossed Draco's face. "Really? That's fantastic." Lucius and Narcissa were exceedingly affectionate toward Angela, often showing her more attention than their own daughter. At times, they even doted on her more than on Draco. While Lucius acted as a strict father before Draco, he transformed into a doting father figure when it came to Angela. With that thought, Draco felt a surge of joy. If Angela was willing to help him out, his father would surely not punish him. Draco happily dashed upstairs to change clothes, while Angela returned to her room in Malfoy Manor. Here, her belongings were all in place, with an overwhelming array of clothes and accessories. Lucius and Narcissa frequently indulged her with various outfits, ensuring her wardrobe was always stocked with the latest fashions. As a result, every time she opened her wardrobe, she was greeted with an abundance of clothes, most of which she had never seen before, as the house elves regularly cleared out the outdated garments. This time was no exception. Her wardrobe had been entirely refreshed, now brimming with brand new autumn attire. Angela selected a white knitted wool sweater and paired it with a lovely light blue waist-accentuated knee-length skirt, complemented by calf-length white knitted socks and a pair of Mary Jane shoes. The combination of soft blue and white rendered her appearance playful and charming. On the silver jewelry stand atop her desk, several new sets of jewels awaited her selection. Angela chose a set of pearl earrings and a necklace, the round, petite creamy pearls harmonizing beautifully with her outfit. After confirming her attire in the mirror, Angela opened the door and stepped out. In the hallway, Draco had already changed into his clothes and was leaning against the wall, waiting for her. Together, they traveled through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, where Angela used a disapparition spell to transport them to Privet Drive. "Oh, this is simply marvelous," Draco exclaimed, casting an envious glance at the wand in her hand. "Father insists I must wait until just before school starts to get my own wand, and he absolutely forbids me from buying a second-hand one." Angela raised an eyebrow. While having a second-hand wand might be convenient, the risks it carries are quite high that if the wand misbehaves, it could very well harm you. "I believe Uncle Lucius is correct in this regard, but your wand seems to be quite obedient." Draco pouted. "I could manage with a wand that's not so powerful. You'll soon possess your own wand." Angela deftly shifted the subject. By the way, I've received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. We should go book shopping together in a few days. "That's wonderful. We can go buy wands together," Draco exclaimed excitedly. "I bet my wand core will be Dragon Heartstring," Ollivander said. "The wand chooses the wizard, so perhaps I have a special connection with dragons, ever since the first time he laid eyes on a dragon at the age of 3. Draco had dreamed of owning one. Angela could only helplessly facepalm. "Then I can only wish you the best of luck." She intended to convey that the selection of wands bore no relation to the preferences of their masters. Yet upon witnessing the exhilaration etched upon Draco's face, she resolved to leave him with a delightful wish. Approaching the doorstep of the Dursleys' residence, Angelia raised her hand and rapped gently on the door. Typically, at this hour, Mr. Dudley would be occupied at his workplace. Mrs. Dudley would be at the supermarket procuring ingredients for dinner, and Dudley would be engaged in his classes at school, leaving Harry alone in the house. Curiously, after Angelia and Draco had waited for a while at the entrance, the door remained unopened. Could it be that Harry was not home today? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a muffled thud echoed from within, followed by a scream from Harry. Angelia and Draco exchanged glances and swiftly drew their wands. Casting an Alohomora at the door locked as the door creaked open, they beheld Harry, who had tripped over his own feet and fallen to the ground. Lost in contemplation, lying on the floor, Harry gazed up at the two who had barged in, a blush creeping across his cheeks. I was in a hurry to open the door and accidentally fell. He explained sheepishly, ruffling his hair as he stood up, offering an awkward grin. Draco, of course, seized the opportunity to mock him. Even the most dim-witted troll would find it difficult to execute such a foolish maneuver. He stepped forward, patting Harry on the shoulder. You truly live up to your reputation. Harry disdainfully shrugged off Draco's hand, retorting sarcastically, do refrain from letting the scent of trolls tarnish your noble hand. Proud peacock. Draco paid no heed to Harry's mocking tone, nonchalantly sauntering over to the sofa and seating himself, taking it all as a compliment. Thank you for the reminder. Harry emitted an indignant snort from his nose. With a resigned roll of her eyes, Angelia waved her wand, casting a cleaning charm on Harry. If I were you, I would simply leave this place with us. Once the three were seated on the sofa, Draco spoke up. You could stay at my home, or if you prefer, you could return to prison with Angelia. Anywhere is better than here. Hey, are you asking for a fight? Angelia threatened, shaking her fist. Draco quickly retreated to the far side of the sofa. Muttering defiantly, I was merely speaking the truth. A gentle smile graced Harry's face as he replied, it's all right. School starts in less than a month, and then I can leave this place. Speaking of school, I have good news. Angelia raised an eyebrow. What good news? Harry inquired, looking at her with feigned confusion. That I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I can attend school with you. Just as Angelia opened her mouth to speak, Draco, unable to restrain himself, interrupted and blurted it out first, if anticipating punishment. Draco immediately shrank into the corner, clutching his head in a pitiful manner. Yet curiously, Angelia seemed unfazed. She merely blinked her eyes and leaned closer to Harry, speaking in a conspiratorial tone that was still audible to Draco. I have a secret to share with you. What secret? Harry leaned in, his eyes wide with curiosity. Draco too cautiously raised his head to glance at them. Angelia covered her mouth with her hand and whispered something in Harry's ear, casting a glance at Draco. With exaggerated astonishment, Harry covered his mouth and exclaimed, Really? Draco's curiosity was piqued, completely forgetting about his earlier provocation of Angelia. As he leaned in, anxious to know, What did you tell him? I said, Angelia replied, her lips curving into a slight smile, that I'm about to give you a beating. Before her words could dissipate, Draco found himself pinned to the sofa by Angelia. Ah, you tricked me, he shrieked, curling into a ball. Harry, you actually helped her deceive me. Harry blinked innocently, pressing down on Draco's thrashing legs. That I wasn't planning to assist her, but since you put it that way, I suppose I shall lend her a hand. Ahahaha. Let me go. Ahahaha. Help, a dragon. Ahahaha. Angelia pinned Draco down, tickling him, while he writhed on the sofa, his pale face flushed with laughter. By the time Angelia was satisfied and released Draco, he lay sprawled on the sofa like a worn-out fish. After a prolonged moment of rest, Draco finally caught his breath to complain, You two wicked trolls. How dare you treat a Malfoy this way? I'm going to tell Uncle Lucius. Angelia elegantly smoothed the folds of her skirt. Do you think Uncle Lucius would favor me, or you? Draco pouted in indignation, curling up in the corner of the sofa, looking utterly wronged. Harry adjusted his glasses, struggling to suppress a smile. Angelia crossed her legs and cast a sidelong glance at Draco, feigning a sigh. I heard that Aronia has a display of a giant tooth dragon. I happen to have 3 tickets, but I'm not particularly interested in dragons. What a pity. Draco's expression underwent a drastic transformation as he sprang up to Angelia with a look of flattery. Tickets to the Aronia exhibition. How did you manage to get them? Father had so many people try to obtain them and failed. Angelia couldn't help but smirk. What does that have to do with you? A ticket for a wicked troll is hardly appealing to a young master of the Malfoy family. It is appealing. It is. Draco fervently nodded. How could you be a troll? You are the most beautiful, kindest, and cutest girl in the world. Draco gazed at Angelia with wide, shining gray eyes, causing her to feel a prickling sensation of discomfort. She disdainfully pushed his face away. "Don't look at me like that." Draco struggled to turn his face back, but Angelia firmly held it in place, resulting in a comical distortion of his features. Harry, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. "Hey, mind Malfoy's image." Harry casually picked up a mirror from nearby and aimed it at Draco. "That I bet if your father saw you like this, he would punish you severely." Draco was startled to see his distorted reflection in the mirror, and he immediately eased his grip, pulling his face away from Angelia's palm on the right side of his face. A bright red imprint from Angelia's hand was glaringly evident. Draco examined his reflection, rubbed the red mark, and pouted in grievance. "Don't know. I've been disfigured." Angelia also focused on the small red mark, attempting to suppress her laughter and feigning a guilty expression. "Don't be sad." Angelia reached out to ruffle his hair as a form of consolation. "This is for you." With that, she produced 3 tickets from her pocket and handed them to him. "Really?" Upon seeing the tickets, Draco's voice turned high-pitched with excitement, forgetting all about the disfigurement. "Indeed," Angelia flashed a mischievous smile. "They were intended for you all along." Draco blinked in confusion. "Who else besides you would be interested in dragons?" Angelia found Draco's expression too adorable, and she couldn't resist pinching his cheeks, the soft and bouncy sensation making her unable to stop. "That I specifically had a friend procure these for you. That I knew you were the best." Draco tucked the tickets into his pocket, his expression resolute. "I will not let your kind intentions go to waste. I will thoroughly examine that dragon." Harry let out an ungracious chuckle, just as they were all in high spirits. The sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from outside, and the 3 turned in unison towards the entrance. The large figure appeared outside, accompanied by heavy breathing, and Harry softly remarked, "It's Uncle Vernon returning." It is evident that this is not the first time they have encountered such a situation. Angelia and Draco skillfully scurried beneath the cupboard to hide. Harry, suppressing his smile, sat quietly on the sofa as Vernon entered the room. Upon seeing Harry seated there, he momentarily froze, then emitted a deep, discontented grunt from his nose. Though he refrained from addressing Harry directly. To be precise, he did not dare to, ever since the incident at the rocking house. The Dursleys had adopted a palpable attitude of willful ignorance towards him, no longer demanding that he perform chores, and they never spoke to him unless absolutely necessary, though, of course, there were no circumstances that required such conversation. Harry found great enjoyment in this mode of coexistence. Not having to interact with them made his life in the house significantly easier. Additionally, having acquired his own wand, he could now secretly practice some simple spells. In the past, when Angelia visited him to play, she often taught him basic charms, and he had cast a few using her wand. However, with his own wand, he discovered that his control over magic was far more precise during practice, which led him to secretly hone his skills. Draco had once mentioned that the restriction on underage wizardry stipulated that Hogwarts students were prohibited from using magic outside of school until they turned 17, except in cases of dire emergency. Thus, Harry sought to seize the opportunity to practice as much as possible before beginning his studies at Hogwarts. As fate would have it, he had been spotted a few times by Dudley while practicing spells in secret. Dudley had been so frightened that he had tumbled to the floor in tears, and since then, he no longer dared to recklessly bound up the stairs leading to the cupboard. Instead, he cautiously descended step by step. Fearful that Harry might conjure some pig's tail on him again, that Mr. Dursley seemed to be searching for something, and through the crack in the door, Angelia and Draco observed him rummaging in the corner with his ample backside protruding. Eventually collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his brow and used his hat to fan himself. "It was right here. How could it be missing?" Mr. Dursley muttered under his breath. Harry remained seated in the living room, and Mr. Dursley approached him with a menacing tone. "Boy, have you seen my documents?" "No, sir," Harry replied calmly. Mr. Dursley appeared visibly displeased with Harry's demeanor, yet he did not dare to take any action against him, not even to raise his voice in anger. Instead, he muttered to himself while glaring at Harry with his murky eyes. Harry paid him no mind, not even bothering to look up as he focused on examining the lines in his palm. As the two remained in this odd standoff in the living room, Angelia and Draco, peering through the cupboard's gap, spotted a glimmering white document lying beneath the cabinet that Mr. Dursley had just blocked. Exchanging glances, Angelia flashed a mischievous smile. The two in the living room continued their silent confrontation, while Angelia subtly twirled her wand, causing the document to swiftly fly out from beneath the cabinet. Darting through the window with remarkable speed and landing on the passenger seat of Mr. Dursley's car, Mr. Dudley seemed to sense something whizzing past him and abruptly turned around, yet found nothing behind him. He scanned the area but detected no anomalies. Dismissing his confusion, he ceased glaring at Harry and resumed his search. Blasted. This document is extremely important, and I need to present it to a client this afternoon. There is no time to create another copy that I must find it before 1 o'clock, he thought anxiously, glancing at his wristwatch, which indicated he had only half an hour left, with a frustrated click of his tongue. He continued to rummage through the house for a solid 30 minutes. During this time, he called Mrs. Dudley, the company secretary, his employees, and even Dudley, who was in class, but none had seen his document. Finally, as the clock struck 1, Mr. Dudley emerged with a pale complexion. As he climbed into his car and prepared to start the engine, the glaring white document on the passenger seat caught his attention. Blasted! A furious roar echoed through the window, followed by the roar of the car's engine as Mr. Dudley drove away. Angelia and Draco emerged from the cupboard back into the living room, where Harry looked at their triumphant expressions in confusion. "Guess what we did?" Draco exclaimed proudly as he leaned closer to Harry. Angelia cleared her throat gently, prompting Draco to quickly amend. "Guess what Angelia did?" Harry stifled a laugh and played along, asking, "What?" She tossed his document into his car. He searched for it for so long only to discover it was in his car all along. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear him say blasted at the end? I bet he was furious. Ha 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 ha. Draco clutched his stomach, leaning against Harry as he laughed uncontrollably, entirely shedding the demeanor of a nobleman. Harry, disdainfully rubbing his ears, discreetly distanced himself from Draco. With no other plans for the afternoon, the three decided to visit Diagon Alley. Angelia and Draco had yet to purchase their school supplies, while Harry had already acquired everything during his previous trip with Hagrid, making him an ideal guide for the 2.0. We can go buy wands together. I believe I can obtain a wand with a dragon heartstring core, Draco exclaimed, excitement bubbling as they prepared for their outing. By the way, Harry, what material is your wand made from? It is made of holly wood. With a phoenix feather core, Harry replied, brandishing his wand before Draco. Draco gazed at the smooth, rounded black wand. He swallowed with envy, unable to tear his eyes away. "Oh, it's truly beautiful." "Thank you," Harry said, noticing Draco's captivated gaze, and mischievously waved the wand before him. The tip traced an elegant arc through the air, and Draco's eyes followed it, his voice brimming with excitement. "Let's hurry. I can't wait to get my wand." Draco's expression was almost one of salivation, prompting Harry to chuckle teasingly. "Oh, be careful not to drool on my wand." Draco snapped back to reality, his ears turning red as he shot Harry a glare. Proudly lifting his chin, "It's just a wand. Perhaps I will soon possess one with a dragon heartstring core. When that time comes, I shall graciously lend it to you for a look." "I would be immensely grateful. I can hardly wait to see your wand with a dragon heartstring core," Harry replied, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Draco, clearly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Harry's words, continued to strut with pride, his chin nearly reaching the heavens. The three joined hands, with Angelia waving her wand and vanishing from their location through apparition. Passing through the leaky cauldron, they arrived at a brick wall, where Angelia expertly tapped her wand against the trash bin, counting 3 bricks up and 2 bricks across. If a switch had been flipped, the brick wall split open, revealing a passageway wide enough for a person to enter. On the other side of the wall, wizards donned in various robes bustled about on the cobblestone path, and shops were lively with business. "Oh, so many people." Angelia wrinkled her nose in distaste, for she detested waiting in lines. Harry scanned the street and finally set his sights on the entrance to the cauldron shop. "I think we should buy cauldrons first. There doesn't seem to be many people there." Draco, eyeing the crowded Ollivander's wand shop, replied eagerly, "Oh, we don't need that. My godfather has already prepared new cauldrons for both of us." Draco's godfather was reportedly a professor of potions at Hogwarts, a man Harry had never met but often heard them mentioned. It was clear that this professor had a fondness for both Draco and Angelia. "Then, how about we head to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have our school robes tailored?" Since Draco's attention was entirely fixated on the sign of Ollivander's wand shop, Harry turned to Angelia for her opinion. After carefully comparing the queue lengths outside each shop, Angelia sighed resignedly. "I think this is our best option." Draco gazed longingly at Ollivander's wand shop, while Angelia unceremoniously tugged at his arm, leading him towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Wait, let me have one more glance. I believe there are only a few people left inside. Perhaps we should visit there first." Draco turned back to Angelia, his gray eyes brimming with desire. Angelia coldly rejected him, saying, "I refuse to be squished into a mere pancake while waiting in line." Reluctantly, Draco cast one last look at the sign of Ollivanders, watching as the distance between them grew ever larger. Unable to bear his gaze any longer, Angelia turned his head and attempted to comfort him. "Selecting a wand is a swift process. Once we leave here, we can go buy one, I swear." "Very well," Draco acquiesced, reluctantly retracting his gaze and obediently following Angelia toward Madame Malkin's. The crowd was not overwhelming, and the three of them waited only a brief moment before it was their turn to go. "Mr. Potter, have you brought your friends?" Madame Malkin greeted Harry warmly. Harry offered a shy smile, brushing his unruly hair with his hand. "Yes, Madame Malkin. This is my friend Angelia Royal and Draco Malfoy. Of course. You are most welcome, my dears," Madame Malkin replied with a gentle smile. "Please step onto the platform so I can take your measurements." Harry secretly wore a mischievous grin. If his memory served him right, the measuring tape here was rather unruly, and it seemed that Draco and Angelia were destined for a similar fate as his own. However, he clearly miscalculated the situation's trajectory. From the moment the two stood on the platform until they stepped down to choose their styles, the measuring tape moved with fluidity, adhering strictly to its purpose without a hint of deviation. Harry pouted in discontent. It wasn't until the three emerged from Madame Malkin's that Harry still wore an expression of disbelief. "What is wrong with you? I thought this expression was reserved solely for Draco," Angelia remarked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. At Harry's face bore an unmistakable frown. "Why is the tape so gentle with you? When I came for my measurements, it practically wrapped itself around me." "Oh, perhaps it has taken a liking to you," Angelia consoled him, though her barely suppressed laughter only deepened Harry's irritation. "Shall we proceed to Ollivander's wand shop now?" Draco's gaze remained glued to the sign of Ollivanders, unwilling to part from it. There are hardly any customers left. Indeed, the crowd had thinned considerably. There were no longer any patrons queuing outside, and through the glass, it appeared that only a couple of children remained inside. "All right then. Let us go purchase wands," Angelia readily agreed. The trio approached the entrance of Ollivanders, pulling the door open, and Draco eagerly dashed inside. "Sir, I would like a wand, please," despite the dim lighting, which was almost darker than that in Snape's office. Angelia could still discern the excitement on Draco's face. "Very well," said a peculiar old man with hair like snow, slowly turning to face them. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, I remember your father's first wand. 13 inches of elm with a dragon heartstring core." Angelia swore she saw a flicker of pride cross Draco's features upon hearing this. "Your father was quite fond of it," Ollivander remarked, retrieving a measuring tape from a drawer and advancing towards Draco. "And of course, your mother's wand." "Pardon me, but I must interject," Draco interposed with an air of haughty entitlement. "I would appreciate it if you could expedite the process of acquiring my wand." "Ah, of course, but we must first take your measurements. Please extend your arms. Which hand do you prefer to use for your wand?" Ollivander swallowed the rest of his unfinished tale and finally commenced with the matters concerning wand procurement. "Right hand," Draco responded, extending his arms as Ollivander measured him from fingertips to shoulders and from chest to soles. When the tape finally reached his nostrils, Draco could no longer suppress a roll of his eyes. Fortunately, Ollivander promptly turned and made his way to the shelves laden with wands, allowing Draco's impatience to dissipate. "Now, Mr. Malfoy, try this one." Ollivander presented a box before him. Draco leaned in excitedly as Ollivander slowly opened the box to reveal a warm brown wand nestled within. Made of beech wood and dragon heartstring, 7 inches long, with excellent flexibility, Ollivander gently introduced. Upon hearing dragon heartstring, Draco's eyes lit up, and he seized the wand, waving it with eagerness. Instantly, the shelves behind Ollivander collapsed, sending wands tumbling to the ground. "Oh, no worries," Ollivander said, unfazed as he retrieved the wand from Draco's grasp and returned it to the box. "I don't believe this is the one. No, it is this one." Draco gazed longingly as the wand was reinserted into its box. No, not this one. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Malfoy." Ignoring Draco's protests, Ollivander's eyes continued to scan the shelves. "How about trying this one?" He produced another box from the shelf, made of maple wood with a phoenix feather core. 11 inches long, with average flexibility. Draco appeared utterly disheartened as he waved the wand, resulting in yet another shelf collapsing. No, not this one either. Ollivander returned the wand to its box, and turned back to examine the sole intact shelf. Let me see. Hope rekindled in Draco's eyes. Before long, Ollivander had his sights set on another target, climbing a tall ladder to retrieve a box from the highest shelf. Hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, 10 inches to I believe this one is destined for you. Draco's small face fell once more as he waved the wand, yet the only intact shelf remained steadfastly upright. I believe this is your wand, Mr. Malfoy, Ollivander remarked with a smile, although Draco still seemed slightly disappointed. He was evidently satisfied with his wand, the fleeting shadow of discontent on his face quickly replaced by joy. Now, it is your turn, Miss Royal. Ollivander's gaze shifted to Angelia. She stepped forward confidently, having heard that Ollivander often recounts the family lineage of those who purchased wands from him. Her curiosity piqued. However, this time, Ollivander appeared unusually silent, having said the initial greeting but showing no inclination to speak further. Sir, do you have nothing to say to me? Angelia inquired softly, gazing at the silently measuring Ollivander. For instance, when did my family purchase their first wand from you? Ollivander offered a faint smile, though it seemed forced, as the fear lurking in his eyes threatened to spill over. I apologize, Miss Royal. One grows old, and at times, one's memory fails that I can no longer recall those events. Is that so? Angelia raised an eyebrow, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips, yet she refrained from speaking further. Harry and Draco exchanged puzzled glances at the exchange. They were, in fact, unaware of Angelia's family background. Whenever this topic arose, Angelia either changed the subject or fell silent, so they never pressed for more information. Curiosity undoubtedly lingered, and Draco had privately inquired with his father, but everyone maintained an air of discretion regarding the matter. Even if one does not comprehend, a friend remains a friend, irrespective of family background. The matters she prefers to keep private will not be probed into. Thus, in silence, they measured the dimensions, until Mr. Ollivander finally spoke again. Very well, let me take a look. He turned to the intact shelves. Oh, no, not here. Mr. Ollivander shook his head nervously, redirecting his gaze to the two mounds of wands and the two collapsed, damaged shelves. Restored to their former glory, Mr. Ollivander flicked his wrist with his wand and continued. All cleaned up. The two shelves immediately returned to their pre-collapse state, and the scattered wands on the floor flew back to their respective places. Draco observed the weathered wooden racks being repaired once more and quietly leaned closer to Harry, whispering in his ear, I bet that wooden rack has been around for at least 100 years. 137 years, Mr. Malfoy, Ollivander corrected, turning back. By the way, my hearing is quite good. Draco raised his chin, adopting an air of arrogance. Ollivander's gaze swept across the three shelves, ultimately extracting a black box from the very top of the middle shelf. Please try this, Miss Royal. He gently opened the box, revealing a black wand within, made of birch wood and phoenix feather, 11 inches long, with excellent flexibility. Angelia picked up the wand from the box and waved it, causing the entire room to suddenly tremble violently. Ollivander gazed at her in shock, fear gradually spreading from his eyes to his face. Trembling, he took the wand from Angelia and returned it to the box, closing the lid with a quivering voice. This wand may not be suitable for you. Angelia raised an eyebrow. I believe I know which one you should use. He stiffly bent down and retrieved a dark green box from beneath the counter. For reasons unknown, Ollivander appeared even more panicked. His somewhat contorted expression revealed shock and fear, intermingled with a hint of vague anticipation. Inside, the dark green wand revealed itself, crafted from elder wood soaked in basilisk venom and the tail feathers of a thunderbird. Measuring 11 1/3 inches, with good flexibility, Ollivander pushed the box toward Angelia, his face brimming with anticipation that nearly overshadowed his fear. Angelia gazed down at the wand within the box, the dark green shaft shimmering beautifully. She felt her magical essence surging, an exhilarating sensation enveloping her entirely. She was certain this was the wand meant for her. In the expectant gaze of Ollivander, Angelia reached for the wand, and the moment her fingertips brushed against the shaft, she sensed a connection forming between herself and the wand. It felt as if the wand had become a part of her being, something she could manipulate freely, use wholeheartedly, and trust implicitly. As she tentatively waved it, a marvelous euphoria coursed through her body. I believe this is the wand. Angelia lifted her gaze to Ollivander. He was staring blankly at the wand in her hand, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Mr. Ollivander, Angelia called out, raising her voice. What is it? Ollivander's gaze shifted to her face, forcing a smile, and nothing. Angelia then turned to look at Draco and Harry, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. We can leave now. She tossed 14 gold galleons onto the counter. Ollivander paid no attention to the coins, entirely focused on the wand in Angelia's hand. She had indeed taken that wand. Harry and Draco found this rather peculiar. As the three exited the wand shop, Draco mysteriously pulled the two aside. Did you find him a bit odd? Harry nodded in agreement. Why did he seem so shocked when he saw Angelia's wand? Perhaps I took his favorite wand. And hasn't he always been a bit neurotic? Angelia rolled her eyes, grabbing their arms as they headed towards Flourish and Blots. Come on, we need to hurry. There will be a line at the bookshop, and if we dawdle, we won't finish buying everything. Draco and Harry were dragged along into Flourish and Blots. The shop was bustling with numerous patrons. And the trio found themselves squeezed in front of a rotund man, nearly becoming a pancake. Oh, for heaven's sake. Angelia frowned as she tugged her robe free from under a woman's feet. I truly detest places like this. Although Harry was also cramped, he kindly suggested, why don't you step outside? Draco and I can manage the line. Draco nodded painfully. You really shouldn't be crammed in here. Go on. We'll be fine. Angelia blinked back tears of gratitude. Then I'll go to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to get you the giant chocolate raspberry and nut sundae. Upon receiving the approval of Draco and Harry, she successfully extricated herself from the crowd with their assistance. Standing outside Flourish and Blots, Angelia first observed carefully, ensuring Draco and Harry would not see her before she moved stealthily towards Ollivander's wand shop. Any potential threats must be addressed in advance, and all useful information must be diligently acquired. This was what Gellert had taught her. Conveniently, there were no other customers in Ollivander's shop, and Angelia nimbly slipped inside. Casting an anti-interference charm at the door, why are you back? What do you want? Ollivander, who had been deep in thought behind the counter, hurriedly stood up, only to find Angelia standing before him, even casting an anti-interference charm in front of him. Do not worry, Angelia said, observing Ollivander's frantic wand, a playful smile tugging at her lips. It's just a minor matter, soul extraction. Caught off guard, Ollivander was struck by a wave of green light. And within his gradually dazed gaze, Angelia successfully unearthed the information she sought. Garrick, you must keep this wand safe, absolutely and unequivocally must not sell it lightly. Old Ollivander leaned weakly against the bedside. Before him stood a youthful version of Mr. Ollivander, tearfully listening to his instructions. When you meet its true master and sell the wand to him, you must immediately pack your belongings and leave England. No. Leave Europe. You must leave at once. The further away, the better. Only the most wicked of wizards will be the master of this wand. From the moment this wand chooses its master, the entire wizarding world will be plunged into catastrophe. Angelia glanced down at the wand in her hand, raising an eyebrow in ambivalence. It turned out that she was not the only one prophesied to be the Dark Lord. Ollivander cowered in the corner, sweat beading on his forehead. The recent soul extraction had drained him of much of his magic and strength, rendering him incapable of even a simple defensive spell. Noticing his gaze, Angelia looked up at him, her tone gentle. I do not wish to trouble you. Once you forget everything, the choice is entirely yours. She pointed the wand's tip at Ollivander, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she softly murmured, Obliviate. Ollivander's memories of selling the wand to her, along with all the recollections associated with that wand, dissipated into thin air. Observing Ollivander collapsed on the ground, Angelia turned away with a detached expression. Dispelling the anti-interference charm on the door before striding out, the shop door swung open and shut, and Ollivander, bewildered, opened his eyes and sat up in his chair to resume the work he had left unfinished. Apart from the 7 golden galleons that had mysteriously appeared in the counter, nothing remained to attest that a wand unlike any other had once been sold here. The Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was not particularly crowded. Angelia found an empty table and ordered 3 large servings of ice cream while waiting for Draco and Harry. After approximately 10 minutes, Draco and Harry stumbled in, each burdened with an entire stack of books. Oh, Merlin's beard, Draco exclaimed, throwing the books onto the table, causing it to tremble under their sudden weight. These books are quite heavy. That you've worked hard, Angelia said, nudging the ice cream towards them. Eat something and take a break. Draco, irritably shaking his hand, plopped down into a chair, while Harry set his books aside and sat down, clearly in a much better mood. There are many people outside. I think we can linger here a bit longer. Harry's voice was as gentle as ever. That sounds splendid, Angelia said, scooping a generous mouthful of ice cream into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Hewing is truly dreadful. Draco stabbed at the ice cream in front of him, his delicate features contorting with anger. That insufferable woman. Don't let me find out who she is. Otherwise, I'll ensure my father teaches her a lesson. Confused, Angelia cast a glance towards Harry. Harry shrugged helplessly. A woman took the book from Draco, forcing him to jump up again to grab another one. That I did not jump, Draco retorted angrily, his face turning crimson. That I merely stood on my toes. Harry stifled a laugh, turning back to Angelia and nodding seriously. Yes, standing on your toes, just occasionally lifting your feet off the ground. Angelia couldn't help but giggle. Draco jabbed at his ice cream even harder, his ears flushing red. Observing the tragic state of the ice cream before him, Angelia forced herself to suppress her laughter. Don't be angry. Here, try this. It's quite delicious, she said earnestly, scooping a spoonful of ice cream towards Draco's mouth, her eyes betraying a hidden mirth. Draco, prideful, opened his mouth to accept the ice cream, and the instant his tongue touched the cold sweetness, his taste buds ignited, visibly improving his mood. Isn't it rather good? Noticing Draco's transformation, Angelia smiled softly. Draco, his ears still red, mumbled, "It's, all right." With that, he buried his face into the remains of his previously mangled ice cream. Angelia and Harry exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. It was not until they had devoured a substantial portion of their ice cream that Draco finally relaxed. Oh, what do we need to buy next? Angelia turned her head towards the window and immediately spotted the Elops Owl Emporium. I think we can visit Elops and the magical menagerie, she replied, her eyes sparkling. That I want to buy a pet snake to take with me. Oh, come now. Draco waved his spoon dismissively. Didn't you read that list carefully? It clearly states that first-year students are only allowed to choose an owl, a cat, or a toad. Angelia glanced at the large window of Elops Owl Emporium once more. That may not be the case. If Uncle Severus is willing to help me, I think I could ask him to bring one for me. Draco raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Merlin bless you. Angelia bit down on her spoon in frustration. By the time the three finished their ice cream, nearly an hour had passed, and the number of people in Diagon Alley had noticeably dwindled. Draco summoned the Malfoy family house elf to take their purchases home, and the trio, feeling considerably lighter, returned to Diagon Alley to wander about. At Angelia's insistence, they made their first stop at Elops Owl Emporium. The shop was filled with various owls, and as Angelia scanned the colorful creatures, none particularly captured her fancy. Draco, equally disinterested, roamed about the shop, teasing one owl and startling another, causing the caged owls to flap about restlessly, scattering feathers throughout the room. However, Harry seemed to have found one he liked. As Angelia wandered back to the same spot for a second look, she found him standing transfixed in front of a white owl. "Do you like it?" Angelia asked, standing beside him and intently observing the owl, which was perched in its cage, eyes half closed in a doze, seemingly oblivious to their gaze. Harry ruffled his messy hair, a spark of delight flashing in his green eyes. That it's rather beautiful. Angelia nodded knowingly, straightening up and waving to the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, over here, I'd like to check out. Oh, no, Harry said hurriedly, waving his hands. "I brought money. Consider this as a gift for your school year." Angelia winked at him, preemptively handing the money to the shopkeeper. "Perfect, I was unsure what to get you." "Thank you," Harry replied, a shy smile gracing his face. Draco, having finally tired of teasing the gray owl, approached them. "What are you two chatting about?" "Look, my new owl," Harry exclaimed excitedly, holding up the cage. "I'm going to name her Hedwig Doe." "Lovely name," Draco remarked with a lackluster enthusiasm, bending down to examine the cage's occupant, who remained aloof, squinting from the center of its enclosure. "If you ask me, she is quite pretty," Draco said, giving the cage a light tap. Hedwig opened her eyes and glared at him with discontent. "Just a bit temperamental." Angelia smirked, teasingly adding, "Indeed, just like you." Harry immediately caught on, lowering his head to suppress a laugh. Draco, momentarily bewildered, soon understood, his ears reddening as he lifted his chin haughtily. "Just take it as a compliment." Harry's shoulders shook with laughter. The three of them left Elops Owl Emporium, carrying Hedwig's cage, and Angelia then led them to the magical menagerie. Compared to Elops, this place was much more lively. Various animals howled from their cages, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of different creatures, causing the three to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. Clearly, The other wizards in the shop were enduring the same minor ordeal, many sporting similar expressions of distaste. Angelia discreetly waved her wand, casting a spell to dull their sense of smell. Earning grateful looks from her companions. "Oh, how adorable," Angelia said, leaning down to look at a small black snake in a transparent box. "It seems to be a highly venomous species. I've seen it in my books." "Indeed, it is, miss," a voice came from behind her. Angelia turned to find an unfamiliar boy smiling at her. Draco and Harry instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of Angelia. The boy watched their movements with an amused smile and gently introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, a third-year student from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts." Angelia, who had always favored aesthetically pleasing individuals or things, found Cedric's appearance quite to her liking, and she immediately offered a warm smile as she stepped around Draco and Harry to approach him. "Hello, I'm Angelia Royal, a soon-to-be first year at Hogwarts. So you're one of this year's new students," Cedric said, adjusting the strap of his bag on his shoulder, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he resumed his warm demeanor. "Just a reminder, Hogwarts does not permit pet snakes. That if you wish to keep one, make sure to have some basic antidotes ready at home, or it could become quite troublesome should you happen to get bitten." Cedric cast his gaze upon the transparent box, where a small snake coiled itself in the corner. Angelia's face brightened with a radiant smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will prepare the antidote and keep it at home." A deeper smile formed on Cedric's lips, but before he could utter another word, a voice from outside called his name. Ced, let's go. We need to buy books." A boy with brown hair pressed against the glass door. Shouting loudly, Cedric glanced back at him and offered Angelia an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I have to attend to something with my friend. We'll see each other at school." "All right, goodbye, Senior," Angelia replied sweetly, waving at him. Once Cedric departed, Draco conspiratorially leaned closer to Angelia. "Do you know who he is, Cedric Diggory?" Angelia raised an eyebrow at him. "He just mentioned it. No, I mean," Draco said, casting a sidelong glance at Cedric's retreating figure. "He's quite the heartthrob. The girls are absolutely crazy about him." Angelia nodded, her gaze drifting back to the black snake in the transparent box, casually responding, "He is indeed quite charming." Noticing her apparent misunderstanding, Draco leaned closer. "If you get too close to him, you'll undoubtedly be torn apart by his frenzied admirers." Angelia finally grasped his meaning. She turned her head to look at him and playfully tapped his forehead. "What are you thinking? We are only in our first year." Draco rubbed his head, feigning grievance. "I was just concerned you might get bullied, so I thought I'd give you a heads up." Harry, who had remained silent, looked at the aggrieved Draco and shook his head with a faint smile. Sighing, with Angelia's level of magic, it would indeed be quite difficult for her to be bullied by her classmates. Draco appeared even more aggrieved. Angelia, exasperated, reached out to rub the red mark on his forehead, soothingly saying, all right, I know you mean well. I was wrong, okay?" Draco, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin. "Then I shall reluctantly forgive you." It seemed their voices had disturbed the small snake within the box, which suddenly slithered toward Angelia. Hiss, hiss. The little snake flicked its tongue at her, swaying its head as if trying to convey something. Both Angelia and Harry appeared to understand, crouching down to meet the snake's gaze. While Draco stood there, still perplexed. Hiss. Harry seemed eager to converse with the snake. The moment he opened his mouth, Angelia's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly covered his mouth. Fortunately, the surrounding noise masked the commotion. Harry, confused, looked at Angelia and Draco, who both stared at him in shock. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, lowering Angelia's hand from his mouth. "Why are you both looking at me like that?" Draco gulped nervously, glancing around before leaning closer to Harry and whispering, "You a parcel mouth. What's that?" Harry looked at him, bewildered. "This isn't the place to discuss it." Angelia and Draco exchanged glances, standing up and pulling Harry along. "Let's head back." Harry, utterly confused, followed them out. After exiting the magical zoo, the trio did not linger but headed directly back to the Dursleys' home. Mrs. Dursley had returned, humming a tune while preparing dinner in the kitchen. Angelia, along with Draco and Harry, operated beneath the cupboard, casting several concealment spells around them before speaking. "Harry, a parcel mouth is someone who can communicate with snakes. This is not a common gift, meaning only a few confirmed individuals possess the ability, most of whom are descendants of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts Slytherin House. For certain reasons, being a parcel mouth has long been viewed as a mark of evil, and possessing this ability is not advantageous in the wizarding world. You might face discrimination because of it." Harry's face gradually revealed signs of alarm. Of course, Angelia said with a reassuring smile. You need not worry. I am also a Parselmouth. That Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to her. You're a Parselmouth. You never mentioned that before. You never asked. Angelia shrugged. Draco stood up excitedly, glancing back and forth between Angelia and Harry, before exclaiming indignantly, You both are Parselmouths. Why am I not one? Oh, Draco. Angelia replied with a resigned expression. You know that in the wizarding world, that isn't exactly a good thing. Come on, I'm a Slytherin, Draco protested, raising his chin defiantly. Those foolish wizards wouldn't understand the greatness of Slytherin. Allow me to remind you. Angelia raised an eyebrow. We haven't been sorted yet, Draco scoffed, his chin nearly touching the ceiling. You should know, my entire family are Slytherins. How could I not be sorted into Slytherin? I am undoubtedly a Slytherin. After saying this, he shot a glance at Angelia. You must be a Slytherin as well. Angelia covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she shot him a teasing glance. It's a pity you don't pursue a career as the Sorting Hat with such talent. Draco's face turned crimson, and he opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately held back. He glared at Angelia, huffing in annoyance, and turned away, sulking in silence. And irked Draco was undeniably adorable, causing even Harry to temporarily forget about the Parselmouth issue, his anxiousness transforming into a stifled smile. Angelia's bright smile showed no signs of waning as she leaned closer to Draco, studying his increasingly flushed face. Draco, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Angelia feigned concern, yet the playful undertone was unmistakable, her azure eyes sparkling mischievously. Draco's face deepened in hue, his ears burning. You wretched troll. Angelia pretended not to understand, wearing an innocent expression. What's wrong with you? Draco, seething, nearly ground his teeth, his light golden hair seeming ready to combust. Harry cleared his throat to suppress his amusement, gently steering the conversation. So, being a Parselmouth doesn't really signify anything, right? You could say that, but in the minds of most wizards, being a Parselmouth equates to evil, Angelia replied, returning to her seat beside Harry, no longer teasing Draco. Draco's complexion finally returned to normal. Do not casually reveal this to outsiders in the future, Angelia continued. It's dangerous. I understand. Harry nodded earnestly, his emerald eyes curving into a gentle smile. I will be cautious from now on. After advising Harry, Angelia recalled something important. Can you control your Parselmouth ability? I don't think so. Harry lowered his gaze, speaking softly. When I spoke to that little snake today, I didn't realize I was speaking Parseltongue. Angelia pressed her lips together. Then try not to speak when you encounter snakes in the future. Dinner's ready. Before Harry could respond, Mrs. Dasley's voice echoed from outside, followed by a series of loud knocks on the cupboard door. Time to eat. Angelia and Draco immediately stood up, vanishing from their spot. Back at Malfoy Manor, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa had already returned. Darling, you're back. Narcissa's eyes lit up as she walked over to take Angelia's hand gently. When did you return? This afternoon, Angelia replied, allowing Narcissa to lead her to the sofa. Draco and I went out with Harry to buy supplies for the new school year. Lucius shot a cold glance at Draco, who stood before the fireplace with his head bowed, looking as if he were being reprimanded. Draco, Lucius seized the compendium of potions carelessly discarded upon the sofa and hurled it onto the coffee table, the hefty tome landing with a resounding thud. Have you completed the tasks I assigned to you? He inquired. Draco flinched slightly, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, Father, I have yet to finish memorizing the potions compendium. Lucius huffed discontentedly, his fingers delicately tracing the serpent-headed cane. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Angelia quickly sidled up to Lucius. Uncle Lucius, I apologize. It was my insistence that Draco accompany me to IT is entirely my fault. She admitted, lowering her gaze. This matter is not your fault. It is inherently his duty to accompany you on your outings. The tasks assigned today were not overly burdensome. He could have easily accomplished both. A Malfoy should learn to manage his time judiciously. Since he has failed to do so, it must be due to his procrastination, Lucius remarked, his demeanor softening as he addressed Angelia. He offered her a reassuring smile before casting a disdainful glance at Draco. One wonders where all the Malfoy lessons have seemingly vanished to. Draco, hearing this, pouted in grievance. What? You feel unjustly treated. Do you not comprehend where your errors lie? Lucius's countenance darkened once more, and he struck the ground forcefully with his cane. Draco instinctively straightened up, donning an obedient expression. No, Father, I do not feel unjust. I should not have sneaked away without completing my tasks, nor should I have procrastinated, nor arranged my time ineffectively. As the heir of the Malfoy lineage, you ought to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor at all times, rather than requiring a lady to plead on your behalf for your missteps, Lucius admonished coldly, rising with his cane in hand. You shall make up for today's tasks tomorrow. Yes, father, Draco replied, his head bowed in shame as Lucius ascended the stairs. Narcissa offered Angelia a gentle smile before following Lucius upstairs, leaving Angelia and Draco alone in the sitting room. Draco, Angelia approached him, feeling remorseful. Are you all right? I'm sorry. Today's events are entirely my fault for insisting on taking you along. Draco's eyes sparkled mischievously as he replied, if you truly feel that way, why not accompany me tomorrow for some reading? A conflicted expression crossed Angelia's face. She had other commitments the following day. Noticing her hesitation, Draco feigned a sigh, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Never mind. I understand you are busy, so you need not accompany me tomorrow. At his words, Angelia felt even guiltier. She mentally recalibrated her schedule, postponing some less urgent tasks. All right, I will join you for reading tomorrow, she assured him earnestly. Draco looked at her in surprise, clearly not expecting her agreement. Yet he quickly adopted his haughty demeanor once more. Ahem, then I shall forgive you. Tomorrow, Uncle Severus will also be visiting, and Angelia can conveniently discuss Lena with him. Before long, dinner time arrived, and Narcissa had instructed the house elves to prepare 4 meals. Angelia stayed for dinner, where each place was set with a steak and a glass of juice. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco had black pepper steak with orange juice, while Angelia enjoyed red wine steak and pineapple juice, her favorite flavors known to those close to her. After a delightful dinner, Narcissa took Angelia's hand, settling on the sofa for a lengthy conversation before finally allowing her to depart. Upon returning to Nurmengard, she found Gellert already asleep, so she tiptoed back to her own room. The hour was late, and with plans to accompany Draco for reading the following day, she needed to attend to urgent matters that night. While was perched in his cage, preening his feathers, upon seeing Angelia, he tilted his head and blinked at her. Angelia gestured for silence, and while obediently remained quiet, watching her intently. In a moment, you will deliver a letter to England, she said, breaking a small biscuit to feed him gently. It's the same address as last time. You know it. While pecked at her fingers to signify his understanding. After feeding while, Angelia sat at the table, retrieving a special piece of parchment from the drawer. With a unique feather quill, she inscribed her thoughts. The ink, a deep green, was swiftly absorbed by the parchment, causing the writing to fade within moments, leaving no trace, clean as if it were a brand new sheet. Once the ink dried, Angelia folded the parchment and sealed it within an envelope. Beckoning to Weil in his cage, he alighted on her shoulder with understanding. She tenderly stroked his beautiful feathers and softly instructed, off you go, but do not let anyone see you, while nudged the letter against her cheek before soaring out the window. Unlike the relentless rain of England, Nurmengard enjoyed more sunny days, with the night sky often clear and serene. Angelia leaned against the window, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains, her mind gradually finding tranquility. Nurmengard, Hogwarts. Dumbledore merely wished to place her in a new cage. After all, keeping her under his watchful eye would facilitate his surveillance and control. Yet, she was no longer the defenseless infant of 11 years past. Dumbledore had enjoyed his untroubled days long enough. It was time to introduce a measure of discomfort into his existence. The evening breeze in Nurmengard carried a refreshing chill, sharpening Angelia's focus, seizing the opportunity while it was not too late. She returned to her desk to address the accumulating letters. Moments turned to minutes, and before midnight struck, Angelia finally stretched, rising from her chair. Thus far, all had proceeded smoothly, and she eagerly anticipated Dumbledore's reaction upon their next encounter. With such cheerful thoughts, Angelia drifted into slumber. The following morning, Angelia arrived at Malfoy Manor. As soon as her feet touched the floor, Draco's excited voice rang out. You really came. Just as she was recovering from the disorientation of apparition, she found herself confronted by Draco's enlarged face. Without hesitation, she pushed his face away. What are you getting so close for? Draco tried to twist his neck back, but found himself unable to escape Angelia's grasp. Resorting to a pitiful gaze that I am welcoming you, he protested. Angelia released him with a glance, her lovely face scrunching up in distaste. Next time, keep your distance. Seeing her relent, Draco stubbornly leaned closer again, his eyes sparkling. Are you here to read with me? Before Angelia could respond, an annoyed cough interrupted from behind him. Ahem. Draco immediately straightened his demeanor, turning to bow respectfully. Father. Angelia couldn't help but laugh. After breakfast, Severus appeared through the fireplace. Uncle Severus, Angelia exclaimed, fluttering into his embrace like a delicate butterfly. You haven't visited in ages. The girl in his arms spoke with fondness, and Severus couldn't suppress a faint smile. I had intended to visit this weekend. Angelia tilted her head, her beautiful azure eyes scanning his somewhat weary face, and she pouted in discontent. Uncle Severus, you haven't been resting well, have you? Severus gently ruffled Angelia's smooth golden hair, his voice intentionally softened. I have been rather busy lately. Angelia blinked at him, her expression sweetly innocent. Once I go to Hogwarts, can I assist Uncle Severus? Then I can help him brew potions. Severus's heart softened at her words. He always found himself speaking more gently in her presence. Very well. After conversing for a while, Draco finally emerged from the dining hall. He had been caught making faces at Angela during their meal, which resulted in Lucius imposing a 30-minute standing punishment upon him, a sentence that had only just concluded. Godfather. Draco approached Severus with a respectful demeanor, his face devoid of any superfluous expressions. Were it not for Angela witnessing him sneakily turning his face to her and sticking out his tongue, one might genuinely believe he had reformed. Draco, Severus's voice lacked the gentleness it had held while speaking with Angela, sounding somewhat cold and stern. I heard you failed to complete the recitation of the potions compendium yesterday? He knew that the inevitable had finally come. A look of guilt surfaced on Draco's face, yet before he could admit his fault, Angela preempted him. Uncle Severus. Angela lowered her head, adopting an expression of contrition. I am sorry. It was I who invited Draco out to play yesterday. Severus's serious demeanor remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze toward Angela, his expression dark and forbidding. Draco even feared that Angela was about to receive a reprimand. However, it was evident that reprimands were not in store for Angela. He heard his godfather's soft voice addressing her. It's all right. That portion can be recited alongside today's material. Draco clenched his small fists in frustration. He knew it. The subsequent tutoring session proceeded particularly smoothly. Although it was said to be a study session with Draco, it primarily involved Severus elucidating potion making and the uses of materials for Draco, while Angela independently perused the advanced potions compendium and brewed a few potions on her own. Every time he studied alongside Angela, he felt it was an unabashed affront to his intelligence. Angela was a veritable prodigy in her studies. She could grasp the essence of any book after merely a single reading, and even in practical subjects like charms and potions, she seemed to master them after just a few attempts. Functioning like a finely tuned learning machine that required only a few adjustments to operate seamlessly. In the past, Draco would stubbornly compete with her, but gradually, as the disparity in their studies widened, Angela left him far behind in every regard. The initial defiance he felt was extinguished as if doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving only envy and admiration in its wake. For instance, at this moment, he had just reached the second-year potions curriculum at Hogwarts, while Angela was already engrossed in sixth-year material. What was even more infuriating was that potions were not even her strongest subject. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to resist glancing surreptitiously at Angela. She was bent over her desk by the window, writing something with a quill, sunlight bathing her porcelain skin in a warm golden glow. Perhaps sensing Draco's gaze, Angela looked up and offered him a gentle smile, her rosy lips curving into a beautiful arc, her clear blue eyes slightly crinkling, the sunlight sparkling within them, creating a mesmerizing effect. That Draco's heart raced, and before he could collect his thoughts, Severus's voice rang out mockingly from above, elongated in tone. If young Master Malfoy believes he has mastered everything, then he should brew me a polyjuice potion now to prove that his mind is not filled with nothing but weeds. If you have yet to learn it, then I dare say you are not yet entitled to daydream. Ashamed, Draco lowered his head, suddenly understanding the meaning behind that beautiful smile. Angela had already seen that his mind had wandered. No wonder she smiled at him so suddenly. How infuriating. She didn't even bother to give him a warning. Draco clenched his small fists in indignation but quickly remembered that he could never best her. So he nonchalantly lowered his hands. How vexing. In truth, Angela had not thought so much. She had simply encountered a difficult problem and wanted to ask Uncle Severus for assistance, not wishing to interrupt his lesson. So she had glanced up to check if their class was over. Unexpectedly, upon looking up, she found Draco staring at her, prompting her to offer him a brief smile to encourage his continued efforts. Consequently, Uncle Severus had suddenly noticed him zoning out. How unfortunate. Angela shook her head, devoid of sympathy. and returned to her book. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Narcissa sent a house elf to summon them for lunch. After a morning filled with potion studies, Draco felt utterly exhausted, while Angela appeared particularly lively. Lunch consisted of Angela's favorite creamy mushroom soup, which she happily finished in its entirety, followed by a small portion of red wine beefsteak. After lunch, Angela sought out Severus alone. "Uncle Severus, I have a favor to ask of you," Angela began mysteriously. Severus's expression softened. "What is it?" "I would like a person named Lena Dubois to teach our defense against the dark arts class this year." Angela leaned closer to Severus, her gaze earnest. "Dubois?" Severus raised an eyebrow slightly. "Your acquaintance?" "Indeed." Angela tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft and pleading. "Please, Uncle Severus, I have need of her." Severus sighed lightly, tapping her forehead with his finger. "I can assist you, but you must not cause trouble." Angela nodded earnestly. She would never cause trouble. Trouble sought her out instead on the eve of the school term. A grand ball was to be held at Malfoy Manor, and as Draco's designated dance partner, Angela naturally had to stay out a few days prior. Narcissa had ordered a plethora of exquisite gowns for her from fashion magazines, and over the past few days, the dresses had been arriving, making Angela's primary task to try on these new dresses incessantly. During her stay at the Malfoy residence, Narcissa had been consistently pampering her with snacks, even sending a platter of treats to her room before bed. Fortunately, Angela possessed a physique that did not gain weight easily. Otherwise, she might have struggled to zip up those gowns. After several days of selection, Narcissa finally chose the perfect gown, accessories, and hairstyle for Angela, hastily ordering a matching suit for Draco. Soon, the day of the ball arrived. Angela donned a pink-white fitted princess gown, her feet adorned with sheer white stockings edged with pink lace embellished with pearls. And she wore dainty white round-toed shoes that a waist chain of alternating pearls and pink crystals adorned her waist, complemented by two petite Venus pearls in her ears. Her long, light golden curls flowed down her back, the end secured with silver threads holding freshwater pearls. Draco, on the other hand, wore a white suit with a light pink shirt underneath, a small white bow tie neatly fastened at the collar. His cufflinks, carefully selected by Narcissa, were made of pink crystals that perfectly matched the shape of Angela's waist chain, making him unexpectedly handsome in the white suit. As was customary, the host opened the ball. Draco gentlemanly extended his hand to Angela, and together they glided onto the dance floor. Their years of practiced coordination allowed their steps to flow in perfect harmony. Both had received training in dance, and a simple opening waltz was no challenge for them. After the first dance concluded, everyone flocked to the dance floor, while Draco and Angela retreated to the sidelines to grab a bite to eat. As soon as Angela found a spot to sit, Theodore approached. "Angela." Theodore's voice was as gentle as ever. "There you are. Were you looking for me?" Angela scooped a spoonful of cake into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. She and Theodore had encountered each other at numerous balls, becoming quite familiar, thus there was no need for her to uphold any noble etiquette in his presence. "Indeed, I had intended to ask you for a dance, but you slipped away right after the opening waltz, so I had to come find you," Theodore replied with a smile in his eyes. Angela glanced at the cake in her hand, took a hefty spoonful, and mumbled, "All right, let us go." A light chuckle escaped Theodore's lips as he gently wiped the cream from her mouth. "Let us go." The two of them, hand in hand, entered the dance floor. Children from noble wizarding families typically learn ballroom etiquette and dance from a young age, so even first-time partners rarely made mistakes. Moreover, since Theodore often invited her to dance at these events, their coordination was particularly harmonious. After their dance concluded, a crisp voice called out from behind Angela, followed by a pair of arms wrapping around her waist. "Leah, I've been looking for you for ages." Pansy's voice carried a hint of a playful lilt as she spoke, turning her head towards Theodore with a slight arch of her brow. "May I borrow Angelia for a moment?" Theodore, caught off guard and at a loss for words, could only watch as Pansy wrapped her arm around Angelia's waist and spun away. Angelia, feeling compelled, turned back to Theodore and offered him an apologetic smile. Pansy led Angelia through the dance floor, seeking out two vacant chairs nearby before resuming the conversation. "The other day at the Parkinson ball, you and Draco didn't make an appearance. What a waste of friendship." Pansy feigned a wounded expression, clutching her chest. Draco had been grounded that day, forced to transcribe family rules, and Lucius had forbidden him from attending. Angelia winked at Pansy and sweetly handed her a glass of orange juice from her side. "Don't be upset." Pansy took a delicate sip, her beautiful brown eyes accusingly fixed on Angelia. Her soft voice carried a hint of grievance. "Then why didn't you come either?" Angelia remained silent, her azure eyes unwaveringly meeting Pansy's gaze until Pansy answered her own question. It must be that Draco couldn't come and wouldn't let you either. I knew it had to be him. I'll go confront him, Pansy declared indignantly, setting down her cup and preparing to rise. But Angelia quickly restrained her. Don't go. Draco is feeling down today. What happened? Pansy leaned in, her curiosity piqued, her brown eyes sparkling. Did he get punished again? No, Angelia replied softly, moving closer. Yesterday he discussed with Uncle Lucius about bringing a flying broom to school. But Lucius disagreed, and that's why he has been sulking ever since. Pansy burst into laughter. I knew it. If he is upset, it's always his own fault. The two girls, losing interest in dancing, settled at the table to chat until the ball concluded, reluctantly bidding farewell at its end. After seeing off the guests alongside Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco, Angelia slumped onto the sofa, her lovely face etched with exhaustion. After a long day of festivities, she was unwilling to lift even a finger. Draco, too, was not faring much better. He had maintained a polite, gentlemanly smile throughout the event, and it felt as though his face was frozen in that expression. After a while of resting, Angelia finally felt a flicker of energy return. Let us go back and lie down. She patted Draco's hand, who had already discarded his suit jacket, now clad only in a pink shirt. His sleeves were rolled up, and the top two buttons were undone, the bow tie tossed carelessly on a nearby couch. I'm so tired, Draco pouted, his small face drooping as he looked at her with a hint of grievance in his gray eyes. Just let me rest for a little while longer. Angelia had always been fond of beautiful things, and people were no exception. Draco's exquisite features made him particularly endearing when he acted spoiled, causing her heart to soften instantly. Then you lie down, and I'll use the levitation charm to take you back. She turned to pinch his cheek gently, her tone tender. Draco's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed. But if father finds out, he'll scold me. Just say it's because I wanted to practice the levitation charm. Uncle Lucius won't blame you. A glimmer of joy crossed Draco's face. Really? His excitement made him appear somewhat foolish, and Angelia's earlier softness dissipated like mist. No. If Uncle Lucius discovers it, he will surely scold you. Let us just walk back. Draco's face fell again. But Angelia had already turned away, gathering her belongings and heading upstairs. Reluctantly, Draco rose to follow her. The evening before the first day of school, Angelia returned to Newmontgard for the second meeting of the Pure Blood Party. This meeting primarily served to report on progress, and Angelia was pleased to discover that all tasks she had assigned had been completed, indicating the members' strong execution and obedience. Rogier had purchased a beautiful estate in England to serve as the headquarters for the Pure Blood Party's upcoming activities. Lena Dubois, with Snape as assistants, had successfully become the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. Other leaders had also fulfilled their respective tasks. Many of these tasks required funding, and as Angelia glanced at the reports in her hands, she furrowed her brow and turned to Rogier. Where did the funds for the estate come from? Leader, the estate was purchased using the Rogier family's assets. Rogier respectfully replied, head bowed. Angelia's brow furrowed tighter, and she pointed at another member. And where did the funds for the alchemical protective gear come from? Leader, it was contributed to the Pure Blood Party by the Cancel family, the member answered, bowing his head in respect. Angelia scanned the faces of each member at the table, finally settling her gaze on a strikingly handsome man. Show me all the income and expenditures of the Pure Blood Party. This man, named Patrick, was responsible for managing the party's finances. Patrick hesitated, his expression troubled. After a moment, he spoke softly. Leader, the Pure Blood Party currently has no income. Angelia's brow knitted tightly as her delicate fingers tapped lightly on the table. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, later, Patrick, please compile a list of members who have subsidized the party's activities out of their own pockets along with the amounts. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to a man beside Patrick wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Maury, please stay after the meeting. I have a task for you. Yes, Maury replied respectfully. The remainder of the meeting consisted of detailed work reports and task assignments. As Angelia had not yet started school, many matters would need to be addressed once she arrived at Hogwarts. After hearing the reports and briefly assigning a few tasks, Angelia announced the meeting adjourned. The group hurriedly departed, leaving only Angelia and Maury in the room. The house elf Tina, following Angelia's instructions, brought down 2 large boxes and placed them in front of Maury. In a steady voice, Angelia stated, these 2 boxes contain potions I've been practicing in my spare time. Their quality is superb. Take them out and sell them all, and give the proceeds to Patrick to settle the members' expenses. The remaining funds can be deposited as the Pure Blood Party's future operational capital. Mori opened the boxes to reveal them filled with potions, including high-level ones like Felix Felici's, and his eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment, he regained his voice, filled with excitement. Yes, leader, also. Instruct Rogier to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley, specializing in hard-to-find high-level potions and accepting orders for potion making. Mori hesitated for a moment before speaking tentatively. Leader, there are no proficient potion makers within the Pure Blood Party, and many high-level potions require exceptional magical ability and expertise. Only a master potion maker can produce them. Though unspoken, Angelia understood his implication. He feared that accepting orders they couldn't fulfill would damage their reputation. You need not worry. I have connections with renowned potion masters. So we won't encounter the issues you fear. Angelia's assurance acted as a balm for Mori's concerns, and he was filled with enthusiasm. Yes, leader. After Mori excitedly left with the 2 large boxes of potions, Angelia returned to her room. With school starting tomorrow, she needed to prepare all the items she would be taking with her. She had numerous books and notes filled with ancient and obscure dark magic. And as Hogwarts held a strong aversion to dark magic, these items could not be discovered by others. Yet, for the sake of her research, she needed to bring them along, which left her feeling a headache as she rubbed her temples. Lacking a better solution for the moment, she decided to use the transfiguration charm to disguise the covers of her books to resemble ordinary ones, though the content remained unchanged. She would simply have to hide them well to avoid detection. Hogwarts assigned dormitories based on houses, and Angelia hoped to be placed in either Slytherin or Ravenclaw, as both houses were more accepting of dark magic. Most students shared rooms, making it convenient for her to study and peruse her resources. Moreover, both houses had their own libraries, which housed a wealth of dark magic texts, something Angelia eagerly anticipated. The following morning, Angelia rose early, meticulously reviewing her luggage before descending the stairs. In the living room, Gellert sat leisurely on the sofa, holding the Daily Prophet in his right hand and a cup of red tea in his left, with his cane propped against the armrest. Upon noticing Angelia's arrival, he set down the newspaper and turned his head, a rare, benevolent smile gracing his face. Awake, are we? Indeed, Angelia replied, observing the smile on his face with an inexplicable shiver, her brow furrowing in discomfort. What has gotten into you? Gellert's smile faltered, and he took a deep breath to suppress his urge to retort. He endeavored to maintain his amiable facade, silently repeating to himself, she leaves today, do not lose your temper. Angelia regarded Gellert's sudden deep breathing with bewilderment, and after a moment of contemplation, she suggested, if you're feeling unwell, you ought to send Tina to St. Mungo's for a doctor. Gellert gritted his teeth, stifling the rising ire. Not angry, not angry. She is leaving soon, just a little longer to endure. Noticing his silence, Angelia cast him a puzzled glance, but opted not to engage further, turning instead to head toward the dining room. TSK, the old wizard's thoughts are truly inscrutable. Gellert watched her graceful retreat, his teeth clenched, tempted to cast a leg-locking charm from behind. He truly wondered what his purpose was in waiting for her this early. That insufferable little which had become utterly unlovable since turning 5. Anger aside, he still needed to have breakfast. With a huff, he tossed aside the newspaper and grabbed his cane, making his way to the dining room. Today's breakfast featured Angelia's favorite blueberry peanut butter toast, clearly not a spontaneous creation by the house elves. Observing Gellert's irate demeanor, Angelia raised an eyebrow and calmly sat down to enjoy her portion. After breakfast, it was nearly time for Angelia to head to the station. She returned to her room, retrieved her luggage, and cast a shrinking charm before placing it into her handbag, preparing to depart. As she approached the fireplace, Gellert suddenly coughed loudly from the sofa. Ahem. Angelia turned to face him. Be cautious. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to send me a message. Gellert's expression was stern, his tone somewhat brusque, appearing to still harbor some irritation. Yet, Angelia noticed him gently caressing his cane, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. Her heart warmed, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Understood, old wizard. Humph, be gone. Gellert feigned disdain, waving her off. With a flash of green flames from the fireplace, Angelia vanished, leaving Gellert with a sense of reluctance. After sitting in silence for a moment, he tapped his cane and muttered about the ungrateful little creature before retreating to his room. Upon opening the door, he discovered a beautifully wrapped gift box on his desk, accompanied by a letter adorned with familiar cursive. To the old wizard. Personally, a smile finally broke across Gellert's face as he approached the gift. Tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter within. Dear old wizard, fearing that you might succumb to loneliness and lose your ability to communicate after my departure. I have arranged for members of the Witches' Union to visit you for a chat every few days. The magical wards in your room have been reinforced, so you need not worry about your conversations being overheard. Inside the box are some terribly sweet candies purchased by the Duke of Honey, which he adores. I cannot fathom why, and I hope you will find them to your liking. Additionally, I will not be participating in any duels this semester, so you need not fret about him. I have also included a useless trinket, which you might enjoy, and I anticipate being able to present you with a more suitable gift soon, so please make do with this one for now. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Should anything arise, do write to me. Until the holidays. Gellert's smile widened uncontrollably as he chuckled, cursing the little witch before opening the carefully wrapped gift box. Inside lay several jars of sickeningly sweet candies, including one jar labeled cockroach cluster. How utterly revolting. Did he truly consume such things? For a fleeting moment, Gellert hoped this was merely a jest on Angelia's part. Regardless, he suppressed his disgust, opened the box, and popped a cockroach cluster into his mouth. The overwhelming sweetness prompted a shudder, but he swallowed it nonetheless. The cloying sensation slid down his throat into his stomach, and he gulped down a large mouthful of his now cold red tea, desperately attempting to wash away the sweetness. Frowning, he picked up Angelia's letter again, searching for any hint of mischief. To his dismay, it was clearly not a prank. Aside from the aggravating words, it was evident that this was a meticulously prepared gift from Angelia. Did she genuinely enjoy such treats? Gellert scrutinized the jars in the box. Furrowing his brow at a King's Cross station, a girl clad in a tea-brown knee-length dress, clutching a brown leather handbag, caught the attention of the guard. She had been standing at the railing between platforms 9 and 10 for quite some time. Her refined attire and graceful demeanor suggesting an extraordinary background, yet she appeared to have become separated from her family. With a sigh, the guard approached her. "Have you lost your family?" he inquired, bending slightly and offering a gentle smile. "Do you require assistance?" Angelia smiled sweetly in response. "Thank you, but I believe I am fine. I am merely waiting for a friend." The girl was both beautiful and polite, leaving a positive impression on the guard, who felt compelled to remind her, "The train is about to depart. Do keep an eye on the time." "I am aware." "Thank you," Angelia replied demurely. Seeing her composed demeanor and sharp wit, the guard felt reassured and offered her a warm smile before continuing with his duties. Before long, Lucius and Narcissa arrived with Draco in tow. "Oh, my dear," Narcissa exclaimed upon spotting Angelia, rushing to her side with a tender smile. "Did you rest well last night?" "Very well," Angelia replied in a soft, almost coy voice. Narcissa's heart swelled at the sound and she embraced Angelia, gently pinching her cheek. "Should you need anything, do write to us. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to inform us or seek out your Uncle Severus. We will assist you. If you crave any snacks, just send me a note, and I will prepare them for you." Angelia's lips curved into a gentle smile, her clear blue eyes sparkling with delight. "I know, thank you. Aunt Narcissa. I shall certainly miss your delightful treats." Narcissa affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to Draco. "You must protect Angelia well. Do not allow anyone to bully her. Understood?" Without waiting for Draco's response, she seemed to recall something and sighed softly. "As if it matters. Angelia's magical prowess far exceeds yours. You cannot protect her." Draco's face flushed crimson, and he averted his gaze to the ground, his fists clenching at his sides in frustration. Angelia, sensing his embarrassment, kindly interjected, "Do not worry. Draco has always taken good care of me." Draco proudly lifted his chin, the earlier feelings of embarrassment and anger dissipating, leaving only a sense of overwhelming pride. Lucius observed Draco's renewed confidence with a resigned sigh. It seemed a single word from Angelia could completely transform his mood. Where had the Malfoy family's teachings on emotional control gone? Was it Angelia who had attended the lessons instead? Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a commotion behind them. Angelia turned to see Harry standing before the guard, conversing animatedly while the guard appeared furious. "There is no platform 9 and 3-4 here. Are you intentionally causing trouble?" A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Harry's face as he glanced at the ticket in his hand, then at the guard, seemingly questioning whether he had indeed arrived at the wrong station. "Harry, over here," Angelia called out, raising her voice and waving at him on tiptoe. Harry almost instantly spotted her, and with a sigh of relief, he happily pushed his luggage cart towards them. "Good day, sir and madam." Lucius turned his head to cast a brief glance at him, his tone somewhat cool. "Hello, Mr. Potter." In contrast, Narcissa greeted him with much more warmth. "Hello, Harry. Did you come alone?" Harry nodded politely, a shy smile gracing his face. "Originally, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were to see me off, But they had other matters to attend to, so they left early. No worries, you can join us. Narcissa indicated the seemingly sturdy barrier. This is platform 9¾ Harry's gaze shifted to the barrier, inspecting it, and Angela even caught the sound of him nervously swallowing. Don't worry, she gently reassured him, moving closer. I'll go in with you shortly. Just relax. Harry turned to glance at Angelia's face. Feeling some of his tension dissipate, both Angelia and Draco had already shrunk their luggage with a shrinking charm and tucked it into their pockets, so when she saw Harry's cart and suitcase, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Let me help you shrink your luggage. That way, it can fit in your pocket. And you won't have to push the cart. Angelia tilted her head at Harry, her striking blue eyes blinking at him. Harry, struck by her charm, stepped aside, clutching his pounding heart. With a swift flick of her wand, Angelia efficiently shrank his luggage, then gathered the miniaturized items and tossed them into her handbag. After this flurry of activity, time had slipped away, and it was time to enter platform 9¾ Angelia held on to Harry as they walked at the back, whispering softly in his ear, "You can observe how they go through." Harry understood and halted in his tracks. The first to enter was Draco, who eagerly dashed towards the barrier, disappearing without a moment's pause. Harry clenched his palms nervously. Next came Lucius and Narcissa, who gracefully approached the barrier and vanished in an instant. It was now Harry and Angelia's turn. Harry's palms were slick with sweat from anxiety, and Angelia, noticing his tension, reached for his hand. Don't be afraid, we'll go through together. Harry turned his head, meeting Angelia's azure gaze, which seemed to possess a soothing magic, dispelling his fear and anxiety. All right. Angelia led the way, hand in hand with him, and with a few quick steps, Harry stepped into an entirely new world. A deep crimson steam engine billowed thick clouds of smoke. With a sign reading, Hogwarts Express, the platform was already bustling with travelers, the sounds of dragging luggage, conversations, and the anxious hoots of owls assaulting Harry's ears. Numerous pets darted across the floor, often followed by a small wizard desperately trying to catch them. Above the platform hung a brass sign on iron chains, elegantly inscribed in cursive. Platform 9, you guys are so slow. Hurry up. We need to board and find an empty compartment. Draco pouted as he rushed over to grab both of them and headed towards the carriage, while Lucius and Narcissa watched from a short distance. Angelia waved at the two with a sweet smile and hurried to catch up with Draco. The carriage was already filled with several students, and Draco, holding Angelia with one hand and tugging at Harry with the other, struggled through the narrow space. Excuse me, coming through. Draco exclaimed impatiently, his voice nearly hoarse, but a large figure ahead seemed oblivious to their presence, blocking the path stubbornly. Didn't you hear me say to move aside? Draco's patience finally wore thin as he shouted, his tone unfriendly, causing the large figure to turn and look at them. Noticing that they were first-year students, the bulky figure looked down at them with an air of arrogance. Can't you see the upperclassmen are chatting? First years nowadays have no manners. There's a gap nearby. Can't you squeeze through? Draco was not one to be easily intimidated in front of others, instead of showing anger at the provocation. He smirked sarcastically. You dare call yourself an upperclassman? Is the compartment too small for you, that you have to stand in the aisle to chat? Saying excuse me to you is showing respect, yet you think you can act high and mighty. You brainless fool, hurry back to your compartment and clear the way. The large figure huffed angrily through his nose, raising his fist as if to threaten Draco. In response, Draco drew his wand, pointing it at him, his lips curling slightly in mockery. I thought only trolls resorted to using fists to resolve matters. I didn't expect a wizard to resort to brawling. The large figure's eyes nearly blazed with fury as his fist swung down. Draco flicked his wand, and the large figure's fist halted mid-air, unable to advance closer. Now, you may leave. Draco sent the large figure tumbling into a nearby compartment, the door slamming open as the large body hit the floor with a resounding thud. Clearly in pain, with a disdainful snort, Draco strode past the now vacant aisle. The boy who had been chatting with the large figure stood nearby, having witnessed the entire encounter without uttering a single word, even shrinking back against the compartment wall as the three passed. Perhaps feeling humiliated, the large figure gritted his teeth against the pain, stood up, and exited the compartment, drawing his wand to mutter a curse at the trio's backs. A flash of blue light shot from the tip of his wand towards them. As the light approached, Angelia seemed to sense it, turning back with a bright smile, before the large figure could react. The blue light ricocheted back and struck him, causing him to uncontrollably break into a wild dance. You brought this upon yourself. Draco and Harry remained oblivious to the commotion behind them, while Angelia turned her gaze back and followed the two into an empty compartment. As soon as they entered, Draco's previously tense expression broke into a smile, his eyes sparkling as he glanced between Angelia and Harry, seemingly anticipating something. "You were amazing. That large figure was insufferable. Thankfully you stepped in. That protective charm was truly impressive." Angelia praised him with a beaming smile. Draco, satisfied, lifted his chin, trying to suppress a grin. "It was nothing. After all, I have to protect you." Harry lowered his gaze, focusing on his chest, desperately biting his lip to stifle the laughter threatening to escape. With a long, drawn-out whistle, the train began to move slowly, leaving behind the crowd of well-wishers on the platform, which gradually transformed into colorful dots before vanishing completely around a bend. Harry was about to embark on his first genuine experience in the wizarding world, and it was also his first chance to be away from the Dursleys for such an extended period. Regardless of what lay ahead, it could not possibly be worse than his life with the Dursleys. Thus Harry felt a profound sense of anticipation for the future. Draco, too, appeared quite excited, although he had already studied many of Hogwarts' subjects at home. Hogwarts was a place he had heard about since childhood but had never visited, and his curiosity and eagerness for it rivaled Harry's. In contrast, Angelia seemed much more composed. For her, Hogwarts represented yet another cage, a more convenient place for Dumbledore to keep an eye on her. She was not afraid, but she found it difficult to harbor any expectations. To her, the lessons there seemed far too simplistic, and she had to remain wary of Dumbledore attempting to brainwash her, so she did not anticipate learning anything of value from the school's curriculum. If there was anything worth looking forward to, it would only be causing some trouble for Dumbledore. Just as the three were lost in their thoughts, the compartment doors swung open abruptly. "Excuse me, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full." A delicate female voice floated in from the entrance, prompting all three individuals to lift their gazes towards the doorway. There stood a girl with fair skin and a sweet appearance, fidgeting nervously with the hem of her dress upon noticing their collective attention. Angelia displayed a friendly smile and stepped aside slightly, inviting, "Please, take a seat here." The girl softly expressed her gratitude, lifting her skirts as she settled beside her. "What is your name?" Angelia inquired, turning her head to look at her, the soft golden strands of her hair brushing gently behind her with the movement. The girl bit her lip and replied in a gentle tone, "My name is Aloysia Hermann." "Hermann?" Angelia's eyes narrowed slightly as she scrutinized her. "Which Hermann do you belong to?" Aloysia seemed taken aback, her pale blue eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture as she replied, "The Hermann family from Germany." Angelia's gaze remained fixed on her, and seizing a moment when Draco and Harry were distracted, Aloysia discreetly winked at Angelia. Angelia withdrew her probing gaze and spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Oh, I am familiar with your family." Draco and Harry appeared to sense something amiss, casting curious glances at the two, though they quickly composed their expressions. Aloysia maintained her soft and dazed demeanor, while Angelia once again donned her friendly smile. "Are you also a new student at Hogwarts this year?" Angelia asked casually in a soft voice. Aloysia replied gently, "Yes." After exchanging a few words, Angelia stood and stretched, saying softly, "The journey has been quite exhausting. I need to step outside for a bit and stretch my legs." Aloysia immediately understood and rose to accompany her. "I shall go with you." Draco and Harry, engaged in conversation, turned to look at her upon hearing Angelia's words. "Be careful and hold onto your wand." Draco cautioned with a furrowed brow. Harry offered her a warm smile. "Come back soon." Angelia acknowledged with a nod and, with Aloysia following closely behind, they exited the compartment and ventured into a secluded corner. Aloysia's demeanor shifted, shedding the softness she had shown earlier as she straightened her posture. "Hermann." Angelia raised an eyebrow. "What is your relation to Mr. Sinak Hermann?" "He is my father," Aloysia replied, her voice now steadier and more composed. In order to conceal her own influence, Angelia had transformed the emblem of the Pure Blood Party into a small, exquisite piece, currently adorning her right hand, allowing Aloysia to recognize her instantly. "Did Mr. Hermann send you here?" Aloysia lowered her head respectfully, answering, "Yes, my father, considering that most of his time will be spent in England and knowing you are attending Hogwarts, decided to send me here as well. Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall endeavor to fulfill it to the best of my abilities." This declaration was almost a pledge of loyalty, prompting Angelia to reassess the individual before her. The surrounding environment was not secure for their conversation, as anyone could pass by or eavesdrop on their discussion. Yet, each of Aloysia's words managed to address the inquiries while skillfully concealing vital information. Coupled with their earlier exchange under Draco and Harry's scrutiny, it was evident that she was intelligent, composed, and adept at disguise, with impeccable manners, while Angelia indeed required a small aid at Hogwarts. She remained cautious and did not readily acquiesce to her. For now, you need only attend to your own responsibilities. Angelia's voice was cool. Aloysia seemed to comprehend her concerns, maintaining her expression unchanged as she nodded. Understood. They returned to the compartment, where Draco and Harry had ceased their prior discussion and turned to face her. You read back. Did you encounter any danger? Draco's pale face betrayed a hint of worry. What danger could there be on the train? Do not fret. I merely took a stroll, Angelia replied, regarding him with curiosity. Harry wore a wry smile. In the few minutes you were gone, I had to intervene at least 5 times. He's worried that the previous brute might cause you trouble. Angelia raised an eyebrow. Though she did not believe Draco could contend with anyone she could not, she smiled nonetheless. So, you care for me. Draco, with a touch of pride, lifted his chin, his ears tinged with a faint pink. Who said I care? I merely fear you might be bullied out there, which would tarnish my reputation. When Draco's earlobes flushed pink, they would slightly warm, and Angelia felt a playful urge to tease him. Yet, with Aloysia present, she decided to hold back for the moment. They tea around 12:30. A kindly woman pushed open the compartment door. Dear, would you like some snacks from the train? Angelia looked up to see a small cart brimming with an assortment of peculiar treats, such as chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and licorice wands. Harry's eyes lit up. Having grown up in the Muggle world, his exposure to wizarding fare had been quite limited, making everything seem novel to him. Observing his astonishment and delight, Angelia turned to the kind woman outside the door and softly requested, Please take one of each. Thank you. After paying 15 silver sickles and 2 bronze nuts, Angelia returned with an armful of snacks. Prompting Draco to conjure an empty table, Angelia piled the assortment onto the table and tossed a chocolate frog to Harry. Try this. It tastes quite good. Previously, Draco and Angelia had brought him some magical snacks. But given the Dursley situation, they usually opted for less magical treats. He had never encountered a chocolate frog that would leap in his hand the moment he unwrapped it, causing him to hastily drop the packaging and grasp it. Oh, there's a trading card inside. Quickly see who you've got. Draco, who was nibbling on a pumpkin pasty, leaned over to retrieve the packaging that Harry had cast aside. Damn it, it's him again. Harry popped the chocolate frog into his mouth and leaned closer to Draco to view the card, which bore the image of a man with long, graying hair and beard, his crooked nose adorned with half-moon spectacles. Exuding an air of wisdom, beneath the image, a line of small text appeared to indicate his name, Albus Dumbledore. Harry blinked in confusion. For some reason, neither Filch nor Draco had ever mentioned him in Harry's presence, leaving him unaware of Dumbledore's identity. Upon hearing Harry, Angelia quickly leaned in. Did you draw Dumbledore's card? Yes. How infuriating, Draco scoffed, attempting to discard the card in his hand. Sensing his disdain, Angelia reached out to catch the pitiful card before it could be tossed aside. Oh, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. You don't want to collect this, do you? Draco gaped, fully aware that Angelia's aversion to Dumbledore was no less than his own. Angelia sighed softly, her expression slightly exasperated. I have my reasons. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to munch on the remaining half of his pumpkin pasty. Who is he? Harry queried, looking between the two. Is he very famous? Angelia's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Quite famous. As she spoke, she turned the card around and handed it to Harry. After reading the description, Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with delight. He seems quite impressive. Angelia reclaimed the card from his hands, a mysterious smile curling at her lips. Indeed, quite impressive. And who is this dark wizard Grindelwald? Is he Voldemort? However, it seemed that time was not aligning, as Harry furrowed his brow in confusion and glanced at Angelia. Draco, momentarily pausing his chewing of the pie, lifted his gaze to assess Angelia before casually resuming his consumption of the pumpkin pastry, choosing not to engage in the conversation. Angelia, too, averted her gaze, staring at the card in her palm, where a particular line of small text stood out painfully. Dumbledore's widely acknowledged contributions included defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Angelia's palm tightened until she noticed the edge of the card curling slightly, prompting her to cease her actions. The most renowned contribution was, indeed, the defeat of her beloved, imprisoning him in a tower for decades. A bitter irony, the sense of obscurity clouded Angelia's eyes, sensing the tense atmosphere. Harry cautiously spoke up. I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Angelia exhaled softly, meeting his frantic emerald gaze, her voice flat. No, Mr. Grindelwald is different from Voldemort. He was once a remarkable dark wizard. Angelia. Draco interjected, casting a warning glance towards Aloysia, who had remained silent beside them, her eyes betraying her fear. Angelia obediently fell silent, feigning unfamiliarity with Aloysia as she spoke in a low tone. I trust you heard nothing, correct? Her influence could not yet be revealed. Especially not in front of Draco and Harry. Should they become aware of her power, it could spell trouble for them that way. Yes, I didn't hear anything, Aloysia complied, her pale face nearly in tears. Angelia shifted her attention back to Draco and Harry. Draco appeared lost in thought, fixating on a small piece of pie, while Harry looked at her with evident confusion, clearly struggling to grasp their conversation. Angelia understood his bewilderment but could not provide an explanation. So she decided to change the subject. Try this, she said, tossing a bag of Birdie Bots every flavor beans into Harry's lap. The flavors are quite extraordinary. Draco caught on to her intent and leaned toward Harry, draping an arm around his neck. This candy comes in many peculiar flavors. What you get is purely a matter of luck. Come, give it a try. With that, he tore open the packaging. Harry recognized that his friends were diverting the topic. Although the secret they shared left him feeling somewhat dejected, he quickly adjusted his mindset that it was perfectly normal for friends to have little secrets. If they chose not to share, there must be a reason behind it, and there was no need to dwell on it. Thus, Harry cooperatively accepted the open bag of beans, pinching a gray one from within and popping it into his mouth. At its pepper, Harry grimaced as a sharp, spicy flavor surged down his throat. Angelia noticed Harry's momentary hesitation. She understood he was aware of their topic shift, yet his subsequent display of trust lifted her spirits considerably. She moved to sit beside him, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, I'm sorry, but you cannot know about this matter just yet. It could cause you trouble. I promise I will tell you as soon as the time is right. Harry turned his head to look at Angelia, his emerald eyes filled with gentle trust. I know. I believe in you both. Angelia's earlier discontent dissipated completely under his unwavering faith, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her rosy lips forming a radiant smile. Thank you. Meanwhile, Draco was entirely unconcerned with their interaction, fixated solely on the bag of beans. I bet this one is strawberry flavor, he murmured, picking up a red bean, exhaling as if to prepare himself mentally before solemnly placing it in his mouth. Within seconds, he spit it out. Yikes, it's chilly. Draco's face flushed crimson from the spiciness as he jumped up, rummaging through the snacks for something to quell the heat. Angelia, exasperated, transformed a licorice one into a cup, filling it with water from her wand. Drink this, she said, handing the cup to Draco, who nearly drained it in an instant. Angelia waved her wand again to refill the cup. After downing 2 or 3 cups, the redness in Draco's face finally began to subside. How could it be chili flavor? Draco complained, looking utterly wronged. It didn't even smell spicy. Angelia returned to Harry, scanning the bag of beans for something suitable, and after a moment, selected a blue bean. Try this, she offered, presenting it to Draco. He regarded the bean with suspicion. Its hue suggested it was likely an unusual flavor, yet trusting Angelia, he decided to pop it into his mouth. Well, at worst, he would endure another spicy experience. He could handle it. Draco braced himself, yet the subtle strawberry fragrance that greeted him was a delightful surprise. It's strawberry, Draco exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at Angelia. How did you know? His expression was so endearing that Angelia couldn't resist pinching his cheek, her voice laced with light laughter. I guessed. Just as Draco was about to inquire further, the door to their compartment was knocked upon, and a round-faced boy entered. Excuse me, I was wondering if you've seen my toad. Angelia noticed the boy's eyes brimming with unshed tears, sensing that if she said she hadn't seen it, he would immediately break down. Nevertheless, she shook her head. No, sure enough, as soon as the words left her lips, the boy burst into tears. I've lost it again. It always tries to run away from me. Don't worry, Angelia replied, her expression impassive. You will find it. The round-faced boy remained despondent. If you see it, please let me know. Angelia raised an eyebrow, silently observing as the boy exited their compartment and knocked on the door of the next one. Excuse me, I was wondering if you've seen my toad. Soon, the sound of the boy's sobs drifted from the adjacent compartment. Draco clicked his tongue. I'll wager he'll have puffy eyes before he even leaves this carriage. Harry nodded in agreement. I think so too. The train gradually rolled into a vast expanse of farmland, the distant woods and hills painting the landscape beautifully, as if it were a paradise of light and openness. Everyone gazed out the window, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Soon, the compartment door opened once more, and a young girl stood at the entrance alongside the round-faced boy. Have you seen a toad? Neville lost a toad. The girl's tone was somewhat imperious, and for reasons unknown, Angelia felt a strong aversion to her, though she patiently replied, "No." The girl's gaze fell upon the table in the center of the compartment. "How do you have a table?" Perhaps sensing Angelia's impatience, Harry interjected, "It's a transfiguration spell. Are you first years?" The girl asked, her excitement directed at Harry as she stepped further into the compartment. "I've read about it. Transfiguration is not simple for a first-year student." Her fervent gaze made Harry uneasy, and he spoke awkwardly. We are indeed first-year students. Could you demonstrate it for me?" The girl seemed oblivious to her unpopularity, her eyes still fixed on Harry. Draco and Angelia's expressions grew increasingly impatient, and Harry, feeling helpless, added, "This isn't my doing. Whose is it? Can you show me?" The girl's gaze flitted between Draco and Angelia's faces. Just as Angelia was about to voice her frustration, Aloysia piped up from the corner, "I can demonstrate it for you." The girl's gaze was instantly drawn to her. Aloysia waved her wand, gently flicking her wrist, causing a bag of snacks on the table to soar to the side and transform into a small table. The girl let out a somewhat peculiar gasp, exclaiming, "So, you all have already mastered it to this extent. It must be my progress that is too slow." Aloysia paid no heed to her nonsensical words. She merely flicked her wrist again, reverting the table back to its original form of snacks. Had it not been for noticing Angelia's impatience, she would not have bothered to intervene. The girl, seemingly unwilling to leave, inquired, "How did you learn the transfiguration spell? Did you teach yourself?" Aloysia, mindful of her facade of meekness and submission, restrained the retort that lingered on her lips. Yet it was evident that Draco had no such reservations. "If you are finished, please leave. The train is nearing its destination, and we need to change into our school robes," Draco stated coldly, casting a fleeting glance at her with his gray eyes. The girl's face flushed crimson in an instant. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately, no words escaped her lips as she hurriedly exited the compartment. "Thank goodness." Angelia rolled her eyes. "Well done, Draco." Draco smirked. "Your temper is improving. I can't fathom how you managed to hold back." As they approached the school, the group stood to don their pristine Hogwarts robes. Gradually, the train slowed to a halt at a dimly lit, small platform. The night breeze was chilly, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily, while Draco also shuddered. Angelia raised her wand, casting a warming charm over them. First-year students, come here," a gruff voice boomed, accompanied by the glow of a yellowing lamp overhead. "Oh, Harry, over here." The voice grew nearer, punctuated by audible gasps. Harry looked up to see Hagrid's fuzzy face looming large. "Oh, hi, Hagrid." Moments later, they found themselves aboard a small boat, swaying across the lake towards the distant Hogwarts castle. The tranquil surface of the lake mirrored the twinkling stars above and the illuminated Hogwarts castle in the distance. As the boat glided over the water, it created fleeting ripples that soon returned to stillness. The majestic Hogwarts castle loomed in the distance, its ancient stone walls adorned with twinkling lights, forming a sea of illumination that swayed in welcome to the castle's new guests. Draco and Harry gazed at the castle, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity about the place they would call home for the next 7 years. Angelia, however, remained remarkably composed, her lovely face betraying not a hint of excess emotion. Her azure eyes reflecting the approaching lights of the castle, which appeared to grow dimmer. A stranger girl shared their boat, nearly bouncing with excitement, causing the vessel to tremble. Angelia, impatient, urged her to sit still. Perhaps her tone was too harsh, for the girl immediately ceased her fidgeting and quietly settled to one side, refraining from further conversation. Finally, the small boat came to a gentle halt at what resembled a dock, and they disembarked onto a surface of gravel and cobblestones, following Hagrid towards Hogwarts Castle. After traversing a tunnel, crossing a damp patch of grass, and climbing a flight of stone steps, they arrived at the castle's grand entrance. Many students already bore the marks of dirt and moisture, the damp grass having left their shoes and robe hems soaked, while the climb up the steps had gathered layers of dust. Some unfortunate students had even taken tumbles, their pristine robes now in disarray. Angelia could not abide the dampness clinging to her robe, mixed with dirt and grime. She discreetly raised her wand, casting a cleansing charm on herself. Draco and Harry, Draco, possessing a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, smiled gratefully at her, the furrow in his brow finally relaxing. Harry turned back, offering her a dazzling, cheerful grin. Angelia's inner irritation began to dissipate. The ancient doors swung open, revealing a stern woman clad in a deep green robe. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Her voice matched her serious demeanor, and Angelia, disinterested, quickly averted her gaze. The woman led them into an empty small room, which soon became crowded with first-year students, shoulder to shoulder, occasionally stumbling over one another in minor mishaps. Angelia felt increasingly uncomfortable in the tightly packed space, the warmth radiating from unfamiliar bodies gradually setting her on edge. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Harry awkwardly positioned himself behind her, blocking the encroaching presence of strangers, while Draco stood in front, creating a barrier between her and those ahead, surrounded by familiar warmth. Angelia's agitation began to subside. The stern woman continued her speech, but Angelia paid little attention, longing only to escape the claustrophobic confines of the room. The myriad of scents wafting from those around her made her frown deeply. She had never wished so fervently for a spell that could shield her from unpleasant odors that a light golden head bobbed in front of her, and Angelia stepped forward, resting her head on his shoulder. A familiar, crisp scent filled her nostrils, and she contentedly squinted her eyes. Draco, feeling the weight on his shoulder, tilted his head slightly, allowing Angelia to find a more comfortable position. She had always disliked crowded places. Surely considering herself a moving sachet of fragrance, Draco recalled countless similar experiences and couldn't help but roll his eyes at last. The stern woman's lengthy introduction concluded, "Doe, from her earlier self-introduction, we learned her name is McGonagall." She finally departed, leaving the students behind. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter, and Draco turned to face Harry, prompting Angelia to hold her breath and burrow deeper into his embrace, burying her face against his shoulder as she inhaled deeply. Draco patted her back, accustomed to her behavior, and spoke to Harry. "Did you hear that? She mentioned something about sorting." "I did," Harry replied, appearing somewhat anxious. "I truly hope we end up in the same house." Draco nodded in agreement. "It would be splendid if we could all be sorted into Slytherin." This remark drew the attention of several nearby students, but their focus swiftly shifted from Draco to Harry. "Look, he has that lightning-shaped scar," someone exclaimed, and more turned to gaze at Harry, the murmurs in the crowd growing louder. "Is he Harry Potter? I heard Harry Potter is starting school with us this year." Could it really be him? Just as Harry felt somewhat flustered, another event captured the crowd's attention. "Look, what is that?" The crowd turned at the sound, observing a procession of 20 or so translucent ghosts emerging from the walls behind them. Whispering among themselves as they glided through the room, they warmly greeted the newcomers, welcoming them to their respective houses, and the students' attention was thoroughly captivated. Professor McGonagall returned, causing the ghosts to vanish through the walls. "Now, line up," she commanded in a serious tone. The students quickly formed a single file behind Professor McGonagall, and at last, Angelia could breathe freely. She lifted her face from Draco's shoulder, following the line into what appeared to be a lavish dining hall. 4 long tables adorned the space, already occupied by numerous students, and thousands of candles floated overhead, illuminating the entire room. At the front, a long table was set for the professors of the school. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the line of first-year students, atop which she set a tattered, filthy, patched old hat. Soon as the hat was placed on the stool, it began to stir, its edges splitting open like a mouth, singing an off-key tune. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of torment, the hat ceased its singing, and the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Now, when I call your name, you shall don the hat and sit upon the stool for sorting." Professor McGonagall, clutching a lengthy scroll of names, began to speak. Draco and Angelia simultaneously shivered at the thought of donning that repugnant hat. Draco muttered in a low voice, "It looks filthy and tattered." Angelia nodded in agreement, internally devising a strategy to protect her hair from the impending ordeal. "Hannah Abbott," Professor McGonagall's voice echoed throughout the hall as a blonde girl hesitantly approached, took the hat, and placed it upon her head before settling onto the stool. After a brief pause, the hat's voice rang out with clarity. Hufflepuff. A thunderous applause erupted from the long table on the right. By the time it was Harry's turn to step forward, Angelia had yet to conceive a plan to avoid the hat's touch. Harry managed a nervous smile at the two before striding to the front. As the sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head, it remained silent for a longer duration compared to those before him, eventually proclaiming loudly, "Gryffindor." Harry's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, yet the enthusiastic applause from Gryffindor welcomed him as he walked toward their long table. "Damn it," Draco scowled. watching Harry join the Gryffindor table. How could he end up there? However, his attention was swiftly diverted as Professor McGonagall called out Angelia's name. Angelina Royal. Angelia felt several piercing gazes from the staff table. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she approached the stool, her eyes momentarily reflecting disdain, yet she suppressed her cleanliness obsession and sat down, placing the hat upon her head. An overwhelming force of mental magic surged towards her. And instinctively, Angelia employed her occlumency techniques. Since childhood, Gellert had taught her occlumency, emphasizing that those who seek to control others' minds must never allow their own thoughts and emotions to be perceived by others. Hence his earnest instruction and her diligent study. Thanks to Dumbledore, was the Sorting Hat essentially a magical artifact capable of legilimency? Could she perform legilimency on it as well? Oh, let us see. Is it empty? The hat's incredulous voice resounded in her mind. How could it be empty? The optimal moment for legilimency is during heightened emotional fluctuations, and seizing its astonishment, Angelia swiftly infiltrated the Sorting Hat's thoughts. The thoughts of magical artifacts are evidently distinct from those of wizards. Their memories are orderly and systematic, allowing Angelia to quickly locate the information she sought. Harry Potter must be sorted into Gryffindor. A silver-haired elder stood before the Sorting Hat, hands behind his back turned to it. And Angelina Royal and Draco Malfoy. They must be sorted into Gryffindor. The silver-haired elder turned around. A pair of crescent-shaped spectacles perched on his crooked nose, a long silver beard cascading down in front of him. Angelia withdrew from the Sorting Hat's memory, which remained astonished by her seemingly vacant mind. Waves of mental probing ensued as it stubbornly sought to comprehend why it could not penetrate the depths of Angelia's thoughts. It appeared oblivious to the fact that its memory had been invaded. After all, magical artifacts lack the capacity for resistance, and undergoing legilimency does not deplete their mental or physical energy, akin to a storage archive where, provided one possesses the key, one may freely peruse its contents. Of course, this presupposes proficiency in both legilimency and occlumency. In fact, Angelia understood why Dumbledore was so intent on sorting them into Gryffindor. For her, it was a means of better surveillance. For Harry, it was about gaining his trust. And for Draco, it was simply to provoke that a Malfoy scion sorted into Gryffindor would be a severe affront to the Malfoy family's disdain for that house, regardless of whether they later transferred him. Moreover, Angelia's good rapport with Draco was well known to him. If he could be persuaded to transfer, it would reduce Angelia as potential allies, as she was, after all, the prophesied next Dark Lord. Dumbledore aimed to outmaneuver her. Yet how could she allow him to succeed? Her purpose in coming here was to create turmoil for him. Angelia began a mental dialogue with the Sorting Hat. Draco, and I will be sorted into Slytherin. Correct? No, you shall be sorted into Gryffindor, the Hat replied, its tone tinged with impatience as it continued to attempt mental assault. And we shall be sorted into Slytherin. You know, sometimes destroying a hat is quite simple. The Sorting Hat suddenly perceived the contents of Angelia's mind, witnessing itself being torn to shreds, submerged at the bottom of the Black Lake, never to see the light of day, placed upon the Whomping Willow. Reduced to shreds, cut into pieces and tossed into the fireplace to be reduced to ashes. No. The Sorting Hat began to tremble, its voice no longer resonant as before, sounding feeble. Slytherin Angelia's sorting took an unusually long time. Long enough for whispers to circulate among the onlookers speculating whether they had fallen asleep. Professor McGonagall had never encountered such a situation. Just as she contemplated approaching to check, the Sorting Hat's feeble voice rang out, Slytherin. Professor Dumbledore at the staff table suddenly furrowed his brow. Angelia gracefully removed the hat, casting her gaze across the faculty, ultimately resting on Dumbledore. Locking eyes with him, she revealed a sardonic smile before striding toward the Slytherin table, where applause greeted her. Harry cast her a pitying glance, to which Angelia responded with a reassuring smile. The sorting continued, the Sorting Hat noticeably lacking its previous vigor. Angelia noticed Professor McGonagall furrowing her brows, seemingly quite concerned for the hat. But what did that matter to her? Angelia spotted Draco in the crowd, who coincidentally met her gaze. Don't worry, Angelia mouthed to him, and Draco offered a faint smile in return. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's serious voice rang out. Draco appeared somewhat tense, yet the impeccable upbringing of the Malfoy family ensured that his movements remained graceful and composed, exuding an innate nobility that drew the gaze of onlookers. Draco approached the stool, took the hat, and placed it upon his head. The moment the hat brushed against his hair, it screamed, Slytherin. Angelia, smirked with satisfaction. Draco looked utterly exhilarated, promptly tossing the filthy hat back onto the stool and proudly striding toward the Slytherin table. Angelia joined the applause with the others, watching as Draco approached her like a proud peacock that I knew I would be sorted into Slytherin. Draco whispered excitedly into her ear, his voice brimming with evident joy. Angelia smiled without replying, her gaze sweeping toward the Gryffindor table, where she unsurprisingly spotted Harry, his face reflecting disappointment as he watched them. Meeting Angelia's gaze, Harry appeared somewhat flustered, prompting Angelia to smile and mouth. "See you later." Harry looked puzzled but nodded nonetheless. After all, Angelia would always find a way, even if they were not in the same house. As the sorting continued, Angelia hardly paid attention until Professor McGonagall called out a familiar name. "Pansy Parkinson." Angelia finally lifted her eyes towards the group of students anxiously awaiting their fate. Pansy gracefully tossed her hair over her shoulder, elegantly making her way to the stool, placing the tattered hat atop her meticulously maintained locks. Angelia swore she caught a fleeting expression of distaste on Pansy's face. But soon enough, the hat rendered its decision. Slytherin. Pansy seemed to have anticipated the outcome, striding haughtily toward the Slytherin table and plopping down beside Angelia. "Leah," Pansy grimaced, lifting a strand of hair to Angelia's nose, imploring, "Do you smell anything unpleasant in my hair?" Her voice was soft and sweet, devoid of any trace of arrogance. A refreshing scent of grapefruit wafted into the air with her movements, prompting Angelia to chuckle softly and shake her head. What a delightful grapefruit aroma. Pansy's expression brightened slightly as she tossed a strand of hair behind her, pouting in complaint. "That hat is truly filthy." The tone of her words was exceedingly pitiful, and Draco leaned closer in agreement, nodding. "I feel the same way." The two seemed to find a kindred spirit in each other, engaging in a discussion that meandered from their grievances about the sorting hat to hair care. With a hint of exasperation, Angelia redirected her gaze back to the sorting ceremony. Soon, another familiar name was called. "Theodore Nott." Draco frowned slightly, his gray eyes fixated on Theodore's every move, as if he were anticipating something. Angelia was well aware of what Draco was hoping for. He and Theodore had never seen eye to eye since childhood. Their squabbles over toys and sweets were often instigated by Draco. While Theodore would merely observe with a cold demeanor that as they grew older, their arguments evolved to disputes over who would be Angelia's dance partner. In truth, it was unnecessary, for Draco had been her partner at nearly every ball. Yet Theodore would invariably swoop in to claim her second dance. The warmth had vanished from Theodore's face when he was with Angelia, replaced by a cool, silent exterior that he displayed before others. The sorting hat lingered atop his head for a moment before declaring loudly, "Slytherin." Amidst the applause, Theodore made his way to the long table, taking a seat beside Draco. "What are you doing sitting here? Is there no space behind?" Draco rolled his eyes in annoyance. Uncharacteristically, Theodore refrained from retorting, his gaze firmly fixed on Angelia. "How wonderful. We've both been sorted into Slytherin. Now we can be classmates." Theodore's voice was exceedingly gentle, eliciting a pained expression from Draco. "Can you behave normally?" Draco shuddered. "Stop talking like some sort of toad." Theodore's gentle demeanor faltered, and casting a glance at Draco, he coldly retorted, "With your intellect, how did you even end up in Slytherin? Did your father pull some strings for you?" Draco shot him a sidelong glance, then feigned weakness by leaning against Angelia's shoulder, lamenting, "My head hurts." What he said has truly wounded me. Theodore's frustration mounted as he witnessed Draco's antics, his temples throbbing. Was he utterly shameless? Pansy rolled her eyes, accustomed to the spectacle, and returned her gaze to the sorting ceremony. Draco relished the sight of Theodore's vexation. In the past, he had never managed to win their arguments, often left exasperated and the target of Theodore's mocking jabs. However, since Theodore had become acquainted with Angelia, the dynamic shifted. For reasons unknown, whenever Draco showed weakness in front of Angelia during their quarrels, Theodore would become infuriated, and over time, Draco had come to enjoy the game, often positioning himself near Angelia to provoke Theodore. Angelia could never comprehend why these two would invariably involve her in their bickering. Whenever Draco leaned on her in feigned distress, she felt compelled to console him, yet each time she did, Theodore appeared even angrier. Thus, she found herself soothing him as well, and before long, they would resume their cycle of mutual antagonism. Life was challenging, Angelia sighed. After managing to pacify both of them, Angelia's attention was drawn once more to the sorting ceremony, where a name caught her ear. Aloysia Hermond, a sweet-faced girl, sat upon the stool. The tattered hat perched atop her head, Like Angelia's experience, the sorting hat took its time, remaining silent as the spectators observed her with curiosity. Aloysia found herself in a mental tussle with the hat. Clever, wise, shrewd, visionary. You are suited for Ravenclaw, that I do not wish to go to Ravenclaw. I want to be in Slytherin. You are not suited for Slytherin. I see no ambition within you. That is your folly. I shall go to Slytherin. If you dare place me elsewhere, I will steal you, shred you, and toss you into the fire. The sorting hat suddenly recalled a scene it had witnessed in another student's mind not long ago. Thus, it wearily, perhaps reluctantly, proclaimed, Slytherin. Angelia raised an eyebrow as she watched Aloysia approach the Slytherin table with a gentle smile, with people seated on either side of her. Aloysia chose a spot that was neither too close nor too far. Coming from a pure-blood German aristocratic family, her etiquette was impeccable. Moreover, her gentle demeanor and sweet appearance, coupled with her fluent English, quickly facilitated her conversation with the girl next to her, not yet wanting to reveal their acquaintance. Angelia refrained from focusing too much on her, and soon returned her gaze to the ceremony. The next to be sorted was also a familiar face. Angelia heard Professor McGonagall's serious voice, Blaise Zabini. Pansy immediately looked up. A tall, slender boy with slightly darker skin stepped forward from the crowd, a smirk gracing his lips as he approached the sorting hat. Angelia noticed Pansy's sudden tension beside her. It wasn't until the hat proclaimed Slytherin that Pansy visibly relaxed. Blaise and Pansy shared a close bond, often serving as dance partners at balls. Yet Pansy's anxious demeanor and slightly flushed ears puzzled Angelia. Why was she so nervous about Blaise's sorting? Despite her curiosity, she was not well acquainted with Blaise and chose not to pry. Blaise took a seat next to Pansy, and they soon engaged in cheerful conversation. Angelia glanced at her right, where Theodore and Draco were still bickering, then to her left, where Pansy and Blaise were happily chatting. With a sigh, she rested her chin on her hand and gazed at the Gryffindor table. How lonely it was. She missed Harry. Angelia suspected that Harry felt just as isolated, but when she turned her gaze, she discovered that several boys had gathered around him, and he was engrossed in conversation with a red-haired boy. Even lonelier, Angelia pouted, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Perhaps sensing the silence beside her, Draco suddenly waved dismissively at Theodore, coldly stating that he would no longer argue, before turning to speak with Angelia. Theodore, even angrier, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Draco asked softly. Noticing Angelia's downcast expression, she weakly shook her head. Draco rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of candy, offering it to her. Here, have some candy. Cheer up. Will you? The sorting ceremony is almost over, and dinner should start soon. I bet they will serve your favorite cream of mushroom soup. Angelia's mood lifted a fraction as she unwrapped the candy. The strawberry flavor melting sweetly on her tongue. It was her favorite. Feeling a bit better, she remarked that it seemed Harry was adapting well in Gryffindor. Draco's gaze briefly flicked toward the Gryffindor table before returning, his tone somewhat languid. Only then did Angelia turn to him. He was sorted into Gryffindor. What should we do? Draco pinched her cheek in exasperation. What can we do? Should we sever ties with him? I always knew he was too foolish to be sorted into Slytherin. I just didn't expect him to end up in Gryffindor. Harry's parents were both from Gryffindor and staunch supporters of Dumbledore. With his mother being a Muggle-born, the Malfoy family had always held strong prejudices against bloodlines in Gryffindor, which explained Lucius's indifference toward Harry. There were reasons behind it. Angelia leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Let us discuss this matter properly tonight." The searing breath, imbued with the scent of strawberry candy, crept into Draco's ears, causing his earlobes to redden unexpectedly. He discreetly turned his head towards the ongoing sorting ceremony, attempting to conceal his slightly flushed face. Noticing Draco's sudden movement, Angelia blinked in confusion, assuming he no longer wished to converse, and shifted her gaze to the sorting ceremony as well. Theodore, witnessing the entire episode of Draco's embarrassment, also caught sight of Angelia's perplexed expression, and his mood brightened, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just a foolish boy who hasn't yet grasped the situation. Certainly not a threat. Theodore's irritation dissipated as he gazed with interest at the sorting ceremony. Finally, as the last new student completed their sorting, Professor McGonagall folded her lengthy list and departed with the sorting hat. The staff table. Dumbledore rose, extending his arms to the students, a benevolent smile adorning his face. Welcome to Hogwarts. Into a new academic year. Upon hearing his voice, Angelia immediately frowned in distaste. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. Foolishness, whining, detritus, twist. Thank you, everyone, Dumbledore continued. Angelia observed him putting on a farcical display. Unable to suppress a derisive snort, Draco, sensing the shift in her mood, gently squeezed her fingers beneath the table in a comforting gesture. Suddenly, the empty plates on the table filled with an array of food, various roasted meats, desserts, steaks, and vegetables. Regrettably, Angelia's lingering distaste from Dumbledore's nonsensical ramblings dulled her appetite. The Slytherin table was enveloped in a tranquil silence, broken only by the clinking of cutlery and hushed conversations. Angelia glanced over at the jubilant Gryffindor table and once again felt reassured in her choice of Slytherin. Try this. Noticing Angelia's lack of action, Draco speared a seemingly tender and juicy steak and placed it onto her plate. That I've tried it. It's quite delightful. Angelia possessed a high tolerance for snacks, but was exceedingly particular when it came to main courses. Fortunately, Draco had nearly discerned her palate. Whenever they dined in a new environment, he instinctively sampled dishes first and then offered her only those that matched her taste, not wishing to dismiss his kindness. Angelia picked up her knife and fork, slicing a piece of steak to savor. The tender beef melted on her tongue, mingling with the meticulously crafted sauce as it slid down her throat. This is delicious, she murmured, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Draco raised his eyebrows in pride. Of course, I knew it would suit your taste perfectly. Nearby, a bowl of steamed broccoli, Angelica's favorite steak accompaniment, sat untouched. She couldn't be bothered to reach for it, merely casting a glance before quietly continuing to cut her steak. However, Draco noticed, and, using an empty plate, scooped a small portion to place beside her while continuing to engage in conversation with an unfamiliar Slytherin boy. Upon seeing the extra bowl of broccoli at her side, Angelia felt her appetite rekindle. After finishing the steak and broccoli, she desired a small pudding, her gaze flickering among the array of flavors. Uncertain of which to select, suddenly, a fair hand slid a bowl of milk pudding in front of her. Following the hand, she saw Theodore smiling gently at her, his table adorned with 2 or 3 different flavored puddings. This one is delightful. I think you would enjoy it, he assured her. Sitting between them, Draco, who had been chatting with students across from him, caught sight of the obnoxious hand pushing a bowl of pudding past him and stopping before Angelia. Turning to Theodore, his tone laced with hostility, he inquired, "Do you know what flavor she likes? Don't casually recommend things to Angelia. Unpalatable food will ruin her appetite." His words were a mix of truth and exaggeration. Angelia was indeed finicky about her meals. Sometimes, if something did not appeal to her, she would simply refuse to eat it, an exceedingly spoiled behavior. Having been pampered since childhood, although Gellert was harsh in her studies, he had never deprived her in other aspects. With the later indulgence from Lucius and Narcissa, she had developed these bad habits. Yet, it was not absolute. Angelia was not incapable of enduring hardship but preferred to treat herself well when circumstances allowed. If it came to a matter of life and death, she would willingly consume anything to survive, even gnawing on wood if necessary. "Thank you," Angelia said softly to Theodore as she scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth. The sweet, milky flavor enveloped her taste buds, the pudding's smooth texture melting away. Much to her satisfaction, she closed her eyes in contentment. Draco was all too familiar with this expression, and a sudden wave of indignation and frustration washed over him as he sulkily poked the remaining carrots on his plate. Angelia, puzzled by his sudden discontent, offered him a spoonful of pudding, her voice gentle. "Would you like to try some? It's quite good." Draco looked at the pudding on the spoon and felt an ache in his heart. Coldly, he huffed and turned away from the offered pudding. Angelia blinked in confusion, withdrawing the spoon and placing it back to her lips. "If you don't want it, then forget it." While Angelia continued to joyfully savor her pudding, Draco found himself growing increasingly irritable, eventually turning his head away to avoid looking at her. Out of sight, out of mind. Angelia was oblivious to the reasons behind his sudden moodiness, yet his apparent disinterest left her feeling somewhat hurt. "What is wrong?" she asked softly, her voice sweet and laced with the scent of pudding. Draco turned to see the unmistakable look of distress on her face, suddenly realizing he had been unreasonable. Angelia had done nothing wrong. How could he possibly be upset with her? His expression softened, his tone gentle. "It's nothing. Do you want more pudding?" After carefully observing him and confirming his genuine lack of anger, she gently shook her head. "I don't want any more." Yes, she spoke. She naturally pushed the remaining half of her pudding toward him. Draco glanced at the half portion she had offered, then at the grinning Theodore, and unexpectedly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took a spoonful and, imitating Angelia, squinted his eyes in satisfaction. nodding. This is quite good. Theodore muttered under his breath. That's just infuriating. Draco happily finished the half portion of pudding. Convinced he had never tasted anything so delectable that as the feast progressed, Dumbledore rose once more, delivering a lengthy speech filled with whimsical nonsense, from which Angelia distilled the crucial points. Do not venture into the forbidden forest, nor the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. A smirk crept onto Angelia's lips as she felt her excitement surge, her mind racing with possibilities. Wasn't this a clear invitation to seek adventure in precisely those locations? Immersed in delight, she rubbed her hands together, eager to explore, completely oblivious to the rest of Dumbledore's words. Suddenly, she heard her companions singing an eerie tune in various pitches. Blinking in confusion, Angelia noticed Pansy leaning closer. Explaining the current situation. Is this the school song? She mused, taking in the heart-wrenching wails emanating from the Gryffindor table, her eyes wide in astonishment. The professors were also singing earnestly, and when she glanced at Snape at the staff table, she found him expressionless, watching Dumbledore conjure the twisting, floating lyrics, his lips moving rapidly as if attempting to finish them as quickly as possible. As the remaining voices from Gryffindor concluded their peculiar rendition of the school song, they were finally granted permission to return to the dormitories. Following their head of house, they entered the dungeon through the right side of the marble staircase and traversed a dark corridor, ultimately arriving before a stone wall. Ambition. The head boy addressed the desolate stone wall, uttering a specific incantation, and suddenly, a grand stone door materialized upon its surface. He pushed the door open and led them inside. This was indeed the common room of Slytherin, and I implore you to remember the route you just traversed along with the password. Generally speaking, the password for the common room changes every fortnight, and we will post the new password on the notice board. At this juncture, first-year girls, please follow Gemma Farley, and first-year boys, kindly accompany me. Draco and Angolia parted ways, guided by the head boy towards their respective dormitories. In front of Angolia stood Pansy, with Aloysia behind her, as they trailed at the very end of the line. The rooms had been prearranged, and as Gemma Farley brought them to the dormitory entrance, she advised, Slytherin accommodates 2 students per dormitory. Your names have already been inscribed on the doors, and your belongings have been placed beneath your respective beds. Now, please retire to your dormitories. Angolia followed Pansy and Aloysia to the very end, finally discovering their names on the last 2 doors. The penultimate door bore the names Pansy Parkinson and Aloysia Royal. The final door displayed a singular name, Angolia Royal. You are quite fortunate. I've heard that such occurrences do happen in Slytherin, Aloysia remarked with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Aloysia Herman. Greetings, I am Angolia Royal. Angolia replied with a friendly smile. Pansy regarded the solitary nameplate on Angolia's door with a contemplative expression, bestowing upon her an enigmatic smile. How splendid! Angolia felt somewhat perplexed, yet Pansy chose not to elaborate. You should head back and rest. Today has been exhausting. Pansy stretched languidly and playfully winked at Angolia. Good night. Lilia, good night. Pansy and Aloysia returned to their room, while Angolia too pushed open the door to her dormitory. Inside, everything was arranged to her liking. The room bore an uncanny resemblance to her bedroom at the Malfoy residence, and Angolia instantly understood the meaning behind Pansy's earlier expression. This was no stroke of luck. Someone had evidently pulled strings for her. A sweet smile spread across Angolia's face. Approaching the wardrobe, she was unsurprised to find it brimming with the latest autumn fashions, while the vanity displayed a plethora of exquisite jewelry, the most striking being a blue diamond necklace placed prominently in the center. Suddenly, Angolia recalled that during a late-night return with Harry, Uncle Lucius had mentioned purchasing her a blue diamond necklace. With everything that had transpired, she had long since forgotten, only to realize that Uncle Lucius had brought it directly to Hogwarts. As she grasped the necklace, its cool touch sent a shiver through her. The quality and craftsmanship of the diamonds were exceptional, and the ornate design did not appear gaudy. The various sizes of blue diamonds adorned the piece in a manner that felt rare and precious, even to someone as accustomed to jewels as she was. Having been separated from her parents since childhood, she remained unaware of their identities even now. However, Lucius and Narcissa treated her as if she were their own daughter. Though she had never experienced the love of biological parents, the affection and indulgence bestowed upon her by Lucius and Narcissa filled that void. As the hour grew late, the common room had emptied, the day's exertions wearing everyone down. Angolia settled onto the sofa, withdrawing her wand and with a gentle flick, sent a charming little paper crane fluttering towards the boys' dormitory. Moments later, Draco emerged from the boys' quarters, his countenance betraying a hint of discontent, his fair complexion drawn into a frown. "What troubles you?" Angolia inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "Why the glum face?" Draco clenched his teeth in frustration. "I've been assigned to share a dormitory with Theodore Knott." Angolia gasped in surprise. "You're in a double room? Slytherin dormitories are all shared," Draco replied with a resigned sigh. Noticing the astonishment on Angolia's face, "I know you have a single room." "How do you know that?" Angolia tilted her head, her azure eyes brimming with confusion. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, mumbling, "You are so delicate. If you had to share a room, it would take you ages to adjust. Father asked Godfather to arrange a single dormitory for you. Then why are you still in a double room?" Angolia persisted, still puzzled that Draco's ears reddened further. He spoke loudly to cover his embarrassment. "I am not that delicate." After uttering those words, he realized how accusatory they sounded and hastily redirected his attention to Angolia's expression. Angolia displayed no trace of anger or resentment. Instead, she wore a soft, warm smile as she gently replied, "Thank you." Draco's ears flared with even more color. In truth, it was he who had initiated this arrangement. Having learned that Slytherin rooms were shared, he worried Angolia might struggle with the adjustment and sought his father's assistance in securing her a single room, even suggesting that it be styled like the Malfoy residence. Everyone was aware of their close relationship, and he reasoned that if Angolia struggled to sleep and became less astute, it would reflect poorly on him. With this justification, Draco felt somewhat vindicated. Angolia had summoned Draco to seek out Harry. With a flick of her wand, she cast an invisibility charm over them both, and Draco felt a chill wash over him as they melted into the air. Suddenly, a soft, warm hand clasped his, and Angolia's sweet voice chimed in his ear. "Let us be off." A small paper crane appeared before them, flapping its wings to lead the way, with Angolia guiding Draco in its wake. As they navigated Hogwarts by night, they carefully evaded patrolling staff, following the paper crane until they reached Gryffindor Tower. The crane alighted at the corridor's end, halting before a portrait of a rather plump lady, who was busily adjusting the hem of her pink gown. Noticing their presence, she did not even lift her gaze, lazily inquiring, "Password?" Receiving no response, the woman grew impatient and raised her head, only to find no one before her. "How peculiar," she muttered, but chose not to dwell on it and returned to her task. Angolia pulled Draco aside and whispered, "We don't have the password. We cannot enter Gryffindor Tower." Just as she finished speaking, Harry emerged from the hidden entrance behind the portrait. Before they could utter a word, they heard footsteps approaching from the staircase, startling Angolia, who hurriedly cast an invisibility spell over Harry. The chill spread from the top of his head to his toes, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily. Filch, accompanied by the fat lady, slowly made his way down the corridor, his old oil lamp hissing as he approached their position. They held their breath, frozen in place as the lamp drew within an inch of Harry's nose. Filch paused, scanning the area with confusion. "Come out, I see you." Angolia, Harry, and Draco remained silent, pressing themselves against the wall as Filch's bewildered gaze searched the surroundings. Confirming that the area was indeed vacant, Filch departed, his lamp trailing behind him. The fat lady, with her slate-gray eyes, fixed her stare on the spot where the three had concealed themselves, clearly having sensed their presence but opting not to alert Filch. Instead, following in his footsteps. It was only after both the man and cat had retreated into the distance that the trio exhaled in relief. "Phew. Do you think the fat lady noticed us?" Harry whispered. "I have a feeling she could see us." He added, "She did notice," Angolia pondered aloud, "but chose not to expose us. Cats perceive the world differently from wizards. In most cases, ordinary invisibility charms do not affect them." Angolia continued, "Moreover, cats possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell." Draco, however, seemed unconcerned. "What does it matter? In any case, she did not reveal us." The corridor gradually fell silent once more. Angelia had initially intended to share with them the vision she encountered during the sorting hat ceremony. But as she surveyed the portraits adorning the walls, a frown creased her brow. That crafty old fox, Dumbledore, must have placed numerous spies throughout the castle, and the ubiquitous portraits were undoubtedly the prime candidates. A white glimmer emanated from the tip of Angelia's wand. As she murmured incantations, the light expanded, ultimately coalescing into a thin, translucent sphere that enveloped the three of them. Within this orb, their forms became visible. Yet strangely, the portraits seemed oblivious to their presence. Observing the curiosity of her companions, Angelia cautioned as she reached out to pull them closer. Do not touch. It might shatter. Immediately, they withdrew their hands and settled on the floor beside her. Why are you out at this hour? Draco inquired, eyeing Harry with a hint of perplexity that it's past curfew. Harry raked his fingers through his hair, offering a sheepish smile. After the sorting, Angelia mentioned we'd meet later. So I waited for you that I was worried you wouldn't be able to enter without the password. So I kept checking every now and then. Angelia and Draco had ventured out to find Harry. Sensing his unease from earlier, now, with only the three of them remaining, Harry's anxiety resurfaced, prompting him to speak before either could respond. Can we still be friends? I heard that Gryffindor and Slytherin have a terrible relationship. Harry's voice carried a note of grievance that I distinctly told the Sorting Hat I wanted to be in Slytherin, yet it placed me in Gryffindor. Angelia pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze without uttering a word. Do not fret, we will not abandon you. Noticing Angelia's silence, Draco quickly interjected to reassure him. If we no longer wish to be your friends, would we really have come to find you in the dead of night? Angelia lifted her gaze to meet his, her rosy lips curving into a warm smile. Indeed, we have always been friends, and that will not change because of the sorting. Harry finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing Harry's spirits lift, Angelia and Draco engaged him in conversation for a short, while before returning to their common room. That it was not until they reached the Slytherin lounge that Draco quietly asked, What did you want to say? You seemed hesitant just now. Is something amiss? Given the insecurity of discussing matters in the common room, Angelia scanned their surroundings to ensure they were alone before grasping Draco's hand. Intending to pull him back to her dormitory, before he could voice any protest, she yanked him towards the staircase, and without warning, the stairs transformed into a slope, causing them to tumble down awkwardly. What just happened? Angelia managed to steady herself as she looked back at the staircase, which had reverted to its original form. Draco sat dazed on the ground. Upon hearing Angelia's voice, he snapped back to reality and sighed as he stood beside her. Boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Angelina raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then I shall insist that you enter. With that, she pointed her wand at Draco. Petrificus totalis. Instantly, he was struck by the spell. Observing Draco transformed into a stone statue before her, Angelia waved her wand again, diminishing his stony form until it was palm-sized. Satisfied, she picked up the miniature statue and confidently strode into her dormitory. Attempting to bind her with rules? Dream on. Once inside her room, she restored Draco to his original state. He sat on the floor momentarily stunned, taking in the surroundings before glancing at Angelia, his expression shifting rapidly before settling on indignation. You actually used the petrification spell on me. Draco was a mix of aggrieved and furious, his fair complexion flushed with anger. Angelia blinked innocently. I merely wanted to bring you in. Draco dismissed her explanation. Still looking hurt. I trusted you completely. Without a hint of suspicion. A wave of guilt washed over Angelia, rendering her defensive retort stuck in her throat. She took Draco's hand and sat beside him on the bed. Sincerely apologizing, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I won't do that again. Will you forgive me? Draco turned away, a hint of pride in his voice as he huffed, considering your earnestness in admitting fault. I shall forgive you. However, if you plan to use magic against me again, do remember to inform me in advance. All right. Having soothed Draco's ire, Angelia cast numerous concealment charms around them before finally speaking. The reason Harry was sorted into Gryffindor is rather significant. When I was sorted, I invaded the Sorting Hat's memories and witnessed Dumbledore express his desire for us all to be placed in Gryffindor. Draco's voice rose sharply. Are you implying that both you and Harry were meant to be in Gryffindor? His incredulity was palpable. Is he out of his mind? Angelia replied with a cold smirk. He has been for quite some time. That's why I threatened the Sorting Hat to place us both in Slytherin. But alas, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor before me, leaving me powerless. Draco furrowed his brow. No wonder Harry claimed he told the Sorting Hat he wished to join Slytherin, yet it still placed him in Gryffindor. Now that Harry was where he wished to be, I believe he will soon connect with him. Angelia spoke slowly. Regardless of what he intends to do, I will not permit him to have it easy. The following morning, Draco awoke. After a lengthy conversation with Angelia the previous night, he had opted to sleep there. Given the ample space on the bed, two could comfortably share it, and he was simply too lazy to face Theodore. Angelia was still sound asleep when Draco gently tapped her arm. Wake up. Angelia, it's time to rise. Groggily, Angelia opened her eyes. What's wrong? Today is our first day of classes. The prefect will escort us to the dining hall and classrooms. Hurry up. Instantly alert, Angelia sprang into action. Having both slept in their robes the previous night, a quick wash-up allowed Angelia to grab her books along with Draco's miniature statue before stepping out of the girls' dormitory. The Slytherin common room was already bustling with activity. Angelia moved behind the curtains to set down the statue, and seizing the moment while no one was watching, she swiftly lifted the spell on Draco. This time, Draco was prepared, so he felt little discomfort. After stretching, he pulled back the curtains, only to lock eyes with Theodore, who was emerging from the dormitory. Their gazes collided. Igniting sparks, Theodore's expression darkened as he observed Draco and Angelia peeking out from behind the curtains. What was this insufferable fool doing with Angelia so early in the morning? He hadn't even returned to the dormitory last night. Had he spent the night with her? Angelia remained oblivious to Theodore's presence. Finding it odd that Draco had suddenly halted. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Draco turned slightly to obstruct Angelia's view. Nothing. I'm just going to grab my books that I'll see you in a moment. With that, he made his way toward the boys' dormitory. Angelia cast him a puzzled glance before walking over to the sofa, casually flipping open a book as she awaited Draco's return. Good morning. Angelia. The sudden voice startled Angelia, who was engrossed in her reading. She whipped around to find Theodore's gentle gaze meeting hers. Good morning, Theodore. Not wishing to continue the conversation, she returned her focus to her book. While Theodore settled onto another sofa without intruding further, before long, Pansy sauntered over, yawning. Morning, Lilia. She threw her arm around Angelia's neck, leaning against her. Morning. Angelia resignedly set aside her book to accommodate her. How did you sleep last night? Not particularly well. Pansy squinted. But my roommate is quite nice. That's good to hear that if you're not comfortable, you can always come sleep with me. Pansy yawned again. It's not that I'm uncomfortable. I spent half the night arranging my room, so I ended up sleeping too late and feel quite tired now. Before Angelia could respond, Draco emerged. Let us go. It's about time for breakfast. The staircases of Hogwarts are rather unruly, a fact well known to the children of pureblood families from the very outset. Thus, they instinctively gathered early in the common room, awaiting the prefect to lead them to the great hall for their meal, after which they would be escorted to their classrooms. Throughout the journey, the prefect elaborated on the architecture of Hogwarts, explaining everything from the locations of classrooms to the peculiarities of the staircase's movement. Angelia attentively absorbed every detail. The breakfast offerings at Hogwarts were plentiful, and Angelia selected a slice of toast smeared with strawberry peanut butter. However, after just one bite, she scrunched her brow in distaste. It was quite unpalatable. Reluctant to waste food, she compelled herself to take another bite. Suddenly, the toast was snatched from her hands, and a small syrup pancake appeared on her plate. Draco held the half-eaten toast, pushing the plate towards her with his other hand. Try this. I've sampled it, and it's delightful. Dainty last. Angelia's furrowed brow relaxed as she cut a small piece of the syrup pancake and savored its sweet, fluffy flavor, which made her eyes gleam with satisfaction. Seeing her enjoyment, Draco took a bite of the strawberry peanut butter toast, only to freeze in surprise. How could something be so dreadful? Yet, Angelia's aversion to wasting food did not deter Draco, who, despite his lack of particularity regarding food, finished the slice. The first class for Slytherin was Transfiguration, shared with Gryffindor. The prefects escorted the first years to the doorway, sternly advising, I expect you to always remember that you are a Slytherin. Your every action reflects upon our house, for better or worse. With that, the prefect departed, leaving the Slytherin newcomers to enter the classroom in an orderly fashion. Angelia and Draco took their seats at the front, while Pansy and Blaise sat behind them. Aloysia and an unfamiliar girl occupied another row towards the front, and Theodore sat at the very front of that row. The room was filled entirely with Slytherin students, devoid of any Gryffindors. The atmosphere was hushed, with only the sounds of pages turning and quills scratching on parchment breaking the silence. As the class commencement drew near, a cacophony of laughter and chatter approached, and a large group of Gryffindor students burst into the classroom. Harry entered, chatting with a red-haired boy, and his eyes immediately landed on Angelia and Draco at the front. He was eager to rush over and greet them, but the red-haired boy yanked him back. Don't go over there. Those are Slytherin students, he scolded, his tone laced with disdain. I merely wish to say hello to my friends, Harry replied, reluctantly releasing the boy's grip as he made his way to Angelia and Draco. Good morning, Angelia, Draco, Harry greeted, his sparkling green eyes radiant, and a low murmur of discussion rippled through the room. Angelia smiled gently. "Good morning, Harry." Draco, dismissing the surrounding chatter with a slight grimace, remarked, "Look at you, all sweaty from running." As he raised his wand, Harry instinctively raked his fingers through his hair, awaiting the spell. Before Draco could utter the incantation for a cleaning charm, the red-haired boy lunged forward, yanking Harry away. "What are you doing? Not only does he disdain you, but he also intends to cast a spell. How can you just stand there?" The boy appeared furious, directing his ire at a bewildered Harry while casting a disdainful glance at Draco. "Who knows what wicked Slytherin curses he might unleash upon you?" Draco, with a haughty demeanor, lifted his chin and disdainfully remarked, "With that freckled face and fiery hair, you must be a Weasley. Has your father finally managed to pay for your tuition at Hogwarts?" The boy's face turned crimson, matching the hue of his hair. Draco smirked, his expression dripping with sarcasm. "If I were you, I'd be exceedingly cautious not to offend a Slytherin. One never knows what may slip from their lips." With a casual flick of his wand, Draco sent a shiver of fear through the boy, who instinctively trembled, letting out an involuntary avada. The red-haired boy gulped, grabbing Harry's hand as if to flee. Prompting a resigned sigh from Harry. "He's my friend. He merely wished to give me a cleaning charm. No need to panic, Ron." Ron remained fixated on Draco's wand, seemingly oblivious to Harry's reassurances. Angelia, growing impatient, clicked her tongue and cast a cleaning charm on Harry with a wave of her wand. "Thank you," Harry said, his gentle gaze meeting hers in appreciation. Ron, still bewildered, was led away by Harry. "Fool," Draco scoffed, returning his focus to the book in his hands. Before long, the ruckus of Gryffindor quieted as footsteps approached. Angelia looked up to see Professor McGonagall, the one who had presided over the sorting ceremony the previous day. She seemed to notice Angelia as well, her gaze lingering for a brief moment before her brow furrowed slightly. In that instant, Angelia surmised that McGonagall must be a confidant of Dumbledore. Surely a professor would not pay heed to an unknown student unless that student had been placed in Slytherin contrary to the headmaster's wishes. With her mind racing, Angelia maintained a soft smile as she regarded McGonagall. "Transfiguration is the most perilous and complex subject you will encounter during your time at Hogwarts. No mischief is permitted in my class," McGonagall stated, her stern gaze sweeping over the students, satisfied to see them sitting attentively, eyes fixed upon her. She had a remarkable ability to ignite students' enthusiasm for learning. When she transformed the lectern into a pig before their eyes, the excitement for mastering transfiguration surged among the students. Of course, she promptly changed it back. Soon, expressions of eagerness lit up their faces, each student eager to learn how to turn the lectern into a pig. However, McGonagall proceeded to explain only the simplest of fundamental principles, leaving many students with perplexed expressions as they struggled to jot down the convoluted information. They then practiced transforming a matchstick into a needle. Using the matches distributed by McGonagall, Angelia found little interest in such childish antics. Her attention was captured by an advanced transfiguration book, which contained a theory that engrossed her entirely. Noticing some students lagging behind, McGonagall approached Angelia's desk and rapped gently on its surface. "Miss Royo, I believe it is not quite the time for delving into advanced magic." McGonagall's gaze flicked to the book in Angelia's hands. Angelia flashed a sweet smile and replied, "I apologize, Professor, but I believe I have grasped the content of this lesson. I recall the school regulations state that if a student has mastered the material, they are permitted to pursue additional knowledge during class." McGonagall regarded the untouched matchstick on the desk and asked, "Then, Miss Royo, would you please transform this match into a needle?" With a flick of her wand, Angelia effortlessly transformed the match into a shiny, sharp needle glimmering with a metallic sheen. McGonagall did not impose any difficulty upon her. Instead, a satisfied smile graced her face. "A splendid piece of transfiguration. Miss Royo, Slytherin earns 10 points. Though puzzled, Angelia graciously responded, "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall glanced at the advanced transfiguration book in her hands, her tone still infused with cheerfulness. "You are free to study at your leisure now. Miss Royo, I would like to remind you that transfiguration places great emphasis on foundational knowledge. When attempting advanced transformations, it is advisable to have an experienced practitioner nearby for guidance, lest you inadvertently harm yourself." Feeling the warmth of her goodwill, Angelia's smile became even more genuine. "Thank you. I will be careful." Throughout the remainder of the class, McGonagall did not interrupt her again, only approaching Angelia after the lesson had concluded, cheerfully stating, "Oh, Miss Royo, should you encounter any difficulties, Feel free to ask me at any time that I would be more than happy to assist you. Oh, thank you, Professor McGonagall, said Angelia, her voice sweet and soft as she accepted the compliment. Professor McGonagall appeared equally pleased, nodding her head before striding away. It was only after she had distanced herself that Angelia turned to Draco with a puzzled expression. Isn't she the head of Gryffindor? Draco, sensing the goodwill emanating from Professor McGonagall, furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, and she is a staunch supporter of him. To avoid being overheard, Draco merely referred to him. But they both understood he was speaking of Dumbledore. Angelia pondered for quite some time, unable to comprehend the reason behind Professor McGonagall's kindness towards her, and ultimately decided to set the matter aside. Dumbledore would surely find an opportunity to address her in due time. With only one class in the morning, Angelia and Draco returned directly to the Slytherin common room, books clutched in their arms. With lunch still a while away, Angelia resolved to pay a visit to the potions office. Standing at the door, she knocked lightly, and heard Snape's somewhat weary voice from within. Enter. Angelia pushed the door open and stepped inside. Snape was seated behind his desk, grading assignments, with 4 neat stacks of parchment towering before him, each nearly 2 feet high, effectively burying him beneath their weight. Uncle Severus, Angelia spoke softly, observing the pronounced bags under his eyes and the dark circles that marred his complexion. Upon hearing her voice, Snape's previously apparent impatience dissipated, and he set down his quill, looking up at her with a gentler tone. You've arrived. What brings you here? Angelia approached Snape, her voice a delicate, sweet melody. I came to see if there is any way I can assist you. Uncle Severus, having been at a distance earlier, she now noticed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, the deep hollows beneath them, and his pallid skin, clearly indicating he had not rested in quite some time. I have no need for assistance, Snape replied, leaning back in his chair and gently rubbing his temples. Are you adapting well to this place? If there is anything amiss, do not hesitate to inform me. This place is wonderful, and the dormitory is quite comfortable. Thank you, Uncle Severus, for arranging a single room for me. Angelia responded with a soft smile as she moved behind Snape and gently massaged his temples. Have you not had a proper rest for quite some time? Leaning back, Snape surrendered to Angelia's soft touch, allowing himself a rare moment of relaxation. Indeed, I have been rather busy lately, he admitted, his voice noticeably more relaxed, devoid of its usual facade, revealing the profound fatigue that lingered beneath. As Angelia's gaze swept over the papers on Snape's desk, she noticed he was grading assignments from Gryffindor, the red ink defended glaringly apparent. Is there anything I can do? She inquired softly. Snape languidly responded with a nonchalant hum. You are providing me with the most valuable assistance at this very moment. Angelia beamed at him, but it seemed he was utterly exhausted. For within moments, Snape had succumbed to sleep, leaning back in his chair. Regardless of the time, Snape always remained alert, even in slumber, his senses attuned to any sound that might rouse him. Yet curiously, only Angelia was able to move about freely in his presence while he slept, even relocating him without causing him to awaken, as if he were entirely unaware of her actions. Seeing him asleep, Angelia gently flicked her wand, levitating Snape to the lounge within the potions office, which also served as his sleeping quarters at the school. She carefully placed him upon the bed, tucking him in with a blanket, and he remained in a deep, undisturbed slumber, showing no signs of waking. After ensuring Snape was comfortably settled, Angelia tiptoed out of the potions office. The first class of the afternoon was herbology, and the Slytherin students traversed the soft grass to the greenhouse, where a short, silver-haired professor stood at the front, observing them. Her voice was as kind and optimistic as her appearance. Good afternoon, students. I am Pomona Sprout, and I welcome you to the greenhouse for our herbology course, she said with a cheerful smile, her round face adorned with rosy cheeks. This semester, we will be studying. Suddenly, Angelia felt a tap on her shoulder. What is it? She turned to find Draco leaning in, wearing a mischievous grin, seemingly plotting some prank. Look what I've discovered. Draco raised his gloved right hand, revealing a repugnant, translucent worm, glistening with slime. Contrary to Draco's expectations of a startled shriek, Angelia merely cast a dispassionate glance at the creature. Her expression calm. That is a lobamina worm, which thrives in dark, damp environments, often preferring to dwell on herbaceous plants with medicinal properties. Once dried, it can be ground into powder, serving as a common potion ingredient. Draco stared in disbelief for a moment before tossing the worm aside in boredom. Is this what the world of top students is like? Professor Sprout remained oblivious to their exchange. In fact, many students were whispering amongst themselves, but she seemed undeterred, maintaining her gentle and kind tone as she concluded her introductory remarks and proceeded to announce the day's lesson. The students began their work with the brown flower pots before them, tasked with planting the nearby wolfsbane seedlings. The entire plant is toxic, its leaves are serrated, and its roots are covered in fine spines, possessing anesthetic properties. The seedlings are not delicate, as they readily take root when simply placed in soil and watered, making the task straightforward as long as they were careful to avoid contact with the toxic plant. The previously buzzing whispers faded, and the students devoted themselves to the task at hand, while Angelia continued to plant the wolfsbane, her thoughts drifting far away. Once the apothecary shop in Diagon Alley opened, maximizing profits would necessitate establishing stable channels for potion ingredient supply and sales. The highest demand for potions, after all, resided within St. Mungo's. If the opportunity arose, perhaps she could discuss potential collaboration with them, but a sudden pain scream snapped Angelia back to reality, and she turned to see Draco grimacing as he stared at his hand, which was now swollen and red. "Did you come into contact with the wolfsbane?" Angelia immediately discarded her gloves and took hold of his hand, while her other gloved hand deftly yanked out the freshly planted wolfsbane roots from the pot, placing them on the table and pounding them until the juices splattered, before hastily applying the pulp to Draco's injured hand. Professor Sprout noticed the commotion and hurried over, arriving just in time to see Angelia tending to Draco's wound. "An impeccable response, Miss Royal. 10 points to Slytherin," Professor Sprout remarked, her expression one of surprise. She then turned her attention to Draco. "Now, who is willing to escort Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary? I believe I can assist." "Professor Sprout," Angelia offered softly. Professor Sprout smiled warmly at her. "Thank you, Miss Royal." Since the wolfsbane's roots could only anesthetize and not counteract the poison, with Professor Sprout's consent, Angelia promptly supported Draco as they made their way to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, who had been busy writing behind her desk, immediately discarded her quill upon seeing Draco's pale, sweat-drenched face and rushed to his side. "What happened?" Madame Pomfrey asked, frowning at the mushy wolfsbane root bandage on his hand. "Wolfsbane poisoning?" "Yes, madam. His skin was stung by the leaves of the wolfsbane, and there may be some spines from the roots lodged in his skin. Currently, it is only swollen and red, with no signs of festering," suggesting that the exposure was minimal. In order to facilitate Madame Pomfrey's swift understanding of the situation, Angelia promptly removed the wolfsbane roots that had been applied to Draco's hand and spoke up. Upon hearing Angelia mention the potential for further decay, Draco's face contorted in fear. "Will my hand rot away?" Angelia's explanation was exceedingly comprehensive and professional, leading Madame Pomfrey to make an immediate judgment. "No. In fact, all you need to do is consume a vial of antidote to restore it to its original state." As she spoke, Madame Pomfrey walked toward a cabinet behind her. Before long, she returned with a small vial of potion. "Take this." She handed the tiny vial to Draco, then waved her wand and tapped it against the back of his hand. The remnants of the messy wolf's bane juice, the soiled dirt, and the multitude of tiny thorns vanished completely, and the pain subsided significantly. Draco obediently gulped down the potion, and at the instant it touched his tongue, his face stiffened as an indescribable wave of nausea surged from his mouth to his stomach. "Oh, how revolting!" he grimaced. Madame Pomfrey was correct. Almost as soon as the antidote was swallowed, his hand began to heal, and it wasn't long before it returned to its usual pale and slender appearance. "Oh, thank goodness," Draco sighed in relief, gazing at his restored hand. The first defense against the dark arts class for Slytherin was scheduled for the morning of the second day of school. By now, most Slytherin students had memorized the ever-shifting staircases and the complex locations of classrooms, and the prefects no longer escorted them. Angelia and Draco arrived early, making their way directly to the front row, where they habitually took out their books to read. Soon, more and more Slytherin students filled the classroom, each quietly taking their seats and engrossed in their reading without making a sound. As per usual, the Gryffindor students rushed in just a few minutes before class began, their faces beaming with joy, evidently looking forward to the lesson. Angelia was unexpectedly delighted to spot the peculiar girl from the train, who had come to their compartment asking about transformation spells, sitting not far in front of Harry. The two seemed to have struck up a conversation. "Welcome, everyone, to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am your professor for this course. My name is Lydia Dubois." A melodious voice wafted through the air, drawing the students' attention. Before they could turn to look, the enchanting figure had already reached the front of the classroom. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with rosy lips curving slightly upward, and her captivating fox-like eyes seemed to glisten with a depth of emotion. Her strikingly defined features and pale complexion accentuated her allure. Angelia glanced around and noticed many boys' faces flushed with color, their gazes fixed on Lena. Unperturbed by the attention, Lena continued, "This semester, I will guide you in learning." Her voice was pleasant, neither overly sweet nor weak, compelling listeners to lean in closer. Draco, however, remained unresponsive, resting his chin on one hand while quietly absorbing Lena's words, attempting to extract useful information to jot down. "Now, who can tell me the function of the binding curse?" As soon as Lena finished, Angelia raised her hand, determined not to miss this opportunity to earn points for Slytherin. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another hand shoot up. Turning her head, she recognized it as the anxious girl from the train. Naturally, Lena chose to call on Angelia first, disregarding the other girl's frantic gesture. "Miss Royal," Angelia stood and answered. "The binding curse can conjure ropes to bind an enemy and can also be used to seal entrances." An impeccable answer. Miss Royal, 10 points to Slytherin. Lena winked at her. Angelia responded with a gentle smile. The other girl, disappointed, lowered her raised hand and resumed grasping her quill. "Now, who can tell me the function of the shield charm?" Lena posed another question. The girl immediately threw down her quill and raised her hand once more. "Miss Granger," Lena promptly acknowledged her. Granger stood and declared, "The shield charm is a protective spell that can deflect curses. It can rebound minor jinxes and weaken more powerful spells." "Excellent. Miss Granger, 10 points to Gryffindor." Lena nodded in encouragement. Granger sat down proudly, head held high. The lesson focused on practicing the shield charm, with students paired up and standing face to face, practicing how to defend against spells hurled at them. Angelia did not join any group. Instead, she sat at a desk pushed to the edge of the classroom, engrossed in her book on dark magic. Clearly, this was the best choice during Lena's class, as the students were busy practicing in the center, and Lena would not interrupt her. If anyone attempted to disturb her, Lena would surely intervene, allowing her to lose herself in her reading without concern for the outside world. Just as she reached the chapter on crafting dark magical items, a sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. "Professor Dubois, may I have Miss Royal step outside?" Angelia looked up to see Professor McGonagall standing at the door. "Oh, certainly." Lena turned back in surprise, addressing Angelia. "Miss Royal." Angelia set her book aside and walked outside. At the door, Professor McGonagall spoke softly, "The headmaster wishes to see you at this time." Angelia raised an eyebrow and followed Professor McGonagall up to the 3rd floor, where they stopped before an ugly, massive stone beast. "Lemonade." Chilled, McGonagall instructed the grotesque statue, which immediately moved aside, revealing a crack in the wall and a spiral staircase. "Go in. The headmaster is waiting for you in his office," McGonagall said softly before turning to leave. Angelina smirked and ascended the spiral staircase alone. At the top, she found a sturdy oak door, which she pushed open to see Dumbledore seated behind a long desk. "Ah, you've arrived," he remarked, glancing up at the sound of the door. Ignoring him, Angelia stepped into the office, elegantly summoned a chair with her wand, and placed it directly opposite Dumbledore before sitting down. "What do you need me for?" she inquired, finally meeting his gaze. Dumbledore was unfazed by her demeanor as he scrutinized her through the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses. She appeared somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Initially, he had presumed that Angelia would be a sensitive, insecure, and fragile child, but after the sorting hat ceremony, he had slightly adjusted his opinion. However, he was taken aback by how utterly unafraid Angelia seemed in his presence. The typical emotions of anger, agitation, and fear that an 11-year-old might exhibit when confronted by the person who had imprisoned them since childhood were conspicuously absent. She entered the room calmly, gracefully dragging a chair across the floor to sit opposite him, entirely dismissive of his authority. Dumbledore chose not to respond, and Angelia remained silent as well, stifling a yawn in boredom while allowing Dumbledore to inspect her from head to toe. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the intricate, delicate ring adorning her right ring finger, which struck him as oddly familiar. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, contemplating the origin of the ring. Where had it come from? Angelia raised her hand and casually shook it. Her voice languid as she replied, "Uncle Lucius bought it for me." "Why? Do you like it?" "Unfortunately, there's only one, and I quite like it, so I can't give it to you." Dumbledore's furrowed brow relaxed. He was well aware of her amicable relationship with the Malfoy family, as Lucius often gifted her jewelry. What a pity, he feigned regret, shaking his head. Not at all regrettable, after all. "You wouldn't be able to wear it," Angelia retorted, flaunting her finger before him. Dumbledore, inherently suspicious, recognized that concealing the truth often aroused more suspicion than revealing it was better to show him openly. Especially since the ring had already been subjected to a transformation charm, rendering its current appearance entirely unrelated to its former state. Indeed, Dumbledore's attention shifted away from the ring as he returned his gaze to her eyes and gently spoke. "I have heard that you share a good rapport with Harry." That night in the Gryffindor common room corridor, she and Draco had sought Harry, and many portraits had witnessed the encounter. Furthermore, they had never shied away from their camaraderie on campus. So Dumbledore knew this was hardly a surprise to her. "Yes," Angelia replied candidly, nodding decisively. "What of it? It is rather uncommon for a Slytherin student to befriend a Gryffindor. Did you two know each other prior to your enrollment?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses. Angelina raised an eyebrow in impatience. "Are you suggesting that Slytherin students cannot befriend Gryffindor students? Of course not. I am merely curious." Dumbledore playfully winked. Angelina turned her gaze away in distaste, her fingers stirring beneath her sleeves. "That I advise you to refrain from harboring curiosity about trivial matters," leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed. She smirked. "I hope our esteemed headmaster can focus on more pressing matters, such as keeping an eye on that room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, but Angelia had already lost interest in lingering any longer. Her purpose for coming had been fulfilled, and it was time to depart. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for his response, Angelia stood and exited the office. Dumbledore made no attempt to stop her, watching her retreating figure with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. Once outside the headmaster's office, Angelia revealed her left hand, which had been concealed within her sleeve, clutching a small magical camera and a stack of photographs. She disdainfully flipped through the images before stuffing them all into her pocket. By the time Angelia returned to the classroom, the defense against the dark arts lesson had concluded, leaving only Leah waiting for her. "Professor Du Bois," Angelia said as she walked into the classroom, and Leah immediately turned to face her. "Miss Royal," Leah said, handing her a book from her side, a gentle smile gracing her features. "Here is your book." "Thank you, Professor," Angelia replied softly, accepting the book with gratitude. Leah nodded and departed. Angelia returned to the Slytherin common room, and upon entering, she spotted Draco waiting on the sofa. "Your back." His eyes lit up at the sight of her. But upon noticing the book in her arms, his expression immediately fell. Confused by his sudden shift in mood, Angelia glanced down at her book. "What's wrong?" She sat beside Draco and playfully pinched his cheek. Why the long face? The common room was nearly empty, and Draco made no effort to resist her playful gesture. Looking woefully at the book she had placed beside him, "That I wanted to help you carry your book back. But Professor Du Bois refused me outright. No matter how I pleaded, she wouldn't relent, so I had to come back alone. Oh, is that all?" Angelia replied, somewhat exasperated. Her books predominantly concerned dark magic and forbidden spells, matters best kept from prying eyes, which was why Leah had denied him. It was evident that Draco was quite displeased about it. Just because of that, Angelia pinched his cheek again, finding his disgruntled demeanor irresistibly adorable. "Yes," Draco nodded emphatically. Angelina was smitten by his cuteness and began to rub his soft cheek vigorously until his fair skin flushed a light pink. "How can you be so adorable?" It was quite peculiar for a boy to be called cute. And Draco became engrossed in a debate with Angelia, completely forgetting about the book, successfully diverting the topic. Lunchtime soon arrived, and Angelia and Draco made their way to the Great Hall. Today's menu featured a beautifully cooked red wine steak, and Angelia happily forked a piece into her mouth, only to furrow her brow at the familiar flavor. "This tastes like the fare prepared by the Malfoy family's house elf," she mused, perplexed, as she cut a piece and offered it to Draco. He, however, appeared unfazed by her revelation. After swallowing the morsel, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "It is indeed from the Malfoy family's house elf. Father arranged for it because he heard you were unaccustomed to the food here." Unable to suppress a smile, Angelia delightedly consumed the rest of her red wine steak. Delicious. The first lesson of the afternoon was flying class. They arrived at the broom cupboard, and each selected a broomstick before heading to the soft, expansive lawn. Their flying instructor, Madame Hooch, with her short gray hair and yellow eyes, approached with brisk efficiency, lending her an air of sternness. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" Madame Hooch's sharp voice rang out as her gaze swept over the 2 rows of students. "Stand beside your brooms, quickly. Don't waste time." The students promptly complied. Angelia frowned at the worn and frayed broomstick lying next to her. "I hope this thing won't fall apart mid-flight." But her musings were soon interrupted by Madame Hooch's authoritative voice. Extend your right hand, place it above the broom, and clearly say up. The students followed suit, and a few of their broomsticks immediately leapt into their hands. Angelia stared in astonishment at the broomstick now in her grasp. Clearly taken aback by its responsiveness, Draco held his broomstick with pride. He had been playing on broomsticks since childhood, and this posed no challenge for him. To Angelia's surprise, Harry also succeeded on his first attempt. His emerald green eyes were fixed on his broom. A look of astonishment mingled with delight on his face. He glanced around, seemingly eager to share his joy. But both Ron and Hermione were preoccupied with their own struggles against the ground. Harry's eyes sparkled as he caught sight of Angelia, who returned his warmth with a smile. Mouthing, "Well done," Harry beamed, revealing his shy grin as he sheepishly ruffled his tousled hair and lowered his gaze. As most of the students successfully grasped their broomsticks, Madame Hooch began demonstrating how to maintain balance while riding without falling off. She paced back and forth among the ranks, correcting the students' grips on their brooms until each one was able to hold it correctly. "All right, when I blow the whistle, I want you all to push off the ground with all your might." Mrs. Hooch placed a whistle in her mouth. "Hold your broom steady, rise a few feet. Lean slightly forward, then descend vertically back to the ground. On the count of 3. Without waiting for her to call one, the boy who had been wailing on the train while searching for toads had already soared into the air. "Come back, Longbottom." Mrs. Hooch attempted to call him back, but the boy appeared utterly terrified, gazing down at the receding ground, swaying precariously as his broom carried him up to a height of several feet. Suddenly, the broom began to shake violently. Poor Longbottom failed to maintain his grip and plummeted from that height. Harry watched in concern, the joy in his eyes dimming rapidly. Angelia grimaced, raised her wand, and gently flicked it. Wingardium Leviosa. Some timid classmates had already shut their eyes, yet the anticipated screams and chaos did not ensue. Longbottom, about to crash to the ground, was gently cradled by an invisible cushion of air. Harry instinctively glanced at Angelia. And indeed, he saw her retracting her wand. He smiled at her, his eyes regaining their sparkle, and Angelia responded with a satisfied smirk. Draco, clearly perplexed by her sudden intervention to save a Gryffindor, turned to inquire, but happened to catch the interaction between her and Harry. So, it was to assist Harry. Draco resolved his confusion and shifted his gaze back to Mr. Longbottom, who was being softly lowered to the ground by the gentle air. Mrs. Hooch, evidently shaken, crouched before Longbottom to examine his condition. Once she confirmed that he was merely startled with no other injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief and stood once more. "Now, I shall escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. Everyone, listen closely. Return your brooms to their proper places, or you shall be barred from Quidditch and Hogwarts." She cast a stern glance over each student's face, her gaze finally settling on Angelia's, her tone softening. "Miss Royal, in light of your astute response during a peeress peril, Slytherin earns 20 points. She smiled gratefully at Angelia before assisting the still pale Longbottom to his feet and leaving. Longbottom remained ashen-faced, tears glistening on his cheeks, trembling as he walked alongside Mrs. Hooch, his legs feeling as weak as yesterday's spaghetti. Angelia suspected that without Mrs. Hooch's support, he would surely have collapsed on the very lawn where Longbottom had just stood. A translucent orb gleamed brightly. Draco averted his gaze in disdain. He had last seen this object in his grandfather's desk drawer. Harry approached, picked up the shimmering orb, and held it in his palm, causing it to glow a brilliant red. Draco could not help but chuckle. Harry gazed perplexedly at the red memory orb in his hand, clearly unaware of what he had forgotten. "Let me see." Draco stepped forward, took the memory orb from Harry, and squeezed it. The red mist instantly dissipated, reverting to its clear form. Draco smirked proudly. "See, I haven't forgotten anything." "You fool, Harry." The two had often jested like this in the past. Harry felt no offense. He absent-mindedly raked his fingers through his hair, evidently pondering what he had forgotten. Noticing Harry's continued bewilderment, Draco couldn't resist another round of mocking. Tossing the memory orb in the air with delight, "Your brain must have been eaten by a troll." Before he could finish, the memory orb was suddenly snatched from his hands. He looked up to find Miss Granger standing before him, neck arched, clutching the transparent orb. "This belongs to Neville. I will return it to him." Granger reached down to pull Harry, who was crouching on the ground, to his feet. "And Mr. Malfoy is openly insulting a classmate. And I will inform the professor." Draco disdainfully stepped back, widening the distance between them. "A disgusting Draco." Just as Draco was about to utter that phrase, Angelia intervened. She approached him, took his hand, and squeezed it reassuringly. then turned her cold gaze towards the girl before them. "Miss Granger," Angelia declared, her head held high. "Perhaps you should clarify the situation before you speak. Draco and Harry are friends, and I believe a few harmless jokes among friends are permissible at Hogwarts. Does Miss Granger's rules supersede the school regulations?" Draco had to concede that Angelia had perfectly emulated Snape's haughty tone while mocking others, causing Granger's face to flush scarlet. Even as friends, he shouldn't speak to Harry that way. Granger seemed to have found new ground, but Harry immediately grasped her hand. "Hermione, it's all right," Harry said, somewhat flustered. "It's fine. Harry, if they continue to treat you this way, it's not friendship. They merely use you as a source of amusement." Hermione gazed earnestly into Harry's eyes, but his expression promptly turned cold. "Hermione." Harry released her hand, his bashful demeanor replaced by resolute determination. "I am well aware of the character of my friends. I know your intentions are good. But Angelia and Draco are not the kind of people you describe." "Harry," Hermione seemed eager to persuade him further, but he had already retreated to stand beside Angelia and Draco. "I'm sorry, but until you can show my friends the respect they deserve, I believe we should maintain a neutral relationship as classmates," Harry stated coolly, then took one hand each of Draco and Angelia, leading them away. It was only after they had walked some distance that Harry released their hands. They sat together on the soft grass, Harry looking at them apologetically, as if he wished to say something. "What are you doing? You're not going to cry in front of me, are you?" Draco remarked, observing Harry's expression with a smirk. "Perhaps you should wait a moment before crying. I forgot to bring my magical camera." Harry rolled his eyes at him, appearing considerably lighter. "I'm sorry about today," before he could finish. Angelia leaned in and wrapped her arm around his shoulder, interrupting him. "This is not your fault. Gryffindor and Slytherin have been at odds for so many years that their prejudice against us is quite natural." Upon hearing Angelia's words, a flicker of unease crossed Harry's face. "So, can we still be friends?" Draco, dissatisfied, lightly punched Harry's shoulder. "Hey, you're not going to buckle under the pressure, are you?" No, it's just," Harry stammered, trying to clarify. "I'm just worried about bringing trouble to you." Angelia raised an eyebrow. "In fact, I believe you might face more trouble. No one in Slytherin dares to say anything to Draco and me, but Gryffindor is different. Maintaining a friendship with Slytherin amidst a pack of hostile lions is no easy feat. I can manage it," Harry asserted firmly. "I want to give up." A warm smile spread across Draco and Angelia's faces. "It seems we might just be the only three in centuries capable of maintaining a friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor." Draco relaxed and lay back on the grass. "We might even earn a peace prize for this." Harry and Angelia both burst into laughter. Early on Friday morning, Angelia rose with the dawn. The first lesson of the day was potions, and despite having mastered the subject 5 years prior, she diligently reviewed the material scheduled for that day's class. After enjoying a pleasant breakfast, Angelia and Draco made their way to the potions classroom. Arriving well before their peers, the room was still sparsely populated, allowing them to choose seats at the very front. Angelia had not brought any textbooks from her other subjects. Although she knew Uncle Severus would not reprimand her, she was determined to pay close attention in his class. The potions classroom, located in the dungeons, was notably colder than those in the main building. Along the walls stood a few shelves filled with glass jars containing various animal specimens, while a nearby cabinet held common potion ingredients. The thought of potion ingredients sparked a glimmer of excitement in Angelia's eyes. Hogwarts had a significant demand for these materials and must have its own supply channels. Perhaps she could inquire with Uncle Severus about it. Soon, the classroom filled with students. The first-year Gryffindors exhibited remarkable bravery during their inaugural potions class, even engaging in hushed whispers. In contrast, the Slytherins maintained a more disciplined demeanor, exhibiting a solemn quietness during their head of house's lesson. Clearly aware of Severus's formidable reputation, before long, the class was set to commence. The wooden door of the potions classroom swung open with a forceful push, and a sharp black figure strode in. He stood at the podium, turning to face the class, his pitch-black eyes sweeping over each student's face, his pale visage betraying no emotion. The Gryffindor cubs fell silent immediately. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." Severus began coolly, his voice smooth and rich like velvet. Though his tone was not loud, it resonated clearly enough for every student to hear, and this calmness seemed to possess a more formidable power than shouting. The students exhibited a level of quietness in his class unmatched by any other. "Since there will be no foolish waving of wands here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite nature of a simmering cauldron emitting fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting liquid that flows through the veins, captivating the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there must be one condition. You are not to be the kind of foolish simpleton I often encounter. Angelia's eyes sparkled as she listened attentively, committing every word he uttered to memory. Throughout her life, few individuals had earned her admiration, but Uncle Severus was undoubtedly one of them. She was captivated by his wisdom, ability, and unruffled demeanor, always striving to learn from him. Once Severus concluded his brief introduction, an utter silence enveloped the classroom. All students remained seated quietly, and amidst this stillness, Hermione's movements became particularly pronounced as she sat up straight against her desk, seemingly eager to prove to Severus that she was not the fool he described. Angelia frowned in discontent. Then who can tell me, Severus suddenly interjected, what would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? His dark eyes scanned the room, deliberately overlooking Hermione, who had raised her hand high. Angelia understood this was a challenge thrown to the students, a test to intimidate them, although she initially hesitated to raise her hand. Seeing Hermione's eager gesture prompted her to lift her own with a slight arch of her brow. Miss Royal. Severus seemed unexpectedly taken aback by her response, appearing somewhat resigned yet indulgently called out her name. Combining daffodil root powder with wormwood creates a highly effective sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Angelia stood confidently, noticing out of the corner of her eye that Hermione's hand had dropped in disappointment. An exceptionally perfect answer, Miss Royal. Slytherin earns 10 points. Severus's gaze lingered on her with a warmth that contrasted sharply with how he regarded the others. Angelia discreetly winked at Severus before gracefully resuming her seat. Ron shot a glance at Angelia, leaned over, and whispered something to Hermione. Their voices were low, yet the classroom's silence rendered Ron's hushed tone distinctly audible. How disgusting, she always has to jump in to answer questions. Look at her arrogant demeanor, as if there's anything to show off about that. If anyone couldn't do the same. Angelia's expression remained unchanged. She didn't even bother to turn around, knowing that Severus, standing not too far away, had overheard, as evidenced by the sudden darkening of his expression. Mr. Weasley. Severus strode over to Ron, leaning down to fix his penetrating gaze upon him. The aura of danger surrounding Severus made Ron shudder. And he stammered, Professor, please tell me, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you find it? Severus narrowed his eyes slightly. Hermione raised her hand high once more, nearly lifting herself off her seat, but Severus ignored her. I don't know, Professor, Ron stammered, shrinking away from Severus's gaze. Severus straightened, casting a condescending glance down at him. Then let us try again. Please tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane. Ron's voice trembled. I don't know, Professor. Hermione was practically desperate, her hand almost reaching Severus's face, yet he still paid her no mind. I had assumed Mr. Weasley had achieved a considerable degree of proficiency in potions to make such a statement. Severus's voice dripped with ice. If you possessed even a modicum of respect, you would not belittle an innocent classmate. I can tolerate fools in my class, but I will not permit a miscreant to remain here. Now, take your belongings and leave. Furthermore, due to your transgression, Gryffindor loses 20 points. Ron swallowed hard, momentarily dazed by the severity of his punishment for what seemed a mere offhand comment. Yet no one offered him sympathy. Harry, seated directly in front of him, had heard every word and felt not a shred of compassion. Hermione was desperately trying to capture Severus's attention, hoping for the chance to answer a question. And the other Gryffindor students glared at him for the lost 20 points. No one came to Ron's defense. He begrudgingly gathered his books and exited the classroom. Severus's fury did not dissipate with Ron's departure. He strode back to the podium and waved his wand at the blackboard, revealing an intricate potion-making process. Today, we will learn to brew a potion for treating scabies. Now, pair up and follow the steps on the board. Retrieving potion ingredients from the cabinet along the wall. Clearly, no one wished to provoke Severus at that moment. The students swiftly moved to gather the necessary ingredients, while Severus paced the classroom in his long black cloak. Observing as they weighed dried nettles and ground snake fangs that Mr. Finnegan read aloud the second line from the board, Severus suddenly appeared behind a Gryffindor student, startling him nearly out of his seat. Take 3 ounces of powdered snake fang. Add it to the cauldron after it reaches a boil, and stir to the left for 1 minute. Finnegan's complexion turned pale as he seemingly added the powdered snake fang before the water had boiled. A false smile crept across Severus's face. It appears Mr. Finnegan is not illiterate, but did you follow the steps I outlined on the board? And no, Finnegan mumbled, lowering his head, fearful that Severus would treat him as he had Ron. But he was fortunate. Severus did not order him to leave the classroom. Instead, he waved his wand at Finnegan's cauldron, which instantly became pristine, the viscous blue-green liquid vanishing. Now, return to the cabinet for a fresh set of potion ingredients. You have half an hour remaining. Submit your work before class ends. Upon concluding his remarks, Snape strode away with purpose, prompting Finnegan to exhale a sigh of relief. Angelia was diligently simmering a slime within Tinny Win. Quite unexpectedly, a loud hissing sound emerged from her right rear that a pungent, acidic green mist wafted towards her. At this critical juncture in her concoction, the timing for simmering the slime was of utmost importance. She dared not divert her attention. Draco was beside her, stirring the liquid in his cauldron, one hand clutching a porcupine quill while the other wielded a stirring rod, awaiting the moment the liquid reached a boil to promptly toss in the quill. Their focus remained steadfast until a cacophony of panicked screams erupted behind them. Idiot! Snape's irate roar echoed, and Angelia finally sensed that something was amiss. She halted her work and turned around, just in time to witness a distorted cauldron lying on the floor, its contents splattering everywhere. Many classmates had holes burned into their shoes, and Neville was drenched in potion, with some areas on his body already swelling with painful sores. Snape swiftly waved his wand, erasing the potion from the ground, his furious gaze fixed on Neville's face. Did you not remove the cauldron from the fire before tossing in the porcupine quill? Neville, now sobbing uncontrollably, exhibited numerous sores on his nose and face. Take him to the infirmary. Snape barked at a nearby Gryffindor, before storming over to Angelia and Draco. You too. Snape's anger showed no sign of abating. At such a perilous moment, you continue brewing potions without a care. Do you not understand to seek safety when danger arises? Many Gryffindors around them wore expressions of amusement at the unfolding drama. I apologize, Professor, Angelia replied, her tone laced with innocence. Her naturally soft and sweet voice became even more pitiful. Instantly softening Snape's demeanor, he swallowed his remaining reprimands and tersely remarked, "This cannot happen again," before walking away. Clearly, Gryffindor students felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing Snape's punishment, yet they promptly bowed their heads and resumed their unfinished potion work upon seeing Snape's retreating figure. Following the first potions class, all students gained a newfound respect for their professor. The Gryffindor Lions were remarkably compliant, only regaining their ability to converse once they exited the potions classroom. Thank heavens. Class is finally over. Angelia overheard a nearby Gryffindor student exhale with relief. With only this one class in the morning, Angelia planned to visit the potions office. She intended to invite Draco along, but he promptly declined. Never mind. I wouldn't dare seek out the Godfather at this time. Draco shuddered. He would definitely stuff my head into a bucket full of slugs. Oh really? A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind, causing Draco to freeze in place. Didn't he realize Mr. Malfoy was so eager for an intimate encounter with slugs? Snape remarked with a sardonic smile. Therefore, starting today, you will report to my office for detention every night at 7. Draco dared not express a hint of discontent. He immediately turned and bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Yes, Godfather." Snape snorted dismissively, disregarding him, and shifted his attention to Angelia. "You, come with me." With that, Snape strode purposefully towards the potions office. Angelia hastily tossed her books to Draco and hurried to keep pace with Snape. The two entered the office, with Snape hanging his cloak on a nearby coat rack while Angelia closed the door behind her and stood to the side. "Why not take a seat?" Snape inquired, puzzled by her hesitation. Angelia approached him with an ingratiating smile. "I was afraid Uncle Severus was still angry." Snape shot her a sidelong glance, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "Have you acknowledged your mistake?" Angelia lowered her head and replied softly, "I understand my error. I will not repeat it in the future." Snape settled into the chair behind his desk, waved his wand to summon another chair beside him, and Angelia promptly took a seat. "What has changed that you now dare to sit?" Snape raised an eyebrow at her, while her face remained adorned with a soft, flattering smile. "Because Uncle Severus is no longer angry with me." Her voice was sweet and gentle, and even if Snape had any lingering ire, it had long since dissipated. With a resigned gesture, he reached out to lightly tap her head, saying gently, "Next time, do prioritize your safety." "Understand?" I understand." Angelia nodded vigorously. "Now, what brings you here?" Snape raised an eyebrow, observing the deepening smile on her face. "Uncle Severus, are you responsible for procuring potion ingredients for Hogwarts?" Angelia's bright blue eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Snape pressed his lips together. "Yes." Are you interested in the procurement channels? Angelia's eyes gleamed even brighter. Is that possible? Her eyes were so radiant that Snape's hand clenched into a fist beneath the table. He spoke softly. Of course, you can inquire about anything you wish. Here's a hint. In this narrative, Snape's affections lie not with Lily, but with another individual whose identity will be revealed later and is connected to Angelia. Angelia struggled to comprehend the complex emotions conveyed through Snape's gaze when he looked at her. In fact, he often regarded her in this manner. She had once asked Snape about it, but he would either change the subject or fall silent, leaving her perpetually puzzled. Yet, she was certain that there was no malice in that gaze. And gradually, she ceased to feel conflicted about it. I will write down the names and addresses for you now. Snape retrieved a quill and parchment from the side. Several merchants regularly supply potion ingredients. Their prices fluctuate. Sometimes one is cheaper, and sometimes another. You can compare before making a purchase. If you require any rare potion ingredients, they will also keep an eye out for you, though the prices will be significantly higher. Snape swiftly pinned a few names and addresses, handing them to her. Of course, if you need anything, you can also come to me. I possess many rare potion ingredients in my private collection. Snape offered her a gentle, affectionate smile. This smile typically followed that complex gaze and appeared only when they were alone together. Hence Draco and anyone else had never witnessed this side of Snape. If they did, their eyes would likely pop out in astonishment. All right, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Severus. Angelia cheerfully tucked the parchment away. Soon, the second flying lesson commenced. The students had mostly acquired basic control over their broomsticks, and Madame Hooch finally permitted them to take to the skies, albeit only within 10 feet above the lawn. Draco excelled at flying. He could even make his broomstick hover mid-air, casually watching his classmates zooming around on their brooms. Harry appeared to possess an extraordinary talent for flying. Despite it being his first time on a broomstick, he flew almost as adeptly as the Quidditch players. He excitedly zipped through the air, smoothly controlling his speed and direction, with the broomstick obediently following his lead. Even earning incredulous glances from Madame Hooch. Truly a rare prodigy, Madame Hooch remarked, her hand shielding her eyes as she watched Harry soar. Angelia, however, was not particularly skilled with broomsticks. She could merely ensure that she remained seated without falling, which was quite easy. Just threaten the broomstick with incineration, and it would obediently stay put beneath her. Draco, observing Angelia hovering beside him on her broomstick, raised an eyebrow. You're not using a levitation charm to lift yourself and the broom, are you? This suspicion was not unfounded. Once, during their childhood, Draco insisted on comparing their flying skills, and Angelia, thoroughly annoyed, had reluctantly agreed. Angelia was not particularly skilled at flying, and she had no desire to endure Draco's incessant boasting in her ear. Therefore, she resorted to the levitation charm, allowing herself and her broom to perform an array of intricate maneuvers in midair. She vividly recalled that after their last duel, Draco had cried for an entire half-day, and eventually, out of sheer annoyance, she had divulged the truth to him. I could easily use the levitation charm to knock you down. Angelia languidly leaned against the air behind her. In reality, she had indeed employed the charm to stabilize her broom's hovering, even fashioning herself a seaback. Noticing her relaxed posture in the air, Draco deduced that she must be using the levitation charm and leaned closer to gently poke her back, immediately sensing a resistance. You're up to your tricks again, Draco pouted, recalling the tears of that long-ago afternoon. In response, Angelia casually cast a spell towards his back, and Draco felt the air behind him coalesce into a solid mass. He probed it with a poke and, as expected, encountered a similar resistance. Consequently, he conceded and leaned back with a satisfied sigh. Angelia certainly knew how to relish the moment. Their peculiar antics gradually attracted the attention of their classmates, whose murmurs caught the attention of Madame Hooch, who stood on the ground, calling out to Angelia and Malfoy, "What on earth are you two doing?" Angelia was nearly dozing off, jolted back to reality by Madame Hooch's voice. "Hey, wake up." Angelia nudged Draco, who had fallen into a deep slumber. "Madame Hooch is teaching us." Reflexively, Draco rolled over and tumbled off his broom. The sudden sensation of weightlessness snapped him back to alertness, and he screamed as he plummeted. Angelia swiftly waved her wand and cast a levitation charm just a few feet from the ground. However, Harry was evidently quicker. He caught Draco just 3 feet above the ground, eliciting a chorus of odd gasps from the students below. Draco, sitting behind Harry on the broom, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Harry's swift flying. As Harry landed, Angelia followed suit, bringing both herself and Draco's broom back down. Before Madame Hooch could utter a word, a hurried voice called out from behind them. "Harry Potter!" Students turned to see Professor McGonagall striding briskly toward them. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. Professor McGonagall stood before Harry, who looked utterly at a loss. "Follow me," she commanded, striding toward the castle, prompting Harry to glance back at Angelia and Draco in confusion, scratching his head. "Go on." Angelia offered a reassuring smile. Judging by Professor McGonagall's expression, it seemed to bode well. Harry promptly fell into step behind her. Fortunately, Madame Hooch did not penalize Draco. She merely cautioned against such dangerous antics and strictly forbade the students from attempting to imitate them. The flying lesson soon concluded, and both Angelia and Draco felt a twinge of worry for Harry, racing toward the castle, only to collide with him at the entrance hall. "Hey, Harry, how are you?" Angelia panted lightly as she halted before him. "Professor McGonagall didn't give you a hard time, did she?" A look of sheer delight radiated from Harry's face, as if he had just been struck by a wave of unexpected joy. His voice was light and airy. Still caught in the euphoria, Professor McGonagall said I could join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker. They've agreed to make an exception for me. "Oh no," Draco's face twisted with jealousy. "I want to join the Quidditch team too." Angelia playfully smacked Draco's head from behind, restoring his expression to normal, though he still looked somewhat aggrieved. Congratulations. That Harry's face was indeed lit with a joyful smile. But he quietly addressed Draco. "Perhaps you could join the Quidditch team early as well. I bet if it comes to flying skills, you would undoubtedly outshine the second years. Besides, there is no reason why Gryffindor can have exceptions but Slytherin cannot." Draco's eyes brightened instantly. Casting aside any jealousy or grievance, he wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders excitedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Harry. If I make it onto the Slytherin Quidditch team, I'll treat you to the biggest and best ice cream at Florian Fortescue's." Harry offered a gentle smile. That evening, Draco approached Snape, and after 3 hours of persistent pleading, Angelia could no longer bear it and interceded on his behalf. "Uncle Severus, why not let Draco try out?" she suggested softly to Snape, who was busy grading papers behind his desk, seemingly unaffected by Draco's incessant chatter. If he could pass, it might bring honor to Slytherin. If he failed, at least he wouldn't continue to pester Snape for another 3 hours. Angelia rolled her eyes. Snape, amused by her exasperated expression, finally relented. "Fine, let him have a go. Tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock at the Quidditch pitch, I will arrange for someone to assess you." Snape cast a glance at Draco, whose mouth was parched from all the talking. "But let me make this clear. This is your one and only chance. If you fail, do not come back to pester me." "All right." Draco nodded eagerly in agreement. Angelia returned her attention to the book in her hands. Recently, she had developed the habit of spending her afternoons in the potions office after classes, since Draco was still serving his detention. He would arrive after 7 each evening. Typically, they occupied themselves with their respective tasks, avoiding interference. Draco huddled in a corner, sorting through various potion ingredients that Snape had no time to manage. Snape sat behind his desk, grading assignments or brewing potions, and Angelia nestled on the sofa, reading or assisting Snape. Evidently, Draco's flying skills were commendable, as the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team was quite pleased with him. And he became a seeker for Slytherin. A few days later, during breakfast, an unsteady owl carrying a long parcel appeared at both the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, dropping the items in front of Harry and Draco respectively. A moment later, exclamations erupted from both the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables. "It's a rocket bludger." Angelia concealed a smile at the corners of her lips, finishing the last bite of syrup pancake from her plate. Although she had not signed her name, there were few who would send gifts to both Draco and Harry simultaneously, and they had guessed it was her. In fact, not many understood Angelia's true identity. Perhaps only a handful of pureblood families were aware, yet they would never disclose her identity to their children. As a result, most students remained curious about her background. However, someone with close ties to the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Knott families could not be an ordinary person. Moreover, her apparent rapport with Professor Snape further solidified her status as someone not to be trifled with in the eyes of Slytherin students. This perceptive understanding spared her from a great deal of trouble, and Angelia was indifferent to the fantastical rumors circulating about her lineage. Before long, Harry's Quidditch training commenced, under the influence of his persistent pleas and his charming emerald eyes. Angelia found herself at the Quidditch pitch, cheering him on. Though she was not particularly fond of the sport, Harry's graceful maneuvers as he soared and dove on his broom were captivating, and gradually, her role shifted from merely cheering to admiring his aerial prowess. Let us see. A voice called from her left, prompting Angelia to instinctively turn her head, only to encounter an unfamiliar face. Who is staring so intently at our Harry? Another voice chimed in from her right, and she turned again to see the same face from before. Apparition? I isn't it forbidden at Hogwarts. Angelia regarded him with suspicion. Dear little serpent, I am still right here. The voice from the left spoke again, and realization dawned on her. She took a step back, finally discerning two identical faces. Uh-oh, our dear little serpent has figured us out. The figure on the right spoke once more, leaning slightly to the left, leaving Angelia somewhat bewildered by the identical faces before her. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Are you twins? Angelia inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. For the occurrence of twins in the wizarding world was exceedingly rare. Oh, George, she guessed it. What should we do? The individual on the left turned to Angelia, and the one on the right immediately followed suit. Then let's take her for a spin, Fred. The one named George raised his right hand. And only then did Angelia notice that he was holding a flying broomstick. 1, 2, 3, go. Before Angelia could react, Fred had swept her onto the back seat of George's broom. George grasped the front half of the broom, controlling it, and the moment Angelia settled onto the broom, he kicked off the ground with both feet, soaring into the sky. Angelia screamed, instinctively shutting her eyes and clutching tightly to the person in front of her. Oh, dear little viper, do be gentle. If you strangle me, you'll fall too, and then neither of us will survive. George's voice reached Angelia's ears, yet she felt no relaxation. Instead, her grip around his waist tightened even further. Help! Harry! The air rushed past her face, and Angelia dared not open her eyes, her voice rising in panic. Before long, George exclaimed in surprise, You're actually catching up? Angelia assumed he was referring to Harry, and she finally mustered the courage to glance back, only to find Fred's identical face pursuing them on another broom. Angelia's gaze inadvertently swept over the ground below, where the people appeared as tiny as ants, causing her to feel dizzy. Her grip slackened, and she released George, plummeting from the broom. Oh, for heaven's sake! Noticing the sudden disappearance of the hands around his waist, George's expression shifted as he looked down to see Angelia had fallen. Fred immediately dove downward, catching Angelia in his arms. Well done, brother. George sighed in relief, glancing at Angelia, whose delicate features had turned pale with fright as she huddled tightly against Fred, her eyes tightly shut. Stop for a moment. George halted the broom midair, and Fred swiftly came to a stop beside him. Are you all right? George prodded Angelia's tense face. Hearing the rush of wind cease, Angelia finally dared to open her eyes, only to be confronted by two identical faces. Anger surged within her, and she nearly drew her wand to cast a deadly curse upon them. Let me down. Angelia's azure eyes bore into them, her voice frigid. Fred raised an eyebrow and gestured toward the distant ground below, saying, Well, down you go. Knowing Fred was jesting, George did not intervene. He was more intrigued to see how this charming little viper would react. Would she plead for them to take her down, or would she sulk in silence? However, Angelia's response was decidedly unexpected. She merely cast a cold glance at the ground before executing a somersault and leaping down. Damn it! Both George and Fred were startled, immediately urging their brooms to dive after her. But before they could reach her, Harry had caught Angelia in his arms. Angelia shoved her wand back into her sleeve. Clinging to Harry and trembling slightly, she had intended to use a levitation spell to cushion her fall, but her fear of heights had prevented her from timing it correctly. Fortunately, Harry had caught her. Angelia did not cry. She merely felt a tinge of fear, her body quivering uncontrollably. Her head rested on Harry's shoulder, obscuring her expression from view, and he instinctively assumed she was weeping. What's wrong, Angelia? Harry asked, gently patting her back in confusion. Moments before, he had been searching for the golden snitch in midair, and upon seeing Angelia fall, he had acted without thinking, reaching out to catch her. Don't cry. It's all right. Noticing Angelia's silence, Harry decided to return her to the ground, but the moment he stirred the broom, Angelia let out a shriek, clutching him even tighter. He had no choice but to abandon that plan. Fred and George caught up, surrounding them on either side. How are you, little viper? One of them leaned closer to Angelia, inquiring. The other chimed in, it was just a little prank. Don't be angry. Angelia, unwilling to hear their voices, gently tugged at Harry's clothing and whispered in his ear, her voice barely audible, take me down. Ignoring George and Fred's presence, Harry immediately directed the broom downward. As they descended, Harry felt Angelia's grip tighten around his hand. Clearly terrified, he softly reassured her, don't be afraid. It's almost over. The broom soon touched down, and Angelia opened her eyes, attempting to dismount, only to realize her legs had grown too weak to execute the motion. "Carry me." Angelia extended her hand toward Harry, and his heart melted instantly. He lifted her into his arms. The moment her feet touched the ground, Angelia felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of grievance. She had merely come to support Harry, not knowing them, yet she had been whisked away on a broom ride, nearly falling twice. Angelia curled up, hugging her knees and burying her head, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. No, she must not resort to violence. Angelia released her clenched fists. Harry's training was not yet concluded, and upon seeing him land, a figure came rushing from afar. "What happened? You just vanished mid-air. I thought the golden snitch had taken you away." A stranger's voice reached Angelia's ears, prompting her to compose herself and lift her head. She could not reveal her vulnerability before outsiders. "Oh, Wood, there was a bit of a situation," Harry indicated Angelia. She was taken up high by the Weasley brothers' prank and nearly fell. Wood glanced at the girl clad in Slytherin robes, his expression remaining neutral. "How are you?" He crouched before Angelia, inquiring. Angelia made an effort to maintain her composure. "I believe I am fine now." With that, she turned her head toward Harry. "I'm all right. You should return to your training and not delay your matters." Wood clearly approved of this suggestion, raising his gaze to Harry, but Harry shook his head. "I'll take you back first." With that, he bent down and lifted Angelia into his arms. Angelia appeared visibly weak, and Wood could not convince Harry to leave her behind. He reluctantly swallowed his words of protest. "Well, come back quickly. I'll be waiting here," Wood conceded. Once Harry had carried Angelia away, the Weasley twins landed beside Wood. "How's that little viper doing?" George inquired, leaning closer. "Looks like she's not doing too well," Fred chimed in from the other side. Wood cast a disapproving glance at the pair, stepping aside. "You two should be careful. She seems quite frightened." They exchanged glances, and Fred chuckled. "I didn't expect her to be so easily startled, but she is quite amusing, jumping down from such a height." Thankfully, Harry caught her. Would sense something amiss. "She jumped down by herself? You didn't force her?" "How could we?" Fred immediately raised his hands, still grinning. "She said she wanted to come down, and I just pointed to the ground and said, 'Well, down you go.' I never anticipated she would just leap." The two individuals were entirely oblivious to any issues at hand, and Wood found himself at a loss for words. He merely tossed out a cautionary remark. "To be careful," before departing. Recently, there had been a plethora of rumors surrounding this Slytherin girl. Wood had heard them, as had the Weasley twins, including the incident where Professor Snape expelled Ron from class for speaking ill of Angelia. Ron's foolishness was a well-acknowledged truth among them. Thus, they were intrigued to meet the girl who had inadvertently exposed Ron's lack of intellect. It was quite fascinating. It wasn't until Harry carried her into the castle that Angelia's fear finally began to subside. She gently tugged at Harry's sleeve, prompting him to set her down, and a grateful smile graced her face as she said, "Thank you, Harry. I believe I can manage on my own now. You ought to return to your training." Observing Angelia standing steadily on the ground, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All right, then I'll take my leave," he replied. After bidding farewell to Harry, Angelia slowly made her way towards the Slytherin common room. Upon reaching the door of the potions office, Snape abruptly swung it open from within. He furrowed his brow as he regarded Angelia's slow gait and seemingly disobedient legs, as if a sudden realization had struck him. Unleashing a surge of intense anger, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "What is the matter with you?" Angelina found Snape's stern tone somewhat perplexing. He had never spoken to her in such a manner. Nevertheless, she responded, "It's nothing." She did not wish for anyone to intervene. She intended to seek her own form of retribution. This concealment, however, held a different implication in Snape's eyes. Clenching his teeth, he managed to force out, "You are merely 11 years old." Angelina looked at him in confusion. "I know. What's wrong, Uncle Severus?" Snape, fists clenched in an effort to suppress his rage, yanked open the potions office door and strode inside. Slamming the door behind him, feeling unjustly chastised yet again, Angelia found her legs weak and unsteady. Overwhelmed with grievance, she squatted against the wall, struggling to suppress the tears that threatened to spill the tea that moment. Draco unexpectedly approached. "Angelina, what are you doing here?" Sometimes, when one is alone, there is little to stir the emotions, but the moment someone inquires, all the pent-up feelings surge forth, impossible to contain. Thus, when Draco crouched before her, Angelia immediately buried her face in his embrace, softly sobbing. Draco was taken aback but swiftly enveloped her in his arms, removing his robe and draping it over her shoulders as he carried her towards the common room. As Angelia trembled in his embrace, Draco ignored the greetings and teasing remarks from those around them, proceeding straight to his dormitory. Girls were permitted into boys' dormitories, and fortunately, Theodore was absent upon entering the room. Draco promptly locked the door and turned to gently place Angelia on his bed. "What's wrong? Why are you crying like this?" he asked, pulling back the robe to reveal her tear-stained eyes. Having finally found an outlet for her emotions, the fears, anger, and grievances that had been bottled up surged forth, rendering her unable to articulate her feelings. She could only weep softly. Draco refrained from pressing further, allowing her to vent until her sobs gradually subsided, at which point he offered her a glass of water. "Feeling better? Here, have a drink." Having cried enough, Angelia sat up and took a few sips from the glass. Finally calming herself. "What happened? Did someone bully you?" Draco's voice was gentle, yet his gaze darkened at the thought of anyone daring to mistreat Angelia. Angelina shook her head. "No, I just had a sudden emotional breakdown." Emotional breakdowns often have a triggering moment, yet Draco chose not to pry. She did not wish him to know, and so he feigned ignorance. She would tell him when the time was right. Finishing the water, Angelia returned the empty glass to Draco and pointed her wand at her face, then waved it towards Draco's bed. A simple healing charm and a cleaning charm restored everything to its pre-breakdown state, though perhaps a memory charm was in order. Noticing Angelia's gaze upon him, Draco instinctively turned away. "I swear, I saw nothing." "All right then, it seems a memory charm is unnecessary," Angelia concluded. Standing up, she tapped Draco's bed with her wand, transforming the stiff mattress into a soft one. Draco, delighted, tumbled onto the bed and rolled around. Seeing Draco's joyful expression, Angelia couldn't help but smile faintly. "Not too shabby, is it?" Draco eagerly nodded, his tone brightening considerably. "I finally don't have to endure that hard mattress anymore. Thank goodness you came today." Catching a glimpse of Angelia's warning glare, Draco quickly swallowed the words he had nearly spoken. "I meant to say, I'm glad you came," he added, winking at her, which prompted a satisfied withdrawal of her gaze. "I'll take my leave now." As Angelia approached the door and pulled it open, she happened to spot Theodore, who was about to enter. Their eyes met, and both paused momentarily. Before Theodore could utter anything further, Angelia placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Good luck. From now on, you'll be the only one left to endure this torment and solitude." There was truth in her words. Angelia was familiar with her relationships, particularly with Draco, Pansy, and Theodore. She had her own single dormitory. Pansy's room had been set up long ago, and now Draco's bed was considerably softer, leaving Theodore to bear the brunt of the unyielding mattress alone. However, these words struck Theodore differently. He stared, dumbfounded, as Angelia brushed past him, then glanced over at Draco, who was sprawled on his now softened bed, a mixture of incredulity and anger igniting within him. She's only in first year. Theodore exploded at Draco. Draco, utterly perplexed by Theodore's inexplicable fury, had no desire to unravel its source. He lazily rolled on his bed and replied, "I know, so am I." Fuming, Theodore clenched his teeth and punched the wall in frustration. Observing the rage etched on Theodore's face, Draco pointed out, "You're in first year too." Theodore stormed out of the dormitory in anger. "Utterly ridiculous," Draco muttered, rolling over to enjoy the soft mattress once more. The incident involving Fred and George's prank was something Angelia chose not to divulge to anyone. She had even sought out Harry, asking him to keep it a secret. Fred and George had anticipated some form of retaliation, and after 3 days of vigilance, having experienced nothing, they promptly relaxed their guard. "I told you, she wouldn't do anything," Fred remarked to George as they strolled through the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. 3 whole days without incident, so dull that as soon as he spoke, they noticed that the fat lady's portrait had vanished, replaced by a smooth, white wall. "Strange, did we take a wrong turn?" Fred scratched his head, though they both knew they had not strayed. This was a place they had traversed countless times, even in their sleep. They stood before the pristine wall, bewildered, when a Gryffindor girl cautiously approached, murmuring the password before disappearing into the wall. Fred and George rubbed their eyes in disbelief, swearing that the wall had never before shown any signs of change. As the class change approached, more students gathered before the white wall, most casting puzzled glances at the twins before stating the password and vanishing through the wall. "What are you two doing standing there?" Harry approached with his books. "Why aren't you going in?" The Weasley twins immediately flanked him, guiding him to the wall. Fred pointed at it, his expression serious. "What is this?" Harry cast a peculiar glance at him. "The fat lady," Fred and George exchanged knowing looks, with George promptly responding, "Where's the fat lady?" Harry raised his finger and pointed at the wall before him. "Right here." Fred and George appeared bewildered. "Can you see the fat lady?" Fred asked, irritation creeping into his voice as he glared at Harry, who was momentarily taken aback. He waved his hand in front of Fred's eyes. Hesitantly speaking, "You can't see her." Fred rolled his eyes in exasperation, prompting George to interject, "In fact, we cannot see the fat lady. All we see is a white wall." Harry, equally astonished, pointed at the wall. "A white wall?" George nodded earnestly. Harry pressed his lips together, stifling a smirk. "Well then, it's a white wall, and I shall be diving into it. Farewell." Thus, Fred and George witnessed Harry uttering the password to the wall, after which he vanished within it. How could this be? Fred, in a fit of agitation, approached and knocked on the wall, feeling its smooth, cold surface, certainly not the portrait of the fat lady. Soon after, they encountered a familiar face. Ron. Recently, Ron had been wandering alone. After he had spoken ill of Angelina in potions class, Minnie and Gryffindor had been avoiding him, and Harry had been nonchalant as well, while Hermione was engrossed in her studies. Either in class or at the library. He had no choice but to isolate himself. What's wrong? Ron rushed over, excitement evident. Ordinarily, he would have avoided Fred and George as much as possible, but he hadn't conversed with anyone properly in ages. "Come, Ron, tell us. What is that?" Fred draped an arm over his shoulder to prevent him from escaping, while the other hand pointed at the white wall. "The fat lady," Ron replied, perplexed, and then suddenly took a cautious step back. "You're not planning another prank to test me, are you?" Fred and George promptly flanked Ron, guiding him to the wall. George spoke sternly, "Say the password." Ron rolled his eyes but complied, addressing the fat lady with the password. The fat lady slowly moved aside, revealing the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Ron glanced at Fred and then at George. "Are we going in?" Fred tilted his head towards him. "Is it open?" Ron scrutinized him suspiciously. "You can't see it?" Fred immediately averted his gaze, nonchalantly responding, "No, you go in first." Reluctantly, Ron complied. Fred and George had often engaged in bewildering antics, so he didn't question it and was the first to crawl through the entrance. Oddly enough, the entrance remained open, yet Fred and George did not follow. They struggled to slip through the wall behind Ron, contorting themselves in various positions against it, only to eventually collapse to the ground. Breathless, noticing their absence, Ron crawled back out, only to find the two exhausted on the floor. "Why aren't you coming in?" Ron asked, bewildered, unable to comprehend how they could be so fatigued in such a short span of time. George finally admitted, "In truth, we can no longer see the fat lady's portrait. Before us lies merely a white wall, and we cannot follow anyone through." Ron stared at them in disbelief, finally managing to utter, "Have you two been experimenting on yourselves again?" Fred immediately sprang to his feet and tapped Ron on the head. "George, I suspect this might be someone else's prank." Fred turned his gaze to George. Peeves never troubled them, and the only potential prankster left was that little serpent. Could it be? George furrowed his brow, but Fred's face lit up with excitement. Now this has become interesting. Ron, still in the dark, realized that neither of them intended to explain. For the next 2 hours, Ron served as their test subject, participating in countless experiments ranging from hand-holding to petrification and levitation spells, none of which succeeded in allowing them entry. More and more Gryffindor students learned of the situation and offered their inventive ideas, yet none proved effective. At last, the matter caught Professor McGonagall's attention. She hurried over and employed several complex spells, all to no avail. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall attempted to escort them to the headmaster's office, but Fred and George were clearly unwilling. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I suspect it might be something peculiar that Fred and I ingested recently causing this predicament. Typically, such effects do not last beyond 3 days. Might we temporarily reside in the infirmary during this period?" Fred grinned, his face devoid of any concern about being trapped outside the common room. He and George hadn't encountered such an entertaining prank in years. He was certainly unwilling to expose Angelina. A rival of such caliber was exceedingly rare. Professor McGonagall, well aware of their usual antics, also recognized that Dumbledore had other pressing matters to attend to and wouldn't easily be available. Thus, she reluctantly consented to their request. "Very well. You shall have 3 days. If you are still in this state thereafter, you must accompany me to meet the headmaster," Professor McGonagall asserted firmly. Over the next 3 days, Fred and George racked their brains for every conceivable method of success, yet all were met with failure. To retain such an evenly matched adversary, they sought out Angelina on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Upon catching sight of her, the two immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Fortunate that they were in a secluded corridor with no one around to witness the scene of the two mischievous troublemakers bowing their heads. "We are sorry. We were wrong to joke about you that day." Fred and George expressed their contrition sincerely. "We have come to a profound realization of our errors. Could you please find it in your heart to forgive us?" Angelina coldly walked past them, leaving only one remark in her wake. "Fear not, the first act has concluded, but do not rush. The game has only just begun." Fred and George exchanged glances, excitement shimmering in their eyes. "Does that mean there's more to play?" "Splendid." Indeed, as they approached the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, they finally beheld the long-missed fat lady Doe. "Madam, you have no idea how much I've missed you these past few days." Fred winked at the fat lady. "Thank you." The fat lady chuckled lightly, then immediately adopted a stern expression. "But you still need the password to enter." They had missed the 3 days during which the password had changed. Leaving them unaware of the new one. Reluctantly, they leaned against the wall, awaiting the return of a familiar student to guide them inside. Hours passed without a single soul appearing, and George finally sensed something amiss. "Fred, don't you think it's unusually quiet here?" George frowned, surveying the surroundings. This was the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, yet strangely, it remained devoid of the usual bustling crowd. Fred also recognized the issue. Exchanging glances with George, they promptly dashed towards the corridor's exit. Classrooms, the infirmary, the office, Hogwarts was entirely empty. They exchanged glances and sprinted toward the Great Hall. Yet there, still, was no one. The instant they entered the hall, the candles flickered to life, signaling that dinner time had arrived. Yet the 4 long tables stood desolate, devoid of any presence. A shiver coursed up the spines of the 2 individuals, who swallowed hard and hesitantly retreated. After a full 3 days had passed, when Fred and George finally beheld another figure, they nearly lost their minds in their fervent embrace of the boy. Poor first-year Gryffindor student, who was merely on his way to the Gryffindor common room, was suddenly seized by the 2 mischievous twins, nearly terrified out of his wits. For the entirety of the following month, he remained vigilant, fearing he might inadvertently offend them. Strangely, it seemed no one had noticed their 3-day absence. All the classmates insisted they had been attending classes, dining, and sleeping together, surrounded by companions at every moment, making it impossible for them to have vanished for 3 days. Some even suggested a visit to the infirmary. They were acutely aware that this was not a matter that Madame Pomfrey could remedy, and thus, that afternoon, Fred and George once again intercepted Angelia. "We are truly sorry," they implored. In a secluded corridor, they bowed deeply before Angelia, echoing their previous encounter. "We ought not to have played such pranks on you, and we vow never to do so again." Their gaunt faces and pronounced dark circles bore testament to the torment they had endured over the past few days. Yet Angelia merely snorted in disdain. "Do not be hasty. The 3rd round of the game is about to commence." With that, she departed without waiting for their response. Fred and George, trembling with trepidation, made their way to the corridor in front of the Gryffindor common room, and were overjoyed to discover the students present. With the fat lady in attendance at last, they had survived. Fred and George exhaled in relief, trailing behind a fellow student as they crawled through the passageway. Emerging onto a beach, Fred and George exchanged glances, a bitter smile gracing their faces. The 3rd round had commenced. The frenzied sea breeze swept in, accompanied by towering waves, and the pair found themselves perched upon a narrow rock. Barely half a meter wide, they clung to one another, tiptoeing in a desperate attempt to maintain their balance. Yet they were swiftly engulfed by a colossal wave. Help! Help! Neither Fred nor George could swim. Yet it was evident that this was not a genuine sea. They experienced the sensation of choking on salt water, but upon succumbing to the depths, they would instantly return, unscathed, to the rock, only to be cast back into the tumultuous sea. For 2 entire days, they endured this repetitive cycle. Initially, they attempted various methods to remain on the rock, lying down, sitting, squatting, or taking turns, but no matter their efforts, they ultimately succumbed to the waves. Eventually, they surrendered, merely wishing for the ordeal to conclude swiftly. On the evening of the 2nd day, this torment finally came to an end, and they beheld the familiar sight of their bed curtains once more. Sitting up, they exchanged glances before leaping from their beds and racing towards the hall. For the 3rd time, they cornered Angelia at the entrance of the hall. Heedless of the students and professors bustling about, they bowed deeply before her. "Sister." Angelia stepped back in alarm, her brow furrowing as she pondered whether she had miscalculated the potion's dosage. Logically, the effects should have worn off by now. Receiving no response, they remained bowed before her. "We acknowledge our error. We assure you we shall never prank you again. Please, show us mercy." Angelia had no intention of continuing the charade. She coldly acknowledged their plea and turned to leave, yet Fred and George once again obstructed her path. Could you teach us the art of pranking? From now on, you shall be our leader. Guiding us eastward and never westward, commanding our every move, their eyes sparkled with an unnerving intensity, startling Angelia, who swiftly sidestepped them and hurried into the hall. How terrifying. Could there be any lingering effects from the potion? The explanation was rather simple. Angelia had utilized a hallucinogenic potion, infused with concoctions that altered hearing, sight, taste, smell, and touch, along with elements that muddled memory. The trio of peculiar experiences stemmed from this. The first potion had been concealed within their food, thus ensnaring them. The second had been in the corridor where they sought her, rendered inhalable. With no other individuals present and having consumed the antidote, they once again fell victim to its effects. The third had followed suit, shaking her head with a sigh. Angelia lamented the fact that a simple antidote could have resolved the issue, yet they had chosen to endure the ordeal, evidently lacking in intelligence. Originally, she had prepared a plethora of amusing trinkets for them, but they appeared rather unhinged that evening, prompting her to reconsider her approach. What if they inadvertently perished? She would bear the blame without cause. While she entertained the notion of delivering a swift curse, the moment was ill-suited, and thus, Angelia graciously opted to forgive them for the time being. After a tranquil fortnight at Hogwarts, Angelia found herself restless. On a sunny evening, she decided to invite Draco to explore the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. The origami crane conjured by Angelia flitted through the door of the boys' dormitory as she settled into the common room, awaiting his arrival for a full 20 minutes, yet Draco did not emerge. As the hour approached midnight, she resolved to wait no longer, casting an invisibility charm upon herself before venturing out alone. Each floor was patrolled by professors, and Angelia cautiously evaded their watchful eyes, making her way to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the corridor on the right side, she exhaled in relief, approaching the door at the end of the passage. With a flick of her wand, she tapped the lock. Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and Angelia slipped inside, closing the door behind her. A wave of foul, scorching air enveloped her, and she sensed a living creature lurking behind her. Instinctively, she turned to confront it. Before her stood a hideous three-headed dog. Oh, how repulsive. Angelia recoiled in disgust at the viscous drool dripping from its jaws. The room was exceedingly small, barely accommodating the massive creature. Though hidden from view, the three-headed dog could detect the unfamiliar sin intruding upon its domain, inciting its fury. As it circled around, lifting its leg to investigate, Angelia's keen eyes caught sight of a trapdoor beneath its paws. Clearly, sneaking past was out of the question. Cursed be this predicament, in her mind. Angelia rifled through the knowledge she had gleaned from her studies on magical creatures, finally recalling the description of the three-headed dog, possessing 3 heads, known for its ferocity and an affinity for music. Without hesitation, she shed her robe and cast a spell to transform it into a violin. With a gentle wave of her wand, the violin began to play autonomously, and the three-headed dog visibly calmed. It works. Angelia observed quietly as the creature succumbed to slumber, lulled by the enchanting melody. With a deft flick of her wand, she nudged its heavy, furry paw aside, revealing the trapdoor beneath. The darkness below was profound, prompting Angelia to cast a flickering light charm to discern her surroundings. Layer upon layer of azure vines covered the area beneath, reminiscent of a devil's snare. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped down. Soon, the soft tendrils enveloped her, and rather than struggle, she surrendered to their embrace, ultimately descending into a corridor. At the far end of the passage, she glimpsed a flicker of light. Holding her wand aloft, she made her way forward, discovering a heavy wooden door at the corridor's terminus, adorned with a myriad of winged keys above it. She gently pushed against the door, but it was locked, clearly requiring the correct key to gain entry. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a pile of flying broomsticks in the corner. Oh, no. Angelia rolled her eyes, her gaze once again drawn to the swirling cluster of keys above her head. It was inconceivable to catch them one by one. Surely, there existed some method to this madness. As she fixated on the dancing keys, a sudden pattern emerged to her discerning eyes. Almost all the keys moved in tandem with a singular key amongst them, remaining closely tethered regardless of their chaotic flurry. With a raised eyebrow, Angelia summoned several protective armors to ensnare that particular key, then employed a levitation charm to elevate herself into the air, successfully grasping it within her hand. The moment she seized the key, the surrounding keys frantically hurtled towards her. Fortunately, she swiftly deployed several armors to shield against their tumultuous assault, executing a deft roll to land on the ground. She had succeeded. Angelia approached and inserted the key into the lock, gently twisting it. The door creaked open, and she stepped inside, The floor of the room was adorned with a checkerboard of black and white squares, flanked by various statues. As Angelia walked further, a sense of unease washed over her. This resembled the board of wizard's chess. Surveying her surroundings, she spotted the queen, king, knights, and pawns, counting the pieces on both sides. Her expression grew increasingly grave. 3 pieces short. Alone, she clearly could not partake in this game. Gazing at the door blocked by the white pieces, a flicker of frustration crossed her eyes. Having come this far, turning back was not an option. Raising her wand, she aimed at the opposing pieces and muttered, "Shatter into dust." Yet, the pieces remained utterly motionless. It seemed this approach was futile. Angelia attempted to traverse from above with the levitation charm, only for the White Queen to immediately raise her sword, obstructing her path. This method too proved ineffective. Biting her lip, Angelia twirled her wand in her palm, and a new idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps the killing curse. Since they were on the chessboard, it implied that each piece possessed a semblance of life. Perhaps the curse would succeed. Raising her wand, she directed it at the White Queen and whispered, "Avada Kedavra." A green light struck the White Queen, yet nothing transpired. Sitting on the chessboard, Angelia scrutinized the layout once more, but no matter how she pondered, she could not discern a way forward. How vexing. Lifting her gaze to the White Queen, she furiously cast a soul-snatching curse. "If your queen belongs to me, let us see how you can win." A beam of red light struck the White Queen, causing her to tremble violently before she removed her crown and tossed it to the ground. The remaining white pieces parted, revealing a large door behind them. The key to passing this trial was indeed the soul-snatching curse? Angelia couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as she rose, sensing the quizmaster's wicked sense of humor. Nevertheless, she had passed this trial and promptly strode towards the door. A foul stench wafted through, and Angelia grimaced in annoyance. A massive troll slowly turned to regard the unexpected intruder, appearing somewhat bewildered, yet it quickly raised its club to strike. Angelia's patience had reached its limit. Without hesitation, she cast a killing curse, Avada Kedavra. A green light penetrated the troll's body, causing it to sway momentarily. Angelia swiftly evaded its trajectory. With a thunderous crash, the troll collapsed to the ground, allowing her to dart through the door behind it. The door swung shut, sealing the stench beyond, and Angelia finally inhaled a breath of relief, albeit the air still carried a musty scent. Cautiously holding her wand aloft, she discovered that this chamber posed no perilous magical creatures, only a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped vials. Crossing the threshold, flames erupted both in front of and behind her. The fire before her was black, while the one behind was purple, encircling her within their confines. Beside the vials lay a scroll of parchment, and Angelia unfurled it to reveal familiar handwriting. "Danger lies ahead. Safety behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them. 1 leads you forward, the other returns you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal, awaiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to linger here indefinitely. We offer 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly poison conceals itself, they all stand to the left of nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles on either end are insufficient. If you wish to advance, they shall not serve you. Third, the sizes of the vials vary. Within the giants and gnomes, the Grim Reaper is not hidden. Fourth, the second vial on the left and the second on the right, though differing in appearance, share the same flavor. Angelia immediately grasped that this was a riddle posed by Snape. A smirk crept upon her lips as she selected the smallest vial at the far end and tilted her head back to swallow it. The liquid bore no discernible taste, or if it did, she could not detect it. Like ice, it permeated her being the moment it was swallowed, prompting an involuntary shiver. Angelia stepped over the black flames and, indeed, they inflicted no harm upon her. She felt no heat from the fire. The instant she crossed the flames, she found herself in an entirely new chamber. This room was dim, damp, and frigid, the walls exuding a chilling moisture. The space was barren, lacking any adornments, save for a massive mirror positioned in the center. Standing before the mirror, Angelia noticed with curiosity that it reflected no image of her own. Instead, it remained shrouded in a misty void. Approaching the edge, she discerned an inscription etched into it, Eris Mirror. She recalled reading about this mirror in a book on magical artifacts. The Eris Mirror reveals one's heart's deepest desires. But why did she see only emptiness? She yearned to glimpse something, Dumbledore's downfall, the rise of the Death Eaters, the happiness of her friends, her parents. Yet, nothing appeared, no matter how earnestly she focused her thoughts. The mirror yielded only a vast emptiness. Was this wretched mirror broken? Dejected, Angelia sank to the floor, unable to accept that after overcoming so many challenges, she was left seated before a malfunctioning mirror. Was all this effort merely for this shattered reflection? Redirecting her gaze to the mirror, she pondered the meaning behind it all. In a moment of clarity, she stared into the mirror once more. And this time, she beheld herself. She observed in astonishment as she retrieved a stone from her pocket, only to return it moments later. The instant the stone fell into her pocket, Angelia distinctly felt something heavy drop within her robe's pocket. Surprised, she reached inside, her fingers closing around a glimmering stone. Angelia's eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized the stone, the philosopher's stone. But how did it come to be here? With no time to ponder further, she swiftly turned to exit. She must not let anyone discover that she possessed the stone. The return journey was evidently simpler than her arrival. She navigated her way back to the room housing the three-headed dog without obstruction, recasting the invisibility charm and transforming her violin back into her robe as she gently opened the door to depart. The corridor remained eerily quiet as Angelia retrieved her wand to lock the door behind her, cautiously making her way to the Slytherin common room. With the philosopher's stone nestled in her pocket, she dared not reveal a single hint of vulnerability, exercising utmost caution until she finally reached her dormitory and closed the door behind her. Allowing herself a sigh of relief, neglecting to bathe, Angelia pulled out the philosopher's stone for a closer inspection before sealing it within a small, ornate box. She had brought many such boxes, originally intended for the storage of dark artifacts. It is capable of completely isolating itself from all forms of magical observation and assault, and it is also immune to summoning spells such as the Flying Curse. Moreover, it can effectively contain the magical aura of the items stored within, making it perfectly suited for the safekeeping of magical stones. Only after returning the locked box to the jewelry box at the bottom of the cabinet did Angelia finally exhale in relief. Fatigue washing over her as a myriad of strange scents assaulted her senses. Consequently, she hurriedly took a bath and climbed into bed, drifting into a night of pleasant dreams. The nocturnal escapade from the previous evening caused Angelia to oversleep the following day. But fortunately, Pansy, acting on Draco's behalf, came to rouse her. "Leah, wake up. It's time for class." A soft call reached Angelia's ears, and she groggily opened her eyes. "Pansy, what time is it?" Angelia was utterly exhausted, burying her head beneath the covers in an attempt to steal a few more moments of sleep. Pansy gently patted her shoulder. "Get up, Leah, or we'll be late for class. The first lesson is potions with Professor Snape." Startled awake, Angelia shot upright. "What time is it?" Pansy, with a hint of exasperation, replied. "We still have an hour until class starts." "We have time. Let us grab some breakfast first." The shock from Pansy's words dispelled Angelia's drowsiness, and after a quick wash-up, she followed Pansy out of the girls' dormitory. Upon seeing Pansy escorting Angelia, Draco approached and playfully ruffled her hair. Noticing her dazed expression and vacant gaze, a clear sign that she had not fully awakened. In this state, Angelia set aside her usual sharp demeanor, appearing soft and somewhat vulnerable, prompting Draco to give her cheek another playful pinch. "Let us go. We need to eat." Draco wrapped his arm around Angelia's shoulders, guiding her forward to prevent her from stumbling into others in her sleepy haze. Throughout the morning, Angelia remained in a state of confusion. While Draco diligently ensured she finished her breakfast, his concern stemming from the fear that she might accidentally shove bread into her nose. After breakfast, Angelia accompanied Draco to the potions classroom, where the lighting was significantly dimmer than in the Great Hall. Several times, she stifled yawns and squinted her eyes, nearly colliding with the walls, leading Draco to focus intently on guiding her, refraining from engaging with others. Finally, Angelia settled into a chair in the classroom, prompting Draco to breathe a sigh of relief as he slumped beside her. So tired. Soon, class began as Professor Snape strode into the room with his usual commanding presence. He casually gestured towards the blackboard, stating, "The material for today's lesson is outlined on the board, and the required ingredients can be found in the cupboards along the wall. You have 1 hour to complete the potion and submit it before class ends." As Snape smoothly delivered his instructions, he turned to find Angelia and Draco slumped in the front row, looking utterly despondent. "What is wrong with them?" Snape furrowed his brow in surprise that in truth, he had scarcely spoken with Angelia in recent weeks. Ever since he had raised his voice at her in the corridor, she had not visited his office again. After that day, he had pondered the possibility of having misjudged her, leading him to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Although both Angelia and Harry remained tight-lipped, Fred and George, during their 3 days of unrestrained behavior, had divulged everything, allowing Snape to grasp the situation almost immediately. He felt a deep sense of regret and wished to make amends. Yet Angelia had remained distant since that incident. Consequently, Snape's temper had soured considerably, resulting in Gryffindor losing nearly 100 points, a significant portion of which had been deducted by Lena, with much of it attributed to the Weasley twins. Their recent experience in Gryffindor had been fraught with difficulty, as they were treated like pariahs, with everyone eager to cast them aside, a stark contrast to their past mischief. They believed that Angelia's punishment was far from over. But on several occasions when they attempted to confront her, she managed to evade them, prompting them to temporarily abandon their pranks and strive to perform well in all their classes, though their efforts often backfired. In short, both the Weasley twins and Snape were grappling with their own sets of troubles during this period. Most students had retrieved their potion ingredients and prepared to begin their work. With Draco diligently grinding the motherwort in his hands, while Angelia sat beside him, propping her chin in her hand and yawning. If you're tired, go ahead and take a short nap, Snape, unable to bear the sight of Angelia's heavy eyelids battling to stay awake, approached her side under the pretense of examining the motherwort in Draco's hands, his lips subtly moving as he spoke to Angelia. Upon hearing the suggestion to sleep, Angelia's eyes lit up, and she promptly laid her head on the desk, succumbing to slumber in a fleeting moment when no one was watching. A glimmer of affection crossed Snape's gaze in Draco's group. He was the sole one exerting effort, and each time his movements became a tad too vigorous, he drew Snape's disapproving stare. Consequently, he had to meticulously brew the potion, lagging behind the other groups. Yet, Snape did not reproach him. On the contrary, when Draco presented a commendably brewed potion, Snape offered rare praise, stating, "Well done." Exhausted with aching wrists, Draco persevered, as this potion required uninterrupted stirring, while other groups had two students alternating the task. Angelia's nap during Snape's class did not go unnoticed by her classmates. Yet when they observed Snape pass by her several times without waking her, they understood that it was best to avoid provoking Angelia. By the time class ended, Angelia remained asleep, and with no subsequent lessons scheduled. The students cheerfully departed the potions classroom. Following Snape's suggestion, Draco also left, leaving only Snape and the sleeping Angelia behind. Snape refrained from disturbing her slumber, instead retrieving a pile of student assignments and a blanket from his office. He placed the assignments on the desk beside Angelia and gently draped the blanket over her. Angelia remained deeply asleep, unaware of Snape's actions. Thus, they occupied their time, one grading assignments while the other slept, until after lunch. When Angelia finally stirred awake, blinking in confusion, she unexpectedly found Snape engrossed in grading assignments before her. Awake now, Snape glanced at her before returning his gaze to the paperwork. Angelia straightened up, surveying her surroundings with a hint of bewilderment. "Don't look around. This is the potions classroom, and it's noon, lunchtime just passed." Snape found her puzzled expression amusing. "Are you hungry?" Angelia's face retained a semblance of confusion, yet upon hearing Snape's question, she promptly nodded. Her voice, still soft and slightly hoarse from sleep, was utterly adorable. "I'm hungry." Snape reached out to tousle her tousled golden locks, gathering the stack of graded assignments as he stood. "Come with me." Obediently, Angelia wrapped the blanket around her and followed in Snape's wake. They made their way back to the potions office, where Snape summoned Hogwarts house elf. "Bring 2 servings of red wine steak, 2 servings of creamy mushroom soup, 1 pineapple juice, and 1 black coffee." The house elf vanished into thin air upon receiving the order. Observing Angelia's still dazed expression, Snape sighed in slight exasperation. "Still not fully awake?" Angelia nodded, then shook her head. Snape let out a gentle sigh. "Just sit on the sofa and wait a moment. Lunch will be here shortly." Compliant, Angelia settled onto the sofa, clutching the blanket and gazing intently at Snape with her bright blue eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Snape felt somewhat uneasy under her unwavering gaze, making several attempts to speak before ultimately abandoning the idea upon encountering her blank stare. "Never mind, let it be at last." The house elf returned with their lunch, and Snape breathed a sigh of relief as he accepted the tray and placed it on his desk, pulling up a chair from the side to place opposite the table. "Come over for lunch." Snape beckoned to Angelia, who obediently crossed over to take a seat across from him. The enticing aromas of red wine steak and creamy mushroom soup wafted through the air as Angelia cut a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth, her taste buds awakening with delight. Watching Angelia's expression transform from confusion to one of enjoyment brought a sense of relief to Snape. After lunch, Angelia seemed to come alive. "Thank you, Uncle Severus." Angelia blissfully sipped her cup of pineapple juice. The lunch had been delivered by the house elf arranged by the Malfoy family, and the flavors were precisely to her liking. She happily devoured an entire steak along with a small bowl of creamy mushroom soup. "Have you finally come to your senses?" Severus inquired, raising an eyebrow at her, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. Angelia playfully winked at Severus. "Uncle Severus is the best." I didn't sleep well last night. But thankfully you let me rest for a while. A subtle smile curved Severus's lips. You certainly had a good rest. Unlike Draco. He nearly strained his wrist trying to catch up on the coursework. Sensing Angelia's possible guilt, Severus quickly added, however, mastering potion stirring is essential knowledge, so consider it practice. The warm feeling enveloped Angelia's heart. Everyone took such good care of her, even at the expense of their own principles. Thus, she was determined to do what she could to bring them a bit more joy. Noticing Angelia's silence, Severus pressed his lips together and spoke softly. I have investigated the matter from last time. Confused, Angelia looked up at him, seemingly unable to recall the incident. Observing her puzzled expression, Severus clarified, it was when I raised my voice at you outside the office. Realization dawned on Angelia's face as she leaned closer. Locking her gaze with his, her voice sweet, I understand that Uncle Severus was only concerned for me. The trust and dependence shining in her eyes were so radiant that Severus instinctively averted his gaze. That day, he began, but before he could finish, Angelia interrupted, you don't need to explain, Uncle Severus. I completely understand. Her voice was both sweet and gentle. I trust you. Severus found himself unable to resist returning his gaze to her. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, instantly reminding him of the past. That same look again. Angelia regarded Severus curiously, sensing the complexity in his expression, which seemed to carry an endless nostalgia and affection, intertwined with an uncountable tenderness. His deep-set eyes concealed something ineffable yet impossible to ignore, but she could not decipher it. Uncle Severus. Angelia spoke softly, laced with curiosity, bringing Severus back to the present. It's getting late. You should head back and prepare. Class will begin soon. Severus once again bestowed upon her that tender smile. Angelia obediently agreed, slowly exiting the potions office, yet the confusion in her eyes remained unabated. What does that look truly signify? Having had a refreshing sleep that morning, Angelia was brimming with energy by dinner time, while Draco appeared utterly dejected. The excessive strain on his wrist from the morning's work left him in pain. And he pitifully gazed at Angelia, raising his hand. It hurts. Angelia promptly took his plate and cut his steak into bite-sized pieces, also pouring him a glass of orange juice to place beside him. Theodore beside them clenched his teeth. No strength. Draco's gaze drifted to Theodore, his voice softening further. Theodore gripped his knife and fork, teeth gritted. I'll feed you. Draco rolled his eyes at him, then turned back to Angelia with a look of utter dismay. I want you to feed me. Angelia immediately picked up a piece of steak and fed it to him, occasionally offering him sips of drink, even feeding him the little pudding for dessert one spoonful at a time. After finishing dinner, Draco leaned in closer to Angelia, whispering, Did you send me a paper crane last night? I only found it beside my pillow this morning. It's nothing. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with you. Angelia concealed her late-night escapade. The fewer people who knew about the Philosopher's Stone, the better. Many desired it, and those who knew its whereabouts could find themselves in peril, which is why Angelia chose not to inform Draco just yet. Throughout dinner, Draco indulged himself, while Angelia felt quite exhausted, and Theodore seemed ready to grind his teeth to dust. After dinner, it was customary to head back to the potions office. Recently, Angelia had been preoccupied with researching a dark magical artifact. Spending half a month in both the Hogwarts library and the Slytherin archives to gather the necessary information, which had allowed her time for last night's wandering. With the research complete, Angelia was determined to once again immerse herself in the potions office daily. Thus, after dinner, she and Draco found themselves together in the potions office once more. You're here. Severus glanced up from grading papers behind his desk, his pale face revealing a hint of fatigue. Angelia, come here for a moment. As usual, Severus motioned for her to sit on the sofa but instead dragged a stool beside the desk. Help me grade some assignments. Angelia obediently approached, taking a seat. Upon observing Severus, she noticed his eyes were bloodshot. Uncle Severus, why don't you take a break for a while? She asked, concern etched on her face. I'll take care of grading these assignments. Severus leaned back in his chair, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his temples. His voice weary, it's fine. Let's do it together. After we finish grading, I still need to brew a potion. Angelia seemed about to protest, but Severus had already returned to the essay in his hand. Leaving her to swallow her words, the two sat quietly at the desk, grading assignments. Angelia was responsible for the second-year Slytherin students' work, which was neatly written and clearly articulated, making it relatively effortless to grade. Severus handled the first-year Gryffindor papers, his brow furrowing tighter with each passing moment, never relaxing. Angelia watched as he impatiently grabbed his quill and marked a large font a particularly poorly written essay. What a pity, she thought. observing Severus toss that paper onto the stack of failed assignments. Clearly, it had been relegated to the unsuccessful pile. Noticing the few remaining pieces of parchment on Severus's left and the towering stack on his right, Angelia felt a pang of sympathy. Uncle Severus must be quite upset. With this thought, she pushed the remaining half of the Slytherin essays toward Severus. Before she could say anything, Severus, without looking up, gently spoke. "You must be tired. You should take a break. I'll handle the rest." Angelia pulled the towering stack of ungraded papers closer to her, her soft voice tinged with a playful tone. "I just wanted to swap with you." Uncle Severus, aware of her action, Severus finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. But before he could respond, Angelia continued, "I want to see the first-year content and solidify my foundational knowledge." She blinked her beautiful blue eyes at him, a hint of concern flickering within. Her voice was sweet and soft, like honey, prompting an involuntary faint smile from Severus. Very well. How could he not recognize that Angelia was intentionally saying this to alleviate his burden? She had been able to recite second-year material fluently at 7. First-year content was hardly worth revisiting. Yet, her expression of concern was so heartwarming that he didn't wish to dismiss her goodwill. He could quickly grade the Slytherin papers and then tackle the messy essays from those foolish lions together with her. With this in mind, Severus hastened his grading. Slytherin assignments were consistently meticulous, and after several consecutive grades, his mood improved considerably. Angelia diligently graded the Gryffindor papers, the top one belonging to Harry. His handwriting was relatively neat, and he had taken the task seriously, although some of his content lacked clarity, earning him a grade close to A. She discreetly glanced at the substantial stack of papers on Severus's right, a sweet smile gracing her face. "Consider yourself lucky." Angelia marked an AAT the top right corner of the paper. "To begin with, I shall present a chapter. The forthcoming essays include Mr. Finnegan's, who had his cauldron meticulously cleaned during class, Mr. Knott's, who spent 3 days in the infirmary after an explosive mishap with a cauldron, and Mr. Weasley's, who was ejected from the classroom before the lesson had even commenced. The essays by Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Weasley are nearly identical, as both have mistakenly recorded the title of their paper, misrepresenting the effects of scabious potion and other elixirs, as if the scabious itself had arisen under the influence of these potions. In stark contrast, Mr. Knott's work stands out as he at least remembered the title correctly, albeit by copying verbatim the first sentence of each paragraph from pages 25 to 37 of the textbook. Miss Angelia, exasperated, marked their papers with an F. The subsequent grading process could only be described as extraordinary. Angelia witnessed an array of methods: students transcribing potion formulas, sketching illustrations, directly pasting herb specimens, plagiarizing others' essays along with their names, and scribbling "could not find" or "I do not know." She finally understood how the towering stack of papers to Severus's right had amassed. Now, a similarly high pile had accumulated to her right. Severus quickly completed his grading and turned his gaze toward Angelia, who was still laboriously reviewing assignments, her small face furrowed in concentration. Angelia encountered her first Waterloo in the grading of assignments. This particular essay, with its neat handwriting and a perfect exposition of the topic, was indeed a rare exemplary piece. However, it simultaneously cited 16 unrelated potions, included a summary of the research on potion interactions, Jemina, 1964 edition, and discussed the effects of various potions under the premise of potion interactions on the treatment of scabious. Angelia stared despondently at the lengthy 16-inch paper penned by Miss Hermione Granger, utterly perplexed about what grade to assign. As her delicate face contorted in frustration, Severus gently interrupted her turmoil. "What troubles you? Have you encountered a dilemma?" At the sound of Severus's voice, Angelia abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted a savior, and pushed the paper toward him, her soft voice tinged with a hint of distress. "Uncle Severus, I am uncertain of what grade to give this essay." Severus glanced over the paper and quickly grasped the source of Angelia's dilemma. He took up a quill and inscribed a bold A before casually tossing it onto the pile of satisfactory papers. After completing this, Severus redirected his attention to Angelia. "How many remain?" Sensing his inclination to reach for the papers, Angelia instinctively gathered all the assignments protectively to her chest, exclaiming, "Uncle Severus must not grade anymore. Go take a brief rest, and I shall call you once I finish grading." Severus opened his mouth, but Angelia appeared to anticipate his intention, promptly interrupting him with a mock sternness. "No, Uncle Severus must go to sleep now." Her voice was soft, sweet, yet she feigned a fierce demeanor, making her utterly endearing. Severus raised an eyebrow in resignation. "Then shall I leave these to you?" "All of them." "Uncle Severus, go rest." Angelia quickly nodded, urging him on. Finally, Severus rose from his chair, approached Angelia, gently ruffled her hair, murmured something to her, and then obediently retreated to the common room. "That you've worked hard." Lied. Severus's voice was unusually tender, a softness that felt different from his usual indulgent demeanor. Imbued with some other emotion, she had never heard him speak in such a manner nor referred to her as Lia. Lia. Angelia lowered her head once more to pick up the nearby essay. Yet the chaotic scrawl could not erase the bright smile lingering on her lips. Approximately half an hour later, Angelia finally placed the last paper into the stack on her right. The table was a disarray of essays, and she organized the papers from Slytherin and Gryffindor, restoring the table to its original state. Draco, nearby, had fallen into a deep sleep, leaning awkwardly against the wall, his gloved hand firmly clutching a slimy tissue. "Draco, wake up." Angelia approached him and gently called. Almost instantaneously upon her utterance, Draco startled awake, immediately straightening up and pretending to seriously attend to the tissue in his hand. Angelia, exasperated, waved her wand to remove both the glove and the bucket of tissues. "It's nearly curfew. We must return." Draco finally became fully alert, shaking his head and standing to leave, a hint of confusion still on his face. After taking a few steps, he noticed Angelia had not followed and turned back, regarding her with curiosity. "Aren't you coming?" "I'll return shortly." Draco did not press further. Severus had many matters to attend to, and Angelia occasionally stayed behind after curfew to assist him, so he nodded and left through the door. Time had grown late, and Angelia turned to enter the common room to awaken Severus. The common room was shrouded in dimness, guided by the faint glow of the fire in the hearth. Angelia approached the bedside, where Severus lay on his side. His brow was furrowed, breath slightly hurried, and beads of sweat glistened on his pale forehead, suggesting he was not sleeping peacefully. "Uncle Severus," Angelia softly called. And the moment her voice escaped, Severus's sharp eyes flew open, locking onto her. Upon seeing Angelia's face, a fleeting expression of confusion washed over him. A mist formed in his dark eyes, obscuring some emotion that seemed ready to break free. "Lia," Angelia heard Severus mumble, his voice still tinged with the rasp of sleep, infused with complex emotions that momentarily left her stunned. "Uncle Severus." Angelia hesitated to speak, feeling a twinge of fear at his reaction. Hearing her voice, Severus snapped back to reality, promptly closing his eyes and lying back down, his tone soft yet unyieldingly firm. "Leave." Angelia did not comprehend the meaning behind his gaze, voice, and current response. But glancing at Severus lying with his eyes shut, she suddenly realized she may have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive secret of his, prompting her to obediently exit the room. The door to the common room opened and shut softly. Severus slowly reopened his eyes, repressing the aching emotions within. She must have been frightened. "Lia." Severus recalled the dream he had just experienced, that green light he had been unable to prevent, and the figure that had collapsed. Even while lying in bed, Angelia remained perplexed by the meaning behind his gaze, which seemed to look at her while simultaneously peering through her at something else. The intricate emotions in Severus's eyes were always beyond her grasp. Yet she vaguely sensed that he wished to keep them hidden from her. Since he did not want her to know, there must be a reason, and she trusted that he would not cause her harm. With this understanding, Angelia happily drifted into slumber. In the potion office's common room, Severus rubbed his throbbing head as he sat up. He was at a loss for how to explain the earlier incident to Angelia. He had never treated her so coldly, and she must have felt terribly wronged. The thought of Angelia's distressed expression twisted his heart. Growing increasingly agitated, he furrowed his brow and exited the common room. For Dumbledore had requested that he deliver a potion for the living hell brew by the next morning. It was well past the 11 o'clock curfew, and Hogwarts was eerily quiet. Occasionally, the sound of faculty members patrolling the corridors could be heard. But it was merely a fleeting echo. Severus stood before the cauldron, irritably adding daffodil roots to the mugwort infusion. In the past, brewing potions had always provided him an escape from his troubles. But now, a corner of his mind replayed the dream and Angelia's astonished, confused face. For the first time, he loathed Dumbledore's tasks. Though such resentment was ultimately unwarranted. He could not fathom how to explain the events of this evening to Angelia. Even if he were not required to brew potions tonight, he still could not seek her out. The concoction in the cauldron gradually transformed into a uniform shade of tea brown, as Snape began to apply pressure to the sleeping draft beans with the side of his silver knife, coaxing out their essence. Perhaps he ought to obfuscate the matter, but Angelia, being as astute as she was, would undoubtedly perceive the truth. She would not pester him with inquiries, yet she might quietly harbor her own sorrow. Irritated, Snape tossed the valerian root and sleeping draft beans into the cauldron. causing the liquid within to instantly shift to a pale azure hue. He commenced the process of stirring counterclockwise 7 times before making an additional stir in the same direction. Watching as the liquid rapidly clarified, perhaps he could choose a gift to present to her as a form of compensation. The liquid in the cauldron had become as clear as water. And Snape poured the prepared potion into a prepped vial, sealing it with a cork. What kind of gift should he offer? The following day was Saturday, and Angelia relished the rare opportunity to sleep in. Upon awakening, she discovered breakfast had long passed, though fortunately she felt no hunger. With a cheerful smile, she sat up and stretched, the restful night invigorating her for the day ahead. After a brief wash, Angelia settled at her desk. Retrieving her specially crafted quill and parchment to compose a letter. Dear old master, time flies swiftly, and I find myself here for half a month already. I wonder how you have been. I have adapted quite well and have had no conflicts with Dumbledore thus far. So you need not worry. Have the members of the Pure Blood Party been dutifully visiting you for conversations? I sincerely hope they are fulfilling this obligation. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine the extent of your nagging upon my return. By the way, the gift for you is enclosed within this envelope, and I trust you will find it to your liking. Pleased with the fading traces of the dark green ink, Angelia folded the letter and placed it into the envelope alongside the photograph of Dumbledore she had clandestinely taken in the headmaster's office, as well as the card depicting Dumbledore that Harry had drawn from a chocolate frog on the train. Naturally, she omitted the portion of the card detailing Dumbledore's accolades. Having completed this task, she resolved to find Draco and borrow his owl as her own. Will had yet to return. The common room was bustling with activity, and Draco was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book when a familiar figure plopped down beside him. Draco, could I borrow your owl for a moment? Angelia inquired, her light golden head peeking in front of his as she gazed at him imploringly. I wish to send a letter to the old master. But Will is still absent. While Hogwarts certainly had owls, she did not trust Dumbledore. Even with specialized paper and ink, she was unwilling to take that risk. Very well, I shall accompany you to the Ollery. Draco replied, promptly setting his book aside. The sky outside was overcast, and a biting wind swirled the fallen leaves and dust into miniature whirlwinds. Angelia was not dressed warmly, and the cold wind tugged at her outer robe, seeping in and bringing a sharp chill to her delicate skin. She considered casting a warming charm, but her wand was ensconced within her sleeve, and her fingers had grown too numb to retrieve it. Draco suddenly noticed the footsteps trailing behind him had ceased. Turning back in confusion, he caught sight of Angelia, her nose reddened by the cold, standing still with her head bowed as she struggled to extract her wand from her sleeve. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he drew his wand and cast a warming charm upon her. A sudden warmth enveloped her, dispelling the chill, and Angelia looked up in surprise, catching Draco's eye as he rolled his. Foolish girl, can't you just call out when you're cold? Draco remarked, disdain evident in his tone as he observed her expression of delight. With her fingers finally thawed, Angelia's complexion brightened, and she beamed at him. I thought you hadn't learned that yet. Draco's expression froze for a moment before he turned away, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he strode towards the Ollery, ignoring her. How infuriating. Angelia blinked in bewilderment at Draco's sudden change of mood. She quickened her pace to match his, yet remained uncertain of the cause of his ire, and thus refrained from attempting to placate him. The two of them walked to the Ollery, and as Draco turned to see Angelia cautiously glancing at him, his irritation dissipated. Fool, Draco approached the regal-looking black owl perched proudly on a branch and beckoned to it. Come here. The owl obeyed, soaring down to land on Draco's outstretched hand, still maintaining its air of superiority. Angelia stepped beside Draco and handed the envelope to the owl, speaking softly, deliver this to my former residence. The owl recognized her, having often delivered her letters in the past, making frequent trips every few days, and thus knew precisely where she meant. It grasped the envelope with its talons, gently nudging Angelia's palm with its head before taking flight. Draco watched the owl's retreating figure and suddenly let out a heavy huff. How vexing. It has never once sought to nuzzle my palm. Lost in thought, he felt a small hand suddenly atop his head. Angelia was gazing at him with sparkling eyes, her delicate hand gently ruffling his hair. Are you no longer angry? She asked softly. Draco's ears flushed with color as he averted his gaze, raising his chin in a show of feigned pride. Who is angry with you? This gesture mirrored that of the owl, causing Angelia to stifle a laugh. The last time Snape had provided her with the potion ingredient procurement list was still in her possession, and with no classes that day, she decided to seek out Lena. Lena was bent over her desk, sketching something with her quill. Upon seeing Angelia enter, she promptly tucked the parchment into her drawer, greeting her with a warm smile. Miss Royal, Lena said, rising to approach her gently. Angelina immediately understood that there were eyes in the room. She casually scanned the surroundings and spotted an inconspicuous portrait in the corner, where the lady within was quietly observing them. Professor Dubois. Angelia smiled sweetly. I have a question regarding the Cornish pixies. Of course, Lena winked at her. Come, sit. Taking a seat at the desk, Lena picked up the textbook for defense against the dark arts, and the two began to earnestly discuss Cornish pixies. While the portrait in the corner remained vigilant. So, are Cornish pixies magical creatures native to Cornwall? Angelia inquired, blinking at Lena. Indeed, Lena confirmed. Then if I wish to catch a Cornish pixie, might I have some luck in Cornwall? Certainly, my dear. But I believe they can also be found in other locales. It is just that they have yet to be discovered elsewhere, Lena replied, grasping her meaning with poise. Perhaps I have come across a list of their known habitats. Angelia said, producing the potion ingredient procurement list Snape had provided and placing it on the desk. The portrait was positioned too far from the desk, and with Lena shielding her, it could not possibly see the words on the parchment. Lena glanced at the contents of the parchment, and a warm smile graced her face. With a list, it becomes significantly easier to capture them. Indeed, but alas, I am still in school and cannot venture out myself. I must rely on others for assistance. Angelia feigned a frown, furrowing her brow. These locations must be frequented to capture the finest Cornish pixies. Lena tucked the parchment into her book. I am confident that they will find a Cornish pixie that meets Miss Royal's approval. Angelina raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Then I shall rest easy. Having concluded their business, Angelia stood with a gentle smile. Thank you, Professor Dubois, for your guidance. I believe I now understand. I shall take my leave. Very well. After Angelia's departure, the lady in the portrait in the corner quietly vanished as well. Lena cradled the book, which held parchment, turned, and stepped into the fireplace, disappearing into a sudden flare of green flames. In the drawer of her desk lay a parchment depicting a stunning woman, resting in stillness. Within the headmaster's office, a lady returned to the vacant frame hanging to the right of Dumbledore. Oh, headmaster, she began with a tone of complaint. Miss Royal has left. What of it? Dumbledore turned his gaze towards her. Don't mention it. The lady pouted, looking rather displeased. Miss Royal and Professor Dubois have been incessantly discussing Cornish pixies, and it has given me quite the headache. This lady held a particular disdain for various magical creatures, making her prolonged exposure to such discussions all the more irksome. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile. Apart from that, did they mention anything else? No, nothing more, she replied, rubbing her temples in irritation. If you ask me, next time, let Wallenade handle it. You know he has a fondness for those foolish creatures. Dumbledore remained silent, his attention fixated on a peculiar ornament on his desk. Lost in thought, the lady noticed his lack of engagement and, in a huff, exited the frame. After leaving the office, Angelia made her way back to the dungeon. She had initially intended to visit the Slytherin library, but upon reaching the potions office, she changed her mind and gently knocked on the door. No sound emerged from within, leading Angelia to assume that Snape was absent. Just as she was about to turn away, the door swung open unexpectedly. Angelia, Snape's voice was weary, yet the hint of surprise that lingered made Angelia momentarily puzzled. She visited him nearly every day. What was there to be surprised about? Did he perhaps seek her out? Before she could voice her thoughts, Snape's voice interrupted. Are you busy at the moment? So indeed he had matters to discuss. The curiosity in Angelia's mind dissipated as she obediently shook her head. No, Uncle Severus, is there something you need me to do? She seemed unfazed, her demeanor unchanged from their previous encounters, which allowed Snape to breathe a sigh of relief. Nothing urgent. I merely wanted to inquire if you required anything lately. Angelia appeared momentarily bewildered, yet given Snape's usual concern for her, she brushed it aside. Not really. Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa have provided me with ample supplies, and I haven't used them all yet. Damn Lucius, Snape muttered through clenched teeth. Before he could speak again, Angelia's soft voice chimed in. However, I've recently discovered a rather complex beauty potion, though the recipe is incomplete, and the brewing process is exceedingly intricate. Could you assist me, Uncle Severus? Snape exhaled in relief, his earlier discontent with Lucius fading away. Of course. The beauty potion had been uncovered in an ancient tome on potion making in the Slytherin library. Due to its age, many entries were faded, and numerous pages were damaged, hence her dilemma. Her interest in this potion was not a mere whim. With the resurgence of the Pure Blood Party, there was a pressing need for substantial funds. Relying solely on a potion shop would be insufficient, and she had to explore other avenues for income. People generally desired to enhance their appearance, especially wizards from pure blood families. They lacked neither wealth nor time. What they sought were effective beauty potions. The potions available on the market often provided only fleeting effects, suitable for emergencies but incapable of sustaining long-lasting beauty that a genuinely effective potion that could ensure enduring beauty for wizards would undoubtedly garner great popularity. The beauty potion she discovered in the Slytherin library possessed such potential, yet its incomplete recipe might explain its absence from the market. Angelia swiftly returned to her dormitory to fetch the copied recipe for the beauty potion. The missing ingredients were not difficult to deduce. A few simple experiments would suffice to ascertain them. After Snape scrutinized the recipe, he relaxed his furrowed brow and Angelia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's wonderful, Uncle Severus. What potion ingredients do we need? I'll send someone to procure them. No need," Snape replied, noticing her eyes alight with enthusiasm, his anxieties from the previous night dissipating. "I have all the materials here. Thank you, Uncle Severus," Angelia exclaimed, clearly elated, her voice sweet and her smile radiant. Prompting Snape to involuntarily curve his lips in response, the two spent the entire day in the potions office experimenting, trying 6 different potion recipes. And finally, just before dinner, they successfully identified the correct one. Angelia flitted around the room like a butterfly, dividing the finished potion into several small vials and diligently transcribing the recipe at her desk, her face alight with joy. Snape, too, felt content as he observed Angelia's bustling energy, hoping she would remain this happy forever. The sordid, dark matters need not trouble her any longer. After completing all her tasks, Angelia cheerfully gathered the finished potion and recipe, then sweetly turned to Snape and said, "Uncle Severus, I'm quite hungry." Snape promptly summoned a house elf to bring their dinner. As usual, the meal consisted of Angelia's favorite dishes. Snape desired a cup of black coffee, but Angelia immediately interjected. It was already 6:30 in the evening, and consuming black coffee at this hour would surely disrupt his sleep. Her striking blue eyes gazed at him imploringly. He could hardly withstand such a look from Angelia, so the evening's black coffee was exchanged for pineapple juice, just like Angelia's. "Isn't it delightful?" Angelia lifted her cup and took a generous sip, the tangy sweetness causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. Snape, who typically preferred bitter black coffee over sweet juices, nonetheless nodded in reluctant agreement. "Not bad." After dinner, Snape seemed preoccupied with other matters. Angelia, not wishing to disturb him, settled into the sofa with a book. The firelight flickered in the hearth, while Snape immersed himself in his thesis. By the time he lifted his head again, Angelia had fallen asleep nestled in the sofa. The hour hand had already pointed towards midnight, and the potions office had grown somewhat chilly. The fire's glow was insufficient to dispel the cold. Angelia huddled pitifully on the sofa, struggling to wrap herself in her robe. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and the tip of her nose was tinged with a hint of redness from the cold. Her rosy lips were curled downward in a manner that betrayed her displeasure at waking. Severus approached, contemplating waking her, but the faint weariness visible on her face dissuaded him from that course of action. The two had toiled throughout the day to perfect their potion formula, and it was evident she was utterly exhausted. With a flick of his wand, he gently levitated her and placed her onto the bed in the lounge. After casting a warming charm on a nearby blanket, he covered her with it. The soft warmth of the blanket eased the tension in Angelia's brow, and she nuzzled her face against the pillow, curling up like a contented cat within the covers. Severus chuckled softly, waving his wand to stoke the flames in the fireplace to a more robust blaze. With the thesis still unfinished, he decided it was best to let her sleep there, allowing him the opportunity to continue his writing. Thus, with careful steps, he exited the lounge. Angelia slept soundly, enveloped in the dim, warm environment and the soft blanket, which provided her immense comfort. The faint, bitter aroma that lingered in the air was familiar to her, and when she finally awoke, it was already the following morning. Upon opening her eyes, she experienced a moment of disorientation in the unfamiliar bedroom, but she quickly recalled that she was in Severus's lounge. She must have dozed off while reading last night, and Uncle Severus had likely moved her, since she had slept here. Where had Uncle Severus spent the night? A frown of annoyance crossed her face as she rolled out of bed and made her way to the office. The office was exceedingly cold, with the fireplace's flames flickering in a precarious state between extinguished and alive, causing Angelia to shiver violently. Severus lay asleep on the sofa, which was clearly too small for his stature, forcing him to curl his legs to avoid falling off. His complexion was ghostly pale, his brows tightly knit, and dark circles under his eyes betrayed a restless night, all while his black robe enveloped him closely. With a pang of sympathy, Angelia approached and gently levitated him back to the lounge, where the warming charm on the bed still held its effect. She tucked him in, watching as the creases on his forehead began to relax. In his dreams, Severus found himself transported back to that fateful day, to the moment he was struck by the green light and fell. The echoes of maniacal laughter and the excruciating pain surged back. As if his heart were being torn apart once more, shards of broken glass flowing through his veins, inflicting agony upon every part of his being, despite having often dreamed of this incident. The pain never dulled or faded. He could feel that suffocating heartache no matter how much time passed. Yet this time felt different. Amidst the swirling green light and the relentless pain, he sensed a reassuringly familiar presence. The green light faded, the manic laughter dissipated, and the shards of glass vanished. He found himself in the tiniest room of Spinner's Inn, facing the girl who sat across from him with a beaming smile. Promising to take him away. Let us go. I'll take you with me. Anywhere is fine. I want to abandon you. Don't worry. I'm not a child abductor. If you don't want to leave, I can always knock you out and take you with me. Leah. His Leah. Yet she had still left him all alone. During this time, Angelia experienced immense joy. The apothecary shop in Diagon Alley had successfully opened its doors. And although they had yet to receive any potion-making orders, they had sold a considerable amount of high-quality potions, yielding a handsome profit. Simultaneously, the beauty potion had successfully produced its first batch for promotion. The effectiveness of this potion exceeded Angelia's expectations, marred only by its lengthy activation period, meaning one had to persistently consume it for at least a month to witness results. The beauty potion had been on the market for less than a month, so the number of buyers remained modest, granting Angelia ample time to concoct more potions. She knew it was only a matter of time before the potion would be in high demand. Thus, she spent nearly every free moment brewing it. Fortunately, while the process was complex, the brewing time was relatively short, and as Angelia honed her skills, she managed to produce several bottles each hour, since the beauty potion shop was registered under Rosier's name. Only Severus was aware of this endeavor. When he noticed Angelia sometimes too busy to take a meal, he would lend a hand during his free moments. Through their combined efforts, they had amassed quite a stock of beauty potions over the month. Angelia only gifted a few bottles to her close acquaintances, selling the remainder. She initially intended to share the profits with Severus, but he refused to accept any. Consequently, she sought rare potion ingredients to present to him instead. Thankfully, Rosier proved to be quite resourceful, and through his means, he managed to uncover several suppliers for rare potion ingredients. Angelia procured several items that Severus had long sought, but struggled to find. Time flew swiftly, and Halloween approached. In the days leading up to the holiday, the scent of roasted pumpkin wafted throughout Hogwarts Castle. Angelia loathed the smell of pumpkin, so she resorted to using Draco as a makeshift air freshener, pulling him close whenever the aroma became overwhelming. Draco was well accustomed to this role, having been her portable air freshener for nearly a decade. When confronted with a scent Angelia detested, he would instinctively pull her head into his embrace. Of course, he would never forget the astonished and furious glare from Professor McGonagall when he inadvertently pressed Angelia into his chest upon catching a whiff of roasted pumpkin during Transfiguration class, resulting in 2 days of detention for him. Soon, it was Halloween Eve, and a feast was held in celebration. Hogwarts was adorned with intricately carved pumpkins, while bats fluttered wildly between the walls and ceilings. A gathering of dark clouds swirled above the dining tables, and the flickering candlelight from within the pumpkins heightened the Halloween atmosphere to its peak. Angelia scrunched her face in distaste as she searched through the sea of pumpkins on the dining table for something untainted by their scent. Ultimately finding only a plate of red wine steak, clearly arranged by the Malfoy family's house elf, she cautiously retrieved the plate, slicing the steak into smaller pieces and savoring it, finding it far more delectable than any she had previously tasted. Just as everyone indulged in their meal, Hermione burst in, moving at a speed that left Harry on his broomstick in the dust. There's a troll in the dungeon, she shrieked in a panic. Her cry sent waves of alarm throughout the hall. Students immediately jumped to their feet, screaming and rushing for the exits. Dumbledore was forced to cast a sonorous charm to regain control. Silence. All activity in the hall ceased as everyone turned to face him. The prefects promptly ushered their houses back to the dormitories. Dumbledore's voice was low as he instructed, "Professors, come with me to the dungeon." Angelia glanced up at the staff table, only to realize Severus was nowhere to be found. She quietly tugged on Draco's sleeve, whispering, "I need to go to the potions office. Can you cover for me?" Draco frowned disapprovingly. "A troll has invaded Hogwarts, and we don't know its whereabouts. You can't go alone." Concerned for Severus yet reluctant to alarm Draco, she resorted to a fib. "Uncle Severus is in the potions office. I'll be safe with him." Draco raised his head to search among the professors for Severus's figure, but to no avail. Noticing the confusion etched on Draco's face, Angelia lowered her voice further. "I have a meeting with Uncle Severus in the potions office." Although Draco seemed skeptical, Angelia was adamant. and he reluctantly compromised. "All right, you can go to the potions office, but I'll accompany you." Angelia was hesitant to have him join her on this risky endeavor. "But if you come with me, no one will cover for me." Draco shot her a glance and then patted Pansy, who was ahead of them. "That will step out for a moment. Cover for us." Pansy's gaze flitted between them, her expression conveying a cryptic smile. "Sure." The grand procession of troops began to move, with Angelia and Draco trailing behind as they made their way towards the dungeon. As they passed the potions office, the two stealthily slipped away from the group and entered the office. "Did you not say that the Godfather was waiting for you here?" Draco remarked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced around the empty room. Unfazed, Angelia continued to fabricate her story. Perhaps Uncle Severus was detained by Dumbledore on his way back to deal with the troll. Draco rolled his eyes. Did she truly believe herself to be a fool? Having arrived, Draco reclined lazily on the sofa, nonchalantly declaring, "I think I'll rest for a bit." Angelia, however, was oblivious to his words. Ever since she noticed Snape's absence during the banquet, she had been feeling rather unsettled. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the potions office finally creaked open, and a figure staggered inside. The moment he entered, Snape immediately spotted Angelia and Draco. He discreetly concealed his injured leg with his robe, suppressing the pain as he straightened himself. "What are you doing here?" Snape's voice was grave, clearly a precursor to his anger. That Draco's brow furrowed, and he sprang up from the sofa. "Godfather." His instinctive exclamation left him at a loss for how to respond to Snape's question, but Angelia quickly took the reins of the conversation. "I merely wished to check on Uncle Severus," she said, lifting her gaze to meet Snape's, who now displayed none of his usual warmth, his demeanor starkly indifferent. "If you had not forgotten to bring your brains, you ought not to be wandering about while a troll wreaks havoc in Hogwarts." Snape reprimanded them with the same sarcasm he reserved for other students. "Now, return to where you belong immediately." Snape noticed the hurt and disappointment etched on Angelia's face, but he could not afford to relent. Setting aside the fact that he did not want them to know he was injured, their reckless disregard for danger warranted a stern scolding. Snape had never spoken to Angelia in such a manner before. So Draco's first instinct was not to obey his godfather's command to leave, but rather to turn back and look at Angelia. Angelia's expression of grievance and discontent had faded. She silently lowered her head and tugged at Draco, prompting him to exit. Snape, rubbing his temples in frustration, pressed his lips together and remained silent, allowing the two to depart. It was not until the door to the potions office clicked shut that Snape shifted his position, limping painfully to the sofa, where he removed his robe, revealing a gaping, blood-soaked wound on his leg. It was that three-headed dog brought by Hagrid. The wound continued to bleed profusely, and though Snape gritted his teeth, attempting to rise and procure a vial of Skeelgrow, a delicate hand was quicker than his. Snape looked up in astonishment at the small hand that held a vial of Skeelgrow before him. Angelia, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, regarded his leg with a pained expression, biting her lip in a pitiful manner. When had she entered, Snape felt a twinge of helplessness. He was all too familiar with Angelia's presence. Yet the pain had distracted him, making him momentarily oblivious to her arrival. Was Uncle Severus planning to keep this from me? Angelia knelt down, flicking her wand to cleanse his wound, then uncorked the vial and sprinkled the powder onto it. In truth, she had noticed his injury the moment he entered, but as he was unwilling to reveal his wound before them, she had played along, deceiving Draco into leaving. Snape found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed intended to keep it from them, yet Angelia's sudden return had thwarted his plans. With neither party willing to break the silence, the two remained locked in a tense standoff. After Angelia had bandaged his wound and retrieved a potion for him to drink, she felt reassured and turned to leave the potions office without a moment's hesitation. Let him endure the pain alone as he makes his way back to the common room, she thought. Snape, indeed, persevered through the pain as he hobbled back. The potion Angelia had handed him was beside a vial of painkillers, yet she had deliberately refrained from offering it to him, clearly upset. For him, enduring pain was as simple as eating or drinking. Over the past 30 years, he had grown accustomed to its presence, both physically and psychologically, having been accompanied by pain since childhood. However, upon reaching the edge of his bed, he unexpectedly discovered a vial of painkillers resting on the low cabinet beside it. When had she placed it there? Snape found himself perplexed, yet a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he reached for the vial and drained its contents. Angelia had always held him in high regard, behaving obediently in his presence. It was a rare occurrence for her to leave in a huff as she had today. After departing, Angelia regretted her decision. Uncle Severus had always cared for her deeply, and his reprimand had been for her own good. Yet she had left in a huff, and he must be feeling hurt, tossing and turning in bed. She found herself unable to sleep in the potions office. Snape was just preparing to rest when Dumbledore unexpectedly sought him out. Ordinarily, Dumbledore rarely came to find him in person, but whenever he did, it was usually due to some pressing matter, as was the case now. The Philosopher's Stone has been stolen. Dumbledore stood in his quarters, his brow furrowed, his gaze drifting down to Snape's leg.do. You have any idea what transpired? The Philosopher's Stone? How could this be? Snape exclaimed in shock. What about the enchantments? All of them have been breached. Dumbledore's eyes remained fixed on Snape's injury. Did you notice anything unusual during your visit to the 4th floor today? Snape frowned and shook his head. I was stationed at the entrance to the three-headed dog. There was nothing amiss. To ensure the absolute safety of the Philosopher's Stone, each challenge had been set by different professors, and they were unaware of how to bypass one another's enchantments, so Snape had not delved deeper, merely standing guard at the entrance. Dumbledore's frown deepened. Perhaps we have grown complacent. Naturally, they needed to investigate the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Snape, too weary to rest, limped alongside Dumbledore to follow the leads, with the other professors who had set the challenges summoned as well. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day marked Halloween, a day free from classes. Consequently, Angelia, who had tossed and turned until the early hours before finally succumbing to sleep, did not awaken until noon. After a brief wash, she gathered 2 books and prepared to visit the Hogwarts library to conduct some research. Recently, she had discovered several new potion ingredients that might enhance her beauty potion. The library was bustling with students, and after searching in vain for an unoccupied table, she was about to leave when she suddenly spotted a familiar figure waving at her from across the room. Cedric, she called, her steps light as she approached him, sweetly addressing him. Senior. Cedric's face broke into a warm smile. I noticed you seem to be searching for a seat. If you don't mind, you can join me. Thank you, Senior, Angelia replied softly as she settled into the seat across from him. The moment she sat down, she became aware of several pairs of eyes fixed upon her, but she paid them no mind. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, she calmly opened her books and rose to the shelves in search of her desired texts. Once she had taken her seat, Cedric resumed his reading, and when Angelia returned with her books, she caught sight of him diligently copying notes with his eyes lowered. The midday sun cast a gentle glow upon his profile, enhancing his fair complexion and illuminating the sharp contours of his face. Angelia had always been drawn to attractive individuals, thus she lingered a moment longer in her gaze, inadvertently inciting the displeasure of others nearby. A hushed murmur arose around them, low yet discernible due to their proximity. How did that Slytherin student end up seated across from Senior Cedric? One whispered. She must be taking advantage of his good nature, sitting so brazenly before him. Indeed, amidst the abundance of vacant seats, she chose to sit there. She overheard their conversation, and Cedric must have heard it too. Angeline raised her gaze to Cedric, only to find his gray eyes tenderly fixed upon her, as if he were concerned that their words might inflict some harm upon her. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging them, but upon catching Cedric's gaze, her curiosity was piqued. She playfully winked at him and casually picked up a newly discovered tome on rare herbs, rising to join Cedric's side. Cedric, I don't quite understand this. Could you assist me? Angeline's voice was soft and melodious, her exquisite features radiating innocence, as though she were genuinely grappling with a dilemma. Had Cedric not witnessed her playful wink moments earlier, he might have been easily deceived by her facade. Cedric could not help but smile gently, accepting the book and glancing through it, his tone soothing as he began. This herb typically grows in. Angeline had not genuinely approached him with a question, yet she found herself captivated by Cedric's detailed explanation. Cedric possessed an extensive knowledge of herbology, and fortuitously, Angeline had also excelled in the subject, allowing them to engage in a delightful conversation, completely forgetting the few individuals who had been gossiping about them. The library forbade chatter, and Angeline, concerned that their voices might disturb others, had cast a concealment charm around them from the outset, effectively muffling their exchange. Consequently, those who had been prattling could only observe the two of them laughing and leaning in close, unable to discern their words. It was not until dinner time that Angeline and Cedric reluctantly concluded their discussion and parted ways. This afternoon had not been devoid of reward. Cedric happened to be well versed in the very herbs Angeline sought. He eagerly invited her to join him the following afternoon after class to visit Greenhouse 9, where the herbs she desired were cultivated. Only then did Angeline learn that Cedric frequently assisted Professor Sprout in tending to the greenhouse, thereby acquiring a key to the premises. It's settled. Then, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she bid Cedric farewell. Cedric's gray eyes crinkled with pleasure, a glimmer of joy illuminating them. Very well. I shall await you in the entrance hall tomorrow afternoon. They waved goodbye, and Angeline returned to her dormitory, her stomach growling in protest from having gone an entire day without sustenance. With a sense of urgency, she hastily entered the common room, where Draco was seated. Enjoying a steak? You've arrived, Draco remarked, shifting aside to make room for her. I haven't seen you all day. I was at the library, Angeline replied, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she reached for a golden-hued soup. Draco swiftly grasped her wrist. That's pumpkin soup. Angeline's countenance fell, and before she could protest, a piece of steak was thrust into her mouth. Observing her eyes brighten once more, Draco sighed. How could you be this famished? Eat this. With that, he placed a bowl of creamy mushroom soup before her. Only after satisfying her hunger did Angeline turn her attention to her surroundings. Habitually, she glanced toward the professor's table, only to discover that neither Snape nor Dumbledore was present. It was not uncommon for Snape to skip dinner when preoccupied with work, but Dumbledore rarely missed a meal, especially not when Snape was also absent. The expressions of the other professors seemed equally grim. Professor McGonagall wore a serious demeanor, though she was not known for her mirth. Oddly, even the usually genial Professor Flitwick appeared somber, which struck Angeline as peculiar. A nagging sense of foreboding settled within her. What's the matter? What are you staring at? Draco inquired, noticing her continued glances toward the professors. The headmaster is not here. This afternoon, when I sought the headmaster, I chanced upon Dumbledore, who summoned him to his office. He may still be occupied, Draco explained. Dumbledore? What could he possibly want with Uncle Severus? Angeline queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Draco shrugged. Who knows? That old bee is forever concocting schemes to squeeze something out of Uncle Severus. Perhaps he is pressuring him to brew another potion. It cannot be something so trivial. Angeline refrained from responding, her gaze drifting back to the professor's varied expressions, an intense intuition gnawing at her. Something must have transpired. Before she could retract her gaze, Lena at the professor's table discreetly signaled to her, and Angeline immediately understood. Lena needed to speak with her. Leaning closer to Draco, she whispered, I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. Draco, engaged in conversation with a fellow Slytherin boy, glanced back at her momentarily. Be careful, he advised. Angeline nodded and departed. Just as she exited the hall, she unexpectedly collided with Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore wore a cheerful expression, while Snape's countenance was stern and discontented. Upon seeing Angeline, Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged, yet Snape suddenly cast a significant glance in her direction. Good evening, Headmaster. Professor Snape, she greeted, compelled to acknowledge them after their encounter. Come with me. Snape interjected curtly before Dumbledore could speak, turning on his heel and striding toward the potions office. Angeline, bewildered, followed in his wake. In the hall, Lena had a clear view of the entrance and, having just risen, witnessed Angeline being led away by Snape. She lowered her gaze, feigning nonchalance as she spooned pudding into her mouth, dismissing the urge to intervene. Angeline trailed Snape to the potions office, gently closing the door behind her, her mind racing with questions about the cause of his evident ire. Before she could utter a word, Snape bellowed, What have you done? Angeline flinched at his tone. Instinctively meeting his gaze, he glared at her, his usually warm, affectionate black eyes now devoid of tenderness, his pale face betraying no hint of a smile, his lips pressed into a tight line, his voice harsh. He had never addressed her with such ferocity before. Biting her lip, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within her, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks unbidden. Snape's expression flickered, his lips twitching as he struggled to find words, yet remained silent. After a moment of silence, Angeline choked out, I don't know. I didn't do anything. Her voice was pitifully soft, laced with a nasal tone. Snape clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he continued to reprimand her. Does the incident on the 4th floor have anything to do with you? So, it was indeed the revelation of that matter. Angeline had anticipated this, but just as she was about to respond, Snape's gaze shifted toward the lone picture frame in the room, which today housed a lady, an unusual occurrence given its usual emptiness. Understanding dawned on Angeline, and she maintained her expression. What is Uncle Severus talking about? What happened on the 4th floor? Wasn't he stated at the beginning of the term that we should not go there? Snape continued to glare at her, his anger palpable. You truly do not know. You had better not be deceiving me. Even though she knew he was mistaken, Snape's ire inexplicably caused Angeline's nose to tingle, and fresh tears began to fall. I am not lying to Uncle Severus. Snape appeared flustered. Had he not told her the truth? Why was she still crying? After a tirade filled with both scolding and tears, the lady in the picture frame finally departed. Angeline, exhausted from her tears, resolved even more firmly to cultivate her network of informants within Hogwarts. With the lady gone, Snape, who had just been shouting at her, seemed uncertain of how to proceed. It was Angeline who broke the silence. Uncle Severus, she began, casting a few concealment charms around them before feeling secure enough to ask, what exactly is happening today? Seeing that Angeline had regained her composure, Snape finally relaxed. He had feared she might not comprehend his hint when she had been so distressed. An item has gone missing from the castle, Snape began thoughtfully. Yesterday, someone took advantage of the chaos caused by the troll in Hogwarts to steal it from the 4th floor. Angelia blinked. Have you found out who it is? Snape's expression darkened. No, but Dumbledore suspects it is you. He did not finish his sentence, yet Angelia understood perfectly. Dumbledore harbored suspicions about her, had sent Snape to test her, and even dispatched spies to watch her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Angelia gazed at him earnestly. Uncle Severus. Snape's brow twitched involuntarily. Typically, Angelia only used such a tone when she had erred. Observing her big, blinking eyes, Snape felt a sense of helplessness. Regardless of her misdeeds, he would deal with the consequences. Although, her troubles were seldom trivial. The last time she addressed him in that manner was after she had shattered a small vial of Egyptian essence he had spent 3 years acquiring. What is it? Snape's voice remained gentle, though he could not suppress the urge to rub his temples. Angelia leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, I stole the Philosopher's Stone. Clatter, the coffee cup beside Snape fell to the ground. The white porcelain shattering upon the brown floor, the dark liquid staining a small patch of it. Is Uncle Severus going to punish Angelia? She bit her lip, extending her 2 delicate arms, her voice tinged with grievance. Angelia knows she has done wrong. Please go ahead, Uncle Severus. Snape looked at the petite arms reaching toward him, inhaled sharply, and swallowed the anger that surged to his lips, pressing his hand against the throbbing vein on his forehead. He remained silent for a long moment before managing to keep his tone calm. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? Angelia blinked, her tone soft and light. I hid it. I wanted to. Snape gritted his teeth. Torn between scolding her and refraining from doing so, after a moment, he could only let out a gentle sigh. If you want it, then keep it safe. Find a reliable place to hide it. But do not leave it within Hogwarts. Despite his anger and frustration, Snape quickly devised a solution. I will cover for you with Dumbledore. If he questions you, simply say you do not know. Uncle Severus. Angelia bit her lip, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She had hoped for Snape's assistance, yet he had silently crafted a resolution without uttering a single reproach, and she was deeply moved. How could he be so kind to her? With her nose and eyes reddening, Angelia suddenly threw herself into Snape's embrace, nuzzling against him, her voice sweetly murmuring. Uncle Severus is truly wonderful. Snape gently ruffled her hair, warmth returning to his gaze. Whatever the case, as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was listening to the report from the lady in the portrait. Miss Royal had been weeping, appearing utterly aggrieved, as she denied any connection to the events of that day. The lady in the portrait frowned sympathetically. The girl was exceedingly beautiful, her nose and eyes reddened from crying, evoking a sense of pity. It was puzzling why Dumbledore, in his advancing age, had grown increasingly suspicious of a first-year Slytherin student, repeatedly sending people to keep an eye on her. Dumbledore sat at his desk, contemplating the lady's words. Royal held Snape in high esteem. Their private discussions should be credible, although she had threatened him last time to keep an eye on the items on the 4th floor. She had been with Malfoy in the potions classroom that night when the troll had appeared, as confirmed by the portraits. Could it truly not be her? After conferring with Snape, Angelia resolved to remove the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts. However, simply taking it out might not ensure its safety. She needed a more secure plan. It was common knowledge that the safest places in the British wizarding world were Gringotts and Hogwarts. Yet neither was suitable for concealing the stone. Recently, there had been reports of theft at Gringotts. Despite their claims of no losses, the occurrence of one theft often hinted at vulnerabilities in their defenses. As for Hogwarts, it was even more unfit to truly hide the stone. It needed to be placed in an unknown location. The Philosopher's Stone was renowned in the wizarding world, and wizards could sense the magical fluctuations emanating from it. If someone were to recognize it, the ones safeguarding the stone would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. After much contemplation, Angelia concluded that the Muggle world was the most appropriate choice. However, having lived in the magical world since birth, her only encounters with Muggles had been with the Dursleys. The Dursleys. A light bulb went off in Angelia's mind. As Muggles who despised wizards, hiding magical items in their home would undoubtedly be the best option. Harry's magical abilities were not yet developed enough to sense magical fluctuations, and by the time the holidays arrived, she would retrieve the stone to keep it herself. Dumbledore had been suspicious of her lately. Leaving Hogwarts at this time would surely attract his attention, so Angelia decided to wait until the following weekend. The next day was the day of the Quidditch match, and in fact, Angelia had completely forgotten about it. When she approached Draco in the morning carrying a stack of books, she noticed everyone around her casting surprised glances. "What are you doing with a pile of books on Quidditch match day?" Draco asked, tapping her on the head. "Are you still half asleep?" It was then that Angelia remembered. "Oh, Merlin, I completely forgot about it." She rolled her eyes and returned to the dormitory. The weather outside was frigid, and watching the Quidditch match required staying outdoors, so she needed to change into a thicker robe. In truth, Angelia had no desire to watch the match. The pitch held no fond memories for her. Yet, it was Draco and Harry's first time competing, and she needed to cheer for them. As anticipated, the Quidditch pitch was cold. She walked ahead with Aloysia, while Pansy and Blaise followed behind. In fact, whenever Blaise was around, Pansy seldom walked with them. With Pansy present, Angelia and Aloysia quickly grew closer. It must be said that Aloysia had some social skills. Pansy was notoriously haughty toward strangers. If she took a disliking to someone, even a roommate, she would show no kindness. Yet, Aloysia had almost become friendly with her by the second day at Hogwarts. Moreover, Aloysia had a wide circle of friends within Hogwarts, with acquaintances in nearly every house excluding Gryffindor. In particular, she was greeted by a large group of friends from Slytherin and Ravenclaw whenever they walked together. Angelia was quite satisfied with her abilities. After spending time together, she felt that this person could perhaps be trusted. Nevertheless, she cautiously consulted the head of the Hermione family about Aloysia and requested several questions to verify her identity, ensuring that Aloysia would not fall into the hands of any suspicious individuals. It would not be long before news from the Hermione family reached her. To avoid Dumbledore's notice, her communication with the Death Eater faction was primarily conducted through Lena, who had humorously dubbed herself a human owl. The castle of Hogwarts was quite distant from the Quidditch pitch, and it was long before Angelia's robe was thoroughly soaked by the biting wind. Stiffly, she pulled out her wand to cast a warming charm for herself and Lena, then glanced over at Pansy. She was chatting and laughing with Blaise, appearing unfazed by the cold, likely having cast a warming charm herself. Angelia averted her gaze. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The front rows of the Slytherin stands were already packed, forcing Angelia and Aloysia to settle for seats further back. Fortunately, the stands were tiered, so sitting at the back did not obstruct their view. The row behind them was reserved for the professors, and Angelia chose a spot with an empty seat behind her. However, it wasn't long before Snape approached and took the available seat behind her. As the warming charm began to wane, Angelia could not help but shiver. Just as she reached for her wand, Snape tapped her shoulder from behind with his wand, instantly flooding her with warmth. Angelia turned to him, offering a grateful smile. Soon, the stands were filled with spectators, and the students in the front row were nearly squished together. Fortunately, behind Angelia stood Snape, his cold demeanor creating a small vacuum around him, deterring anyone from jostling near his vicinity. The first row had already levitated a massive dark green banner with the emblem of Slytherin House, a dark silver serpent that appeared to be under some enchanting spell, proudly raising its head and flicking its tongue as it slithered. Above the intricate design, the words "Slytherin will prevail" were inscribed in bright silver letters. Soon, Madame Hooch, standing at the center of the field, blew her whistle with force, signaling the commencement of the match. 15 broomsticks soared high into the air, as students from Slytherin and Gryffindor erupted into cheers for their respective teams. The commentary was provided by a Gryffindor student, whose style was unmistakably not that of Slytherin. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkably talented chaser, not to mention quite enchanting. "Jordan." Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated through the microphone. "I apologize, Professor." Angelia glanced towards the commentary booth, where Professor McGonagall was intently scrutinizing the commentator. It must be said that she was quite familiar with him. Throughout nearly the entire match, the commentator tended to stray off topic, and without McGonagall's occasional reminders, it would have likely devolved into a mere celebration of Gryffindor. The players darted through the air, soaring high and swooping low. Angelia was gripped by an intense fear of heights, too frightened to lift her gaze towards the match, relying solely on the commentator's words to gauge the unfolding events. A beautiful pass was made to Johnson. Unfortunate, it was intercepted by the Slytherin team. Remarkable. Gryffindor's goalkeeper would manage to cut off the ball. Now Gryffindor had possession. Weaving through, the ball was deflected by either Fred or George Weasley. Those two twins were ever so difficult to distinguish. Hearing the names Fred and George sent a shiver through Angelia. Were those two also Quidditch players? She couldn't help but recall her fear from that day in the sky. Aloysia was gazing up at the match. But Angelia suddenly shuddered, prompting Aloysia to turn her head towards her. She appeared remarkably calm, her gaze softly fixed on the Slytherin banner, showing almost no signs of disturbance, yet Aloysia keenly noticed her tightly clenched hands. Recently, Aloysia had heard of the animosity between Angelia and Fred. George, seeing Angelia's unwavering focus ahead without lifting her gaze, she could surmise the cause. Angelia was biting her lip, striving to conquer her fear when suddenly, a warm, gentle hand covered the back of her hand. Instinctively, she turned to look at Aloysia. The tender smile graced Aloysia's face. "Your hand is so cold. Let me warm it for you." The warmth emanating from her hand indeed alleviated Angelia's fear. She remained silent while Aloysia returned her attention to the match above. Aloysia had noticed Angelia's trepidation, but chose not to address it directly. Angelia pressed her lips together, her gaze deepening that a leader must not reveal any weaknesses. She clearly understood this, quite astute. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the stands, snapping Angelia back to reality. Gryffindor had scored. The Slytherin team regained possession. And the commentator's voice rang out again. The chaser ducked beneath two bludgers, evaded the Weasley twins, and the chaser bell sped towards. Wait, is that the golden snitch? The golden snitch had appeared. Instinctively, Angelia lifted her head. But in an instant, darkness enveloped her vision, and her stomach churned violently, forcing her to lower her gaze once more. This wouldn't do. She had to overcome this. Yet, it was evident that this moment was not ideal for confronting her fears. She did not wish to succumb to nausea or faint in front of everyone. Before she could regain her composure, a sudden uproar erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Foul! Almost simultaneously, Madame Hooch's irate voice echoed, chastising Slytherin player Flint, before ordering Gryffindor to take a free shot at the goalposts. Angelia desperately wanted to know what had transpired, focusing intently on the commentator's words. All right. Flint nearly caused Gryffindor's seeker to meet a grim fate. I believe such incidents can happen to anyone. Gryffindor's seeker. Harry. Angelia set aside her fear, squinting upwards at the sky. In that instant, she saw Harry abruptly veer to avoid a spinning bludger that whizzed past his head. Before the dizziness that had been suppressed could resurface, Harry's broom, the Nimbus 2000, suddenly jolted violently. Harry quickly adjusted his posture, gripping the broom tightly. Oddly enough, the broom began to shake again, as if intent on throwing him off. Panic crossed Harry's face as he struggled to maintain his grip. Soon, Draco also noticed the commotion from a distance, flying over to find an opportunity to assist Harry. However, Harry's broom seemed to deliberately evade Draco, leading him on a frantic chase. A wave of dizziness washed over Angelia, compelling her to lower her head to quell the nausea. The crowd's worried screams continued, evidently indicating that Harry was still in peril. Angelia lowered her head, her face pale, yet her mind was racing. A broom would not simply misbehave without cause. Perhaps someone was orchestrating mischief. Angelia cautiously raised her head, surveying the stands for the perpetrator. Certain they wouldn't be too far away. Through the crowd, she indeed spotted a Gryffindor student chanting a spell. Hermione Granger. Angelia's expression hardened, her fingers lightly grazing her wand. Yet a suspicious thought suddenly crossed her mind. Hermione was merely a first-year student this year, a muggle-born witch. Even with considerable magical talent, it was implausible for her to wield such advanced dark curses after only 2 months at school. A saving charm would be much simpler. Angelia composed herself, shifting her gaze back to the crowd. Eye in the air, Harry was left clinging to the broom with only his hands, his body completely thrown off. Relying solely on his arms to suspend himself aloft, the opportunity had arrived. Draco immediately flew beneath Harry, shouting, "Jump down, Harry!" Without hesitation, Harry released his grip. The stands erupted in screams, and even the commentator ceased to concern himself with the match. Leaping to his feet, his voice filled with excitement, "Slytherin's seeker has maneuvered beneath Gryffindor's seeker. Gryffindor's seeker has let go. He jumps. Magnificent. He has been caught by Slytherin's seeker." Accompanying the commentator's voice was a cacophony of cheers from the four houses. Nearly overturning the stadium, Harry was safe. Angelia breathed a sigh of relief, still scanning the stands and surrounding field for any suspicious figures. Yet, she found nothing amiss. Harry's broom had calmed down, and the match was still ongoing. Harry remounted his broom. This time, the Nimbus 2000 appeared obedient, Lacking any further signs of disobedience, Angelia's expression darkened slightly as the surrounding students re-engaged in the match's excitement. But she had lost her desire to continue watching. She needed to uncover the identity of whoever had targeted Harry, for he could very well be in danger again. With this thought, Angelia turned her gaze towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Could it be Dumbledore? With the assailant remaining inactive, even if Angelia was determined to investigate, she had no means to do so at the moment, resigning herself to patiently await the conclusion of the match. Suddenly, an exultant shout from the Quidditch pitch rang out. "I've caught the snitch." Angelia's thoughts were summoned back as she stood up, gazing down at Harry, who was triumphantly holding the golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch. A faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. The Gryffindor stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers and screams, the commentator bellowing the match results 3 times in quick succession, until Professor McGonagall finally intervened. Angelia believed that had it not been for Professor McGonagall's intervention, he might have continued his exuberant announcement throughout the night. The Slytherin stands, however, were far from tranquil. Angelia could distinctly hear hundreds of different invectives hurled from the crowd. Instinctively, she turned to gauge Snape's expression. He maintained his usual impassive demeanor, his brow unwrinkled, his black eyes inscrutable, and his pale face devoid of any semblance of a smile, his lips tightly pressed together. Though it was uncertain if he was angry, it was clear he was not pleased. Noticing Angelia's gaze, Snape's expression softened slightly. "It's windy. Let's head back," he said, flicking his wand towards her, and then rose to leave the stands. A warm sensation surged through Angelia's body. After a moment, the stands gradually quieted, students began to disperse towards Hogwarts Castle, and Angelia, along with Aloysia, followed the throng back to the Slytherin common room. Discussions of the evening's defeat filled the air, casting a dismal atmosphere over the Slytherin quarters. Angelia spotted Draco leaning against the window, gazing out at the dimly lit Black Lake, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Angelia approached him softly. Not happy, Draco turned to her, sporting a smile that mirrored his usual arrogance, yet the shadow in his eyes remained. "No. Have you congratulated Harry?" Draco raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with pride. He was quite impressive. "Indeed, he must be having quite the celebration tonight. Perhaps it's best we don't disturb him," Angelia replied, offering Draco a gentle smile. He flew remarkably well. Draco, feigning indifference, turned his head away, a faint blush creeping up his ears. Of course, unable to resist, Angelia reached out to ruffle his smooth, light golden hair. They stood quietly by the window for a while, and when Angelia glanced at Draco again, she noticed the darkness in his eyes had not dissipated. He seemed poised to speak yet hesitated. Their eyes met, and Draco, with a resigned gesture, raised both hands in mock surrender. "Be gentle this time." Angelia refrained from responding, and in a flash of light, the small stone figure she had conjured landed softly on the ground with a muted thud. She picked up the statue and returned to her dormitory. As soon as she entered, she swiftly released Draco from his confinement. He moved his slightly stiff joints and pouted, mumbling, "You're doing this again." Angelia found it amusing, her lips curving into a smile. "What do you mean? Weren't you prepared for it?" Draco shot her a reproachful glance before lying down on her bed, sighing contentedly. "Now this is how a bed should feel." Angelia raised an eyebrow, pondering if Draco had just insulted everyone at Hogwarts except her. Fortunately, it was a private remark. Otherwise, the Malfoy family would surely have offended many. Moreover, he had implicated himself as well. Draco, seemingly oblivious to the implications, rolled over on the bed and propped himself up to face Angelia. "About today," he began, but suddenly fell silent as if a thought had struck him. "Don't worry. There's an anti-eavesdropping enchantment in place," Angelia reassured him. Draco visibly relaxed, then continued, "I can't shake the feeling that someone deliberately tried to unseat Harry from his broom today. I share the same suspicion." Angelia replied calmly, her expression neutral. "When Harry's broom went haywire, I searched the area. Aside from Miss Granger, there was no one else casting spells. However, the crowd was dense, and I might have overlooked someone." "Granger?" Draco's eyes narrowed. "She shouldn't possess that kind of ability." Angelia responded with a composed tone. "I thought so too. She has never studied magic for the past 11 years. Even if she were exceptionally gifted, mastering a dark curse in just 2 months would be improbable. However, I believe she could manage a simple levitation charm. Perhaps she was attempting to catch Harry with it. Dark curses and counter curses require an exceptionally robust magical foundation, far beyond what a student, especially a first year, could casually wield. The number of students at Hogwarts capable of such dark magic is minuscule, and they are all in their 6th or 7th year. It's unlikely they would bear any grudge against Harry." Draco mused, lowering his gaze in contemplation. The professors and staff have even less reason to cast such a vicious spell on a first year, he added, glancing over his shoulder at the staff seating area behind him. It couldn't have been them. Angelia shook her head firmly. With my abilities, even if Dumbledore were to cast magic behind me, I would certainly be aware of it, even if I couldn't counter it. After much deliberation, the two could not identify any suspicious individuals and decided to keep a close watch on Harry's activities, hoping to catch the perpetrator should they strike again. In the afternoon, Angelia had a meeting with Cedric, and Draco insisted on napping on her bed for a while, leaving her with no choice but to depart alone on the day of the Quidditch match. Students were exempt from classes, and the entrance hall was bustling with activity. Cedric leaned against the wall, holding two dragonhide gloves, attracting many curious glances from fellow students. Cedric. Upon entering the first floor, Angelia spotted Cedric and immediately noticed his gentle smile as he looked down at the ground. Hearing her voice, he looked up suddenly, his smile growing warmer, his gray eyes sparkling with light. You're here. His voice was clean and warm, prompting Angelia to return his smile brightly. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived. They exchanged light banter as they made their way to Greenhouse 9. As soon as they pushed the door open, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. What a lovely scent. Is a flower in bloom? Angelia curiously peeked around. Her inquisitive demeanor was utterly charming, causing Cedric to chuckle softly. No, it's the scent of African shrivelfig. Cedric led Angelia to a pot containing a striking blue plant. Its long leaves glistening faintly. Angelia's knowledge of herbology was limited to potion ingredients. She had little experience in nurturing plants and had only seen herbs in their processed forms. This beautiful specimen was a rare sight. She eagerly leaned closer to examine its leaves, then turned to Cedric, her cerulean eyes gleaming. Is this it? Indeed. First, cover your ears. I'm going to water it now. Cedric smiled dazzlingly, picking up a nearby watering can. Though brimming with curiosity, Angelia obediently covered her ears. As the crystalline droplets cascaded down, soaking the blue leaves, a piercing scream sliced through the air, reverberating in Angelia's ears. The curious smile on her face froze. Cedric glanced at her, unable to suppress his laughter. The African shrivelfig is very particular about its leaves. It screams in anger when they get wet. Angelia pressed her lips together, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately held back. Merely commenting dryly, that was quite loud. Cedric's laughter grew more joyful, his voice deep and melodious. His fair skin glowed under the sunlight, softening his features, and Angelia couldn't help but smile back. They spent the entire afternoon in Greenhouse 9. Returning to Hogwarts Castle only as the sun began to set, they parted ways in the entrance hall, Cedric heading back to return the dragonhide gloves while Angelia made her way to the Great Hall for dinner. Until next time, Angelia, Cedric said, his eyes filled with warmth, eagerly anticipating their next meeting. Until next time, Cedric, Angelia replied, her heart light with joy, surrounded by numerous onlookers casting incredulous glances. The peculiar pairing of a third-year Hufflepuff and a first-year Slytherin appeared rather odd. At the Slytherin long table, Draco was waving at Angelia. Where have you been? He asked, pouring her a drink without waiting for a response. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Angelia accepted the drink and took a sip. When did you wake up? An hour ago, Draco replied, pouting with exaggerated grievance. I waited in the room for ages, but you never returned, so I had to come eat first. Unable to resist, Angelia ruffled his hair, a gentle smile playing at her lips. I went out to check on the herbs. Draco had always shown little interest in such matters. He deftly placed a piece of roasted lamb chop onto Angelia's plate. Preempting her protest, just try it. I believe it tastes delightful. Reluctantly, Angelia picked up her fork. As the knife sliced through the spice-laden meat, a wave of steam rose, releasing a delectable aroma. A small, beautifully tender pink piece of meat was speared and brought to her mouth. As her teeth met the succulent flesh, juices burst forth, the tender meat perfectly complemented by just the right amount of seasoning, utterly delicious. Typically, Angelia had never been fond of lamb chops, yet this particular dish was surprisingly to her liking. Well, is it not delicious? Draco inquired, raising an eyebrow with satisfaction as he leaned closer. This was specially crafted by the house elf to suit your taste. Angelia narrowed her eyes with delight. It's wonderful. The house elf would certainly not undertake such endeavors without instruction from someone, and Angelia cast a sidelong glance at Draco, who was chatting with Blaise nearby, unable to suppress a warm smile. Who else could it be? After dinner, Angelia and Draco made their customary way to the potions office. In truth, Draco's detention had long concluded. Yet he continued to accompany Angelia daily under the pretense of fearing her might provoke the ire of their professor. Upon entering the potions office, Snape sat behind his desk, as usual. Raising his gaze upon their arrival, he spoke in a flat tone. "Draco, you may return." Draco glanced curiously at Angelia, but respectfully bowed his head in response. "Yes, Professor." Once Draco departed, Snape turned his attention to Angelia. His expression remained as stoic as ever, though fatigue seeped into his voice. Do not worry. Dumbledore no longer suspects you. He is currently investigating other professors at Hogwarts. You and your associates should remain discreet. The rapid cessation of Dumbledore's suspicions toward her was evidently the result of some action on Snape's part, and Angelia tilted her head in curiosity. Yet Snape averted her gaze, clearly unwilling to divulge further. He preferred silence, and Angelia did not press the matter. She gradually approached him from behind, offering a gentle massage to his temples, her voice softening. "Uncle Severus, you appear quite fatigued." Angelica's touch was just right, allowing Snape to lean back in his chair, letting out a relaxed hum. Recent events had been overwhelming. The dark mark was subtly stirring, prompting Dumbledore to exercise heightened vigilance and assign him numerous tasks. With the demand for potions significantly increased, the theft of the Philosopher's Stone remained unresolved, and he had been meticulously working to discreetly clear Angelia of suspicion while safeguarding the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore's initial suspicion had fallen upon the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Du Bois, who was the only newcomer this year and frequently traversed Hogwarts. Fortunately, Du Bois proved sufficiently astute, and with Snape's intervention, she ultimately cleared her name. However, there was no need for Angelia to be burdened with such knowledge. She merely needed to live joyfully, while he would manage everything else. As Angelia's gentle ministrations began to alleviate Snape's fatigue, his breathing became notably steadier. The theft of the Philosopher's Stone could not simply fade away. He needed to devise a means to implicate Voldemort in the matter, for only then would Dumbledore cease his inquiries. As Snape pondered this, he suddenly felt his body levitate. Confused, he opened his eyes to see Angelia before him, wand raised in his direction, his body suspended in midair. Angelia did not glance back, unaware that he had awakened. With a resigned smile, Snape closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. It would be best to wait until she departed before rising, to avoid startling her. Before long, Snape felt himself gently lowered onto a soft bed. A warm presence, scented sweetly, pulled the blanket over him and stoked the fire in the hearth. Snape kept his eyes half closed, allowing his gaze to settle on her silhouette in the dim light. She remained still, gazing vacantly at a spot on his bedside table. Snape's heart raced as he suddenly felt a wave of panic. He hastily turned the picture frame face down. "Get out," he thundered, his voice snapping Angelia back to reality. She cast a fleeting glance at him before turning and leaving without hesitation. Within the frame, a woman strikingly resembling Angelia was joyfully nestled in Snape's embrace, playfully demanding a kiss on his chin. Snape wore a gentle smile, evading her advances, before swiftly pressing a kiss to her lips. The intimacy was palpable. Angelia's heart became a tumult of confusion. She did not comprehend. Was that woman her mother? What relationship did Uncle Severus have with her? Why was he so kind to her? Was he her father? Reflecting on her first encounter with Snape, she recalled how he seemed to treat her differently from the outset. She had never witnessed him display such tenderness to anyone else, not even Draco. Yet, she had only come to know Snape through Draco. Her steps faltered as she hurried back to her dormitory, locking the door behind her, ignoring Draco's calls. She recalled the look that occasionally flickered in Snape's eyes, one filled with warmth, longing, and love. A shiver coursed through Angelia. She could not accept it if Snape were indeed her biological father. What of her mother? Why had he never sought to take her away from captivity, never sought to reunite with her, nor even worked for Dumbledore? Angelia curled up beneath her covers, wrapping herself tightly. But the chill emanating from within seeped through to her very core. If he truly was her father, what then? She longed to confront Snape, yet she lacked the courage. His furious tone had already spoken volumes. That woman must have been connected to her, and Snape evidently wished to keep that knowledge from her. He was acutely aware of her desire to uncover her heritage, to find her parents. He knew everything, yet was unwilling to share. Angelina cocooned herself within her blankets, much like the moment she first learned of her status as a prisoner, an unrepentant dark wizard, a forsaken child. Forsaken child. Snape trembled as he grasped the picture frame again, fingers caressing the woman's face, a wave of pain crashing through him. He had kept this frame hidden in his drawer, but yesterday he had forgotten to conceal it. "Leah, would you blame me?" A tear fell onto the girl's face in the photograph, and Snape froze for a moment, hastily wiping it away. "I'm sorry, Leah." Snape clutched the album to his chest, curling in on himself in anguish, his mind racing back to that fateful day. Green light. Laughter. His Leah. The following morning, Angelia entered the common room, her demeanor icy as she clutched a book. Draco, still feeling aggrieved from the previous day, was about to approach her for an explanation when he noticed her unsettling mood. "What's wrong?" he inquired, immediately dropping his previous expression of grievance and moving closer to her. Before he could voice his concern, Angelia's cold voice interrupted. "Don't ask." Draco touched his nose, picked up a book, and silently followed her. The two maintained a profound silence as they arrived at the Slytherin long table, where Angelia casually picked up a piece of toast and shoved it into her mouth. Chewing and swallowing it with a blank expression. Draco's gaze fixated on the toast in her hand, and he swallowed hard, recalling the particularly dreadful strawberry peanut butter toast from their last encounter. Angelia only exhibited such behavior when her mood was exceptionally poor, which caused Draco some concern. However, it was best not to engage her in conversation at that moment, lest he provoke her further. "Angelia, good morning," Theodore gently ventured as he leaned closer, glancing at the toast she held. "Didn't you say this was unappetizing last time?" Finally, Angelia stirred, her vacant eyes turning toward Theodore. Draco pressed his lips together, suppressing a smirk of malicious delight. In the next moment, Theodore opened his mouth as if to say something more, but it appeared he was suddenly silenced. No matter how he tried, he could not produce a sound. Angelia, devoid of emotion, turned back to her toast and took another bite. "That's how it goes." Draco provocatively smirked at Theodore. This treatment was relatively mild. The last time Angelia was in a foul mood, someone had foolishly sought a confrontation, resulting in a rather dramatic exit. Yet, Angelia was typically very good-natured. Draco had only witnessed her in such a state twice throughout their long acquaintance. What could have transpired? She had seemed off since returning from outside yesterday. Had something happened in the Godfather's office, or had someone provoked her on the way back to the common room? The Godfather had always been indulgent toward Angelia. It was unlikely he would provoke her anger. Perhaps someone had indeed crossed her. Draco furrowed his brow. After breakfast, Draco and Angelia made their way to the potions classroom. Angelia had not formulated a plan for how to confront Snape. However, the first class was potions, leaving her no choice but to face him. The potions classroom was as quiet as ever. The Gryffindor students, after enduring 2 potions classes, had learned not to engage in any extracurricular activities during lessons. Despite the fact that their concoctions often bore little relevance to the curriculum, as Draco approached the front row as usual, he noticed Angelia had not followed. Instead, she chose a vacant seat at the back. Almost all eyes turned toward her. In truth, they were accustomed to her occupying the front row and to Professor Snape's extraordinary leniency toward her, so her sudden deviation from the norm drew the attention of all the students. However, Angelia seemed entirely unconcerned, perhaps unaware of their scrutiny. She settled calmly in the corner, laid her books on the desk, and did not divert her gaze even for a second. Harry, seated beside her, sensed something amiss. Unlike Angelia, Harry, as a Gryffindor student, found it challenging to convince himself to sit at the front. For Gryffindor students, the back row was undoubtedly a more favorable position, less likely to attract reprimands. Angelia's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Harry cautiously observed her, hesitant to speak up. He had not been present during her last emotional downturn, but from Draco's subsequent descriptions, it had clearly been a harrowing experience. Draco had taken a seat in the front row. Evidently, he had no partner. He was almost certain that Angelia had experienced some unpleasantness with their godfather, and to avoid being publicly scolded by him, he immediately separated Pansy and Blaise. "I say, this is quite unethical." Pansy glared at Draco, who had pulled Blaise away. "You can't break us up just because Angelia refuses to acknowledge you." Draco cast a quick glance at Angelia, relieved to see she showed no reaction, and lowered his voice to Pansy. "Shill. It's not me. It's the Godfather." Pansy, unaware of the full context, assumed that Angelia and Draco had merely quarreled or that Draco's incessant chatter had annoyed her. After all, he did have a tendency to ramble. Yet, she had not anticipated that Angelia would have a disagreement with Professor Snape. Pansy knew well how well Professor Snape treated Angelia and how much respect Angelia held for him. Covering her mouth in shock, Pansy quietly gathered her books and moved to sit beside Theodore. Theodore preferred to work independently, excelling in potions, effortlessly completing the assignments each lesson. Thus, he had requested to be in a separate group from the start of the term, and Professor Snape had approved, allowing a Slytherin to work alone. Today, this arrangement proved fortuitous. Theodore glanced at Pansy as she settled next to him, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Just stay still. Don't interfere. Pansy's potion-making skills were not lacking. It was merely in Theodore's presence that she felt overshadowed. Therefore, she refrained from retorting, shooting him an irritated glare instead. With a loud crash, the wooden door to the potions classroom swung open, and Professor Snape strode in briskly. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang. Snape ascended to the podium, pointed at the blackboard beside him, and his voice, colder than usual, commanded, "Begin." His gaze swept across the front row, landing on Draco seated with Blaise, while Angelia remained conspicuously absent. The chill in Snape's demeanor intensified as he scanned the room, finally spotting the pale golden-haired girl in the corner. Her head bowed as she focused intently on a book in her hands. Indeed, she was angry. The students began to quietly move toward the cabinets to retrieve their potion ingredients, but Angelia remained seated, unmoving. Snape dared not be overly gracious toward her, fearing she might inquire about the woman. Yet he was also desperate to communicate something to her. Thus, he approached Angelia's side and brusquely stated, "Haven't you heard? Everyone else is getting their potion ingredients. Why are you sitting idle?" Upon uttering those words, he paused, taken aback by his own tone. It was excessively harsh. He had not intended to sound so severe. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow and instinctively looked at Angelia. He expected her to appear hurt, perhaps with tears in her eyes, or to look up at him in fear. Yet she did none of those things. Calmly, she closed her book, turned, and walked to the cabinet to collect her potion ingredients. Her face devoid of any expression, not even glancing at him. A wave of irritation surged within Snape. This feeling made him feel increasingly agitated. He did not wish to lose his temper with Angelia again. So he promptly strode toward the Gryffindor students. "Mr. Longbottom, please read aloud the first line on the blackboard. I believe this lesson requires African snake venom, not American snake venom. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. Had you only bothered to look at the blackboard, you would see that you should cut the sage into 12 even pieces, rather than into uneven scraps. 5 points from Gryffindor." Snape continued his tirade, deducting nearly 20 points from Gryffindor, triggering every student to widen their eyes, diligently scrutinizing each word on the blackboard, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. "Mr. Malfoy, if your brain has been devoured by a troll, then I trust you understand that African snake venom requires only 4.5 rotations to purify, not 4.75. Snape bellowed furiously at Draco. Draco glanced at the sage he was neatly cutting into 12 equal pieces, and then at Blaise, who was diligently stirring the African snake venom. Realizing that he was merely a target of Snape's misplaced frustration, nonetheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor and promptly admitted, "My apologies, Godfather. I shall rectify it immediately." Snape observed his well-behaved pupil, feeling as if his anger had dissipated into thin air. Leaving his face slightly flushed, he was aware that he was taking his frustrations out on Draco, yet he yearned to see some emotion beyond indifference on Angelia's face. Anger, disappointment, hatred, anything would suffice. However, she remained inscrutable, never revealing anything beyond her stoic demeanor, regardless of whether he reprimanded Draco, Potter, or anyone else, even herself. Throughout the entire lesson, Snape busied himself with reprimanding students as if he were a child seeking attention, flitting about and scolding anyone for the slightest infraction. Even Draco was chastised twice, and the others were not spared either. The students of Gryffindor were so terrified that they hardly dared to breathe, fearful of summoning Snape's attention. Throughout the entire lesson, Neville's hands trembled incessantly, his pallid complexion and rapid breathing betraying his anxiety. His partner, Mr. Finnegan, took it upon himself to shoulder all the tasks in class, anxious that Neville might inadvertently cause an explosion in the cauldron. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the bell finally rang, and the students collectively exhaled in relief. Angelia still ignored Snape, being the first to leave the classroom after the lesson. The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin dared not linger, hastily packing their belongings to depart, leaving only Draco behind, retained by Snape. The most severely affected by the class were undoubtedly Draco and Gryffindor's hourglass of points. Draco received 2 scoldings due to Blaise's mishaps, regretting immensely that he had not teamed up with that insufferable Theodore, whose potion-making skills were at least respectable. Yet, he was acutely aware that his godfather merely sought to chastise him. With Blaise's errors being of little consequence, he pondered that even if Professor Slughorn were to partner with him, his godfather would still find a way to reprimand him, though he dared not voice such thoughts in front of his godfather. Thus, as he was left behind, He could almost predict what his godfather would inquire. Sure enough, the moment the students vacated the classroom, Snape spoke. "How is Angelia?" His voice remained as cold and unyielding as ever. Yet Draco detected a hint of concern within it, and he promptly replied with honesty. "Not well. Her spirits are quite low." Snape pressed his lips together, falling silent. Draco, too, dared not speak, and they remained enveloped in silence until Draco's legs grew numb from standing. Finally, he heard Snape's voice again. "Understood. You may leave." Draco gathered his books, respectfully bidding farewell as he made his way toward the Slytherin common room. The tingling pain in his legs was uncomfortable, yet he lacked the courage to rub them in front of his godfather. Once he reached the classroom door, the sensation in his legs had subsided, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. He returned to the Slytherin lounge, content to lean against the sofa. Yet suddenly a thought struck him. His godfather couldn't he have intentionally made him stand in punishment? Could he? Reflecting on Snape's expression sent a shiver down his spine, and he vowed never to provoke Angelia's displeasure again. That was truly frightening. That as night gradually engulfed the light, the temperature plummeted sharply. Snape, pale-faced, slouched in his chair, allowing the cold to seep in, while his mind was in disarray. What should he do? Had Leah already deduced the identity of that woman? Snape was increasingly agitated, and with an impatient flick of his wand, he illuminated the fireplace, the flickering flames providing a semblance of warmth, casting a soft, golden glow around him. Perhaps he could erase her memories entirely? No, that wouldn't suffice. Snape rubbed his temples in frustration. With her level of magical ability, she would certainly notice alterations to her memories, complicating matters even further. The throbbing in his head intensified as he rose to rummage through the potions cabinet. Extracting a vial of pain relief and gulping it down irritably, yet his chaotic thoughts refused to quiet. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Snape, irritable, strode over, determined to reprimand this unwelcome visitor. Angelia would never knock. Professors conveyed messages through students or patron uses, and Dumbledore never knocked either, regardless of who it was. He intended to give them a stern lecture. Snape yanked the door open with a scowl, only to find Angelia standing there. Impassive, regarding him in an instant. His anger dissipated, leaving him parched, his normally nimble tongue now stiff and unresponsive. As his mind went blank in preparation for a tirade of reprimands, he stepped aside, allowing Angelia to enter. Without uttering a word, Angelia coolly approached the sofa and took a seat, then turned her gaze back to him. Snape closed the door, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloping him. He feared Angelia might inquire about something. Yet he also worried she might ask nothing at all. "Let us talk." Angelia's voice lacked its usual warmth, her tone icy. Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Very well." Angelia fixed her gaze upon his eyes, her sapphire depths betraying a calmness. "Are you my father?" Snape was clearly taken aback by the question, nearly rendered speechless. Angelia's expression indicated she was not jesting. He stammered, "What? That woman must be my mother." She continued coolly, "So, are you my father?" Snape shook his head vigorously, contemplating whether he had inadvertently added something hallucinogenic while brewing the pain relief potion. Angelia remained serious, her gaze unwavering. Snape, exasperated, replied, "I am not your father. How could I be your father?" Angelia appeared to exhale in relief, yet she pressed on. "What is your relationship with my mother?" Snape, resigned, explained, "I have no relationship with your mother." Angelia's face reflected evident confusion. "Then what about that photograph? The person in that photograph is not your mother." Snape clarified, "She is indeed connected to you, but I cannot disclose that information at present. She is certainly not your mother, and I cannot possibly be your father." Angelia finally seemed to relax, though a hint of disappointment lingered. She sighed softly, then posed another question. "Do you often call me Leah because that is the name of that woman?" Snape's eyes widened in shock. "How could you think that?" "Every time you call me Leah, your expression and tone differ," Angelia observed. She bit her lip, seemingly at a loss for words. "I can feel that you love her." Snape lowered his gaze in silence, realizing how transparent his feelings had become. Angelia bit her lip and gently inquired, "If you love her, why don't you go see her?" Snape remained silent, his head bowed, his long, pale fingers trembling incessantly. Angelia understood she should not press further. She swallowed her remaining questions and softly said, "I'll head back now." Snape remained motionless, like a statue, as Angelia exited the room. Although the identity of that woman remained unclear, knowing that Snape was not her father brought Angelia a sense of relief. She was not an abandoned child. Angelia returned to the lounge with a light heart. It was quite late, and Draco sat alone on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Hearing the door open, he turned to look at her, cautiously assessing her expression. "Good evening, Draco." Angelia approached him cheerfully, sitting beside him and affectionately ruffling his light golden hair. "I was quite cold to you today. I sincerely apologize," Draco sighed dramatically. "Thank goodness, you're finally back to normal." Angelia smiled softly that it's late. "You should get some rest. See you tomorrow." Draco had indeed been overdue for sleep. Having lingered solely to ensure Angelia was all right. "All right, you should also return to rest," he replied, relaxing as he yawned and made his way to the dormitory. "Good night, Angelia." "Good night, Draco." The following day, Angelia resumed her tradition of spending time in the potions office. Having endured the wrath of Snape during the previous class, Draco was left with deep psychological scars. Reluctantly, he allowed Angelia to pull him into the potions office, but as soon as he stepped through the door, he heard Snape's voice. "You may leave, Draco." Embarrassed, Draco retracted his foot, casting a forlorn glance at Angelia before turning to exit. Angelia entered the potions office alone. Snape sat behind the desk, watching her as she flashed an obedient smile. "Uncle Severus." She approached the desk with a cheerful demeanor, her expression soft and her voice sweet, as if the previous incident had never occurred. Snape finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Angelia cast a glance at the cluttered desk brimming with papers and then at Snape's weary visage, softly suggesting, "Uncle Severus, may I assist you with grading the assignments?" "Not necessary," Snape replied curtly, rubbing his temples, the fatigue on his face deepening as his eyes subtly flicked toward Angelia, understanding his unspoken need for comfort. She moved behind him to offer a massage. Not surprisingly, witnessing the look of contentment that spread across his features, she remained in the potions office until curfew, both of them tacitly avoiding any mention of that day or the woman in question. Before long, Christmas approached, and on a mid-December morning, Hogwarts was finally graced with snow. Each student's face radiated with joyous delight, eagerly anticipating the upcoming holiday. Angelia had yet to find a chance to leave Hogwarts to deliver the Philosopher's Stone. This Christmas break presented a rare opportunity. She planned to conceal the stone within her luggage, lest her plans be thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Draco was also set to return home. Pansy, Theodore, and Blaise would be going back as well, and he was reluctant to remain alone in the frigid dormitory. Harry, not wishing to return to the Dursleys, was invited by Angelia and Draco to join them at Malfoy Manor, though they belonged to different houses at Hogwarts. The holiday allowed them to spend time together. Fortunately, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa exhibited an unexpectedly warm demeanor towards Harry. Despite Lucius's slight discontent, he ultimately acquiesced. In the Great Hall, a magnificent fir tree stood adorned with an array of colorful lights and ornaments. While Professor Flitwick perched atop a stool, waving his wand to sprinkle sparkling golden dust upon the tree as the dust fell, the lights began to twinkle in a rhythmic pattern. Angelia and Draco were making their way out from the potions classroom when they encountered Ron and Professor Finnegan engaged in conversation just outside the classroom door. The narrow corridor was now thoroughly obstructed by the pair. "Could you please step aside? You're blocking the way," Draco said with evident disdain. Ron, seemingly possessed by some inexplicable impulse, not only refused to move but instead further obstructed the passage. He glared at Draco with an inexplicable fury, retorting, "Is this corridor your home? I enjoy standing here and chatting. Why should I move? Is this how the Malfoy family raises its children?" Angelia's expression abruptly turned icy. In truth, since Ron's previous punishment, he had not uttered any antagonistic remarks, and she had nearly forgotten his existence that it was said that he had endured a miserable time in Gryffindor, shunned by his peers. With no one willing to engage him in conversation, a person incapable of controlling their tongue and lacking the skills to elevate Gryffindor's standing would naturally find themselves unwelcome. Eventually, as time passed, Ron gradually emerged from his state of isolation, yet he still had not forged any friendships. Most students merely tolerated his presence, with the sole exception being Professor Finnegan, who was willing to befriend him. However, today he seemed to have lost his senses. Perhaps he had enjoyed good fortune for too long, causing him to forget the bitterness of isolation. Before Draco could respond, Angelia interjected. "So this is the extent of the Weasley family's upbringing, standing in the middle of the path like a mule and barking at others, all while grasping at straws. I wonder, with your intellect, can you comprehend that a sane wizard would not loudly argue when they have committed an error? Of course, perhaps Mr. Weasley has been too preoccupied with making money to find time for your education." It seems he has failed to achieve both wealth and proper upbringing. Are you the Malfoy family's pet dog? Ron barked furiously at Angelia. Did your master send you out to bite? Draco narrowed his eyes, drawing his wand from his sleeve, murmuring an incantation directed at him, while Ron continued to rant heedlessly. What? Are you going to make a move? Ron retorted, brandishing his wand. Let me see you bark, bark. Ron's latter words trailed off, as he was horrified to hear himself emit a series of barks, unable to believe what was happening. Angelia let out a mocking laugh. It seems you excel at barking. Do you communicate with your family and barks at home? No wonder you've become so proficient. In a fit of anger, Ron pointed his wand at Angelia, trying to conjure a spell, but only managed to produce 2 more furious barks. Naturally, one could not expect him to master a silencing spell, leaving him to glare at Angelia and Draco, his face flushed with rage. Angelia had no intention of letting him off easily. She drew her wand, tilted her head, and cast a spell that struck Ron, lifting him off the ground and pinning him to the wall. His mouth involuntarily barking incessantly, the collective gasp echoed around them that it's a silencing spell. Such enchantments could only be executed by a wizard of considerable skill. And it was evident that this should not have occurred with a first-year student. Given the astonishment, several students immediately claimed to have witnessed her lips moving. However, Angelia remained unfazed. After all, she had come to vex Dumbledore, and revealing her abilities was of little concern. Observing Ron on the verge of fainting from frustration, Angelia smirked mischievously. Aren't you fond of barking? Then relish this moment in the spotlight, for such opportunities are few and far between for the Weasley family. Certainly, the professors would soon become aware of the incident, and Angelia decided to first accompany Draco to satiate their hunger, knowing they would inevitably be summoned for a discussion after the professors dealt with Ron. Perhaps they would even request her assistance in silencing Ron's barking, as that particular spell had been invented by the Dark Lord during his time in New Mongard, and aside from her, only he would know how to reverse it. Indeed, shortly after Angelia and Draco departed, Professor McGonagall hurriedly arrived. Merlin, what is happening here? Professor McGonagall stood in shock before the wall-hung Ron, who continued to bark. She promptly raised her wand to lower him from the wall, yet the barking persisted. Before the curious onlookers, Professor McGonagall cast a series of spells at Ron, but his barking showed no sign of abating. His efforts had rendered his throat hoarse, making the barks sound even more realistic. With a pained expression, Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples and pointed at a nearby Gryffindor student. What is going on? It was Royal and Malfoy from Slytherin, the Gryffindor student shouted. They cast a spell on Ron. Why? Professor McGonagall inquired, puzzled, as she had a generally favorable impression of Royal. The Gryffindor student stammered, unable to respond. When suddenly Hermione emerged from the crowd, Professor McGonagall, it was because Ron was standing in the middle of the corridor chatting with Seamus, blocking the way. Royal and Malfoy had no way to pass, and a conflict ensued. Hermione articulated their exchange clearly, devoid of bias, showcasing her keen intellect as she recounted both sides of the story, punctuated by Ron's barking. Professor McGonagall, exasperated by the noise, felt her head throbbing as more and more people gathered in the corridor. She dispersed the crowd and escorted the incessantly barking Ron back to her office, trying to navigate through less populated areas. However, it coincided with dinner time, and Ron's barking echoed throughout Hogwarts, drawing countless curious gazes. Angelia and Draco remained oblivious to the commotion, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Tonight's dinner featured Angelia's favorite, red wine steak, which she devoured entirely, feeling immensely satisfied. Just as they set down their utensils, a Gryffindor student rushed over. Royal, Malfoy, the headmaster requests your presence in his office. Angelia and Draco exchanged knowing glances before rising gracefully to depart. It was time to confront Dumbledore. Angelia felt no fear, but rather a thrill at the prospect of causing him further trouble. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was at his wit's end, dealing with the barking Ron. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, looking utterly defeated, wishing she could stuff cotton balls in her ears. Professor, she could only stand silently at the side, yearning for the arrival of Royer and Malfoy. At last, a knock echoed at the door of the headmaster's office, and Angelia and Draco stepped inside. Why is Weasley still barking? Headmaster, please help him lift the spell. Angelia feigned surprise, but the sarcasm in her eyes remained unabated. Dumbledore, unlike Ron, was not so dim-witted. He winked playfully at Angelia, saying, I have never encountered such an amusing spell. In fact, I have tried dozens of incantations, yet none have proven effective. Angelia blinked innocently. What a predicament. Should we allow Weasley to continue barking? He is quite noisy. That Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged. I suspect Miss Royer must possess a solution. Am I correct? Without hesitation, Angelia dragged 2 chairs over, urging Draco to sit, and cast a glance at the parched Ron. Her tone light as she continued, regrettably, I have learned so many spells that I cannot recall which one it was at the moment. If Mr. Weasley is willing, perhaps I could give it a try. For a fleeting moment, Dumbledore's expression seemed to stiffen, but he quickly reverted to a genial smile, then let Miss Royer attempt it. I am certain Mr. Weasley would not mind. Ron, filled with terror, shook his head frantically at the sight of Angelia's raised wand, his barking intensifying as if to refuse. Unfortunately, no one present could decipher his canine-like utterances, and only Angelia could lift his curse. Thus Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore would certainly not intervene. With an innocuous smile, Angelia flicked her wrist, and a red light struck Ron, causing numerous pustules to erupt upon his skin. Oh dear, my apologies, I must have misremembered, Angelia remarked, her smile deepening. It appears that is not the correct one. Ron writhed on the ground in pain, his barking now infused with fury, while Professor McGonagall waved her wand to dispel the pustules. Allowing him to regain his composure, Dumbledore, his eyes narrowed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, scrutinized Angelia with an expression that hinted at caution. A silent spell wielded by an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore recalled something Grindelwald had said when Angelia first began her magical studies. Her innate magical talent was exceedingly high. No, it was beyond high. Angelia had been learning magic under Grindelwald since she was 3, and now, after merely 8 years, she could cast a silent spell. Dumbledore increasingly felt that the decision to bring her to Hogwarts had been the right one. At least he could observe her progress closely. Regardless of Dumbledore's thoughts, Ron's torment was far from over. For the next 10 minutes, Angelia essentially used Ron as a model for her spell practice, inflicting an array of bizarre and peculiar curses upon him, while Professor McGonagall's healing spells and counter curses appeared to flow with greater ease. Initially, she would admonish Angelia for her actions, but upon Angelia's innocent retort, I simply cannot recall. If I am not allowed to try them one by one, I suppose Mr. Weasley shall have to continue barking until the spell wears off. McGonagall ceased her objections. Finally, tired of her amusement, Angelia raised her hand and cast a spell, instantly silencing Ron's barking. Both McGonagall and Dumbledore visibly exhaled in relief. Ron, having been subjected to unbearable torment, lay pale on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes filled with terror as he glanced at Angelia, devoid of any previous bravado. Feigning surprise, Angelia remarked, so it was this spell. I intended to try this first. Ron, infuriated, could not even muster the courage to glare at her, instead opting to bow his head and clench his fists tightly. Angelia, disinterested in his display of restraint, shifted her gaze to Dumbledore, a faint smile gracing her lips. The curse on Weasley has been lifted. If the headmaster has no further matters to attend to, Draco and I shall take our leave. Perhaps we should discuss Mr. Weasley's curse further. Dumbledore's face remained inscrutable, yet his tone grew serious. As far as I am aware, Miss Royer cast the spell on Mr. Weasley in the corridor outside the potions classroom. Angelia nonchalantly crossed her legs. Indeed, he was blocking the way in the middle of the corridor while chatting. We kindly advised him to move, only to be met with insults. Considering Mr. Weasley might not have the time to educate his son, I felt compelled to take it upon myself to instruct him on proper discourse. You see, the results are quite evident. At least he now knows how to manage his tongue. Angelia smirked at Ron, who lay silently on the ground, attempting to minimize his presence, upon hearing her words. Ron shivered in fear, averting his gaze from her. It is true that Mr. Weasley was at fault first. Dumbledore pondered aloud, his gaze unwavering on Angelia, however. I believe seeking the professor's assistance would have been the appropriate course of action. Rather than privately casting spells on a fellow student, Angelia scoffed. Seeking the professor's assistance, then pray tell, headmaster, how should we address Mr. Weasley's blatant insults directed at Draco and myself in front of the crowd? That is indeed his wrongdoing, Dumbledore acknowledged, glancing at the hunched Ron. How about having Mr. Weasley apologize to you? Angelia's tone shifted suddenly, feigning guilt as she replied, I suppose I should apologize to Mr. Weasley as well. Since we are both at fault, let us mutually forego the apologies. I do not require an apology from Weasley, and I trust he would not require one from me either. She turned her gaze towards Ron. What do you think, Weasley? The threat in Angelia's expression was unmistakable, causing Ron to flinch slightly and instinctively nod in agreement. That it seems Weasley concurs. He must have sensed my sincere intentions for an apology. Angelia did not afford Dumbledore a moment to speak. Then let this matter rest here. There is no need to trouble the headmaster further. Draco and I have matters to attend to, and if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. With that, Angelia promptly stood, followed closely by Draco. Just as they were about to exit, Dumbledore gently called out to Professor McGonagall, interrupting their departure. Professor McGonagall, I would like to speak privately with Miss Royer and Mr. Malfoy. Could you kindly escort Mr. Weasley to the infirmary? Professor McGonagall, who held Dumbledore in high regard, did not question his request and immediately agreed, leading Ron away. Once the two had left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore resumed, I fear this matter cannot be so easily dismissed. Since Miss Royer and Mr. Malfoy have acknowledged their errors, I believe it would be prudent to publicly apologize during breakfast tomorrow. Of course, Mr. Weasley should do the same. I see no necessity for that, Angelia replied coolly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Since Mr. Weasley and I have reconciled, there is no need for such a redundant act. Miss Royer's behavior in the corridor has caused a detrimental impact. I believe this punishment is warranted. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing grave. This is a directive from the headmaster and is not open to refusal. But I do not wish to apologize. What should I do? Angelia feigned astonishment, covering her mouth. Perhaps you should expel me instead. Dumbledore's gaze bored deeply into her. If Miss Royer is willing to accept expulsion, what of Mr. Malfoy? Does Miss Royer wish to implicate him as well? Finally breaking his silence, Draco interjected, I apologize, Headmaster. As a member of the Board of Governors, the Malfoy family has the right to protect its two students. The expulsion of students requires the board's consent. I fear the headmaster presently lacks the authority to expel us. Draco's voice was cold, his disdain for Dumbledore evident, as he assumed the posture befitting a young master of the Malfoy lineage. The Malfoy family provided substantial financial support to Hogwarts, and should they withdraw their funding, the school's operations would likely face significant challenges. As the headmaster, he could never permit such an occurrence. After weighing the situation, Dumbledore revealed a gentle smile. Since Miss Royal has recognized her mistake, and Mr. Weasley has expressed forgiveness, let us consider this matter settled for now. The headmaster truly exemplified wisdom and discernment. Angelia elicited a sardonic smile. Then Draco and I shall take our leave. Without waiting for Dumbledore to respond, the two departed. The next day marked the beginning of the Christmas holiday, and Angelia, along with Harry and Draco, boarded the Hogwarts Express. The small box containing the Philosopher's Stone nestled at the bottom of her trunk. Upon entering the train, Aloysia had already secured an empty compartment for them. Here, she gestured softly to Angelia and the others. There's no one in this compartment. Please sit here. Aloysia opened the door to the adjacent compartment with a gentle smile. Pansy, Blaise, Theodore, and I will be in the next compartment. All right. Thank you, and Merry Christmas, Angelia replied, stepping forward to embrace her. Taking advantage of the hug, she whispered softly in her ear, Come to the Malfoy house tomorrow afternoon. Merry Christmas. Aloysia winked subtly, indicating her understanding. Aloysia's identity posed no issue. Her quick wit, meticulous mind, and strong social skills made her an exceptionally capable assistant. Moreover, after months of interaction, Angelia finally discerned why she was so eager to join the Pure Blood Party. All the bedtime stories she had heard since childhood were tales of the glorious deeds accomplished by the Pure Bloods. The loyalty of the Hermione family was undoubtedly unquestionable, which gave Angelia some solace. Upon entering the compartment, Draco and Harry were already seated, engaged in conversation. Today, none of them wore their school robes. Draco donned a pink suit that Angelia had gifted him on his birthday. He had initially scoffed at it but now often wore it. Harry was clad in a black wizarding robe adorned with dark gray patterns, the sleeves and hood decorated with exquisite silver embroidery, making it quite striking. Angelia wore a pink, fitted dress, ordered for her by Narcissa a few days prior. Her fair complexion rendered the pink dress reminiscent of a delicate porcelain doll, complemented by a pale yellow bow belt at her waist and a yellow crystal bracelet on her wrist. Over this, she wore a cream-colored down coat and sported matching ankle boots, topped off with a soft yellow beret. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, continuously inquiring Draco about the Malfoy manor, hoping to leave a good impression on Lucius and Narcissa. Don't worry, Harry, Draco reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. As long as Angelia pouts a little, even if you were to demolish Malfoy Manor, Mum and Dad wouldn't be upset. Angelia settled beside him, playfully cupping Draco's face and vigorously rubbing it, successfully eliciting his pleas for mercy. Easy there, I was wrong, Draco whimpered, rubbing his face pitifully. I was merely comforting Harry. Don't worry. I assure you that Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa will like you, Angelia said, offering a comforting smile to Harry while firmly holding down Draco's struggling hands. If you can promise to behave during the holidays without needing me to plead on your behalf, then feel free to continue your struggles. A mischievous smile danced on Angelia's lips. Of course, if you cannot assure me of that, it would be best to make me a little happier first. Draco, feeling utterly defeated, ceased his struggle, resting his head forlornly on Angelia's lap, allowing her to do as she pleased with his face, for a full 20 minutes, until Draco felt his face might burst from her ministrations. Angelia finally ceased her playful torment. Rest assured, I will assist you. She beamed at Draco. He abruptly jolted upright, leaping to the corner of the opposite seat, striving to maintain the utmost distance from her. The commotion lightened Harry's anxious demeanor considerably, and the trio began to chat and laugh merrily. The Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at Platform 9, and Angelia, Harry, and Draco disembarked together. Lucius and Narcissa stood elegantly on the platform, their aristocratic smiles gracing their faces as they scanned the crowd. Suddenly, their gazes fixed upon a singular direction, and their expressions softened with warmth and delight. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, Angelia approached them, her voice soft, prompting Narcissa to immediately envelop her in an embrace. Following closely behind, Harry and Draco trailed, prompting Narcissa to turn her attention to them. Good day, sir, madam, Harry greeted promptly. Narcissa responded with a gentle, hello, Harry, while Lucius merely acknowledged him with a curt nod. Draco leaned closer to his father, whispering, Father treats no one with such warmth as he does with Angelia, so do not worry. However, it was evident that his hushed tone did little to mask his words, as those present heard him clearly, and Lucius's gaze narrowed dangerously. Sensing the impending peril, Draco instinctively glanced up. Locking eyes with Lucius, he instinctively recoiled a half-step, nervously swallowing. Before Lucius could speak, Angelia swiftly leaned in beside Draco, her voice soft. Uncle Lucius, shall we head home now? I'm quite hungry. Lucius instantly redirected his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features. Very well, let us return at once. He then cast a stern glance at Draco, adding, get over here. Draco, feeling a jolt of urgency, instinctively moved closer to Lucius, taking hold of both Angelia and Harry's hands. Not until they arrived at Malfoy Manor did Draco dare utter another word. Angelia sat between Narcissa and Lucius, while Harry and Draco occupied the adjacent sofa. How have you been during this time? Is everything satisfactory? Narcissa lovingly patted Angelia's head. Very well. Draco takes great care of me, Angelia replied, her voice soft and endearing, evoking warmth in the listener's heart. Has he ever made you angry? Lucius's narrowed gaze shifted towards Draco. No. Draco treats me wonderfully. Angelia fervently shook her head, determined to defend him. If Uncle Lucius intended to punish Draco, it was likely that he would spend the entirety of the holiday confined to the study. Noticing Harry's evident nervousness, Narcissa offered him a gentle smile. Don't be anxious, Harry. Consider this place your home. Should you need anything, feel free to instruct the house elves or inform us directly. Narcissa's smile indeed eased Harry's tension, and he unveiled a shy smile. Thank you, madam. You may call me Aunt Narcissa, just like Angelia does, Narcissa gently encouraged. All right, Aunt Narcissa, Harry replied, his cheeks flushing slightly, the smile on his lips growing more bashful. To alleviate any discomfort he might feel, Narcissa turned to Draco. Why don't you take Harry upstairs to see his room? Draco, feeling the weight of Lucius's gaze, was eager to find an excuse to escape. Hearing Narcissa's suggestion, he visibly relaxed, nearly dragging Harry along in his eagerness to flee. What a terrifying experience. The following afternoon, Aloysia arrived at Malfoy Manor as promised. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Aloysia elegantly greeted Lucius, who sat in the parlor. I have an appointment with Angelia this afternoon. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure clad in pale yellow rushed down the stairs. Sia. Both Lucius and Aloysia looked up to see Angelia bounding down from above. Slow down. Don't trip, Lucius admonished with concern. Angelia, feeling slightly guilty, stuck out her tongue, her voice soft. Uncle Lucius, Sia, and I are going out shopping together. Is there enough money? Did you bring the vault key? Lucius gazed at the small bag in her hand, instructing her to purchase whatever she fancied, while emphasizing the importance of safety. He added that should she encounter any insurmountable issues, she should have her guardian send a message back. Have you packed everything? He inquired. Angelia shook her bag playfully, a sweet smile gracing her face as she replied, I understand. Off you go then. Only then did Lucius feel at ease, returning his attention to the newspaper as Angelina took a couple of steps with Aloysia. A voice from the staircase suddenly called out with a hint of grievance, You actually sneaked out to play without me. Angelina turned around, her head throbbing, and indeed, Draco was standing on the stairs, pulling Harry along, looking at her with a mournful expression. Before she could respond, Lucius, already impatient, clicked his tongue and directed his gaze at Draco, saying, If you have nothing to do, then go memorize the potions compendium. Draco promptly shut his mouth. Lucius then turned back to Angelina, his face softening once more into a gentle smile. Go on, it's fine. Draco doesn't want to play. Angelina nodded earnestly, ignoring Draco's exaggerated gestures of trying to attract her attention from the stairs. And she turned to leave with Aloysia. Before Lucius could turn back to admonish him, Draco swiftly pulled Harry back to the second floor. Angelina doesn't even take me with her anymore. Draco pouted, feeling aggrieved. She definitely knows I want to go. Harry, exasperated, tried to soothe him. Perhaps she has something to do. What could be more important than me? Draco protested, feeling utterly wronged. She simply doesn't like me anymore. She's going out with Hermia, and it might not be convenient for boys to tag along. Harry continued to console that I would just follow behind to help carry bags. I wouldn't disturb them. Draco lamented, resting his chin on his hand, a picture of melancholy. What if she can't carry the bags? What if she encounters danger? What if she can't find her way back? Harry could no longer hold his tongue. You're overthinking it. She's a highly skilled witch who can deftly use the shrinking charm and apparate. Draco shot him a sidelong glance, sighing in a manner that suggested he felt misunderstood. Sigh. Harry, feeling inexplicably disparaged, thought to himself. Meanwhile, Angelina and Aloysia had just stepped outside when they promptly apparated away. According to Angelina's plan, she intended to conceal the Philosopher's Stone at the Dursleys. However, upon their apparition near the Dursleys' residence, they unexpectedly encountered an elderly lady accompanied by numerous cats. The old woman stared at them in momentary astonishment, yet displayed no signs of panic, only a hint of surprise in her eyes. As if witnessing two children engaging in advanced magic without the reasonable restrictions imposed on underage wizards. However, after a fleeting glance, she averted her gaze. Angelina leaned closer to Aloysia, whispering, Something seems off about her. Aloysia, having noticed as well, stepped forward to obstruct the old woman's path, gently inquiring, Excuse me, may I ask where we are? We seem to have lost our way and ended up in this unfamiliar place. The old woman scrutinized Aloysia, then glanced at Angelina, seemingly deliberating something before she finally spoke in a hushed tone. This is the Muggle world, not a place for you to be. Follow me. With that, the old woman turned and walked away. Angelina and Aloysia exchanged a glance, quietly tightening their grips on their wands as they followed the woman. She led them to an aged 3-bedroom house, the air thick with the pungent scent of cats. After closing the door, the old woman turned to face them, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. Don't you know that underage wizards cannot use magic outside of school? How did you manage to apparate? How old are you? Angelina had already deduced that the woman was a squib, for she bore no magical aura, yet she was evidently well versed in matters of the magical world. Even a muggle from a wizarding family would not possess such detailed knowledge. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, ma'am. Aloysia feigned trepidation. I was unaware of the rules. In fact, I thought I was still in France. I merely wished to practice the apparition spell, having never succeeded before, and I had no idea. Her voice quavered, hinting at tears. The old woman's expression softened slightly at this. Since you're from France, perhaps the regulations of the British wizarding world do not apply to you. It's possible that under very special circumstances, this child accidentally succeeded in her experiment, although such an occurrence is unlikely to repeat. With that thought, the old lady's tone became considerably gentler. Here's what you should do, children. Walk to that corner. She pointed outside, and raise your wands. I recall that's what they do. Perhaps a bus specifically for wizards will arrive to take you back to where you belong. Oh, thank you so much, Aloysia exclaimed gratefully. Seizing the opportunity while Aloysia kept the old woman occupied, Angelina pretended to be fascinated by the cats, bending down to stroke a large white cat lying on the ground. In a hushed tone, she instructed it, When I wave, divert her attention. Understood? The white cat responded with a soft meow. Rising back to her feet, Angelina saw Aloysia politely thanking the old woman. The two girls then left the house and made their way to the opposite corner. Angelina glanced back, and indeed, The old woman was still watching them from the window, with the large white cat crouching beside her. Angelia raised her hand and waved, and at that moment, the white cat pounced. Landing squarely on the old woman's face, seizing the distraction, Angelia quickly apparat away with Aloysia. The old woman, finally managing to soothe the agitated cat, looked out the window only to find that the two girls had vanished. Has the night bus arrived so swiftly? She murmured, dismissing the tiny flicker of doubt from her mind. Angelia led Aloysia to Diagon Alley, arriving at the potion shop run by the Death Eaters. The business appeared to thrive, with numerous wizards queuing at the entrance. Angelia did not recognize the proprietor, evidently someone who had not attended the recent meeting. That a large sign outside read, "Beauty Potions. 200 bottles just in, first come, first served." It seemed the beauty potions were selling quite well. Angelia raised an eyebrow with interest. She had initially intended to inquire about the shop's operations, but now deemed it unnecessary. Diagon Alley was bustling with people, clearly not an ideal place for a conversation. Angelia had come out to hide the Philosopher's Stone, and the vicinity of the Dursleys, with its squibs, was no longer the safest option. She needed to devise another location. The two girls began to wander aimlessly down the street. Aloysia, unaware of Angelia's true intent, quietly accompanied her without asking questions. Eventually, they arrived at the door of Slug Jigger's apothecary, where Angelia was pleasantly surprised to spot Severus Snape inside. "Uncle Severus," she exclaimed, pushing the door open and rushing to his side. Snape was holding a piece of African snake skin, and upon hearing her voice, he turned to find Angelia standing before him. Aloysia, being thoughtful, refrained from entering. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Angelia quickly exited. "Perhaps I can return now," Aloysia remarked with a gentle smile, observing Angelia's cheerful expression. Angelia turned to her, a radiant smile lighting her face. "Very well, you've worked hard today. Let me escort you home." As Aloysia could not apparate, Angelia accompanied her back to the Hermia estate before promptly apparating back to Diagon Alley, where Snape awaited her at the entrance of Slug Jigger's apothecary. "Did you return her safely?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "It seems I shall gain yet another notorious title among my students." Interrupting student rendezvous, Angelia sweetly linked her arm through his. "It seems I have solidified that reputation for you, Uncle Severus." Snape reached out to gently tap her small head, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Are you truly going to accompany me back? I have yet to lay my eyes upon Uncle Severus's abode." Angelia softly cooed. "Uncle Severus just promised me, so you mustn't go back on your word." Snape sighed with a hint of amusement. "This was your assertion. Do not come crying to me later, wishing to return." "That I certainly won tea," Angelia declared, clutching Snape's arm. As they vanished from the spot through apparition, the two materialized in a dismal alley, where the surroundings were exceedingly filthy, with refuse piled high along the sides, exuding a most unpleasant odor. The adjacent houses were in a state of severe disrepair, with peeling paint and shattered bricks strewn about. Despite it being daytime, the alley appeared hauntingly dark. There were scarcely any souls to be seen on the street, prompting Angelia to instinctively tighten her grip on Snape's arm. Snape, with a resigned sigh, gently wrapped his arm around her. "Are you frightened?" His voice was remarkably tender, his hand resting on Angelia's shoulder radiating warmth, dispelling a flicker of trepidation within her. Angelia gazed up at Snape, his gentle yet weary smile providing her with immense comfort. "I am not afraid. Uncle Severus, do not speak so carelessly." She nestled closer, nearly leaning against his arm, though her little head was curiously surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bag dragging along the ground echoed from the alley's end, causing Angelia to alertly direct her gaze towards the source. Her grip on Snape's arm tightening noticeably, Snape tousled her hair reassuringly. "Let us return home now." Angelia swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the alley's terminus, yet her little head resolutely shook. Just a moment longer. Before Snape could utter another word, a figure emerged from the alley's end. The individual had scant hair remaining, wheezing heavily as he walked, his emaciated frame rendering the outlines of his bones visible. One leg appeared to be broken, causing him to limp awkwardly. His weathered cheeks were deeply sunken, and his eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs or eyelids, leaving behind two dark voids. Angelia immediately dove into Snape's embrace, trembling lightly. Snape, exasperated, had no choice but to carry her back into his home. It was only after closing the door that Angelia dared to open her eyes. In stark contrast, the small room before her radiated warmth. Angelia surveyed her surroundings, overlooking the peeling walls, faded sofa, and cracked floor. Compared to the outside, it could almost be deemed a mansion. Are you still afraid? Snape crouched before her, concern evident in his obsidian-like eyes. A wave of embarrassment washed over Angelia as she recalled her earlier fright, making it impossible for her to assert that she was unafraid. That I am well, she replied softly, her voice delicate and laced with a slight tremor. Sounding utterly pitiful, Snape chuckled lightly, pinching her cheek, his tone exceedingly gentle. Shall I escort you home? No. Angelia firmly rejected. Uncle Severus, you mustn't send me away. I merely worry that you might be frightened. Snape sighed. The remnants of her fear dissipated, replaced by curiosity as she began to explore the room. Uncle Severus, may I tour your home? Snape raised an eyebrow. You may, but are you truly unafraid? Angelia recalled the earlier scene, her curiosity abruptly faltering, only to be replaced by a pleading expression. Would you accompany me, Uncle Severus? She tilted her head, her watery blue eyes blinking innocently. I am genuinely quite curious. That Snape's gaze softened, and he playfully pinched her cheek, his voice unwittingly infused with affection. Very well. But if you are frightened, you must not cry. With Uncle Severus here, I am not afraid, Angelia exclaimed with sparkling eyes, springing up from the sofa, clearly prepared for adventure. Her eager demeanor elicited a smile from Snape as he strode toward the kitchen, with Angelia trailing closely behind like a devoted little shadow, her arms still tightly wrapped around his. The kitchen was sparsely furnished, lacking even the most basic of utensils. Angelia quickly lost interest and returned to Snape's side, gently inquiring, Does Uncle Severus not dine here? The house elf brings meals, Snape noted, recognizing her boredom, and led her to the next room. I seldom use the kitchen. The second room revealed itself to be a bedroom, and Angelia curiously peeked inside, instantly recognizing the faint scent of potions that confirmed it was Snape's chamber. Does Uncle Severus reside here during the holidays? She asked, maintaining her decorum by not entering. Yes, I return to stay during breaks, Snape replied, continuing to guide her further in as she showed no inclination to enter. This is the storage room. Snape opened a weathered wooden door to reveal a cluttered space. I have not touched this in quite some time, so I cannot guarantee what you might find within. That he raised an eyebrow at Angelia. Would you like to take a look? Angelia gazed into the dim, chaotic area, shaking her head vigorously. No need to look. Snape smiled and closed the door once more. They arrived at a staircase, and Snape's voice held an unusual hesitance. Upstairs is a small attic. It's rather disheveled. Angelia immediately responded with consideration. If it is inconvenient, I shall refrain from exploring. Snape regarded her with an inscrutable expression, seemingly arriving at a decision. It is fine. Let us go take a look. With that, he ascended the stairs first. Angelia's curiosity was piqued, and she followed him up, where Snape had already opened the attic door. A musty, decayed odor wafted through the crack as Angelia stood beside him, finally grasping the room's contents. A rickety little bed, a few tattered books, and a small window were all that adorned the room. An inexplicable feeling surged within Angelia as she stepped inside. The old wooden floor creaking beneath her feet, she skillfully avoided the broken sections of the floorboards and approached the bed. There were no blankets, only a few crumpled newspapers and a filthy, tattered coat. Beside the bed lay a few nearly disintegrated books, the titles hinting at potion studies. A sliver of light pierced through the window, and as Angelia peered outside, all she could see were the dark alley and filthy heaps of garbage. A wave of emotion enveloped her. She placed her hand lightly on her chest, seemingly puzzled by its origin. Observing Angelia standing there, lost in thought with her hand on her heart, Snape hesitantly inquired from behind her. Are you all right? I am well, Angelia replied, turning to him with a faint smile. It merely feels strange. Snape was about to ask what felt strange, but the question morphed into something else entirely. Are you hungry? If so, we can call the house elf to bring something. Angelia eagerly nodded and rose to follow Snape back down from the attic. Yet, even after returning to the living room, the peculiar feeling in her heart lingered. After instructing the house elf to prepare dinner, Snape turned to find Angelia seated there, gazing blankly while clutching her chest. What troubles you? Snape approached her softly. Are you unwell? Angelia returned to the present, offering him a gentle smile. I am fine. Does Uncle Severus return here during every holiday? Snape raised an eyebrow. Almost always, unless other arrangements are made. Angelia quickly grasped that other arrangements referred to Dumbledore's assignments. Even now, she remained perplexed as to why Snape willingly undertook so many tasks beyond his teaching duties for Dumbledore. She was able to perceive that Snape did not exhibit the same blind adoration towards Dumbledore as the Gryffindor Lions, In fact, at times, his impatience with Dumbledore was almost palpable. Nevertheless, he dutifully undertook the various unreasonable tasks assigned to him by Dumbledore. Angelia had once inquired about this matter, to which Snape vaguely replied that it was part of his responsibilities, refusing to elaborate further, a clear evasion of her question, being aware of his reluctance to discuss the subject. She refrained from pressing him, silently adding another charge against Dumbledore in her mind, vowing to hold him accountable on Snape's behalf when the opportunity arose. Reflecting on this, Angelia suddenly recalled the purpose of her outing that afternoon. She turned her gaze towards the desolate scene outside the window and realized that this location might serve as an excellent hiding place for the Philosopher's Stone. Uncle Severus, Angelia's beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound determination. "Perhaps I have a favor to ask of you." Snape, captivated by the brilliance of her azure eyes, unconsciously softened his tone. "What is it?" Angelia withdrew her wand and cast several concealment charms around them before retrieving a small box containing the Philosopher's Stone from her handbag. "I would like to hide the Philosopher's Stone nearby. What do you think, Uncle Severus?" Snape regarded the box in her hand with momentary surprise, then quickly regained his composure and analyzed the situation calmly. "There are virtually no wizards here, which indeed reduces the risk of the stone being discovered. However, the muggles in this area are hardly kind-hearted. If they were to find this box and its contents, they would likely sell it for a profit." As he spoke, Snape glanced at the cluttered storage room adjacent to the staircase. "Perhaps you could hide it in there. It is unlikely that other wizards would come by, and the presence of many magical items within would make any magical fluctuation seem quite normal. Yet," he cautioned, "if the Philosopher's Stone were to be discovered, it could put you in grave danger." Angelia frowned and shook her head firmly. Snape's heart softened. He reached out to gently ruffle Angelia's hair and spoke soothingly. "It's all right. I will be very careful to keep it hidden from others." "Still," Angelia shook her head, "the Philosopher's Stone is far less important to me than you. Uncle Severus, it is not worth the risk to you." "You are worth it." Snape's lips moved, though the words remained unspoken. He observed her for a moment, then proposed an alternative solution. "Perhaps you could cast a Fidelius charm to protect it." Angelia pouted in dismay. "The truth is, I still have not mastered that charm." Strangely enough, given Angelia's level of magical ability, she should have been able to cast a charm like Fidelius with ease. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had never succeeded in casting it, no matter how long she practiced. Thus, she had yet to learn the Fidelius charm. Noticing her distress, Snape gently reassured her, "Your magical prowess is already quite high. The Fidelius charm is not a commonly used spell, so it is perfectly fine." "I know, but hiding the Philosopher's Stone with the Fidelius charm would have been the simplest solution." Angelia's face still bore a hint of frustration, her once sweet and lively voice now tinged with melancholy. Her demeanor utterly forlorn. "That I can assist you." Snape's voice grew even gentler. "Shall I act as the secret keeper?" A glimmer of hope returned to Angelia's face, and she replied, "Thank you, Uncle Severus." Snape smirked slightly, taking the box from her hands while drawing his wand to lightly tap it. With a swirl of crimson light, the box vanished. Angelia gazed at his now empty hands, her beautiful eyes blinking in astonishment. Filled with envy, Snape, unable to resist, ruffled her hair once more and softly said, "The secret incantation is Laros Blanche. You can visualize it in your mind." Laros Blanche. Angelia tilted her head in confusion. Snape's eyes flickered with complex emotions as he affirmed, "Indeed." Angelia seemed puzzled as to why this particular phrase was chosen as the secret incantation, but upon observing Snape's expression, she suddenly realized that it must be connected to a woman named Leah. Laros Blanche, the white rose, symbolizing noble, innocent, and pure love. Lowering her gaze, Angelia silently recited the incantation in her mind, and suddenly, she could see the box containing the Philosopher's Stone, resting on the sofa between them. She gently reached for the box and turned to Snape with a faint smile. "Shall we throw it into the storage room?" "Very well." Snape's expression returned to one of indulgence as he watched her. Angelia, bearing the box, walked towards the storage room, her smile fading as she turned away. Who exactly was Leah? What was her connection to Uncle Severus? Angelia opened the door to the storage room and casually tossed the box inside. The exquisite gem-like box landed amidst the clutter, rolling down a slope before disappearing into the pile of miscellaneous items. With her head bowed, Angelia gently pressed her palm together and exhaled softly. When she turned around again, her smile had returned to its previous brightness. Just then, the house elf arrived with dinner. Angelia and Snape made their way to the dining table together. Tonight's dinner consisted of creamy mushroom soup and crepes. Angelia had not enjoyed crepes in quite some time, and she excitedly sat down, eagerly taking a bite and squinting her eyes in satisfaction as her earlier gloom dissipated. "These crepes are truly delightful." Angelina's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile graced her face. Snape, too, found himself unable to suppress a smile. "If you like them, do indulge yourself." As he spoke, he pushed his plate of crepes closer to her. "I remember you enjoy this dish. It just so happens that a house elf skilled in French cuisine has recently joined Hogwarts, so I had it prepared for you." Angelia looked at him in confusion. How does Uncle Severus know this? She had never mentioned her fondness for crepes, not even to Lucius or Narcissa. She had only tasted them once at a French restaurant when she was 10 and had never returned since. Snape's smile faltered for a brief moment but was quickly concealed. "I recall you enjoy French cuisine, and perhaps you might also like this, so I had the house elf prepare it for you to try." Angelia furrowed her brow in confusion but chose not to press the matter further. His excuse was riddled with inconsistencies, clearly a hastily concocted fabrication to deceive her. However, the truth Snape was unwilling to share was something she could never pry from him. So she set her questions aside. After finishing dinner, Angelia rubbed her stomach and looked up at Snape with a pitiful expression. "I overindulged." Snape smiled gently. "Shall I fetch you a potion?" Angelia thought of the dreadful taste and shook her head vigorously. "No, no. Uncle Severus, would you accompany me for a stroll?" "Now?" Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing outside where darkness had completely fallen and the cold wind howled, sending snowflakes swirling against the window, making the thin glass appear even more precarious. Angelia blinked at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation, prompting Snape to relent. He frowned slightly at her lovely pale yellow dress before retrieving his own cloak from a nearby rack and draping it over her shoulders. Shortening the sleeves and hem with a simple spell, Angelia nestled into his oversized cloak, looking even smaller and more endearing, with her clear, bright eyes fixed on him and a sweet smile gracing her lips. Snape flicked his wand to cast warmth charms over both of them before leading her outside. The biting wind whipped through the air, tousling Angelia's meticulously styled hair from the morning. Her light golden locks clung to her face, and she pouted, spitting out the strands with a look of forlorn appeal directed at Snape. Snape bent down to smooth her hair and adjusted her hood before smiling and saying, "Let us go." The look of grievance on Angelia's face dissipated as she reached out to embrace Snape's arm, joyfully keeping pace with his steps. Along the way, she chattered incessantly, her mind seemingly filled with a million questions, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Snape patiently answered each inquiry, his voice exceedingly gentle, devoid of the acerbic tone characteristic of a potions professor at Hogwarts, even when her queries were often nonsensical and peculiar. He exhibited no sign of annoyance. Angelia was utterly fascinated by her surroundings. Her infrequent visits to the Muggle world had left her unacquainted with such an environment. She peered around curiously, her pace leisurely as Snape obligingly slowed to match her. The biting wind occasionally swept her cloak's hood away, prompting Snape to tenderly smooth her hair and replace her hood, his face perpetually adorned with a soft smile. As dusk settled, the two returned indoors. Angelia was elated, having explored the entire alley and even procured a small slice of strawberry cake from a Muggle dessert shop. The cake, encased in transparent wrapping, was adorned with plump strawberries and white frosting, with a layer of pink strawberry jam nestled in the center, making it exceedingly tempting. Seated on the sofa, Angelia unwrapped the spoon and took a generous bite, the sweet flavor instantly melting on her tongue, causing her to blissfully squint her eyes. "Uncle Severus, you must try this," she urged, lifting a piece with half a strawberry and a dollop of cream to his lips. Snape, who had never been fond of sweet treats, indeed, aside from black coffee, he seemed to possess no particular inclinations, found himself unable to resist her sparkling eyes and opened his mouth to accept the cake. A rush of cloying cream overwhelmed his palate. And, meeting Angelia's expectant gaze, Snape forced a smile and remarked, "It's quite delightful." Angelia tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. "I never thought Uncle Severus would enjoy strawberry cake." Observing her bewilderment, Snape felt an unsettling sensation, as if a certain image she held of him had shattered. But more alarming was what followed. Having rarely witnessed Snape's preferences, Angelia began to share the cake with him, each time presenting a spoonful with eager anticipation in her eyes. Snape found himself unable to decline, repeatedly parting his lips to receive the cake. After a prolonged yet sweet torment, the wretched cake was finally devoured. Just as Angelia prepared to deliver the last bite to him, Snape halted her. "Let that last bite be yours," he said gently, ruffling her hair. "If you enjoy it, I shall take you to sample other flavors tomorrow." "Really?" Angelia exclaimed, her joy palpable as she dove into Snape's embrace, nuzzling against him. "You're the best, Uncle Severus." A soft smile graced Snape's lips, the sweetness of the strawberry cake seemingly lingering in his heart. As night deepened, Snape prepared to return home after escorting Angelia back to Malfoy Manor, but she appeared reluctant. "Will you take me back tomorrow, Uncle Severus?" Her doe-like eyes blinked, filled with a pleading glimmer. Just one night at Malfoy Manor, before Snape could respond, Lucius and Narcissa descended the staircase. Having heard the commotion, "My darling, you're back," Narcissa cooed, pinching Angelia's cheek gently. "Did you have fun today?" "Very much. Uncle Severus took me." Angelia turned to chat with Narcissa, while Lucius approached Snape, offering a cautionary word. "Be careful on your way back. I'm not returning." "I'm staying over," Snape replied. Observing Angelia's cheerful visage as she conversed with Narcissa, a sudden thought struck him. If he did not remain this evening, she might forget him by morning. Is Uncle Severus not going back? Angelia caught the key phrase amidst their chatter and gleefully sidled up to him. "How wonderful." Snape, resigned, ruffled her hair again. "I'm not going back. I'll take you out tomorrow. It's late now. You should return to sleep." Angelia tilted her head, regarding him curiously. "Are you really not going back? I have matters to discuss with Uncle Lucius." "You should head back." Snape's voice was exceedingly gentle. "Good night. Good night. It was only when Angelia's figure vanished around the staircase corner that a smile crept onto Lucius's face. "What's this? Changed your mind?" Snape's smile faded, returning to his usual impassive demeanor. "No, I see that Angelia has become quite dependent on you," Lucius remarked, shaking his head. "Perhaps your decision was misguided. Regardless of right or wrong, I wish for her to have the opportunity to choose anew." Snape leaned wearily against the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I will not interfere with her." "What if?" Lucius began softly, but Snape promptly interrupted. "I only wish for her happiness." Lucius shrugged, ceasing his attempts to persuade. Angelia, exhausted from a day full of activities, fell asleep almost the instant she returned to her room. Perhaps due to the terrifying scene she had witnessed in Spinner's Inn that afternoon, she was plagued by nightmares. When she once again encountered that dreadful figure in her dreams, she awoke with a start, gasping for breath. The moonlight outside poured through the clear window, casting a hazy glow throughout the room. Angelia bit her lip, the apparition from her nightmares still haunting her, and she dared not close her eyes again. Strangely, she felt an overwhelming desire to see Snape. Slipping on her slippers, Angelia exited her room. Snape's chamber was not far away. As she approached, she was surprised to find the light still aglow within. "Uncle Severus," she called softly from the doorway. Inside, Snape was in turmoil. Angelia's face and Lucius's words flickered through his mind, preventing him from finding peace and sleep. He had just discovered a rare tome on potion making in the Malfoy family library and intended to read through the night when he suddenly heard Angelia's voice outside his door. He opened the door to find her standing there, head bowed, looking utterly forlorn. "What troubles you?" Snape inquired, his heart settling at the sight of her. He knelt to meet her gaze, his voice now imbued solely with tenderness. Angelia suddenly flung herself into his embrace, her voice trembling. "I had a nightmare." With a resigned sigh, Snape lifted her and placed her gently on his bed, waving his wand to secure the door. "What kind of nightmare?" he asked softly. Sitting beside her and pulling the covers over her, he soothingly patted her back. Angelia shook her head. In truth, the moment she saw Snape, the fear from her nightmare had already begun to dissipate. Yet she still felt too afraid to return to her own room alone. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Snape refrained from pressing further. "Then sleep here. I will stay by your side, if that is agreeable to you." Angelia nodded but then hesitated. "Can Uncle Severus sleep here too? I'm scared." Her eyes reflected the remnants of fear, leaving Snape no choice but to comply. In response to her hopeful gaze, Snape shed his outer robe and lay beside her. No sooner had he settled than Angelia pressed close, wrapping one of his arms around her, her face finally breaking into a sweet smile. Snape allowed her to hold his arm, quietly observing her soft profile as all his chaotic thoughts vanished. As long as she was happy, nothing else mattered. Perhaps due to the comfort he provided, Angelia quickly fell back asleep. She clung tightly to Snape's arm, pressing her face against it, the familiar cold scent of potions wafting to her nostrils, eliciting a serene smile. Her breathing was remarkably steady, and Snape gradually succumbed to a slight drowsiness, drifting into slumber beside her. They both enjoyed a restful sleep until the following morning, when Angelia finally opened her eyes. Snape remained in deep repose, a rarity for him to experience such undisturbed rest. The path he had chosen necessitated a constant state of vigilance. It was only in Angelia's presence that he could truly relax. Gazing at the oblivious Snape, Angelia blinked in confusion as the memories of the previous night came flooding back. While she continued to blink and ponder the events of last night, Snape abruptly stirred awake. Clearly still in a daze, he pulled Angelia into his embrace, a blissful smile gracing his face as he murmured, "Stay with me a while longer." Angelia, bewildered, found herself enveloped in his arms, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a few moments, Snape's awareness returned with startling clarity. He realized that her small head rested against him, and he became acutely aware of his actions. Startled, he released her as if burned, his expression reverting to its customary impassiveness. He sat up, rubbing his temples, reluctant to meet Angelia's perplexed gaze. Understanding his reaction, Angelia knew he must have mistaken her for that woman. Yeah, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. Yet she softly broke the silence. "Uncle Severus, I will return to change my clothes now. See you shortly." Angelia chose not to mention the recent incident, aware that Snape frequently confused her with that woman. She recognized their striking resemblance, or perhaps there was a deeper connection, yet she found herself increasingly troubled by this matter. Without waiting for Snape's response, she swiftly left the room, her mind racing with thoughts of what had just transpired. "Curse it! What have I done?" Snape lamented quietly, covering his face with his hands that he should not have let his guard down. In Angelia's presence, he often unconsciously projected her image onto her, and upon waking, he had momentarily believed she had returned, as if time had reversed to before that fateful day. Now that a decision had been made, he could not allow things to continue this way. Rubbing his face, Snape felt an aversion to confronting Angelia. He sensed that events were spiraling out of control. While there was still time, he needed to steer everything back on course. She deserved a chance to choose anew. Snape abandoned their agreement, hastily donning his outer robe before vanishing from Malfoy Manor in a fit of irritation. Angelia, having changed her attire, descended the stairs only to be met with an unexpected absence of Snape. "Welcome back at last," Draco pouted, casting a reproachful glance at Angelia. "Yesterday, you left me and Harry here in this cold Malfoy Manor, while you gallivanted off on your OWE. Oh, you even care about me?" "Draco," Lucius interjected with a chilling smile. "The cold Malfoy Manor." Draco shivered and quickly amended, "I meant the warm Malfoy Manor." Harry struggled to suppress his laughter, gulping down a large mouthful of pineapple juice, only to grimace at the sour taste that twisted his face into a frown. Angelia felt despondent, sulking as she cut into her steak, deliberately ignoring Draco's inquiries. With Lucius present, Draco dared not speak further. Without Narcissa around, and with Angelia unwilling to assist, he feared the repercussions of angering Lucius. After finishing breakfast in silence, Lucius departed for his study, and Draco finally approached Angelia with a mournful expression, cradling his plate. "Are you going out again today?" Angelia recalled her agreement with Snape from the previous night, her mood sinking further. Irritated, she dumped the chopstick remnants onto Draco's plate, saying, "Eat more." Draco stared at the beef remnants on his plate, tilting his head quizzically. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Angelia's mood was merely a reflection of her discontent, not the indiscriminate aggression that Draco could easily decipher. "No," she pouted, unwilling to elaborate. And Draco ceased his inquiries. He leaned closer, his fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Considering your bad mood, I'll reluctantly let you pinch my face," he said with a touch of haughtiness, though his eyes radiated warmth that a faint smile finally graced Angelia's lips as she gently pinched Draco's cheek. Her spirits seemingly lifted. Meanwhile, Harry awkwardly shrank into himself, feeling somewhat superfluous at the table. The texture of Draco's face was delightful, prompting Angelia to lean in closer, intrigued by the quality of his skin. Their proximity drew even nearer, causing Harry to bury his face in his plate, regretting his decision to sit at the table that day. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the air, Snape appearing with an ominous expression as he placed a large bag of assorted cakes on the table. "The cakes I promised you yesterday." Snape's voice was frigid, his narrowed eyes scanning the closeness between Angelia and Draco, his palms clenching tightly. "You too. Continue." Snape practically ground his teeth as he spoke. Both Draco and Angelia froze, while Harry sensed the palpable tension in the air, wishing he could disappear into his plate. "Draco," Lucius's sharp voice echoed from the staircase, causing Draco to flinch and instinctively stand upright, aware of the cold aura emanating from Snape. Lucius glanced at the bewildered Harry, the disgruntled Angelia, and the audacious Draco, his tone turning serious as he commanded, "Come with me." Draco lowered his head and slowly approached the stairs, while Lucius regarded his oblivious son with exasperation. To flirt in front of his godfather was quite the audacity. If he did not intervene soon, Draco's life at Hogwarts would become increasingly difficult. Lucius led Draco upstairs, and sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Harry muttered, "I'm full," before hastily escaping. Only Angelia and Snape remained in the room, Angelia turning her head away, while Snape, still scowling, struggled to find the right words. The silence lingered until Snape finally broke it. "You read only in your first year. Be mindful." His voice was hoarse. "Draco is quite decent, but perhaps you two could wait a bit longer." Angelia felt an inexplicable emotion rise within her as she defiantly tilted her head, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "That I know. We're not in a hurry." Snape clenched his fists tightly, battling his inner turmoil as he forced a smile. "That's good to hear. There are matters at school. I must take my leave." Angelia's gaze shifted slightly. She noticed the whiteness of his knuckles, and inexplicably, her own frustration faded away. "But Uncle Severus promised to accompany me today." Angelia's voice softened. Snape hesitated momentarily, locking eyes with her, yet the smile that graced his lips bore a touch of bitterness. "I'm sorry. I have other commitments." "I recall a delightful restaurant on Covent Garden Street in London. Perhaps you could try it with Draco. Aren't you coming with me, Uncle Severus?" Angelia's expression radiated warmth, though her eyes held a serious glimmer. "No. I have matters to attend to." Yes, Snape beheld her sweet smile. An image of her and Draco together flashed in his mind. They were of similar ages, harmonizing effortlessly. Angelia chose not to respond further, her gaze fixated on a glass of pineapple juice on the table. While Snape turned to leave, it was only after Snape's form vanished from sight that Angelia's smile faded. The bag of cakes remained on the table, yet her appetite had vanished. She simply picked it up and tossed it to Harry. "These cakes are delicious. Try some." Harry caught the bag she handed over, incredulously eyeing the multitude of cakes inside. He pointed at himself in shock. "All of these are for me." "Yes." Harry prudently raised a concern regarding the potential displeasure of Professor Snape and Draco. It seemed unlikely that Draco would emerge anytime soon. Angelia cast a sympathetic glance at the firmly shut study door, murmuring, "Professor Snape will remain oblivious." Harry surveyed the cake bag in his hands, suddenly feeling its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. "Perhaps I should leave some for Draco? If Professor Snape becomes irate, it would be beneficial to have someone to share the burden." He continued, "If he comes out early, you can divide it together. If he appears later in the evening, I shall return with more provisions." Angelia raised an eyebrow, "Though I suspect he will likely be released only later tonight." "Are you heading out?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Alone? I have matters to attend to. I may return quite late today," Angelia replied, a hint of resignation curling her lips. "However, I shall bring back some food for you." Harry's eyes softened. Appearing exceedingly well-behaved, he cradled the cake bag and gently advised, "Very well. Do take care on your way." The obedient Harry was utterly endearing, prompting Angelia to soften her tone. "I understand. See you in the evening." "See you in the evening." With a flick of her wand, Angelia disapparated from Malfoy Manor. Initially, Angelia had granted the members of the Purity Party a Christmas holiday, but today's original plans had been cancelled. Unwilling to squander the rare opportunity of being away from school, she made her way to the estate that Rosiel had acquired in England. Since Angelia began her studies at Hogwarts, Rosiel had resided at the estate in England as well. It was just past 8 in the morning when he prepared to descend for breakfast, but a woman unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent room. She wore a black silk camisole nightgown, her curvaceous figure accentuating the alluring silhouette of the garment, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin. Cascading golden brown curls framed her shoulders, with a few mischievous strands playfully slipping beneath the straps of her gown. Barefoot, she stood on the floor, the excessively short nightgown failing to conceal her slender, elongated legs. Rosiel's gaze deepened. "Good morning, Mr. Rosiel," Lena purred, inching closer with a flirtatious smile, the faint scent of roses wafting into his nostrils with her movement. Rosiel averted his eyes with restraint. "Good morning. Come down for breakfast once you are awake." The moment Hogwarts closed for the holidays, Lena had appeared in his living room, luggage in tow. He could not refuse her request for accommodation, and thus she had boldly taken residence in his home. The lingering fragrance of roses enveloped her, a scent he had once cherished. Lena could not fathom why two people who clearly loved each other could not be together. She endeavored to draw near to him, While he comprehended her intentions, yet found himself unable to yield, he felt unworthy of her now. Rosiel chose not to glance back at Lena. Walking steadily downstairs, she observed his retreating figure, her smile gradually fading. Was he still unable to accept it? The two shared a silent breakfast, and just as Rosiel sought an excuse to leave, Angelia arrived. "Oh, you have a moment?" she inquired, her demeanor suggesting she was not in high spirits. Her tone lacking the usual cheerfulness that I do. "Please instruct me." Rosiel and Lena promptly rose, bowing respectfully to the study. Angelia was not accustomed to discussing serious matters in the living room. She coldly issued her command, prompting Rosiel to straighten up and lead her to the study. Once the three were seated in the study, Angelia resumed, "How is the potion shop faring?" "Everything is operating smoothly. We have received several orders for potion production. Though the requested potions are not overly complex, and our team is fully capable of handling them." Speaking of work, Rosiel's expression grew markedly serious. The beauty potions are selling exceptionally well, and the market has opened up. However, the demand for potions is currently high, and our supply is insufficient. Moreover, there is a shop in Diagon Alley, Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop, that evidently overlaps with our business. She has sent people to purchase our beauty potions several times, seemingly attempting to replicate our formulas. Angelia raised an eyebrow. "That is of no concern. Let her attempt to recreate the formulas if she wishes. I have already improved the recipe, and the next batch will utilize the new formula, yielding even better results." Rosiel's expression remained slightly anxious. But what if she manages to acquire the new formula potions for replication? She will not discern the true formula, no matter how many potion masters she hires to investigate. Angelia replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "The second formula is based on the original, yet the selection process for potion ingredients has been made more stringent, and the order of ingredient addition has been altered." Having compared the second potion with the first with Severus, even he could only deduce that the order of ingredients had been modified. However, the ingredients that enhance the potion's efficacy are evidently those that have been meticulously selected. Angelia was not concerned that others could replicate her formula. Even if they did, it posed no issue. She could always refine the original formula further, ensuring that those who attempted to replicate it would forever lag behind. While the beauty potions are performing admirably, we cannot rely solely on them. Our primary business remains the sale of high-grade potions and fulfilling orders for potion production. Angelia instructed AS for the beauty potions. "Their brewing process is not particularly difficult, but it is too taxing for me to supply them alone. Select a few loyal individuals with commendable potion-making skills. I shall teach them the brewing process, and they can take over the production of beauty potions henceforth." "Understood," Rosiel replied obediently. "Additionally, perhaps we could seek an opportunity to negotiate a business arrangement with St. Mungo's." A cunning smile appeared on Angelia's face. "The hospital is likely the place with the greatest demand for potions in the magical world. St. Mungo's must have its own supply channels. Send someone to discuss procurement with them. Do not concern yourself too much with profit. Ensuring we do not incur losses is sufficient. Aim to secure as many potion supply lines with St. Mungo's as possible." Rosiel immediately grasped her intent. St. Mungo's represented a long-term, stable channel for potion sales, by initially establishing a low-cost supply line. Subsequent stable cooperation would likely lead to the opening of new sales routes, allowing for profit later on. They might even consider severing the previous supply line established with St. Mungo's. This matter was evidently of great importance, prompting Rosiel to bow respectfully and affirm, "Yes, I shall personally attend to it." Since Angelia had entered Hogwarts, she had scarcely managed the affairs of the Purity Party. Fortunately, Rosiel's capabilities were exceptional. Even in her absence, he maintained order within the party. However, certain matters still required her personal decision-making. With no other pressing tasks at hand today, Angelia took the opportunity to utilize Rosiel's study to address the backlog of work. The tasks were neither too few nor too many. By the time Angelia stretched her stiff neck and set down her quill, daylight had faded. Rosiel, seated across from her, continued to furrow his brow as he perused the documents. Having not left the room since she began her work, Lena had even assisted him with some of it. It was only then that Angelia realized the magnitude of Rosiel's workload. "You have my gratitude," Angelia said sincerely, observing Rosiel as he set down his papers. Rosiel appeared momentarily taken aback, a faint smile breaking across his face. "This is all part of my duties." Noting the fatigue etched on his features, a pang of guilt surged within Angelia. She felt as though she were witnessing Snape's condition after being overworked by Dumbledore. Had she, like Dumbledore, been exploiting her subordinates? A shiver ran down her spine. Perhaps I should assign someone to assist you. Managing all this alone is too arduous. Angelia raised an eyebrow. Alternatively, if you have someone suitable to recommend, that would suffice as well. Rosiel offered a wry smile and shook his head. Everyone has their own responsibilities at present. No one can be reassigned temporarily. That IT is all right. I can still manage these tasks. Angelia, sensing a parallel to Snape's strained resilience, withdrew her gaze and replied lightly, "Then you shall endure a little longer. I will have Lena return to assist you in June." The expression on Rogier's face momentarily froze. A blend of joy and resignation, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering any words of refusal. Time had grown late. Angelia stood to take her leave from the Rogier estate, preparing to return home. As she activated her apparition, her mind, instead of conjuring the image of Malfoy Manor, inexplicably shifted to that of Spider's Tail Alley. The atmosphere remained as eerie and frigid as during her last visit. The lights in Snape's abode were unlit. Cautiously, Angelia pushed the door open and stepped inside. That a potent aroma of whiskey assaulted her senses, prompting her to furrow her brows. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the surrounding darkness, she discerned Snape slumbering on the sofa, an empty bottle of liquor beside him. A whole bottle of whiskey had been drained, and he clutched a fine crystal glass. The spherical ice within all but melted, indicating he had been asleep for quite some time. The fireplace lay cold and unlit, enveloping the room in an almost complete absence of light. Angelia ignited the tip of her wand and approached him. The once familiar scent of potions that clung to Snape was now entirely overpowered by the stench of alcohol. A peculiar flush adorned his cheeks, with hints of red at the corners of his eyes, suggesting a certain fragility. Fragility? The term startled Angelia. How could this feared old bat of Hogwarts be associated with such a word? She scrutinized Snape's visage. His dark hair lay messily against his cheek, his brow slightly furrowed, and his delicate lips pressed together. Angelia inched closer, bringing her wand near the corners of Snape's eyes and ears, finally confirming that the faint blush was not an illusion. He lay defenseless on the couch, and Angelia was acutely aware that his vulnerability was solely in her presence. Should even a second person enter, he would awaken instantly. With a resigned sigh, all her emotions dissipated with that soft exhale. She waved her wand, moving him into the bedroom and placing him on the large bed, removing his shoes and outer robe before pulling a nearby blanket over him. The room lacked a fireplace, and the warming charm Angelia had cast upon herself before leaving the Rogier estate had begun to wane, leaving her enveloped in the biting cold. She finally comprehended just how frigid this place was. The bedroom, devoid of a fireplace, was not cold for the inebriated Snape, who felt rather warm instead. However, concerned he might catch a chill, Angelia cast warming charms upon both his blanket and mattress. In his slumber, Snape felt increasingly hot, irritably tossing aside the cozy blanket and seizing an unenchanted pillow to cradle against him. The coolness of the pillow against his skin alleviated the pervasive heat emanating from his body, causing Snape's brow to relax as he drifted back into a deeper sleep. Angelia, frowning, observed him disdainfully cast aside the blanket, opting for the icy pillow. The air was frigid, and with an exasperated sigh, she made no effort to reclaim the pillow but instead reached to cover him with the blanket once more. Unexpectedly, Snape furrowed his brow and abruptly threw the blanket aside again. Angelia, vexed, clenched her teeth and reached for the pillow in his grasp. She intended to yank it free, but Snape stubbornly clung to it, even opening his eyes to gaze at her. Caught off guard by his dark, piercing stare, Angelia hesitated, loosening her grip. Snape frowned in confusion, staring at her, then abruptly shut his eyes and shook his head, reopening them to regard her once more, softly uttering, "Angelia?" Angelia raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't mistaken her for that other woman. Before she could respond, Snape extended a hand toward her, his voice remarkably gentle. "Will you stay with me for a while?" Angelia had never encountered such a version of Snape, yet the atmosphere felt oddly familiar. Complying, she settled beside him on the bed, taking his outstretched hand in hers, her voice delicate as a feather. "All right, sleep now." Snape clasped her small hand securely, closing his eyes in peace as he drifted back into slumber. Hours passed, and once Angelia confirmed his steady breathing, she attempted to withdraw her hand quietly. However, the moment her fingers slipped from his grasp, he instantly opened his eyes. "Angelia?" His voice was laced with confusion. "I merely wished to fetch you a glass of water," she replied, awkwardly slipping her hand back into his. Clearly intoxicated, Snape exhibited a diminished sense of reasoning. He accepted her clumsy excuse without question, gazing blankly at the soft hand restored to his palm before succumbing to sleep once more. Angelia waited longer this time, until Snape's breathing grew deep and rhythmic, and his grip on her hand loosened. She made another attempt to extract her hand, but before she could succeed, Snape's eyes flew open once again. "Don't leave," he implored, tightening his hold on her half-retracted hand. "That I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm just not accustomed to you being so close to others. I will strive to adapt. I want to interfere. Please believe me." The anguish in his voice was profound, and instinctively, Angelia sought to withdraw her hand. Yet Snape seemed to sense her intention, gripping her hand even tighter. His eyes were clouded, the sadness within them overwhelming, tugging at Angelia's heartstrings that he seemed to reference their earlier argument, yet it felt as though he was alluding to something more. Angelia struggled to decipher his words. Was his discomfort about her proximity to Draco? Why? They had always maintained such a rapport. What did he mean by not interfering? Angelia pondered his meaning, her gaze cast downward in contemplation, while Snape's sorrow gradually morphed into despair. "I beg you, whatever it takes, do not leave me." A wave of inexplicable pain surged within Angelia, a bewildering emotion that stirred her agitation. She furrowed her brow, feeling as if she were being inundated with feelings that did not belong to her, trapped and controlled by this sudden surge of sentiment. "Leah," Snape murmured, his gaze growing increasingly hazy, fixating on Angelia with an obstinate intensity. His focus beginning to waver as the intoxication dulled his consciousness. Once again, it was Leah. Angelia found herself increasingly preoccupied with this name, her frustration mounting. Abruptly, she wrenched her hand from Snape's grasp and, with a flick of her wand, operated away. The lights at Malfoy Manor remained aglow as Angelia materialized in the air, her expression grave. Lucius, seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, looked up at her return, startled by the weariness and agitation etched on her face. "What's the matter with you?" Lucius inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Has something happened?" Angelia's mind was a chaotic whirl. She desperately yearned for someone to confide in. The moment Lucius posed his question, a wave of vulnerability washed over her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Before she could articulate her thoughts, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Lucius, alarmed, sprang to his feet and guided Angelia to sit beside him on the sofa. Unsure of how to approach the situation, he opened and closed his mouth several times, ultimately managing to suppress his worry and soften his tone. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Uncle Severus. Angelia's voice trembled with distress, tears glistening on her porcelain cheeks. Her eyes reddened. Lucius's expression shifted subtly. "Uncle Severus refuses to use a blanket, insisting on hugging the pillow." Angelia's tone was rife with indignation. Lucius's expression froze, and after a moment of stunned silence, he spoke dryly. "Is that all?" "Of course not." Angelia had intended to inquire about that woman, but found herself at a loss for words. What was she truly concerned about? Was it the frustration of being mistaken for someone else? Or was it the fear that Uncle Severus's kindness stemmed solely from the memory of Leah? But why did she care? If she did share a connection with Leah, then it was understandable for him, as her former lover, to extend affection towards her. Moreover, during their initial encounter, he exhibited an extraordinary warmth towards her, a courtesy that even Draco had never experienced. He had consistently treated her with kindness. Yet why did the realization that such affection might stem from a love for Leah cause her such profound sorrow? Angelia's heart was in turmoil. She found herself unable to discern whether her sadness was genuine or merely a byproduct of some inexplicable emotion. As Angelia fell into contemplation, Lucius frowned slightly. What had Severus done? Angelia was certainly not the type to weep merely because he was clutching a pillow and neglecting to cover himself with a blanket. They both remained silent, lost in their own thoughts, until the gentle voice of Narcissa echoed down the staircase, pulling them back from their reverie. "Darling, you're back." Narcissa descended the stairs in her nightgown. "Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" When she approached Angelia and Lucius, she noticed their expressions were rather off. "What's the matter?" Narcissa gazed at their faces in confusion, and Lucius subtly shook his head, casting a discreet glance at Angelia. "Aunt Narcissa." Angelia finally broke the silence. Raising her gaze to Narcissa, her usually clever and mischievous eyes now filled with helplessness. "May I speak with you?" "Of course, my darling." Narcissa's heart softened as she gently ruffled Angelia's hair, her voice imbued with tenderness. "Let us go to the bedroom and chat. Tonight, let your Uncle Lucius sleep alone." Lucius looked up at Narcissa in disbelief. "Sissy." Narcissa, undeterred, took Angelia's small hand and led her upstairs. Angelia felt a twinge of guilt towards Lucius and turned to offer him an apologetic smile. Lucius, feigning magnanimity, returned a faint smile to Angelia, but inwardly resolved to spend the night in his study, attending to paperwork. How could he possibly sleep without Sissy by his side? Once they locked the bedroom door and settled on the bed, Narcissa finally spoke softly. "What troubles you, darling? Have you encountered some difficulties?" Angelia, who had always held a fondness for Narcissa, felt a sense of ease without the usual restraint she exhibited around Lucius, yet she anxiously bit her lip. "I feel rather strange lately." Hearing this, Narcissa's eyes brightened slightly, for it sounded akin to a confession one might share with a close friend regarding romantic entanglements. Although Angelia was merely 11, her circumstances were exceptional, and it was entirely natural for her to harbor feelings for someone. Yet, it was unfortunate for Severus, who had guarded his heart for so long, now to have it taken by another. Narcissa's mind raced, but her demeanor remained one of gentle attentiveness. Angelia lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet her eyes, her voice softening considerably. To be precise, both Severus and I feel quite peculiar. Narcissa, anticipating tales of Severus being cast aside, interjected, "Why him again? What of that young wolf?" Angelia discreetly glanced at Narcissa, relieved to see her expression still warm, allowing her to exhale softly. "Lately, I frequently hear Severus mention a woman named Leah. He seems to often mistake me for her. I found a photograph of her with Severus in his bedroom, and he became quite angry with me that day. Later, he claimed that this woman is somehow related to me, and indeed, we bear a striking resemblance. However, he insisted that she is not my mother, and he is not my father. A crack appeared in Narcissa's gentle facade. "Father?" Her tone was no longer as calm as before, yet Angelia remained oblivious to the shift. "Yes, I once believed him to be my father." Angelia's brow furrowed in distress. But then he said otherwise. It was only then that Angelia noticed Narcissa's unusual expression. Her voice caught slightly, tinged with a tremor. "Is it possible he was deceiving me? No, he truly is not your father." Narcissa immediately waved her hands frantically, fearing a misunderstanding. Angelia appeared relieved, yet her voice took on a melancholic note. "It's just that I've recently begun to develop feelings regarding this woman named Leah. I find myself overly concerned about Severus mistaking me for her." She pondered why she was so affected by it. Narcissa listened intently, piecing together the events, yet she understood that Angelia was not yet ready to grasp the full truth. Severus was being exceedingly secretive, and she dared not divulge anything. Unaware of Narcissa's inner thoughts, Angelia continued to immerse herself in her own musings. "Lately, when I spend time with Severus, I occasionally experience feelings that are both foreign and familiar, sensations that have never surfaced before. Moreover, an inexplicable emotion seems to suddenly manifest within me, yet I am acutely aware that it does not belong to me." Angelia appeared utterly perplexed, her lovely face contorted in confusion. What could this possibly mean? Narcissa maintained her gentle smile, though her eyes gradually grew serious. Angelia unconsciously tilted her head, as if striving to articulate her feelings. As if I ought to react in a certain way to this situation. But I cannot recall that memory, and my body responds in ways that leave me utterly bewildered. With that thought, Angelia meticulously reviewed her memories, convinced that none were missing or altered. Given her adeptness at memory concealment, it would be no simple feat to modify her recollections seamlessly. Even a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber would struggle to achieve such a task, thus rendering the likelihood of her memories being tampered with nearly non-existent. It was precisely this realization that fueled her confusion. Narcissa's smile grew even more tender. Do not worry. It may simply be that you have been overwhelmed lately and have not had adequate rest. Leading to these illusions, Angelia, lacking any experience in such matters, placed her complete trust in Narcissa. She blinked softly, nodding in partial understanding. Is that so? I suspect it is, but when might you have time? Perhaps we could visit St. Mungo's for a checkup. Narcissa tousled her hair gently. A checkup would certainly bring peace of mind. All right. Angelia nodded obediently, her eyes filled with unwavering trust, which stirred a wave of guilt within Narcissa. Fearing that Angelia might perceive something amiss if she lingered, she feigned reluctance. "Then, would you mind going to sleep? I should perhaps go soothe your uncle Lucius." A sweet smile graced Angelia's face as she complied, lying down and covering herself with the blanket. Her voice was soft and gentle. "Aunt Narcissa, please return soon. I can manage on my own. Good night, darling." Narcissa affectionately pinched her cheek, Good night, Aunt Narcissa. Narcissa slowly exited Angelia's room. The moment the door clicked shut, her smile was immediately replaced by a grave expression. As she passed the study, Narcissa was surprised to find the light still aglow within. Lucius was hunched over the desk, engrossed in the documents before him, a thick stack piled to his right, suggesting he had no intention of sleeping that night. Not sleeping tonight? Narcissa called from the study door, and Lucius immediately looked up. "That I can't." His expression softened, the usual arrogance in his eyes dimming, making him appear rather pitiable. Narcissa, however, feigned ignorance and spoke in a soft tone. "Then dim the lights a bit. Don't strain your eyes, that I'll return to sleep." With that, she turned to leave. Seeing her plan fail, Lucius lowered his gaze, returning to the documents, yet her gentle voice echoed in his mind. "I'll return to sleep." Suddenly, he shot up, glancing at the slightly ajar study door, realization dawning upon him. The disordered papers in his hands were hastily shoved aside as he stood and hurried back to the bedroom. "Sissy." Narcissa was half reclined against the headboard, lost in thought. The warm yellow light cast a soft glow on her profile, rendering her an image of warmth and softness. Lucius couldn't help but smile tenderly as he approached the bedside, leaning down as if to brush his lips against hers, only for a delicate hand to unexpectedly halt his advance. Narcissa resolutely pushed his face away, her expression serious as she spoke. "That it seems there are some issues with Angelia's health." The whimsical thoughts swirling in Lucius's mind were abruptly dispelled by her question. What is wrong with her? It seemed she was on the verge of recalling past events. Narcissa furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating. Perhaps the contract has loosened. Lucius's eyebrows knitted together in concern. "This matter must be brought to Severus's attention. I shall go to him at once." He began to rise, but Narcissa hastily reached out to restrain him, gently yet helplessly murmuring, "Do not rush. Isn't he intoxicated? He likely hasn't sobered up yet. Moreover, Angelia is already asleep. There is no need to hurry. We can inform him tomorrow." The soft, soothing words from the one beside him made Lucius realize that haste was unwarranted. He acquiesced to her gentle pull and sat back down, leaning in to place a tender kiss by her ear. "Then we shall tell him tomorrow." Narcissa shot him a playful glare, devoid of malice. Yet her expression bore a hint of alluring charm due to her resigned smile. Lucius felt a subtle movement in his throat as he leaned in to kiss her, but suddenly, a noise erupted from the fireplace below. "Is someone home?" The two exchanged glances, and Lucius promptly dressed and made his way downstairs. In the living room, Severus sat on the sofa, his hair in disarray. "What brings you here at this hour? Were you not overly indulgent in drink?" Lucius raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Have you sobered up?" Severus's countenance bore a mixture of regret and despair as he hung his head low, his voice heavy. "I said things I ought not to have. I suspected as much," Lucius replied, sitting beside him and shrugging. "No wonder Angelia returned in tears," she cried. Severus's gaze shot up, the bitterness in his eyes deepening. "What did she say?" Lucius's expression turned meaningful. "She mentioned that Uncle Severus refused to cover himself with a blanket and insisted on holding onto a pillow." Severus looked at Lucius, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Is that all she said? What else transpired?" Lucius's eyes widened in shock, yet he quickly masked it with a nonchalant demeanor. "Although I am unaware of the specifics, Nixie conversed with her at length. Perhaps she holds more insight. Nixie hasn't retired yet. I shall summon her. And there is another crucial matter I must convey to you." Lucius teased the suspense as he ascended the stairs. Severus remained oblivious to the latter remark, his mind racing with thoughts of Angelia's reaction. Narcissa soon descended, having changed her attire. Upon seeing Severus, she got straight to the point. "It seems Angelia is on the brink of remembering her past." Severus's body stiffened, all his prepared questions dissipating, leaving only Narcissa's recent words echoing in his mind. Without giving Severus a moment to react, Narcissa swiftly summarized Angelia's condition. Upon hearing the inexplicable emotions and familiarity, Severus deduced the implication. "Are you suggesting that the contract may indeed be loosening?" He wearily rubbed his brow. Having consumed too much alcohol that night, he had come here on sheer willpower. But now, this new information struck his mind like a jolt of pain. Lucius instructed a house elf to fetch a calming potion, handing it to Severus. "Drink this. You must maintain your composure tonight." "Thank you." Severus uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. The potion flowed down his throat, imbued with a soothing magic that quelled his restless emotions. With his expression regaining its calmness, Severus spoke with steadiness. "Tomorrow, I will thoroughly examine the contract within her. Can you elaborate on her condition tonight?" "I spoke some ill-chosen words," he acknowledged. "I am aware." Narcissa interjected, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "In truth, I believe I have gleaned quite a bit more, but I cannot disclose our conversation. But perhaps I can summarize for you. Narcissa's expression brightened with mischief. I have proven that you are not her father. Severus's face momentarily displayed the rarest hint of embarrassment, while Lucius stared at Narcissa in astonishment. What father? Narcissa cast him a calming glance and continued. In fact, I believe Angelia may have fallen in love with you anew. Severus clenched his fist tightly. Perhaps it is indeed the influence of the loosening contract. It cannot be ruled out. Narcissa regarded him thoughtfully. Then why not simply reveal the truth to her, at least a portion of it, such as your shared history? I do not wish to interfere with her choices. Severus murmured, bowing his head, burying his face in his hands. She has emerged from the darkness to embrace a new life. I hope she is afforded the opportunity to choose again. And what if she ultimately does not choose you? Lucius asked earnestly. What if she falls for another? Then I shall silently watch over her. Severus's voice was steady, yet his hands trembled slightly. I have become that person. Should she love another, I would only be grateful that she is free from darkness. But you know very well that she still has, Lucius began, only to be interrupted by Severus's resolute voice. If she opts for a life untainted, I shall bear the burden of those sordid tasks for her. At last, Severus lifted his gaze, his expression neutral, but his tone softened. All I desire is for her happiness. Lucius fell silent, aware of Severus's feelings for Angelia, but also cognizant of the sacrifices he had made for her. What would Severus do if Angelia ultimately fell for another? He could not bear to witness her affection for someone else. How could he endure that? He would likely continue to fulfill her grim tasks in silence, carrying the weight of his sins until his quiet demise. Lucius sighed and turned his gaze toward the staircase. May she not love another? Severus has truly sacrificed so much for her. Alas, she remains oblivious. After a prolonged silence, Narcissa finally spoke again. What if the contract loosens and she remembers on her own? Severus's expression turned grave as he shook his head. I will routinely inspect and reinforce her contract. She is still young, and it is not the right time for her to learn the truth. Furthermore, I am uncertain of any potential side effects should the contract be dissolved. My utmost effort will be to maintain the contract, ideally for a lifetime. Severus, Lucius began softly, but Severus interrupted him. That I cannot endure this again. Lucius, I cannot shoulder even the slightest risk. Severus's voice was barely above a whisper as he bowed his head, burying his face in his hands, despair radiating from him like a web of threads ensnaring him tightly. Lucius envisioned that year when Severus was shattered after Leah's death, the Severus who wept over Leah's lifeless body until he coughed blood. The one driven to madness, attempting to barter with death itself. Lucius's gaze fell upon Severus's right arm, concealed beneath his sleeve, marked by a grotesque scar that twisted along nearly the entire length of his arm. It was a wound inflicted during his suicide attempt, a desperate measure to control the flow of blood, allowing him to encounter death as he hovered on the brink of mortality. He had succeeded in reclaiming her from death's grasp. But at the cost of half his own life, that arm would never regain its former dexterity. Many intricate potions he could no longer concoct, and the potion research he had devoted nearly his entire being to, which began in his school years, could not continue. Had it not been for that protection, perhaps Severus would not exist today. Do not be so pessimistic, Lucius encouraged, patting Severus's shoulder, dispelling the suffocating despair that enveloped him. Perhaps, if given another chance, she would still choose to love you. Narcissa chimed in at last. You must have faith in Leah. There was something that neither Severus nor Lucius knew, but she did. The protection surrounding Severus, the very thing that had saved his life from death, was a request made by Leah. Only she understood the depth of Leah's feelings for Severus, which were equally profound. Severus had descended into madness, attempting to barter with death for Leah's sake. Was Leah not similarly devoted? In the past, Leah had refrained from revealing the matter to him, and now, speaking of it would merely add to his troubles. The following morning, Angelia was taken aback to find Snape at the breakfast table. He appeared utterly dreadful, his complexion paler than usual, dark circles under his eyes, and an expression rife with fatigue and unease. Upon noticing Angelia's arrival, Snape made an effort to present a gentle expression. Angelia nonchalantly averted her gaze, her countenance indifferent, as if addressing someone entirely unrelated. You finally awakened, Draco remarked, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar tension between them. He pursed his lips, clearly displeased. You didn't return until I fell asleep last night. Harry said you would bring me food, yet you did not. Why have you been going out alone lately without taking me along? As Draco continued, his voice grew increasingly aggrieved, his fair face scrunching up in distress, his eyes directed at her filled with accusation. Lucius instinctively glanced at Snape, and upon seeing his frozen, gentle expression, he scolded. Draco, do not speak while eating. Draco appeared even more wronged, his gray eyes unwaveringly fixed on Angelia, silently conveying his grievances. His expression was rather amusing, and a hint of a smile graced Angelia's face as she reached out to tousle his hair before taking a seat beside him. Snape abruptly clenched his hands, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh from the force, causing a slight sting that he redirected his gaze to the stake before him, striving to calm his emotions. He needed to acclimatize to her close interactions with others. It must be said, Harry was exceptionally perceptive. As he almost immediately sensed the increasingly bizarre atmosphere at the table, he glanced sideways at the oblivious Angelia and Draco. Then at the silent Snape, Lucius, and Narcissa, quietly bowing his head to diminish his presence. The tension was overwhelming. He would have preferred to return to the Dursleys for dinner. Draco, seated next to Angelia, had developed a habit over the years of being exceptionally considerate towards her at the dining table. He would instinctively refill her glass when it was empty, consume the dishes she disliked, and hand her a napkin whenever her hands became greasy. Throughout the meal, everyone except for Draco and Angelia appeared to suffer in silence. Utterly devoid of enjoyment, Lucius and Narcissa constantly monitored Snape's expression, exchanging glances whenever they could signal their foolhardy son, yet Draco hardly glanced in their direction. Meanwhile, Snape was diligently attempting to maintain control over his emotions, forcing himself to adapt to their intimate gestures. Harry, on the other hand, found the situation quite simple. He merely wished to finish his meal and escape at last. Breakfast concluded. Angelia was quite satisfied with her meal. Draco was pleased to finally be able to speak, and Harry flew off to the backyard where a patch of grass awaited him for broomstick play. Angelia, we have something we would like to discuss with you, Narcissa said gracefully, dabbing her lips with a napkin. It concerns the matter we discussed last night. Perhaps you could join us in the study? Angelia's gaze flickered briefly to Snape before returning, her voice soft as she replied, all right. Once in the study, the four of them settled down. Snape clasped his hands together, resting them on his lap, staring blankly at his fingertips, evidently unwilling to speak. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance before Narcissa broke the silence. Dear, we would like Severus to conduct a physical examination for you. Her voice was incredibly gentle. In fact, I suddenly realized that although St. Mungo's is more professional, confidentiality is certainly a matter we should be concerned about. Perhaps we could first consult someone skilled and trustworthy for a preliminary checkup. Angelia's gaze swept over Snape, who remained in his position, showing no sign of acknowledgement, as though the subject of discussion were not him. No problem, Angelia replied, her gaze returning to its previous state. Upon hearing her response, Snape finally moved. He approached her, drew out his wand, and a waft of potion's cool fragrance wafted to her nose. Relax, I need to penetrate your mind. Snape's voice was somewhat strained, devoid of the usual tenderness he afforded her. Angelia lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, obediently relaxing her defenses. A strange, dark light emitted from the tip of Snape's wand and swiftly penetrated Angelia's mind. She felt something invade her brain, yet it did not rummage through any memories. Instead, it burrowed deep within. After a while, Snape withdrew his magic, and the dark light dissipated. He swayed slightly, as if losing his balance, and reached out to steady himself against a nearby bookshelf. Angelia noticed Snape's unusual demeanor. She quickly lifted her head, only to find his pale face drenched in sweat, his hand gripping the wand trembling slightly, suggesting he was on the verge of magical exhaustion. What's wrong? Angelia asked, furrowing her brow as she stood to support him. How could your magic be so depleted? It's nothing, Snape replied, avoiding her touch as he straightened against the bookshelf. Your condition should merely indicate some magical turbulence. I just helped you realign your magical flow. Such inexplicable emotional fluctuations should no longer occur, while emotional fluctuations indeed could affect magical levels. Angelia had never heard of magical turbulence influencing emotions. Snape would not deceive her in such a peculiar manner. Thus, despite her surprise, she held no suspicion. Then let me assist you back to rest. Angelia extended her hand to offer support, but Snape evaded her grasp. No need, he replied coldly. Lucius will escort me back. Lucius, leisurely sipping tea on the sofa while observing, paused momentarily before resignedly rising to Snape's side. Yes, I can take her back. You may return first. Lucius flashed a gentle smile at Angelia, yet her attention was clearly not on him. Her cerulean eyes were fixed intently on Snape. Filled with disbelief, I shall help you back. Angelia bit her lip. her gaze unwavering as she reached out once more. Snape coldly evaded her hand, his dark eyes locking onto hers. "I said, you are not needed." Angelia held his gaze for a moment before suddenly smiling softly. "Fine." With that, she turned and left, not granting him another glance. The study door closed behind her, and Snape abruptly coughed up blood, his right hand gripping the wand, trembling violently. Lucius immediately reached out to support him, his voice rising in alarm. "What is the matter?" "Pain relief potion." Snape gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand, veins throbbing at his temples. Narcissa swiftly located a vial from a nearby cabinet, uncorked it, and handed it to him. Snape shakily swallowed the contents, yet the pain in his right hand showed no signs of abating. Instead, it began to spread outward. "Knock me out, quickly." Snape's voice was filled with agony, the intense pain causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Lucius promptly drew his wand, aiming it at him. "Sleep." Instantly, Snape lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor, his body continuing to tremble involuntarily. After leaving the study, Angelia dove into her bedroom, utterly perplexed by Snape's sudden and drastic change in demeanor. Hadn't he been perfectly fine at breakfast? Regardless, his abrupt coldness left her feeling unsettled, and she threw herself onto the bed, her chaotic thoughts refusing to untangle. "I simply am not accustomed to your closeness with others." Angelia recalled Snape's words from the previous night when he was inebriated. Not accustomed to her proximity to others? What could that possibly mean? As she pondered Snape's two sudden emotional shifts, it appeared they both occurred during her interactions with Draco. Could it be? Angelia's pupils dilated suddenly. Did Snape actually harbor a dislike for Draco? However, he is Draco's godfather. Angelia recalled the distinct treatment Severus had afforded Draco and herself in the past, as if she began to grasp something profound. Lucius brought Severus back to his chamber at Malfoy Manor and laid him upon the bed, observing his now still body, and finally released him from the enchantment. Almost at the very moment the spell struck Severus, he opened his eyes. Noticing the absence of agony on Severus's face, Lucius exhaled with relief. "What just transpired?" "I reinforced the contract with magic," Severus replied, his voice weak from the depletion of his magical energy. "The energy of the contract was too potent, draining my magic entirely." "Then what is the issue with your hand?" Lucius inquired, glancing at Severus's still unruly right hand. "Surely this cannot be merely a consequence of magical exhaustion. The contract harbors the power of death," Severus remarked, watching his trembling hand with resignation as he closed his eyes once more. "It is a remnant of past afflictions." Observing Severus's frail demeanor, Lucius swallowed his myriad of questions for the time being. "I shall summon a house elf to bring you 2 vials of magical replenishment. You should rest well." "Thank you," Severus murmured, his lips barely moving. Lucius sighed softly, opened the door, and departed the room. Severus shut his eyes again, yet his thoughts lingered on the smile Angelia had bestowed upon him just moments ago. That smile felt foreign, yet its meaning was unmistakably potent. It conveyed a message. "I have relinquished you." Merely contemplating this notion caused a sharp pain to seize his insides. His recent actions must have wounded her deeply. Even if she merely regarded him as a mentor, it would surely sadden her. Severus turned his gaze to his uncontrollably trembling right hand, his eyes void of emotion. He could not allow the contract to loosen any further. He lacked the strength to mend it once more. The most prudent course of action would be to distance himself from her. The thought pierced his heart, and the image of Angelia smiling as she patted Draco's head earlier that morning resurfaced in his mind. How delightful it was. They had grown up together, attending the same academy. Draco's care for her was almost meticulous, and he was acutely aware of her preferences. Perhaps Severus furrowed his brow in anguish, unwilling to pursue the thought further. Yet he found himself unable to suppress the musings that plagued his mind. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. "Mr. Severus, the master has instructed me to bring you your potion." It was the voice of a house elf. Severus wearily rubbed his temples. "Come in." Severus's magical reserves had been profoundly depleted. After consuming the replenishing potion, he fell into a deep slumber. Angelia lay upon her bed, contemplating her thoughts, eventually drifting off to sleep as well. Lucius and Narcissa had been conversing with Severus late into the night and rose early in the morning, and now they too were resting in their chamber. Thus, the only ones awake in the entire manor were Draco and Harry, who were playing with brooms on the lawn. "Hey, look at this." Draco performed an intricate roll in midair atop his broom, then hovered before Harry. "Impressive, isn't it?" Harry, distracted, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, very impressive." "Why are you being like this?" Draco dismounted his broom and sat beside him, pouting unhappily. "Lately, it seems you all have secrets from me." Seeing Draco sit beside him, Harry cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was near before leaning closer to speak in hushed tones. Have you noticed that the atmosphere between Angelia and Professor Severus seems a bit off, Godfather? Draco stared at him in surprise, then pondered seriously. Not at all. Harry, exasperated, closed his mouth and swallowed his subsequent words. As long as that's the case, just sit tight. I'll fly around again. Harry grabbed the nearby broom and soared away. This fool, impossible to converse with. Draco watched as Harry gradually faded into the blue sky. His head tilted in confusion. Angelia slept soundly until the afternoon, and upon waking, she found Lucius and Narcissa seated in the parlor, engrossed in their books. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa. Upon approaching the sofa and discovering only the two of them present, she furrowed her brow slightly, but chose not to speak. Darling, are you awake? Hearing Angelia's voice, Narcissa gently lifted her head to regard her. Are you hungry? Shall I call a house elf to prepare something for you? Angelia shook her head. The thoughts that had plagued her before sleep still lingered, leaving her with no appetite. Sensing Angelia's silence, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Severus was unwilling to confide in Angelia, and they were powerless to intervene. Draco and Harry are in Draco's room. You should go see them, Narcissa suggested with a soft smile. Draco has been mentioning you for quite some time. Angelia pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from inquiring about Severus, and turned to leave the parlor. Severus awoke feeling considerably rejuvenated, as his magical energy had significantly replenished. Rubbing his temples, he rose and walked outside, only to find Angelia expressionlessly pass by him. Entering Draco's room, Severus lowered his gaze, concealing the turmoil in his eyes, and clenched his fist beneath his robe, taking a moment before resuming his usual composure and stepping outside. He had to adapt. Angelia noticed Severus as well. In fact, his sudden entrance had startled her, but she did not glance at him, instead walking straight into Draco's room. Did he not despise Draco? Yet here she was, choosing to play with Draco in his presence. Upon entering the room, Angelia found Draco engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Harry. The queen cannot move here, Draco exclaimed, indignantly repositioning the white queen back to its original place. It can only move like this. Harry wore a confused expression, his emerald eyes shimmering with bewilderment, utterly endearing. Angelia approached him and playfully pinched his cheek, her mood lifting considerably. Angelia, you finally arrived, Draco huffed, shoving the chessboard aside. Quick, teach Harry. Clearly, Draco had been thoroughly tested in teaching Harry the game of wizard's chess. In truth, he had yet to memorize all the pieces. Now, it was left to her. Draco almost immediately climbed beside her, pulling Angelia to sit opposite Harry. Observing Harry's bewildered gaze, Angelia could not help but smile softly, her previously gloomy mood finally brightening. Look, this piece is called the king. It moves like this. This piece is called the knight. It moves like this. Angelia's explanations were both detailed and patient, and whenever Harry posed a question, she promptly provided answers. With her assistance, Draco memorized the basic rules in less than half an hour. Incredible! Draco exclaimed in astonishment as Harry accurately answered Angelia's question for the 5th time. Angelia, why don't you teach me like this tomorrow? Draco's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Father has instructed me to memorize the entire special potion compendium during the holidays. Do you have any way? None. Angelia promptly interrupted coldly. Don't dream. It's far more reliable to memorize it word by word. Draco's smile faltered, and he rested his chin on his hand, looking utterly dejected. That book is so difficult. I can't understand it, and I can't memorize it all either. Father will surely punish me. His long eyelashes cast downward, his cherubic face cradled in his hand, his rosy lips turned downwards in a pitiful manner. Angelia felt an urge to tease him, reaching out to pinch his cheek, and finding herself unable to resist doing it again. Draco looked at her with a hint of accusation but did not shy away from her touch. Merely saying softly, "Are you trying to swindle me again?" Angelia was taken aback by his wording, then firmly pinched his cheek again. What as just a book? I'll help you memorize it. Really? The resentment in Draco's eyes dissipated, replaced by a flicker of surprise that illuminated his gray irises. Of course it's true. It's merely a matter of reading this book. When have I ever deceived you? Angelia was amused by him. Reaching out to pinch his cheek, Draco neither flinched nor recoiled, even going so far as to nuzzle against her hand in a show of affection. I knew you were the best. Harry lowered his head silently, engrossed in the wizard's chess set before him. Yet he felt himself growing increasingly radiant. This sensation had become all too familiar of late. He was nearly accustomed to it. Snape descended the stairs and returned directly to Spinner's End, Unwilling to remain at Malfoy Manor to witness Angolia and Draco's interactions, the house was as cold as it had been when he left the previous night. The air still imbued with the scent of whiskey. The sofa and the small tea table beside it were askew. The glass that had been precariously placed upon it now toppled, its melted ice water spilling forth, creating a small stain on the surface, a remnant of his hasty departure. Outside, the weather was dreary, as if snow could fall at any moment. Even during the day, the streets bore no signs of life. The already dilapidated brick wall across the way seemed to have collapsed further, revealing the ruins of a house within. He belonged in such a place, as broken and tattered as it was. As Snape contemplated this, an image of Angolia from that day surfaced in his mind. She had sat on this very sofa, in the spot where he now sat, feeding him cake bite by bite. He had overstepped, the sky gradually darkened, and the winter chill of Spinner's Inn felt even more penetrating than usual. Snape leaned back on the sofa, motionless, surrendering himself to the encroaching darkness. That night, Angolia had a dream. She dreamt of Snape holding a woman named Leah in a dimly lit room. This version of Snape appeared younger, yet his entire right arm seemed to have been sliced open by a sharp object, blood gushing forth and pooling beside him. Strangely, he exhibited no signs of pain, his expression devoid of any anguish as he gazed down at the woman in his arms, his face radiating a tenderness that could drown a person. He held her tightly with his left hand, yet his dark eyes seemed hollow. The woman appeared peculiar, her eyes tightly shut, her skin an eerie shade of ashen gray, devoid of any vitality. "Leah, I will save you. I have found a way. Soon, you will be well again." Snape's voice was both obsessive and soft, yet the despair emanating from him was palpable. Angolia sensed something was amiss, before she could ponder further. Snape's gaze abruptly shifted towards her, a mad yet joyous smile breaking across his face. "You have come." Angolia believed Snape could see her. She furrowed her brow, contemplating how to respond, only to realize he was not addressing her. His attention drifted back to whatever was before him. Angolia swore she saw nothing there. Snape spoke again to the empty air in front of him, yet oddly, Angolia could no longer hear his voice. She observed as his brow furrowed in concern, as if facing a dilemma, but he quickly resumed speaking, and soon a look of relief washed over his face. His gaze returned to the woman in his arms. As the presence before him seemed to vanish, she watched as the woman's form gradually became transparent before disappearing entirely. Snape appeared unfazed, wistfully clenching his empty left hand, then shifting his gaze to the spot where the entity had just stood. There, a ball of white light began to coalesce into the shape of an infant. Snape looked exceedingly frail, his lips devoid of color, as if he were on the brink of death, yet disregarding the blood still streaming from his arm. He stubbornly moved towards the infant, extending his trembling left hand to gently caress the baby's face. "Leah, from now on, you shall be called Angolia. Is that acceptable?" Snape's voice was faint, nearly dissipating into the air. Yet Angolia distinctly heard every word. Her heart clenched abruptly, and she gasped awake from the dream. Outside, dawn was breaking. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the clouds. Angolia sat dazed on her bed for a moment before suddenly slipping on her shoes and racing out of her bedroom. The living room was empty at this hour. Everyone was still asleep. Angolia had no time to change out of her nightclothes and dashed straight into the fireplace. A flash of green fire enveloped her, and Angolia found herself in the house at Spinner's End. The light here was dimmer than at Malfoy Manor, and with the meager illumination filtering through the tattered windows, she could barely discern Snape curled up on the sofa. He seemed to be asleep, his face unconsciously reflecting fatigue and pain, his brow furrowed in an uneasy frown. The sofa beneath him was askew, creating small creases in the carpet, while the nearby tea table had been shoved to one side, a toppled cup resting atop it. Angolia approached him, her gaze fixed on his right arm, desperate to confirm whether the events of her dream had indeed transpired. Wizarding dreams rarely appeared without purpose. The Snape from her dream appeared significantly younger, suggesting that it must have been a memory from the past. Angolia raised her wand and gave it a gentle flick. The sleeve on Snape's right arm gradually rolled up, revealing the jagged scar beneath. She stood there, transfixed, as she gazed at the winding scar, the gruesome arm from her dream and the scarred arm before her seemingly merging in that moment. Feeling the coolness emanating from his right arm, Snape slowly opened his eyes, only to find Angolia in her nightgown, staring at him in bewilderment. "What are you doing here?" Snape snapped, irritably shaking his head as he straightened up, only to realize that his sleeve had been rolled up, and that Angolia's gaze was fixed on the winding scar. "Go back." Snape's expression froze, and with swift movements, he rolled his sleeve down, sharply reprimanding Angolia. Angolia blinked slowly, shifting her gaze to Snape's face, trying to discern something from his expression. What happened to that scar? Angolia had never spoken to Snape in such a tone before. In fact, it was almost accusatory that I see no need to explain my scars to you. Snape's voice was icily cold. Leave. And do not make me repeat myself a third time. Angolia's typically chaotic thoughts suddenly quieted. Ignoring his words, she seated herself on the sofa beside him, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. If that Leah was indeed her, then she had once died, only to be resurrected by Snape through some means, transforming into an infant. Thus, the people in that photograph were, in fact, her own self. And Snape's every mention of Leah was a call directed at her. The strange feelings that had lingered in Angolia's heart now found explanation. The inexplicable emotions were perhaps echoes of her former self. And the irritation she felt every time she was referred to as Leah dissipated with this newfound understanding. Angolia did not manifest much difficulty in accepting her resurrection. In truth, she had sensed for quite some time that she was different from the other children. She learned rapidly, mastering many spells upon first attempt, and rarely made mistakes in brewing simple potions. She possessed a keen intuition that often proved correct. She frequently felt that Narcissa and Lucius spoke to her not as a subordinate, but rather as a friend. So it was that all the questions she had once pondered but could not answer suddenly fell into place. Angolia opened her eyes to find Snape staring intently at her, his brow deeply furrowed. Perhaps it would be best not to reveal that she had regained her memories just yet. Angolia tilted her head slightly, her face breaking into the same sweet smile she had always worn. Uncle Severus. Severus. Snape perceived that something was amiss with her. He fixed his gaze upon her, yet her expression remained unchanged, as if the events of the past few days had not transpired at all. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Snape furrowed his brow and averted his eyes, concluding that whatever she wished, maintaining distance would suffice. Does Uncle Severus not wish to see me? Angelia suddenly leaned close, her striking azure eyes piercing into his. Snape quickly turned his gaze away, retreating slightly, his tone curt. No, I do not. But I long to see you. Angelia's voice was soft and delicate, stirring within Snape a realization that he had not heard her speak in such a manner for quite some time, prompting him to ponder the implications of her words. He shifted uncomfortably, his throat tightening, yet he dared not speak, fearing that uttering a word might lead him to compromise. Without his response, Angelia leaned closer, her small head brushing against his cheek. The warmth of her breath mingled with a uniquely sweet fragrance that enveloped his face, causing Snape to hastily rise and distance himself from her. Uncle Severus, she said, her voice innocent and unassuming. Snape, unable to meet her gaze, unwittingly overlooked the mischievous glimmer concealed within her eyes. Angelia. Snape exerted himself to ensure his voice sounded stern. Now. At once, return to Malfoy Manor. Angelia remained unmoved, her small hands behind her back twisting at the soft flesh of her waist, the sharp pain causing her eyes to glisten with impending tears. Does Uncle Severus dislike me? Her tone was laced with a profound sense of grievance. Snape instinctively raised his gaze, only to find her eyes brimming with moisture and the hint of red around her eyelids. His concealed hand clenched tightly, his rounded nails digging into his palm, restoring a semblance of rationality. Oh, not make me repeat myself. Snape's voice was as frigid as ice, yet Angelia, with a heart-wrenching demeanor, lowered her head and approached him, her voice tender and imploring. Angelia understands. Snape turned his head to avoid witnessing her sorrowful expression, his palm nearly pierced with anguish, before he could utter another hurtful remark. Angelia had already enveloped him in her embrace. Uncle Severus is upset. Angelia will comfort him. She understands. Her voice regained its previous sweetness, akin to a cloud of sugar, brushing gently against his heart. Snape felt an uncontrollable surge of joy flood through him. Angelia's touch was light. Her arms around his waist felt like feathers, as if they might drift away at any moment. Deep within, he yearned for her to hold him tighter, yet he gritted his teeth to suppress that desire. He raised his hand to dislodge Angelia's grasp, his voice erupting in anger. What on earth? Before he could finish, her tears cascaded down her cheeks. She raised her reddened arm before him, her voice quivering. It hurts. Snape, vexed, swallowed his words, astonished by the strength of his own grip. The crimson mark on her fair skin was glaringly evident, sending a tremor through his heart, and after much contemplation, he could not restrain himself from asking, "Does it hurt?" Angelia cautiously lifted her gaze to him, then immediately averted her eyes. Is Uncle Severus still angry with Angelia? She had always been vibrant and exuberant. He had never witnessed her in such a tentative state. Snape felt as though his heart had shattered. He looked down at the mark on her arm, drowning in boundless regret. She knew nothing of her circumstances. How could he treat her in such a manner? Angelia, perceiving the tenderness in his eyes, could not help but smile gently. She knew the effectiveness of her ploy. Fortunately, she had been swift enough to inflict a minor injury upon herself. Snape remained silent for a moment. Finally exhaling softly, "Stay here. I shall fetch a potion." His tone lost its previous chill, though it was not overly warm, resembling the way he addressed Draco. Angelia tilted her head, taking a step closer to embrace his waist again. This time, she had learned her lesson, wrapping her arms tightly around him, ensuring that unless he were to sever her grip, she would not release him. "Uncle Severus, Angelia is scared." Her voice trembled as she buried her face against him. Devoid of any trace of grievance. Do you not want Angelia anymore? Angelia has no mother or father. With Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, and Draco, Angelia only has Uncle Severus. Her words were spoken almost disingenuously. In truth, she had always been quite content, as Lucius and Narcissa doted upon her. The old wizard showed her concern, and she had friends like Pansy and Theodore, not to mention her involvement with the pureblood party. Yet Snape saw things differently. To him, Angelia was merely a child, unaware of her lineage, devoid of parents or family, confined from freedom since childhood. The only one capable of showering her with love was himself. Yet he could not allow her to know. Angelia was the most pitiable child in the world. Snape gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, patting her in a comforting manner, yet he uttered not a single word. What could he say? He could neither promise to always be by her side nor confess his love for her. He could only silently comfort her. The fact that she had not been pushed away was a positive start. And Angelia, feeling reassured, clung to him tightly, nestling her small head against him, taking in a deep breath. The scent of alcohol lingered. He had yet to bathe or change. With a hint of melancholy, Angelia furtively glanced up at him, letting out a soft sigh of exasperation. "You ought to rest properly." Her small head rubbed against him, her voice sweet and delicate. "Uncle Severus, Angelia is very tired. She wishes to sleep for a while." "Then I shall accompany you back." Snape's voice softened. "I do not wish to leave Uncle Severus. May I sleep here for just a little while?" "I promise." Angelia gazed up at him, her eyes reddened, tears still lingering within them, her voice tender and pitiful. A sharp pang shot through Snape's heart as he beheld her anxious expression, rendering him unable to refuse her request. "Come here." Snape turned first, making his way toward the bedroom, with Angelia quickly following suit. The bedroom still held the lingering scent of his potions, and as Angelia timidly sat on the bed, she spoke softly. "Uncle Severus, Angelia is scared. Could you stay with her?" Snape knew he should not remain, yet upon meeting Angelia's gaze, the words of refusal escaped him. "Uncle Severus." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears once more, yet she feigned strength, blinking rapidly to dispel the moisture, before lowering her head as if to convince herself, "It is all right. Angelia can manage. So understanding." Snape's heart ached fiercely, pain radiating from his core throughout his being, rendering him powerless against Angelia's plea. He had not yet changed out of his clothes. The scent of whiskey clung to his robes, pungent and overwhelming. Observing her head still bowed, he ultimately relented. "This is the last time." Snape endeavored to keep his voice as indifferent as possible, walking over to the wardrobe to retrieve a set of loungewear before entering the bathroom. Angelia had always been averse to unpleasant odors. He needed to cleanse the smell of alcohol to ensure it did not disturb her slumber. The sound of water splashing echoed, and Angelia could not help but roll over on the bed, the crisp, slightly bitter fragrance invigorating her spirit. Soon, the water ceased its flow, and Snape emerged, his dark hair still damp, droplets of water clinging to him. His deep gray loungewear bore marks of moisture, contrasting sharply with the rest of his attire. Snape conjured a drying spell for his hair, and then casually pulled up a chair, positioning himself at a slight distance from the bed. "Sleep now. I shall keep you company." "Uncle Severus, could you sit a little closer? Angelia is very scared." Angelia glanced around nervously, the fear in her eyes unmistakably genuine. Severus Snape recalled the day she first arrived at Spider's End, when the shadows of the alley had startled her, perhaps leaving her with a lingering fear of the place. With a resigned sigh, he dragged the chair to the bedside and settled down, observing how the unease on Angelia's face gradually transformed into a gentle smile, causing his heart to soften unconsciously. Noticing Snape sitting by the bed, Angelia seized the moment, obediently lying down and closing her eyes. The bed's covers were soft and warm, and the faint scent of potions clung to her nose. Reminiscent of Snape, like a kitten, she nuzzled into the pillow, feeling utterly safe. Snape's expression remained impassive, yet his gaze was unwavering, taking in every subtle change in her features. Gradually, Angelia's breathing became steady and prolonged, and Snape found himself inexplicably drowsy. He propped his head on his hand, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to fade into the abyss, just as he was on the brink of slumber. A delicate rustling sound reached his ears, followed by the sensation of his body being lifted by a levitation spell. Without revealing any surprise, he slightly lifted his eyelids to glance, finding Angelia perched on the bed. Cautiously waving her wand in an attempt to move him onto the mattress, Snape remained still, closing his eyes once more, feeling her gently place him on the bed and tenderly tuck him in. The covers, imbued with her sweet fragrance, seemed softer and warmer than ever, and he inhaled deeply, wishing to prolong the scent in the air. The mattress beside him sank slightly, and then the covers were pulled away. Snape furrowed his brow, intending to shift aside and grant her some space, but before he could move, Angelia had wrapped her arms around his waist. The soft, fragrant body pressed against him felt like a butterfly. And a sweetness blossomed in Snape's heart. Perhaps he should immediately rise and flee this room, but the intoxicating aroma and the warmth in his embrace rendered him utterly reluctant. Just this once. He convinced himself to indulge, relaxing his body as much as possible to allow Angelia to nestle comfortably against his chest, perhaps due to the overly soft covers and the comfort of the bed. Both Snape and Angelia slipped into slumber without realizing it. When she awoke again, it was nearing noon. Snape was still asleep, and Angelia discovered him lying on his side, cradling her in his arms. Her head resting on one of his arms, the position felt too natural, and she inexplicably found it familiar. Perhaps long ago, they had fallen asleep in each other's arms every night in this very manner. Feeling a profound sense of security, Angelia lazily nestled deeper into his embrace, even rubbing her head against his chest. The cold, sharp scent of potions wafted into her nostrils, causing her to blissfully squint her eyes. He smells so good. Snape, for once, experienced a deep, undisturbed sleep. In truth, such restful slumber was a rarity for him. No nightmares, no constant vigilance. Even in his dreams, he unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth. Upon waking, Snape felt as if he remained trapped in another layer of dreams. The soft sensation in his arms was astonishingly real, and he exerted considerable effort to recall his current situation. It was his Angelia. For once, Snape found himself harboring a sense of helplessness. He did not want to open his eyes, nor face the inevitable questions that awaited him. He wished to hold her a little longer. To pretend he was still asleep. For Angelia, he was always greedy. Rationality and emotion waged a war within him, yet he remained motionless, even the rhythm of his breathing unchanged. Angelia, clearly oblivious to his awakening, busily inhaled his scent, unable to resist nuzzling closer. So fragrant. Much like a cat's attraction to catnip, this fragrance seemed to have a special allure for her. The little head nestled restlessly, and Snape struggled to suppress the smile threatening to break free. Wishing to linger in this intimacy for just a while longer. I really like you, Severus, Angelia murmured with her eyes closed in delight, causing Snape's body to stiffen abruptly. She called him Severus. Memory swiftly surged back to a time long past, when Angelia would wake every morning, nuzzling against him and sleepily proclaiming her affection. How could she call him Severus? Did she remember something? Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he gently opened his eyes to gaze at her. Shattering the dream he was reluctant to leave behind. What did you call me? The sudden, harsh tone from above startled Angelia, and she timidly withdrew from his embrace, like a child caught misbehaving. Uncle Severus. Snape regarded her coldly, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he sternly demanded, "Speak the truth." Angelia trembled at his words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her nose and the corners of her eyes flushed red. Resembling an adorable little bunny. Why is Uncle Severus being mean to Angelia? She cried, feeling utterly wronged as she rubbed her eyes, glancing furtively at Snape's expression. She had let her guard down. How had she not noticed he was awake? The sight of her distress caused Snape a headache, and he rubbed his temples, fully aware he should not soften at this moment, yet unable to utter the hurtful words that threatened to escape. Seeing him remain silent, Angelia vigorously rubbed her eyes until they were a bright red, before looking up at him with a pitiful gaze. Uncle Severus, please don't dislike Angelia. Snape's heart ached at her words, and logic instructed him to say something even more hurtful, hoping to provoke her into never speaking to him again. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself suddenly enveloped in the embrace of the weeping child. Does Uncle Severus not want Angelia anymore? Angelia was wrong. I will be good from now on. Please don't abandon me. Angelia clung tightly to Snape's waist, her tears pattering onto his clothing, soaking a small patch of his dark gray nightshirt. Each tear felt scalding, striking at his heart and causing a pang of pain in his very core. The moment she nestled into his embrace, his resolve crumbled, and Snape held her tightly, his voice hoarse as he apologized. I'm sorry. Uncle Severus will never abandon you. Angelia wept bitterly in his arms, recalling every sorrow she had endured over the past 11 years. Only after Snape exhausted all the comforting words he could muster did her tears finally cease. She wanted him to realize how difficult it was to make her cry, to see if he would dare to do so again. With a pitiful expression, Angelia wiped her tears on his chest. Her beautiful eyes still glistening, the skin around them swollen and red. "Does it hurt?" Snape gently touched her eyelids, his tender voice laced with undeniable concern, causing Angelia to feel a twinge of guilt. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. The concern in Snape's eyes deepened, and he grasped his wand, lightly tapping her eyelids, instantly alleviating the discomfort. Angelia nestled back into Snape's embrace, her soft voice tinged with lingering grievance. "Then, Uncle Severus, could you please not be mean to Angelia anymore?" Snape gently patted her back, his voice softer. "All right, I won't be mean to you anymore." He resolved to let everything unfold naturally. Should any unexpected events arise after the contract loosened, he would seek Dumbledore's assistance or perhaps even plead with death once more. In her second chance at life, he did not wish for her to face unhappiness. Snape was uncertain if this was merely an excuse born from his own desires, but he longed to see her smile rather than her tears. Taking advantage of the comfort, Angelia snuggled into Snape's embrace for some time, and he allowed her to indulge in her affectionate antics. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, her heart brimmed with joy, and a soft smile graced her face, reminiscent of her usual playful expressions. "Uncle Severus, I'm hungry," Angelia said softly, leaning against him. "I want to eat those little cakes from that muggle shop." "All right, I'll go get them for you." Snape finally restored his usual gentle smile, lightly pinching her cheek before rising. Angelia immediately sat up in response. "I want to go too." Severus Snape regarded her with a raised eyebrow, the corners of his lips subtly curling upwards. "It seems you arrived clad only in your nightgown." Angelia glanced down at her own attire, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features, before looking up at Snape with pleading eyes. "Uncle Severus, could you lend me a robe?" Snape let out a resigned sigh, rising to fetch a cloak from the wardrobe, draping it over her shoulders, and, with a flick of his wand, transforming it to fit her perfectly. Angelia's eyes sparkled as she beamed at him, her voice sweeter than before. "You're the best, Uncle Severus." Snape affectionately tapped her on the head with his index finger, his tone indulgent. "Go wait in the sitting room. I shall join you shortly after changing." "All right," Angelia replied obediently, stepping towards the living room while kindly closing the door behind her. Snape donned another robe, yet his mind lingered on the sight of Angelia, enveloped in his oversized cloak. The image of her delicate face framed by the voluminous, deep black fabric was utterly endearing. The smile on Snape's lips deepened as he waved his wand to refresh his appearance before opening the door. Angelia was perched on the sofa in the sitting room, her legs crossed, fidgeting with the robe draped around her. The softness she once displayed had vanished, replaced by an expression of annoyance and a dismissive smirk. "Mr. Dumbledore, encountering you on such a delightful Christmas holiday is rather unwelcome," she declared, her disdain for him unabashed. "Is the headmaster here to conduct home visits for Hogwarts professors during the holidays?" Dumbledore appeared taken aback by her presence, his eyebrows knitting together in a perplexed frown. "What brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Angelia shot back, arching an eyebrow and clicking her tongue dismissively. "Perhaps I should inquire what brings you here." "I'm looking for Professor Snape regarding some matters." Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully. "Is he here?" Angelia ignored his question, casting a scornful glance at Dumbledore's calculating expression. "I hope it's not to pressure him into brewing potions for you." Before Dumbledore could respond, Snape emerged from the bedroom, fully attired. The moment he laid eyes on Dumbledore, his smile vanished, the air of delight dissipating entirely. "What is it?" Snape queried, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Angelia, who remained silent. Snape turned to her knowingly. "You should step outside. I need to speak with Mr. Dumbledore." Angelia coolly acknowledged him with an "oh," rising to exit the house, and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had expected Angelia to protest, yet it seemed he still underestimated her. He cautiously scanned the room before catching sight of her seated on the stone steps outside, looking bored, which finally eased his mind. With her not eavesdropping, Dumbledore wasted no time. He adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, a glimmer of intent in his blue eyes. "Severus, you surely remember what you promised me, do you not?" Snape cast his gaze down at the small tea table before him, now returned to its original position, the fallen blanket restored. "I remember," he replied coolly, though his hands, concealed beneath his robe, clenched tightly. Dumbledore's tone grew stern. "Allow me to remind you, Severus. If you cannot uphold your end of the agreement, I shall extinguish any threats before they can take root." Dumbledore's implication was clear. He hoped Severus would remember the promise made long ago. Snape's complexion paled significantly, and he forced a sardonic smile. "I understand. I merely wish to extend a semblance of elder care, without overstepping. Dumbledore scrutinized him for a moment before shifting the topic coldly. By next Friday, I require 2 vials of the elixir of life, 3 vials of veritasirum, and 2 vials of polyjuice potion. Moreover, if incidents like today recur, I may need to reconsider our previous agreement. The final statement served as a blatant threat, causing the light in Snape's eyes to dim as he responded despondently. Understood. I shall deliver the potions you require by next Friday. There will not be a repeat of today's events. In the corner, a plump little mouse diligently absorbed their exchange. Once Dumbledore's figure vanished into the fireplace, it scurried to Angelia's side. The small rodent, clearly perplexed, chattered incessantly in her ear, but she comprehended not a word. Reluctantly, she employed a spell to extract its memories. Animal memories are quite simple. Within the mouse's recollections, Angelia gleaned every word exchanged between the 2 men. Threats, intimidation. Angelia laughed in anger. After expending so much effort to appease Snape, Dumbledore's remark threatened to undo all her work. As for the agreement, she suspected it pertained to herself, yet Snape would certainly refrain from disclosing its contents, and Dumbledore was even less likely to share. Perhaps she would need to adopt Dumbledore's methods and administer some veritasirum to him. While contemplating how to discreetly have Dumbledore consume the potion, the door behind her swung open, revealing Snape's cold visage. "Come in," he commanded, his tone reverting to its previous chill. Angelia inwardly cursed Dumbledore while maintaining an outwardly obedient demeanor. As they re-entered the room, Snape remained silent.